is with AI is it gives you the ability to take, let's say you talk to a customer and it's typically a 2-week process to get a quote back to a customer. Now you can do it in a day using AI, and it's so much more accurate, which gives you better profit margins.
Right.
I mean, at the end of the day, because, well, I can find every product, everything that I am selling to that customer, right, at the best price. I can get the quickest turnaround time, right, because I can find it and get the logistics through AI to my customer quicker. And I can then communicate with my team who is boots on the ground in real time. And if there's a question, AI 9 times out of 10 will be able to answer that question for them, so that it gives an Eric, it gives a me, it gives a you the ability to work on our business, not necessarily in our business. And that's when it comes to entrepreneurship, one of the biggest things that you have to understand. And one of the things that I'm still very heavily working on is working on my business, not necessarily in my business. I'm building a team around me. And one of those team members is the cheapest team member I could ever pay, which is AI, because, well, it works 24/7 and it doesn't cost me really anything to have it there. But I'm building this team around me to give me the ability to build my business and not necessarily have to do the day-to-day task. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to just say, there was a book written in the 80s, so I'm dating myself here, but you can look at me and tell me I'm dated. But there's a book, it's called The E-Myth. It was written by Michael Gerber. And the whole theme of the book really is how do you become, you have to become a successful business. You have to do it by moving away from an entrepreneurial
play. Cool. Really awesome guy. But yeah, no, I would love to, we're just going to expand our entrepreneurs. And whether you're a Fortnite TikTok player, or whether you're an arborist, or whether you're an entrepreneur who founded a massive company and then sold it to another massive company for $740 million, which plug, that is going to be someone that we're talking to here really soon. And again, I'm going to make a post about that. But all of that being said, we're unfiltered, we're unplugged. You ask us a question, we'll answer it. And we're going to bring some real people onto this podcast. So with that, I'm going to let you all go. I appreciate every single one of you. You guys are all incredible. If you have a question, reach out to me. I'll make sure that it gets to Bob, and we'll make sure that those questions are answered throughout different podcasts that we do. So thank you guys so much. You all have an incredible night, and we will catch you next time.
Time to show this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory.
Okay, welcome everyone to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements, of course, alongside Bob Clements, and we have a really exciting guest for us today. We have Anthony Masucci. Anthony has a pretty incredible accolades behind him. He's been a journalist, runs a marketing company, and just put out a book. But I'm not going to take too much away from what he has to say for us. But we are so excited, and everyone who is on this, you guys are going to learn some pretty incredible things. And one of the big things that we're going to talk about tonight is where do you even start? Like, how do you make that start? But before we get into that, let's get Anthony on here. Well, Anthony is actually on here, but we're going to have Anthony kind of introduce himself. Anthony, the floor is yours. Tell us a little bit about you. What are some things that you've done in the past? What are you working on now? And definitely, let's plug that book. If you guys don't have it, it's definitely.
Here we go.
And Anthony's got 45 minutes to fill. So Anthony,
Yeah.
take your time.
That won't be a problem, I promise. Well,
Okay,
Bob,
that's great.
Brian, thank you
That's
guys
great.
for having me on. One of my friends is a teenager. I was on a baseball team. His mom said I'm the only person she ever met who could talk to the dead and get them to talk back. So
great.
I think 45 minutes won't be a problem. So appreciate you guys having me on. Grade School is my first book, just came out this month here, April 2025. It's about teachers who changed my life, specifically 5 of my grade school teachers. Life was a little rough at home, and these teachers, I really look forward to going into school, getting great grades, creating bonds with those teachers, and just getting a lot of TLC and learning and all the fun things you get to do at school. And I really wanted to write a good book. So because I'm not a known person, I wrote it like a novel. So it's a true story written as a novel, but it is a memoir. And it's about my story as a grade school kid and why it would mean something, hopefully, to the readers. Since you asked my backdrop, I was a journalist for Bloomberg News for about 13 years. Then I went to Time Warner AOL. They had a website called Daily Finance. So I had left Bloomberg. So at Bloomberg, I covered tech, the early days of tech and the boom and the bust and the bubble bursting, which was fun. And then when the economy melted down, I covered that for Bloomberg News, did Bloomberg TV and radio during that time, and then left Bloomberg and joined over at was AOL Daily Finance. And then that merged with Time Warner. About 10 years ago, I left journalism, went into public relations, and I worked for a company down in Alexandria, Virginia, Sunstar. And then eventually I started my own firm, and it's now called Hi Anthony Media. But unrelated to all that, the book is really something as having been a writer since grade school, actually. I was editor of my grade school newspaper.
Very good. That's good.
Yeah, right. I even drew the mascot for the school for the
There you go.
So I really wanted to write a
you
book.
charged extra for the art. Did you?
What's that, Bob? Yeah, no extra.
I was hoping that you charged extra for the art because those are two different.
I also did a comic strip in high school and college. So I have definitely the creative bone. It was
That's cool.
Sort of a political commentary, fun strip, a little bit Doonesbury-esque. I drew it and I wrote it and I syndicated it to other college newspapers, which was fun.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
But I'm really excited to come on and talk about the book. It's something I've been laboring over for the past couple of years. Really glad to have it see the light of day. The book sales are doing well. So I just want to thank all the people out there who have bought it and buy some more.
Yeah.
There you
So, so for everyone who doesn't have the book, if you don't have the book, first off, you've got to go get the book. I started reading it, and I will be honest, I am not a big book reader. And I started reading it, and I was like, okay. Yeah. It started to draw me in because, we've all had experiences, right, in grade school. We've all had those teachers that have been incredible, that have encouraged us to show up. And then we've had those teachers that really encourage us not to show up. And,
Yes.
And so it really kind of drew me in and goes, okay, going back and thinking about, for me, especially with everything that I have going on, it's where did I even start, and who were people outside of you and mom and the family who encouraged me to be who I am. And I will say, especially in my grade school, I don't think they encouraged any type of entrepreneurship. I got in a lot of trouble at school, specifically for renting gym clothes to kids so that they did not get detentions.
Yeah. Then the principal found out, and he was not entrepreneurial in the same way you were.
No, he wasn't as excited the fact that I was taking kids as lunch money so that they didn't get detentions.
You know.
Man, supply and demand.
Most of them did not need to eat that day.
Yeah.
It wasn't that big a deal.
It wasn't. So
I would say, Bob. So, like, were there people, aunts, uncles, other influential people, besides Brian's parents and yours dad there? So, were there other people that you recognize sort of being kindred spirits, influences, folks who were trying to make a difference? What's your memory of that?
Yeah, there was. I mean, I grew up 50 years ago. I graduated from high school, so grade school's been quite a while ago. And I grew up in a small farming community. I grew up on a dairy farm, so there was 23 kids in my high school graduation class, and I was near the bottom. Just because I struggled being motivated, but so I grew up in a very rural farming community, and my parents were farm people, wonderful people. But I decided that at some point I didn't want to be on the farm. The circus wasn't in town. Went to college, found out that college wasn't. I mean, I went through it, but it wasn't right. But I ended up getting into sales. And that was 50 plus years ago. And that was really where I got my entrepreneurial spirit at. I discovered as a straight commission salesperson that there was no limit if you had the guts and the courage. And part of your book is on the perseverance. I mean, you got some really great stories in there. But that's really where I guess. And then so I had opportunities to be around some guys like Tom Hopkins and Tony Robbins as I was kind of building my business 40 years ago. But I picked a lot up, and I did have some businessmen that were mentors to me. I was younger, so I didn't do well taking advice because when you're younger, you just assume
a lot
you
of
got
young
it
people
figured
are.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, that was a part of it, and I think just like in your book, Anthony, nobody gets there on their own, right? There is no quote unquote self-made person. There's people that walk along beside you through the journey. As I got older in life, you learn to shut up, listen, and take advice from people. And so I think that's a lot about me, and that's what we try to do. Is we are a consulting company, and we work with thousands of people out there over the 40 years. But it's just I tell people, just shut up, take my advice, and do what I tell you to do. Trust me. Okay, after 40 years, I know what I'm talking about, and some do, and I tell people the more pain they're in, the easier it is for me to get them to take the advice.
That's really
when
true.
when the state's knocking on their door to collect taxes and the bank's calling them, they're open to advice.
You mentioned Tony Robbins, straight out of Tony Robbins, the pain pleasure. If
Absolutely.
people are more motivated to avoid pain than to
Absolutely.
get pleasure. Yeah, I'm a big a fan of Tony Robbins and Zig Ziglar going back to sales.
Yeah, so I had an opportunity to meet him. I never got to work with him. Ken Blanchard, who did the 1 Minute Manager, got to work with him. But I worked not directly with Tony, but through one of his organizations. I got to work with him quite a bit. My wife and I have done the fire walks, all the things you have to do if you're a part of the NLP crowd. But anyway, but there was a lot of good stuff there. And I go back and even with Tony had a lot of people. Jim Rohn, I don't know if you're familiar with Jim Rohn or not. He's passed now, but he was one of Tony mentored to him too, things like that. So so there's everybody out there, regardless where they're at. Everybody's had people that's walked alongside him. It just is a part of it. So it's a big important piece.
Yeah, and as we're kind of talking about that, I know that's kind of where we're going to go with this podcast. And Anthony, I know that you have. You've made some incredible connections, right? Over the years of doing journalism and then having, different companies and being part of so many different companies, you've made a lot of really amazing connections. But one of the things, and we had someone last week ask us, is like, what encourages someone to start? What pushes them to take that step? So you've done the journalism, you did comic strips for college. So we know you started kind of at a young age, but what was it that took you from a career in journalism to owning your own business? I mean, and I know that you worked for you worked for another company for a while, and then you stepped on your own. But where was that point where you go, know what, I'm going to do my own thing. I want to be my own boss? What was that kind of starting point there? And then we'll talk about how you kind of got into the book.
I mean, really, honestly, going back to the grade school, I knew my second child was born in
Okay.
2010. So my ex-wife and I were looking at like how to navigate two careers, raising two kids. She was our second, and so it made more sense for me to pivot from journalism to public relations. And I really wanted to make sure that I was as present as possible. You know, my ex is also very present for the kids, just as much as I could be there. So I wanted to take a job that was a little less demanding than journalism. And for me, public relations opened that door. It allowed me to basically be present for them during the, you know, if there's a play or a game or whatever event I could go to. And that really motivated me to make that shift, as much as I knew I would miss journalism. And it was certainly a big shift. I mean, public relations is similar. And so, but honestly, like to be present for my kids for their grade school years, going to the whatever their events were, and that was what pivoted me to then eventually. I always thought, okay, I'm going to get my own business going. Started off working for another company, learned the ropes from a very Catherine Moore mentor, and that basically opened the door for me to get clients. And it's been about 7 years. So I recently changed the name to High Anthony Media, and just been running with it ever since.
Yeah. So what? Okay, and I have to ask this because I've been wondering where did you get the High Anthony from? How was that created?
It's a great question. So back in the days of AOL email or Yahoo email, my High Anthony at AOL, High Anthony at Yahoo was my email. And I just thought it was a clever email address at the time, like Hi Anthony, like someone's emailing me. I mean, the early days of email, it was very much like writing a letter, but electronically. Like we don't really think of it in that way, and maybe we do. But so Hi Anthony it just sort of rolled off the tongue. It was easy for people to remember. You just like now, you want to tell people a website or an email address. It was something easy for people to remember. And then about 5 years ago, I had somebody do my branding for me, and his advice was, after getting to know me and researching it, he thought, just run with the Hi Anthony. You're outgoing, you're friendly, it's easy for people to remember, it's a great brand name. So, and I have had it as my email since way back. So it's almost like using an old phone number and just keeping it rolling. So for me, it was just a no-brainer to stick with the Hi Anthony moniker. And like on Twitter, I'm Hi Anthony, and Facebook and Instagram, et cetera. So it just works, you know, in so many levels. And even HiAnthony.com, you can go there. I mean, it's easy for people to remember. And I always say Hi Anthony, not Hi Anthony. So it's a dad joke. And also it's just one more reason. It's another reason for people to remember that it's, you know, Hi Anthony. So, and you know, I think it fits my personality. So I'm a big fan of the name. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. And it's one of those things. I mean, I've seen you in multiple different things, whether it's with Mike and Cass or, you know, their book launch, or even on VFriends things. You know, I've seen them. I've seen your Hi Anthony on the VFriends aside. And so it was just one of those, out of curiosity, what made you, you know, kind of do that. So it works incredibly well. And I love it because it's very easy to remember. I will say, right when we first kind of connected, I was trying to remember. I was like, okay, what was his name? I was like, it's Hi Anthony. And I was able to find you pretty easily on social media under that. So, but so going from, you know, you now have your own company, right? And you're doing kind of public relations, that side of things. What was it where you go, okay, this is growing great. Let me write a book. I mean,
well,
you get bored, you needed.
It's a great question. So I had always intended to write a book, right? And so I had even looked this idea for this book, 5 People Who Change Your Life, just hearkening back to my grade school teachers, a love letter to them, etc. I had written myself an email in 2012. And I just did a quick search on my email. I was like, wow, look at that, 2012. So So it was something in the back of my mind, and then I started working on it a couple of years ago, and then I had a meeting with Gary Vaynerchuk in his office. I think it was August of 2023. I had seen him in May at VCon, his annual convention gathering of folks, and he had invited me for a 10-minute meeting to his office. I brought my son, so we were just chit-chatting mostly about family stuff, our kids, sports, that kind of thing, and I had offered to help Gary edit his book, Day Trading Attention, because in my role, I have edited some books. So I thought, well, that would be a book I would love to edit, right? So I offered, and then we were chatting more, and he asked if he could help me with something. So I had this in my back of my mind. I hadn't intended to ask, but I thought, well, what do you think of this idea? And he loved the idea. He grabbed right onto it. He's kind of gave me a kick in the butt, said, write the damn book. What are you waiting for? He loved, he sort of gave me sort of affirmation that it was a grand idea and that it should be done, and that he could see my passion, he could see my energy for it. So he was almost like, what's taking you? Like, why isn't it done already?
Yeah.
So that was about a year and a half ago. So I got my ass in gear and finished the book, and worked with the team in LA, Book Accelerator, Ashley Mansauer. She helped a lot with, as far as just me understanding. Although I was a journalist for many years, it's a lot of like writing a lead paragraph, some supporting paragraphs, cosmic, why does this matter? And then quotes. So writing a book is so different than that, but obviously writing is writing, right? So what I wanted to do was learn the structure of a book. Obviously it has a beginning, a middle, and an end, but there's a real structure. If you want to write a good book, this is like the style of a novel, for example, where you want to create some drama, some stakes in the beginning, and then you want to have like a crescendo toward the middle, and maybe feels like things are hopeful, but then there's some more drama, and then you wrap it up. It doesn't have to be a happy ending, right? It could be a sad. I mean, not every movie, TV show ends in it with a smile, but I wanted to learn the structure of the act 1, act 2, act 3, how to bring the reader through it, create some emotion, create some drama. And it was so much fun to do. Although, if you read the book, it's not, some of the stuff isn't fun. I mean, I think hopefully people come away with a hopeful message, but you wanted to, I just used what was real, what really happened to me. It's a true story. And then did it as an arc, as they say, and wrote the book. I mean, if you think about any rom-com or movies, there's always like, for example, pick on a rom-com, they're pretty basic, and the boy meets girl, and then something happens where one of them misunderstands the other person, or they go to the airport and miss each other on a flight, and then they seemingly break up, and they're never going to see each other again, and then now they reconnect and potentially live happily ever after, right? So there's a whole like, well, how do you get the audience to stay tuned? Why would you keep reading the book if it was just sort of a flat line, right? So you think about all the watching a show, you tune in after commercial, you tune in next week, you tune into the next season. Well, why do people do that? So there was an art to that I learned, and it was really fun. Not having written a book previously, I enjoyed learning the path of that story arc.
Yeah, well, and that's awesome. And then honestly, as you're describing that and the outline of a book, like how a book is supposed to work,
Right.
I'm sitting here thinking like, oh my God, this is my entrepreneurial life. It's like we have a peak and then we crash,
Yes.
and then we have a peak, but you kind of just keep pushing through it. And having someone like Gary, I think that you probably said it a little bit cleaner than what Gary. Just from knowing him, he might have been a little bit more
forceful.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but with that,
I'm 70 years old. Gary scares me.
yeah.
He's not so scary in person, I promise.
Yeah. I understand. I was like, okay, Gary, whatever you say, that's fine.
He's got chutzpah and bravado, that would make most people blush. So yeah, he's got high energy. So
and that's what you need. I mean, as an entrepreneur, you've got to, especially with everything he's doing, you've got to have that. But just those ups and downs it's really interesting. And one of the things that I know, especially as an entrepreneur, as an author entrepreneur, is, and we had a little bit of a conversation on this, is how do you keep, and you said how do you get them to watch the next episode? But
Right.
after you've done a book launch, I think one big struggle of a lot of authors is how do you keep that momentum going? How do you keep that hype, behind a book? And doing podcasts are great, and putting out stuff on social media. But this is something. I mean, you've written a couple books. Not that I've read any of them, but you've written some great books apparently. But it's one of those, from your perspective, it's what do you do about, how do you keep that momentum? How do you go from the highs of the book to the lows? And then, we're hoping for the happy ending, right? This is a Disney movie. Everyone comes home happy. We sing and dance and flowers and birds singing.
And everybody knows what happened to Bambi, and it wasn't a happy ending. So not every
Yeah,
Disney's
that's
happy ending.
a good point.
Disney actually does a good job of keeping it real. Not all their stories are smiley faces at the end.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you that my significant other, we watched Moana 2 for the first time the other day, and there were tears shed during the movie. So
yes.
they do a very good job, but it creates that emotion, right? And I think that's one thing that your book as well is it's creating an emotion. We can all connect to it somehow.
Yeah.
And that's with a book is, I think that's one of the things that how do you stay relevant, right? As people are reading through it, they go, oh my gosh, this impacted me. This brought up an emotion, and I'm going to share that emotion to someone else. But Bob, I mean, from your perspective, I mean, what would you think, what would be one thing that you go, how do I keep this conversation going? How do I keep the interest? How do I keep building on a book?
Well, I'm in a little better position maybe than what Anthony is, because I write books for the audience that I already have.
That's
Okay,
great.
so I have this 8,000 people that work with us, know us, and so my books are directed specifically to them. So manufacturers buy them and give them to all their dealers and things like that. So I cheat. I just start with an audience and write a book I think somebody will buy in quantities of 300 and 400 at a big conference. But it's the same thing. My books are all how-to books, how to be profitable, how to hire people, fire people, but they're all story-based. That's why I really enjoyed your book, because the lessons are in there, but it's wrapped into this story that's fun to read. I have to say, you had a pretty tough life, young man, as you're going through this. So it was really interesting to do it, but that's mine. I think so. Mine is automatically relevant. I think my wife writes also. She's working on her second book now. It's a hell of a hard task. Okay, it's because she writes mystery novels based mostly on strong women against evil strong women. Okay? That's kind of the theme. But she's got her audience. She kind of knows who her audience is. But to get it published, to go through all, it is a nightmare. I don't. To me, writing a book was easy because I already had a built-in audience. Right. I knew what they wanted to hear. They've listened to me for 40 years. I just needed to tell a fun story that took dealers from, oh my God, we're going to die, to, oh, Bob saved them. Right. So it's, I always got to I tell people, not all heroes wear capes, Anthony. So mine was a little bit easier because I had the audience already built in there. My wife, like you, are building an audience for it. And it's the exact same thing. So you get it out and you get it put out there, and then you get this kind of hit. Okay. And then it goes away. And the biggest challenge is then what's the next hit? How do you keep this book? Okay. Because it takes a lot of time to write one, number one. And the first question most people are going to ask you is, so what's your next book? Okay.
Yes.
When you're going to do your next
kid, you get married, you get engaged. When are you going to get married? You have a kid. When do you have the next kid?
Yeah,
exactly. So that's that's the hard. I think that would be the hard part that you have to deal with is, so how do you take this book that's a great book,
right?
And how do you keep it relevant? How do you keep doing that? And it's not an easy task. It's just not.
Thanks. I'm glad you read it, and I will say, that is. You have to get the audience to care, to buy it in the first place, hopefully to read it, and then keep them tuned in. So things like I'm working on a book signing. I might do a thing called a bourbon and book night at a club here.
I'll be there.
Yeah. Let us know when that is.
I'll let you know. Yes,
because
I'm in for that.
We really like the bourbon side of it.
it's a great reason to get people who might not otherwise come to a book signing to show up. Right?
Yeah, that's
So
awesome.
I mean, I'll give a nod to Gary and his day trading attention. So just, how can I keep the attention relevant? How can I keep people caring? How can I keep the attention rolling? So book signings, putting out podcasts. I'll get some interviews. Maybe I'll have you guys on. And then something extra for folks who have read the book, I'm going to do where maybe have a Q&A for people who want to ask about how did you write the book? How could they maybe put their story on paper? And I have to give a nod to my team in LA that's called Book Accelerator. They took care of a lot of that, as you were saying about your wife, Bob. They took care of a lot of that back end stuff, getting in the ISTN number, all the different things. There's a lot of moving parts.
There is.
Besides the writing and the editing, that's part of getting this to see the light of day. And they're a great team to work with. But I honestly think really it's about the attention and making moves or designing a roadmap that creates reasons for people to stay tuned and keep tuning in, not just for another book, but for this book along the way, right?
Yeah.
Even if I wrote another book, this book's still going to be relevant. Still, people are still going to want to buy it. Here, I have an audiobook. I'm going to record that in May. It'll come out in June. I'm getting podcasts done. I'm getting, as with you guys, a guest on a podcast. Book signing, maybe another book signing, a digital presentation. So there's so many different ways you can go, and then you just have to keep it compelling and interesting so that your audience, maybe there's a core group of people who care, stay tuned in, and then also attract new folks like with bourbon, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So and it really almost is like an endless well of ideas. It's just, can you execute them? Where do you have the energy for it? And then can you keep it rolling forward? But I think I have deep passion for this project. I'm really so happy to share it with the world. So I have lots of energy. So that there will be no shortage of energy from me.
Right.
It's really about creating the opportunities and then seeing them through.
Yeah. Well, and I think one of the things, for me, as I'm kind of thinking about this book, so of course I have kids in school, right?
Right.
And the teachers are, I will say at this point, we've got 2 weeks left of school. The teachers are just about as done as the kids are. But we always put
Dear
together,
Lord, let this child die.
yeah. But one of the things that we always do is we always put together kind of a thank you to the teachers at the end of it. And I'm thinking about, I think it would be great to put a book like this
That'd be awesome.
in where the teachers can go, and as they're recharging over the summer, this is not just a book, but this is hey, your teachers, you're doing a great job. Because of what you've done, you've helped people become, journalists. You've helped people become authors. You have created the next generation of entrepreneurs, right? They've also created the next generation of other things that, and it's like, maybe we could have tried a little bit harder.
There's a yin and a yang.
Yeah.
I would say like it's a great idea to give this as a gift for teachers, because it really is a love letter, a thank you note for teachers in the form of a book. And what better way to thank them? And if they do read it, I mean, I do think the story is deep and profound, that it really shows how teachers can make a difference, even if they don't know how much of a difference they're making, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how much my teachers knew about my home life, but they certainly knew that I needed some TLC, and they were very present, and they gave me some great reasons to come into school and do great. So I just feel like it really is a thank you for so many teachers. And I say at the end of the book, the world needs more teachers. There's certain elements of teaching which are so critical, obviously, to educate our children. But a lot of what goes overlooked is, are they a friend? Are they a confidant? Are they someone that our children can trust? Are they a person that they respect? Right. So there's so much more. We tend to think of that with coaches or clergy, like folks like that. But teachers in very many ways fill that role, and almost fill that role in a bigger way, because they're spending more time with our kids than even a coach or a clergy, or, even aunts and uncles, or sometimes even more than mom and dad. Right. So there's a lot of responsibility there for teachers, and some of them, I think, take it very seriously and really do give a lot to our kids. So I think for so many reasons, it makes a great idea, not just because it would sell more books.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it is. But again, like you say, I think the same thing. I don't think they all understand the impact that they have,
Correct.
on the kids. And again, I think this book really highlights the impact that it had, especially with you and all
Yeah.
the battles and stuff that you were having to deal with on the personal side with your family. It was more. Just quick question. So you started this idea back in, I think you said 2012.
Yes, when I wrote an email to myself about
Right.
doing this project. Yes.
And so what was then the catalyst? Obviously Gary was a part of that, but you had been working on this in your brain. What was the piece that, because that's the challenge with every entrepreneur. Everybody has a dream,
Yes.
and then they have this dream.
Well, I would.
But it's putting it into life, breathing life into it. What was that moment where you said, prior to Gary, okay, Gary
Right.
just scared you into doing it. Let's just face it. So
Well,
it
he
was a
inspired
terror.
me.
It inspired you. It was a terror thing.
I'm not scared of
You know,
Gary.
What
He's a
what
good
what
guy.
what was that? That
I mean, honestly, right around that time, my son had started going to school. And so I could see now as a dad, I was going to, obviously, he's going off to school. He's going to spend more time at school. So I knew that teachers were about to start playing a bigger role. So I had that in mind. And, and so I actually could see what really motivated me to get it done. And I was paying attention to how my own kids' grade school teachers were impacting their lives. Like my son had a first grade teacher who was also wound up being his fifth grade teacher. So he could really see the growth in my son Logan in those 5 years. He came in
Yeah.
as a more shy kid, and then, more bold and confident in fifth grade. So just the changes and I got to know that teacher pretty well on field trips. We'd hang out a little bit. So it was just for me, transformational to have the conversation with that teacher in Logan's fifth grade year, just talking to, here is another adult who's seen my kid grow over this time, and just to hear his perspective of the changes. He would see things that I hadn't seen, or just put it in words that were better than I could observe, right? And so for me, that really illustrated, okay, here's a great example. And then he had a first grade teacher, another teacher in kindergarten that was going through her own tough time at home. And I could see how the kids actually gave her back just by coming to
Yeah.
school, getting energy from them. And then my daughter, especially in middle school, had some really impactful teachers who were, honestly, I don't know if they were amazing or great teachers, to be honest, but I got to know them personally through going to school dances and fundraisers, PTA meetings, and I knew they were great people, right?
Yeah.
And I knew that the impact that some of these teachers had on both my son and my daughter. So that was really the impetus, the drive for me. Not only could I say, all right, well, for sure, these teachers made an impact on my life, but now I'm seeing as a dad, the impact on my own kids, right?
Yeah.
So it just gave me even more value and more drive to get this done, because it's one thing to experience it yourself. It's another thing to see others, especially people like my kids who you love, seeing the impact on them. And they had a very supporting mom and a very supportive dad and a lot of family, and very so yet still these teachers were such an important part, played such an important role in their lives. So there's no doubt in my mind that, teachers are undervalued and overlooked in many ways. So that was, really thought, oh, I got to get this done, because I want to, I covered tech and I covered the economy, and I had a really great time at Bloomberg and PR as well. But to me, I felt like this would make more of an impact if I'm going to put my fingers to a keyboard and really write a story. For me, this is bigger than those things, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, and you really are taking a passion, right? So, I mean, you had I can definitely tell you, you've had a passion for journalism. You've had a passion for public relations, right? And communicating that. But you took something that, I mean, and honestly, sharing a memoir, right, and your story, that's a little terrifying. I mean, I don't know if
Agreed.
I would necessarily share my whole story.
It's
right?
another reason I stalled and procrastinated 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's a fear that, whether you're an author, whether, whoever you are in the world of business, starting a business or doing that, it's, how are people going to see me? How are people going to receive this?
Right.
Whether it's from an author standpoint or not, you are putting a lot of your personal life out there.
Right.
And, because of that, you're not doing it just to be, to be on Amazon's top selling list, right?
Right.
You are truly doing something that's going to create a legacy. And I think that's where the power comes in from it, right? It's a, hey, teachers, your name might not be the name of my teacher. You're not the teacher that I had, but you're going to resonate with this. This is going to mean something to you. And we do notice, right? Because I think there's a lot of teachers out there that go, oh, well, does any parent actually notice what we're doing? Do they care? And there's a lot of parents out there that don't care. But you're showing them, hey, we do care, we do see, and it does make an impact. I will say I've had teachers that have made a huge impact in my life. My kids have had teachers that have made incredible impact too. I mean, I have a son who's nonverbal autistic, and this was his first year in school, and because of his teachers, he's become so much more vocal. He's really, really coming out of his shell. And they don't get enough praise for that. But I mean,
they have
like I said,
a deep and lasting impact, and this
oh,
book
absolutely
underlines that. And to your point about the story, like for me, what's more powerful than a personal story? I mean, for me, it's not for everyone.
Yeah.
I get not everyone memoir would be their thing. Maybe it's easier to write about, building a car engine or whatever, right? So, but really, it's about what you're passionate about. And I knew for me to spend late nights and get up and edit this thing, and just put in all the hours it would take, it did spread it over, a couple of years. But in order to do that, to have the real energy for this project, which, as you said, is a passion project for sure. Like for me, nothing better than a deep and personal story to motivate, because my name is on the book and it is my story. So I'm going to be tuned in to every word to make sure it really resonates and rings true. And at least for me, that was all the motivation I needed to either to start it, to get it done. And once I was on the path to getting it done, not that it came easy, but the words did come pretty easily. It's almost like, and I will say anyone who's having trouble writing or just getting off the starting block of a passionate idea, entrepreneur, sales, any of it, like there's nothing like putting yourself in the moment of having to do it. If you have to dive off a diving board, you could think about that dive 17 times every night before bed, but you don't really know what you're going to do until you get to the edge of that board.
Yeah.
And you actually might find an energy and a resource in you that is just not there in your brain thinking about it, right?
Yeah,
so I would say,
absolutely.
like, for me, many reasons I stalled on writing this, and a lot of them were that thought by paralysis, et cetera. We're just worried about how would I tackle certain issues. But then when I got there into the moment of writing, the solution to those problems actually came quite easy, which I didn't realize was going to happen. So you can't cannonball into a pool if you're afraid of water until you're standing on the edge of the pool, and then you can do it, or you don't do it. But maybe somebody yells something, or there's somebody who's motivating you, or whatever it is that gets you to jump in. Well, now you're in the pool, and all the thinking, it's all the worry's gone, right? As long as you're swimming or coming up.
There could still be some other worries, but
right. I mean, lifeguard, but it's really about having faith in yourself and understanding that the resources are in you, and until you push, you're just never going to give them a chance to surface, right?
Yeah.
So if there's anything I could say that would encourage people to do something that they're stalling on doing, it may not even be writing a book. It could be a litany of items, right? It's just put yourself in that moment of truth and see what happens.
Absolutely.
Right. And because you might surprise yourself on what you have inside, or what's going to come rolling out of you, that you can't tap it until the moment. Right.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, again, and you had like finding your 5 people, but you got to find people that will push you in the pool.
Yes.
Right. Say, because you may not ever get off there, but you've got that person that says, look, I'm just going to shove you in here.
Yeah. And Gary kind of figuratively did literally, I mean, he gave me that push I needed. And once I shared this story idea with him, there was no turn in my head. There was no turning back. Like now I told other people, etc. But once I told Gary, I felt like I just had to show him and make good on the promise. Right.
Yeah.
And finish it, because he was so inspired with the idea, as he was inspired as I was, me sharing it, him sharing his energy back. I was like, all right, well, if this resonates that well with him, and I know it's going to be great, then then I have no more excuses. I see
Yeah.
to your point, Bob. Yeah. Getting somebody behind you, 1, 2, 3, and whoever it is, and it might not be the people you think. It might not be your best buddy.
Right.
It could be somebody you take a bus ride with, or you get on an airplane for 3 hours, and you really get fired up talking to somebody. So you never know where those inspirations are going to come from.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely find
Uh,
your 5 people if you can.
Exactly.
Well, and I would just have to say, I mean, I'm glad that you jumped. I mean, and I, again, I'm not a big reader. I'll be the first person to admit that I am not a big reader
Because you are dyslexic.
because I am dyslexic. I
so-
grew up when I was younger. I was very, very dyslexic, and so
Okay.
reading was always a really big task to me. It was hard. It
Right.
didn't make sense. As I've gotten older, I still have that PTSD. It's like, oh my goodness, this is gonna take me forever. But when I do get into a book that I find interesting, I find that my brain kind of quiets, right? And I can actually focus on it. And I was able to do that, with your book. And I think a lot of people are going to be able to do that. It is to go into what you wrote. It's
Right.
yeah. I kind of pulled away. I would say pulled away from reality a little bit and go, okay, I'm in your shoes now. Because again,
Yes.
we've all lived that experience to some extent. It might not have been as high. It might have been higher. You
Right.
never know. But I think every single teacher out there will resonate and know a child who was like you, who they go, wow, did I make that change? Did I make that impact?
Right.
And so I'm very excited and very, I think it's awesome that you wrote this book. I'm definitely going to be ordering some more to give to the kids, or to the kids for their teachers at
So,
school.
I think everybody, I know you're on TikTok here now. You got
Yeah.
4,000 or 5,000 followers on there, but I'm just going to challenge everybody. I think, again, every teacher, if you're a parent and you've got a kid in school, and if you've got 3 kids in school, buy 3 books.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give one, put a thank you note in the book, say, thank you so much for what you do for my kids. Here's a book I think you're going to enjoy.
Absolutely.
The other thing I would encourage you to do is to take people and encourage them to reach out to their public libraries and say, do you have this book? And if not, would you put it in the library
Yeah,
for us? Because
Right.
it's a great thing to do. And libraries are looking for things like this all the time.
absolutely.
And if you just simply go in and ask, say, hey, do you have this book? And they go, no, we don't. Say, well, would you mind doing it?
Yeah,
And you would be amazed how much many copies would get out there that way. But I
Yeah.
love the idea. I think I would challenge everybody
Yeah.
that's a parent, regardless if your kids are in high school, middle school, or elementary school. This is put a thank you note in them for being a part of that child's life. Give
Yeah.
them this book and say, I don't know if you know how important you are to kids.
yeah.
This is a book I really would love for you to read, just as a thank you for what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody, so we're live on TikToks, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch, we're live on Instagram. Everyone who's here, especially, I mean, we've have 1,200 people who've been on our TikTok live watching this, right?
That's
So
great.
every one of you, if you have a kid, definitely go out and check it out. With that being said, Anthony, where do I find this book?
So currently Amazon.com. Just go to
Okay.
Amazon.com, type in grade school or grade school Masucci, it'll come up. It's about to be available in other places like Barnes and Noble and other bookstores. It's just
Okay.
we're getting that. It's all getting listed,
Yeah.
and I'll know pretty soon that it's live, and I'll alert people on social media.
Perfect.
And one good thing for folks who may be daunted, the idea of reading a book might feel daunting. I did write it from the perspective of 10-year-old me. I thought
Yeah.
it would be more impactful for the reader to read it through the eyes and the words of a child. And it was
Yeah.
relatively easy for me to channel that inner child. And so, because it was me, but it wasn't hard at all. And
Yeah.
and also I wanted it for people to really feel the emotion. I felt like it was better to write it as much as possible in that voice rather than a retroactive later voice. And I think that may have helped with why it's connecting
That's
well
great.
with folks. So I'm really pleased to hear that. So that's great.
Yeah.
And I actually have been working with the New York Public Library, so we'll get it in there also. And
It's great.
audiobooks coming in June. So there's a lot of different ways it's going to come out. Barnes and Noble and other booksellers too. But for now, Amazon.com, it's paperback, ebook, and hardcover. If you just search my name, it'll pop right up.
Yeah. Yeah. So everyone who is on the TikTok, I will have our recording of this podcast, so you guys can't actually see the full podcast right now. You guys are kind of the behind the scenes, but it is grade school, and it is Anthony, and it is MASSUCCI. So MASS here.
There you go.
That is a great, and we will create a thumbnail of that right there, so you guys can see it. Amazon.com. Go check it out. I encourage everyone to go to get one or however many children that you have.
Say, we ought to make a challenge that we can
Yeah.
move 15 to 20,000 of these books.
Yeah.
I mean, so-
Let's do it. I'm in.
I mean, why not? I'd like
Yeah.
to say, I don't know how many teachers are out there, and I know all these kids
Oh,
are
yeah.
out there, but this
It's a
to me
great
is
end of year
simple
gift.
one.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd say,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
unless you're a loser,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, and you don't want to participate,
Yes.
but I feel like they do. This is one
Absolutely.
of those things that I think every teacher that got this as in a thank you note as a gift, number one, they're going to treat your child better the next year.
Oh, absolutely.
Because now you know they can be bought.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And there's value, and there's always value.
Yes.
So, but anyway, it's a great book.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a good point. So from our side, from the Unplugged Unfiltered side, you know, let's challenge everybody out here. Let's do what, 12,000 by the end of this school year.
That's great.
I mean, that what gives us 3 weeks.
Every
3,
teacher
4
should
weeks.
have one of these in their hands.
Every teacher. I mean, and I don't think with everyone on here. I mean, that would be assuming that everyone on our TikTok has 10 children.
Well, they should have.
But yeah.
We need to increase the population in the
Yeah.
U.S.
So-
This is a good goal for all.
But with everyone out there, share. I mean, as you share this video, share this book out, and I think it's going to be a
It's great.
pretty awesome thing. So, Anthony, I appreciate your time so much. I look forward to it. Anyone who's watching this recording, I'm going to make sure I have a link for the book below.
Thank you.
On this, and if you guys want, I'm going to make sure that Anthony's social media is also linked to this. So it's Hi Anthony Book. Is that correct?
So on Instagram, it's Hi Anthony Book.
Okay.
On Twitter, it's Hi Anthony. And if you
Okay.
just search Hi Anthony in Google, you'll find a few different places. to
Perfect.
find me.
Yeah.
Just so it does for teachers, just to your point, it says, we, your students, feel you throughout our lives. The world needs more teachers. It thanks teachers right at the end for
Yeah.
supporting all of us. And I think, yeah, it's a great, and the more teachers to get this book, I'll be delighted because I think it really
Yeah.
will
great.
touch their hearts. And so many people have teachers they love. So it's a great way to honor them. So
Absolutely. So again, guys, that's going to be our goal. We're going to try to get 12,000 of these. That's through 4,000. Math was not my strongest suit either.
Math is hard.
4,000 books each week for the next 3 weeks. Let's
All
see if
right.
we can push it for Anthony. Let's see if we can push it for the teachers. But on that note, our time is up. So we're going to go ahead and unplug Anthony again. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's been incredible getting to know you over the last couple of weeks. It truly
Yes.
has. And
same here,
and
bud.
really appreciate you coming on here. We're gonna on our social media. We're gonna put we're gonna start keeping track of it. So
Let's move some
Anthony,
books.
Beautiful.
you and I will kind of be in touch. I know it'll be kind of hard for us to figure out who's coming from what,
Just
but
assume they all came from us.
yeah,
Okay. I'll give you all the
Any
credit.
book you sell from this moment on all came through
yeah,
us.
yeah, I know. So if you guys bought a book, make sure you go onto our social media. Let us know that you guys bought a book, and
You'll love it. It's a great book. It is
Yeah. Yeah, and we're excited to be able to share this with you guys from the incredible mind of Anthony. So, Anthony, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Bob, Brian, thank
and-
you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. So let's get this book pushed. And with that note, we are going to officially unplug from the podcast. So thank you guys. You all have a great night, and we will catch you next week. We have an incredible show coming up next week too. So make sure that you tune in for social media on our social medias to see what's going on next week. So with that, we'll catch you all later. Have a great night.
Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, with 2 rows of Knicks next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When our aim never disappoint, so we have the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When our aim never disappoint, so we have
Welcome everyone to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, and today we have two incredible guests. They are a power couple, incredible entrepreneurs, and they really have become a true inspiration for me on my business. And when I tell you the amount of information that they have just downloaded into me has been incredible. I take advantage of every opportunity to learn everything I can from them. But I am so excited to have Cass and Mike on here. And yeah, it's going to be a great podcast. So I will have to say, I am prepared. Let's see here. I am prepared to, I even brought my gloves from the farm. We are prepared to shovel some shit today. So
Nice.
anyways,
Nice.
I'll let you guys kind of introduce yourselves. Who are you guys? What have you done? I know you guys have done some pretty incredible things. So give us a little bit of background on who you guys are.
All right. I will start. Cass Lazaro, serial entrepreneur. Started my journey into entrepreneurship with my first company, golf.com. Was able to get Mike to join us, and we went from there working together for the last 30 years on companies like Buddy Media, 100+ investments. We have a VC firm, and we do some private equity deals as well. So thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys definitely have your hands full, and I imagine, Cass, you probably just have your hands full with Mike. I think Mike and I kind of have the same mentality, and it's really hard for us to stay focused on one project at any given time. So,
Pretty much true.
Yeah. So awesome. And Mike, what about you? I mean, I'm kind of the same thing. I know that, but tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, so went to Northwestern University where I started my first company, and soon after graduating, I met Cass at a wedding. And the single best thing I did in my life is I asked her to dance with me, which was not something I did often because I was scared of asking women to dance just because I was shy. And I don't know why, but I did. And the rest is history. We hit it off. We had a shared love of companies and early internet. And 28 years later, and 8 companies, and 4 dogs and 3 kids and whatever else we've done later, here we are on Unplugged.
Yeah. Well, I like I said, I am so excited to have you guys on here. Again, after coming or seeing your guys' book launch, I just everything that you guys have put out, I tried to absorb. I mean, you guys have done such an incredible job as entrepreneurs and as business owners and building businesses that just have done incredible, right? And not only that, one of my favorite things is the atmosphere that I've seen you guys create in your companies. It's just incredible. But anyways,
I'm fangirling a little bit. I will say that much. So
That's
you guys,
very nice of
Appreciate the
you.
comments.
so it's awesome to have you guys on here. But I think that we should really start shoveling. So if you guys don't know, Mike and Cass just released a book. Well, it's still in pre-sale, correct? It's
That's right.
Yep, pre-sale.
June 3rd, it comes out.
June 3rd. Yeah. So June 3rd it comes out, but they just released a book called Shoveling Shit. And if you're an entrepreneur, you understand what that title means as an entrepreneur, right? It's you're constantly shoveling shit, whether it's from finances, whether it's employees, whether it's there's so much stuff that you have to shovel. So Mike and Cass, give us a little bit of a background on the book. Tell people kind of what are they going to be able to gain from it. And then also, if you guys have purchased a book in here, make sure that you comment. We're also going to pick one of our viewers. If you haven't already purchased a book, we're going to give away a book. Plus, we're also giving away a pack of the brand new Topps Chrome's V-Friends cards, which
Oh, wow.
are pretty hard to pick
These are
up.
hard to get.
They're kind of hard to get, but we're giving that away. If you did purchase the book, or if you purchase it during this live, you will get 3 packs of V-Friend cards. So definitely go on there. Make sure you get the book. If you do buy the book, post it in the comments that you've got the book. That way we know if you get a book from us or if you get 3 packs of V-Friends cards. So honestly, I'll stop rambling. I'll let you guys kind of tell us a little bit about this incredible book.
Well, thank you. That's, first of all, a great offer. So the book, Shoveling Shit, a love story about the messy path, about the entrepreneur's messy path to success, is really our culmination of 50 plus cheat codes that we have learned the hard way. And we put it together to try to help as many entrepreneurs as we can. They are hopefully going to allow entrepreneurs out there to not step in the shit like we did. And I think they're pretty common sense ones, but there's also some really strategic ones. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we've made every mistake in the book. We've had some success, a lot of failures that led to success, a lot of failures that led to more failures and more failures. So, we've done 100 investments in other companies, tech and water and some sports teams. And we've just worked with a lot of entrepreneurs. And this was basically the sum of all the stories and all the lessons that we keep saying over and over and over again. And really the next 50 years for us is, less about just making money, even though we love making money. We're capitalists. It's kind of what we do. We really are looking for impact. How can we impact, the most number of people, specifically entrepreneurs? So we love working with you, Brian, super talented, your industry, you've had huge success, and, you're very close to launching kind of a software product that's really going to, I think, take the industry by storm. And so no one will be happier than us when you do that. And so it's just, we're addicted to seeing entrepreneurs win. And this is our way of scaling our attempt to help entrepreneurs win, because, it's how the country was built. It's how, everything you see. An entrepreneur said, wouldn't it be cool if this existed, or this needs to exist? And sometimes we forget that, as we kind of deal with the day-to-day and everything that's going on in this crazy world. It's really great entrepreneurs with vision who have created the best country in the world.
Yeah. Well, and it's like you said, everything has definitely been created, through an entrepreneur, but there's been a lot of entrepreneurs that have made the mistakes that you guys give us the cheat codes to, right? I mean, how many of everything that's been created, 20 times, 100 times more than that has been attempted? And it is a, I was talking to my spouse last night. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, do I really, this is, working 18-hour days, but it's worth it, right? It's worth it. And again, having people like you, and I'm so excited to get the book. I will tell you, I am not a book reader. I don't typically read a book. Bob's written.
You are like
4
Mike.
books. He's written 4 books, and I've read 0 of them.
0 of them.
And my mom has also written a book, and I have
Yeah.
yet to read it as well. But I am really excited. So for me, sales is his thing, and that's a lot of what your books are about. Sales is great, but I love building businesses, right? I love that side of it, and so I'm really looking forward to reading Shoveling Shit.
Well, sales
and
is what it's about, right?
It
Like,
yeah,
I mean, that's our life. Like, we're not engineers. We're not, we love tech, but we've hung our hat on sales and marketing, and so
yeah,
many great products never are introduced to the world.
yeah.
So I wouldn't downplay your pops. I'd run out and
No, no.
Yeah.
I'd run out and read those books.
I know.
Unfortunately, he has children, which are my grandchildren, so I still have to put up with it, Mike,
Kids,
and I
yeah.
will for the kids. And it's all for the kids. So, but let me ask you a question. Like I say, my company's 40 years old, and we've been blessed with what we do. But I didn't grow up in an entrepreneurial family. I grew up on a dairy farm. So when your book was titled "Shoveling Shit," going been there, done that,
Yeah.
as a part of what you do, and nor did
Literally.
my wife's side. So one of the battles that I had becoming an entrepreneur is I didn't grow up around anybody. Did you guys, Cass? What did your family do? Or did they spurn you because you were going to be an entrepreneur and not work for the man?
It's funny, I went to bed last night and I don't know, odd thought came to my head. I am the least educated of my siblings and my parents. So it was interesting to see. I think really being the last child and being 5.5 years younger than my closest sibling in age made me have to do a lot of stuff on my own and rely on myself and also bet on myself. And so I just kind of figured out how to do things, and I had no fear because I realized no one else was really going to, step up and give me anything or help. Because my poor mom, 4 kids, no help, nothing. And my dad was on the road when he got to be managing partner of a law firm after, 20 years of hard work. He became this great leader that I wanted to follow. And I kind of absorbed all of the lessons that he did, which was he brought humor, he brought empathy, he brought, this ability to moneyball people to really look at their strengths and put them in the right position. So I think that's where it kind of combined for me. And then you throw in my ridiculous, competitiveness and my discipline from being a trained athlete for so long. And, that's the kind of entrepreneur I am now.
Yeah. How about you, Mike? Did you grow up in an entrepreneurial family, or were you an outcast? You had the choice
Yeah,
of
no,
starting a business or going to the circus, and you picked the business. Is that
No, I had an entrepreneurial family. It was really my, stepfather who I grew up with. So I lived with him. My parents were divorced very young, and I moved in with him, I think, when I was around 6 years old. He ran his own money management firm,
okay?
and he did it his whole life. So he started when he was 21, and he's around 80 now and hasn't retired. So he's just done it for 60
Good for
years.
him.
My dad building, houses in Frederick, Maryland, working for himself, and then launching a home inspection business. So they're and most importantly, my grandfather, who was one of my closest friends, lived till 96, built about 12,000 low-income housing units in Baltimore, Maryland. They're very different businesses than what we eventually started. Not that different from what we invest in. We invest in a lot of real estate and now service companies and other stuff. But, my memory was having basketball games that my parents showed up, being able to do a vacation every year, prioritizing family around the holidays. And so it was really the independence of running your own business and not having to sit behind a desk and be beholden to someone else's schedule. I think that's what left the biggest impact. I wanted that life.
Yeah.
Versus others who I saw were had more of a struggle showing up, for their kids, just because of life, right? You just have, bosses and others who, when you're the boss, it's a lot of responsibility that comes with it, but also some freedom that my parents enjoyed.
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing. And I will say, and again, not to take it, I mean, sales is incredibly important. And I would say
It's everything.
it is
So
everything.
just to get that clear,
because you
sales
could
is
build the best
everything.
product in the world, right? And if you
Yeah,
don't sell it,
exactly
it really doesn't go anywhere. But with his books, I will say that I've probably heard him say everything in his book about 1,000 times. But one of the things
That's
that
the
you
perk of
said,
being a speaker. You get to
Yeah.
repeat your material over and
yes,
over and over.
and we are his practice audience.
Exactly.
So, but one of the things that you said, Mike, that really spoke to me, and is something that I remember getting on a specific highway. I think had just turned 16, or maybe I just turned 15, and was driving with my dad, and he said one thing, and it's always kind of stuck. Is what does freedom look like to you? Because freedom to everyone's different, right? There's some people that they're more than content being at a 9 to 5 job, and their freedom is their weekends, right? But I think as entrepreneurs, you have to say, okay, what does my freedom look like? And like you said, being able to show up, being able to go on a vacation, being able to have that on schedule, it is definitely something that I know for me as an entrepreneur that I'm always looking forward to. But I think the thing that most people don't tell you is that doesn't come until like year 15 or
Yes.
20.
Yeah.
You're spending
Oh, yeah.
18 hours a day, 20 hours a day. Heck, if there was 28 hours in a day, you'd probably try to spend that trying to
Yeah.
build your
It's not an overnight, success story. It's 30
Yeah.
years in the making. And I'm sure the same with you, Bob. Like this, people might see all of the glorification of what it is to be an entrepreneur, but they're not seeing that every day you get punched in the face at least multiple
yeah.
times,
Yeah,
and you're having to go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you're exactly right. I think I was laughing. My wife and I were meeting with our business attorney. We've got some things we're doing with our business. And she said, I said, well, why did you write that the way you did? And she says, well, because, if something happens, I don't think it'll ever happen. But if your business failed, and I said, oh, it's failed a couple of times. I just refused to put it away.
Yeah.
9/11 was our biggest moment. I used to get all my money from speaking. And when 9/11 happened, nobody
Right.
would put all of their people on the same plane at the same time and take them to a national meeting. So we had to completely reset who we were and become not a speaking business, but a consulting business.
Right.
And so, but again, I think, as you guys know, there is no straight path, right? I mean, you're on a winding highway, and you never know what's over the next hill.
and
But-
sometimes you have to turn around.
Exactly.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then, or you take the wrong turn, and it's a day of like, you start off like Mike and I would remember those days. We'd wake up, you'd be like, look, like, it's like when the kids, we're almost too quiet. We're like, wait, what's going on? We're
Yeah.
like super happy. And then 5 seconds later, you're like, okay, so this is the shit that's coming my way.
Yes,
Exactly.
absolutely.
And I think, Cass, that's a big thing. There's an old saying: the longer you're on the wrong train, the more expensive it is to get home.
Yes.
And so it's being aware also about, oh man, this is going nowhere, and having
Right.
enough, getting enough of your ego out of the way to look. I
Yes.
think that's
Ego's been
the
a
same.
big thing.
It
Yeah.
is. You gotta
We
put
always
it-
say that.
Yeah. So as you look at your kind of cheat codes, what was, Cass, I'm going to start with you. What was your number one aha as you were writing the book? You obviously are writing, right? And then there's kind of this is the sweet one right here. Okay. This is what everybody needs to know. This one thing. What was your one thing? Well, the book is going to be full, I'm sure, of lots of different things. Was there a one that you went, well, if I could teach somebody nothing but
That's-
this thing, what would it be?
That's a tough one. If I had to teach, I would go with transparency. So one of the ways that Mike and I led was with like complete transparency, and sometimes to a fault. So we would gather employees for, monthly, quarterly meetings, all hands meetings, and we'd give them the financials, how much was left in the bank, what we hit for that month, the numbers, what we fell short on. And so, there were no surprises to our employees. And so I think if I had to teach one lesson, it's that the more authentic you are, the more transparent you are, the more glue you have with your employees, with your teams, so that when you do have to do a U-turn, you have to do a pivot, that they stay with you because they trust you.
Yeah. Well, so my question, just as a entrepreneur with a new company that I'm going to have a substantial amount of employees for.
I have that fear. It's like I say, at what point, like, what if you're too transparent and then you lose everybody? Is where do you kind of go? Okay, how do you get over that hump of saying, let's say the company's struggling financially, and it's like, oh, are they all going to walk out? Are they?
Well,
Where is?
you're not pitching this on a daily basis that's saying, like, oh my gosh, like we're still struggling, we're still struggling.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going to reframe it in a way that says, hey guys, so here's what we're doing, here's what we're falling short on. This is what I need everyone to do. And you're going to sync it up to your actual, biggest rock priorities and your mission, right?
Yeah.
Like our goal is to do this. And I know we can do it. We just have to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Right. And then you're going to say, we're falling short, but I know this team can do it.
Yeah.
So we would always pair it with, if we were delivering bad news, with our mission and our goal, so that we could actually, get some momentum behind people saying, oh, I can make a difference if I just did this a little bit harder, or if I was paying attention a little bit more.
Yeah.
So that's how I would do it.
That's awesome. I mean, and I think that every entrepreneur, that's watching, I mean, we have quite a few people on our TikTok that are watching right now. And I think getting to that point is crucial. And we all, I think, as entrepreneurs have to have those hard conversations, right? Because again, it doesn't matter the size of the company. There's always issues. There's always things that come up. But starting off small, when you're a small company, and building in that transparency and building that up as an entrepreneur, I think is so helpful. So when you do get to that larger size, it's just second nature. So that's awesome.
I think, again, I tell all of the dealers I work with that capitalism works best when everybody gets to participate, not only
Yes.
the owners, but all the employees too. And we're massive believers in bonuses and, performance
Yep.
bonuses and stuff for everybody. Even the guy that cleans the dealership outside.
Exactly.
Everybody gets to play and participate in capitalism if we all do good. So I'm with you. I read a book back in the late 70s, early 80s called The Great Game of Business. And it's a great book. And the whole book is about how this guy turned his business around by teaching his people how to read the financials. So when you first started as employee, he taught them how to read the financials. And it's called Springfield Remanufacturing. They remanufacture engines for agricultural equipment. And everybody then got their bonuses based upon the profitability of their line. And so it changed the whole company. It's a wonderful book, but that was his whole philosophy. Now, back in the 80s, nobody shared Mike, nobody shared it financials with anybody. As a matter of fact, as I'm working with business owners that are 70 and 80 years old, they go like, well, why would I want them to know that? I go, well, because you want to teach them how to be an entrepreneur. You want to get them to start understanding how you think, but it's a game changer when you start doing it. Mike, how about yourself? What was that one aha moment as you guys were doing the book that you went, boy, if I could share just one thing out of this book that to me was that aha, what was yours?
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is there's so much, and we tried to model this based on where your company is. And so we start off the book talking very much about, a little bit about our background, but about the imbalanced life of the entrepreneur. So you have all the rights and responsibilities, and freedom, but comes with, a toll. And I think if I look at kind of the key cheat codes, starting with how to pick a founder and how to, pick a business that is going to scale and how to raise money. And I think that the most impactful lesson is about focus. You can't do everything at once. You could do anything you want. You just can't do it all right now, right? And the best companies hyper focus and they decide on doing. So if their mission is to be the number one dealer software, whatever it is, what do you have to do to get there, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't go from 0 to $1 billion in revenue overnight. You got to go get to 100,000 in revenue beforehand, right?
Yeah.
And so it's about kind of picking those priorities, ordering them stack ranked order with very very clear metrics for each one. And less is more. Unfortunately, I'd like to do more. I wish more was more, but a small company can really only do 2 or 3 things in any given year. A big company, maybe 10. I mean, like Salesforce, we had 10 things that we did every year. You know, it's 70,000 employees.
Yeah.
And so ask yourself, what do you want to be as a business? So if you want to be number one dealer software, what's it going to take today to get there? And prioritize that. And then do that every day, every week, every month, right? Every year. And before you know it, 5 years later, you've made a lot of progress, even though every day seems pretty insignificant.
Yeah.
How about detractors? So, like I say, I've been doing this a long time, and I'm sure you guys still have, with the incredible success you've had, there's still people that question and doubt your sanity at times. I'm guessing they're at higher levels maybe than they were when you first started. But when you first start a business, there's a lot of people that are naysayers. They become distractions. You get sucked into their self-doubt at times. So how do you deal with that, Cass? I'm sure you had them when you first started. Nobody ever heard of golf.com before, right?
Right.
So how did you deal with that?
It sucks because, you want the people around you, and, sometimes the naysayers are your closest family, right? They could be your siblings, they could be your parents, whoever it is. They're shedding doubt and projecting that out onto you, and your job is to ignore it. Obviously, if you've made the decision, and you have to, first of all, and Mike can kind of run you through this, whether you should greenlight your idea. Right? That's the first thing. So let's assume you've gone past that and the unit economics make sense. Then it's your job to just not listen to them. And I think we had a leg up because Mike doesn't really care about what other people think or say. And for me, I've spent my entire life, playing sports, like playing tennis, competitively at such a high level that you have to concentrate on what thoughts are coming in and what you allow into your brain. And to me, I would always reframe it and make it like something competitive. They're saying we can't do this. Let's figure out how we can and show them up.
Yeah, I think there is a psychological term for Mike. I think it's called sociopath. I have no emotion. Don't worry about it. So how about you, Mike? I mean, again, from a distractor standpoint, because I know as I'm working with especially younger business owners, and they're going like, well, I'm getting all this, I'm getting all this, I'm getting all this. And kind of the same thing, Cash. You got to learn to block it out. You did it as a professional, as an athlete.
It's not that,
yeah, do it. Mike, how about yourself?
It's not that I don't care what others think.
Cass doesn't think you do. I'm just going to be honest.
Meaning,
I don't
you know
care.
what I'm saying, Mike.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying.
So I think many great entrepreneurs, and I don't know if we're great yet, but we've had some success, do not look at external validation as their driving force, which is hard today in this world of social media and Instagram and TikTok, which ironically we're on right now. So, they look inside, what do I want to do? What kind of life do I want? Like, they're burning with this need to create something. And it's not just a flicker of a flame, it's an enduring light, right? It's always there. You have to do it. Like, you talk to entrepreneurs and they're like, yeah, it's like really stressful and lonely, and I have imposter syndrome, all this stuff, and there's nothing else I'd rather do, right? There are other things which produce the same level of like fear, uncertainty, doubt, and angst that you never want to do, right? Like, jump out of an airplane isn't something I've ever wanted to do. Like, I don't love sharks. Like, I'm scared of sharks. Like, I
feel like we're in therapy session.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, entrepreneurs realize that it's both tough with a lot of suffering, not a lot of positive feedback. Your family thinks you're crazy. You're trying to maintain whatever relationships you have in your life, and there's nothing you'd rather do. So it's this like dichotomy, which is why we call it shoveling shit a love story, right? It's not that we think, it's just a life of misery that you're just shoveling. it's that's where you find your purpose. And if you're looking for your purpose from family, friends, the public, others, that's just going to be a very difficult path. And I had the benefit of basically dying twice, almost dying. I have an artificial heart valve. I've, had some health issues. And so that just gave me a new perspective. And I remember my mom saying, like, oh, after your second open heart surgery where they put in the valve and rebuilt part of it, I had a lightness and like I don't give a fuck anymore type attitude.
Yeah.
And I hear that again and again
Yeah.
from others who like saw because it's basically like, what's the worst thing that can happen with this business? Like, I'm alive. Like, I've already
Yeah.
escaped death twice. Whatever. If it goes out of business, I have my life. I got my family. I've got, hopefully my health, which, I can't really take for granted. And so it's not that like the best entrepreneurs care a lot, but what they are tuning into, what their customers are saying, right? Like they're
Mhm.
tuning into like the right people who should be providing feedback.
Yeah.
What do your employees think? You should care about that a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you also think, so always people say this, well, if you didn't do this, what else would you do? And I said, I can do anything because I know how to make a business work. So it doesn't really matter anymore at that point. You kind of have that confidence that you get from understanding it. It's kind of like you understand the force. You say, okay, now I know how to manipulate the force and make it work. And that's the other thing I tell young entrepreneurs. I said, you'll get to a point where you get it, and you'll say, I got it. Because there's kind of this epiphany that happens. And again, it's not a gradual thing. To me, it was just kind of like this, I got it. And once you got it, right?
And
And you can do anything. You can do
what the it is really confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And confidence in the ability to figure it out and not be thrown off your game because something doesn't go your way, right?
Right.
Like we've had companies that the bank accounts were frozen because it was owned by a Russian oligarch who was put onto a do not touch list, right? We've had, bankruptcies where we had to buy a company back. We've had all these things. And I think what happens and what we're trying to do with the book, and I think we're seeing it with Brian right now. Like Brian came in to us, I'm like, man, you're a baller entrepreneur, but there are a few things that you weren't that confident in, right? I'm not going to go into it right here, but like you very recently had some unlocks,
Yeah.
which only comes from your confidence. There's nothing I did. There's nothing Cass did. You knew the answer. It was in there somewhere, but you needed to kind of get it out in a way and trust your gut, trust yourself. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to do with the book is like just putting up a mirror to saying, we understand you. Here's what helped us get through all of these situations. And you have everything you need. You just need maybe a few cheat codes to like push through.
Yeah. Well, and again, I mean, on that, it's like you said, you didn't necessarily give me the answer to the problem I was having, but you told me where not to look for it. You saved me the time because, I was going down a path that I was very confident. I was like, okay, this is the right path. This is what Google said to do. Right. And I was like, oh, this is going to be great. And then we have a conversation. You're like, yeah, don't do that. You're going to have to shovel a lot more shit if you go that direction. And so I was able to change and pivot my focus on what I was doing. And one of the things, and Cass, you say this all the time, is know what you don't know, right? And then find someone to fill in that gap. And so I was lucky enough to find someone who's really filled in that gap and given me the opportunity from your guidance. And your guidance was just like, don't go down that path. We've done that before. It's really not a good place. And so I was able to switch, pivot what I was doing, and then go down a different path. And I've found so much more success in that that I wouldn't have found had I, just continued on the path that I thought was the best path. So, Bob said a quote, I think it was on our first podcast, the very first one we did is, find someone who knows, what was it? Find someone who knows more than you ask the right questions, then shut up and just do
Shut-
the hell to what they
Shut
tell
the
you
hell
to
up
do.
and do what they told you to do.
You know, and I've really, you know, taken that to heart is because, you know, I feel like I know business fairly well, but there's always someone who knows something more. There's always someone who's already tried that, and maybe what they tried didn't work for them, and maybe it might work for me. But it's like you, Mike, you were able to say, listen, this works for some people, but here are the issues, or here are the things that, you know, why it might not work for you. And that saved me months of pursuing something that wasn't going to work. So it's, again, I appreciate you guys so much putting out a book like this. And I think every entrepreneur should have this book. And all of the books that I've got, I'm sending them all to entrepreneurs because again, it's just incredible what you guys have created, and that's the reality of it. And one of the big perks, I mean, I do have an entrepreneurial family, and so I have a lot of support. You know, as we were kind of talking about naysayers, you know, having Bob in my corner, he's always been one of those. Well, getting me out of trouble when I'm in grade school because I'm renting PE clothes. I went to a private school, and if you didn't have your PE clothes, you would get in trouble. So what did we do? We rented out PE clothes.
Now, the first thing you did is you went to Lost and Found for people that lost their PE clothes.
Oh yeah.
Didn't claim them. You claimed them, and then you turned around and rented them.
Yep. Yeah.
For people who needed it. So
That's an entrepreneur right
there's
there.
an entrepreneur there. I have no cost in my inventory.
Yeah.
I'm going to sell it.
Yeah.
I'm actually not going to sell it. I'm going to rent it and continue to use it.
We got it back, and at the end of each week, we would take them, wash them, and then we'd have fresh inventory, basically.
And
You got the merits if you didn't have your clothes.
Yeah, but we got in a lot of trouble from the principal.
no tariff.
On that. Yeah, no tariff.
It was not an entrepreneur. Your
No.
principal was not.
Yeah. So, but having that support has been huge, and you know, it's again, I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful for you guys, and I really think that, you know, getting back to the shoveling of shit is you guys have brought the reality of what entrepreneurship is about, right? Because and we've said this already on the podcast, is a lot of people see that, oh, okay, I'm the Jeff Bezos, right? I'm an entrepreneur. Now I have a private yacht. Now I have this. And they don't see every single step that it takes to get to that. And there are some people who I truly believe are not cut out to be entrepreneurs, right?
Absolutely.
And so by you guys writing a book like this, I think so many people are gonna benefit from it.
Yeah, and this is one of those, again, I would challenge, because I'm an avid reader. I have always been an avid reader, and finding a book, The E-Myth was probably one of my best books that I ever read with Michael Gerber. And I try to get all of my deals. As a matter of fact, I send a copy to all of my young guys and say, look, you're going to meet this person at some point during your journey. Read this book and listen to it. I know it was done in the 80s, but it's still relevant today. But even with you guys' book, this would be one of those I'm going to challenge everybody on, is to, number one, go to your public library and ask for it, okay? Because if you ask the librarian to have this book, they will go put 2 of them in stock. So it's there for other young people that maybe they can't afford the book, but that's all right. So I would say, again, you know, the best way to get the message out, and the best way to get this, is we're talking to 2 people here that are very successful. They've got these cheat codes that what you want in business, but, you know, reach out to your public library. And I'm with Brian. I go back again. I'm going to start using your book and giving it out to all of the entrepreneurs. Again, I always send them the E-Myth again to do it, but it's one of those things that it's that kind of thing that you need. So I'm going to challenge everybody on here. If you're an entrepreneur and you're listening to this, number one, if you don't have the book, go buy it. But if you do have the book, buy another one and find some young entrepreneur, some kid that's at a lemonade stand. I don't care where it's at. That's where it starts at. Give them the book, right? This is how you're going to do it. You know, you can have an impact on what Mike and Cass has done by getting that book in their hands. And again, it's kind of like with Anthony. I mean, my challenge is there's no reason that we can't get 10 to 15,000 of these books. But it just takes everybody doing it. I mean, it's a matter of just spreading it out. But the first thing I would do, if you're listening to this, you say, gosh, I want to buy the book. Buy the book, number one. Buy a couple of them, give a couple away. But go to your public library and say, hey, I would love for you to put this book in your thing. I don't know how many public libraries there are in the United States, but there's lots of them. And again, what you've got then is the ability to kind of get this thing out in mass, and people start reading it and passing it around, because it can be the game changer.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And
I would challenge everyone. So I mean, we've had 3,200 people come through on our TikTok. We've been very, very active here on our StreamYard stream too. But so we had a conversation last week with Anthony Asucci, and we were talking about his book, and we're going to challenge everybody here too. And I don't know what number we want to set for. I mean, how many books do we want to try to have? I mean, we've got 3,200 people who've come through on TikTok. If everyone bought 2 books, right? If you're an entrepreneur and you buy the book, we encourage you to buy a second book, right? Get that book and give it to someone
Exactly.
else who is an entrepreneur. So again, I think that we set 6,000, 7,000,
Mhm.
8,000, 10,000. What do you guys think? How many books should we challenge our viewers to push out?
I would.
10 is a
I
good
mean,
number.
what'd you say? 10?
10,000 is a
Yeah.
good number.
That's a
think-
great
think
number. I
that's
would
gonna
love
be our-
that.
that's gonna be
So-
our challenge. And so
We got
let's
3,000 on your stream here. That's 6,000 books that we could do instantly.
Yeah.
If everybody was motivated
yes,
and not being a loser.
yes, yeah. If you're not a
Okay.
loser,
I love
you
Bob.
need to be
Bob
the
knows
best.
how to
If you
sell.
are, because if you were a loser, you would not even be listening. to this,
Yes,
okay?
yeah,
You would be wondering where your next government check's coming.
yeah.
So that's not you people. That's
Yeah.
not what we do.
But-
So
But again, so we're gonna set it 10,000 books. We want to sell 10,000 books in I don't know what, a month. Let's set a
Great.
month time frame.
That
Let's
would
do
be
that.
amazing.
So we're gonna do that, and we're going to start a challenge on all of the social medias. We're gonna start the hashtag Future Entrepreneur.
there you go.
If you buy the book and give it to someone who is a future entrepreneur or is an entrepreneur, but are starting out as an entrepreneur, make a post about it. Post about what they're doing, where they're at, because not only are we going to, to say, okay, let's encourage all of these entrepreneurs, but we can start building networks for these entrepreneurs. We can start saying, okay, I've got Joe Smith. He's 13 years old. He's got a lawn care company and he's in Dayton, Ohio. Okay, perfect. Now we are building this network that we can say, hey, if you need your lawn mowed and you're in Dayton, Ohio,
Exactly.
here, call this kid. He is a budding entrepreneur who is really pushing it. So I think we're going to do hashtag future entrepreneur. Let's get 10,000 books into the hands of our hashtag future entrepreneurs. And then let's build a network
I love that.
for all of those entrepreneurs to really start building their brand. Because I mean, how does a 13-year-old or how does anyone start unless they're going to, we have such a huge following. Let's help
I'm
every
with you.
single one of them.
I think
So-
that's a great idea.
I love that.
Yeah.
And don't forget too, Brian, that once someone buys a book, they're automatically into the Founders Farm, right? Which is
Yes.
how we got close, right?
Absolutely.
We
Yeah, and-
talk. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, explain to them what the Founders Farm is, because you sent out the email, and as soon as you sent it out, I made sure it was on all of my calendars. It is blocked off, but it is such an incredible. But explain to everyone what the Founders Farm is and what you get when you do purchase a book.
Sure, Mike, you do it.
Yeah. So, books are great, right? But I think what Brian and Bob are talking about is the idea of entrepreneurs helping entrepreneurs
Mhm.
and learning from each other. There's only so much we can do, right? But collectively, we can go much further. And so the Founders Farm is a community of entrepreneurs. The entry ticket is a $30 book, right? $26 book, depending on where you buy it. And we have regular meetings. Right now they're virtual, but who knows? I could see getting together in person. We also have office hours if you buy 50 or more books, which we were just on a call with Brian and a bunch of the other kind of big dogs who spent that money. But what was interesting about that call is by the end, we're all helping each other, right? Like I'm helping Brian with his business. There's a guy who runs a sign company, right? Jeff. And Jeff
Yeah.
was actually on this. I don't know if Jeff's still here.
I think he's still here. Yeah.
Yeah, but runs an incredible company. It's been around for many years, makes signs for businesses. It's been a tough run, right? As like kind of we're going to hybrid work,
Mhm.
but the business is still doing great. And Brian's like, hey, I know dealerships. Let me help you sell,
Yeah.
right? I don't want to share confidential information. And then one of the guys had a wine company. So it's like, okay, I know where I'm getting my wine next time I have an event. I don't really drink, but we serve it at events. And so it's about how do you give, then give some more, and in return, hopefully you will get some stuff. And that's really the story of our life. We spend time giving, and what we've gotten in return is just so huge. That's why we're here today. We've been supported by people who, it's resonated with. And I think we've made new friends. I don't know. Brian may not want to talk to us after our book comes out. Maybe it's just a promo thing. But this is an experience which let us connect with new people that I don't do it because I want to get something from, Brian and now Bob, who hopefully will consider me a friend, but we'll see. Thank you.
Now that I know about your life, that you don't like to jump out of planes and you hate sharks. We can
I hate sharks. I'm scared of sharks. But the point is that by connecting with people, you just never know who you're going to help and who can help you. And that's what makes life rich. It's how we bounce off of each other and just kind of we're on this journey together.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, is building that network and supporting. I mean, and I will say, for what you get from the Founders Farm, the book should be like $1,000. I mean, it's
we also get budgets, everything. We threw in everything we use to launch businesses. We threw into the entrepreneur toolkit. So how to think about budgets, how to think about priorities, how to go gauge, just how to figure out if you should launch. And what's interesting is if you go way back, we would not have met Brian or Jeff or Bob or any of these epic entrepreneurs if we hadn't done one thing, which is say yes to Gary Vaynerchuk way back when he was just a budding entrepreneur looking for office space.
Right.
So we gave him an office space. We became very good friends with him. We did a 3-hour live stream, National Shovel Day. That's where we met. I think that's where we met, Brian.
Yeah.
First time I met you.
But
you may have
think about that. Think about that. We gave something with nothing expected in return to Gary. Yeah. And then Gary paid it forward back to us. And now we're here with you.
I met Jeff as well.
And then you guys are paying it forward to us. It's how life should be.
Responsible for releasing Gary V on the world. Is that what you're telling me?
I think his mother, who we know very well, is responsible for that. His dad was responsible for making him understand how miserable the life of an entrepreneur was as a first generation American selling wine at the wine library. But I don't think anyone's responsible for the creature that's Gary V other than the creature that's Gary V.
Yeah. Well, and it's just, again, it's incredible. The network that you guys are creating. And I've told you guys to thank you 1,000 times, and I'll tell you guys to thank you 1,000 times again. But the network that you guys are creating, and anyone who gets this book, you get to be part of that network. And again, it is truly, if you're open to learning, and if you get your ego out of the way, it is a priceless experience, and you get it for $30. It is the most mindless kind of purchase that you shouldn't ever think about. You just do it, and you can gain. Again, it saved me 2 or 3 months of chasing additional funding in a way that for my business that I would have. I mean, that would have just cost me. It would have cost me a lot of money chasing that funding, right?
And focus, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been able to focus on so many other things because Mike was like, "Yeah, don't do that," and I said, "Okay." Mike knows way more than I do. He's been down this path before, so I'm gonna just shut up and do what the hell he told me to do.
Exactly right. Don't make this complicated.
But it's not you nailed something that's critical. All we did was save a little time. You would have gotten there eventually.
Yeah.
So people look at what we've done and they're like, oh, like, how'd you do all this stuff? Well, I started when I was 18 years old. I'm 51.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it took me a long time with Cass because we didn't know anything. And we tried to soak in information with the beginner's mind. But like, no one was starting companies at college when I started it. No one had run an internet company in 1994 when I started the first one. You know, a lot of this stuff you just have to figure out on your own. But if you can have a beginner's mind and seek out information, not just from us, but read Bob's books on sales and Gary's book on social media, like everyone's like, how are you doing all this social media stuff? I'm like, idiot. Gary Vaynerchuk wrote a book that gives you a playbook for
Yeah.
exactly how to do it. Like,
Absolutely.
so seek out the experts, or at least people who have experience, who communicate in a way that you like it. And there's so many cheat codes for everything. Like, it's not
But
just
Mike, the
business.
biggest thing though, and Brian said it before, is you got to get out of your own way and you got to know what you don't know, right? And Bob, you mentioned that ego. So you're right. You got to want to learn. You got to want to say like, look, I am an expert on this, and this is my idea, and I'm going to execute on it, and then I'm going to take in as much advice I can in the other areas.
Yeah. I have ever since your guys' book launch, I have committed to becoming a expert shit shoveler, and not trying, because I will say I've had businesses that have come somewhat easy to me, right? I've filled a void that you know, I didn't have any competition on, you know, and that's the best business, right? When you're the only one who does it and there's a need for it. But with this one, I've really gone, okay, I cannot jump around certain things to go, okay, this is the easier. It's like, I'm going to dig in, I'm going to dig through this mountain of shit.
Right.
That way, when I come out on the other side, worst case scenario, I've got some really strong arms because I've been
Right.
shoveling all day.
And you're doing the hard work, right? You're
Yeah,
not skipping
exactly.
the hard work.
Yeah, I'm not just chasing that entrepreneurial social media, you know, image.
Yeah.
It's because not only do I want to become a better entrepreneur, which is constantly being a student, I also want my company to be built on the best foundation that I can possibly provide, because I'm not building this company just for me. I'm building it for all of our dealers that are going to be using it. I'm building it for every single employee. I want to make sure that we are around to help them maybe buy their first house, help them be able to purchase their first car, help them not have to worry about where grocery money is coming from. And so digging in, shoveling the shit now gives me the ability to support so many people down the road. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I'm grateful to have people surrounding me that are pushing me to do it. So it's incredible.
Let's go lay the challenge down one more time. 'Cause
Yep.
I know Mike and Van Cass have some other things to do, but
Yeah.
So let's go back out to the challenge.
Yep.
10,000 books is the challenge.
10,000 books.
How are we going to get there?
1 month. Again, we're going to use our hashtag future entrepreneur, and I see it's actually popping up quite a bit on TikTok, which is awesome. So you guys are already pushing the future entrepreneur hashtag. But we've got 1 month, 10,000 books. Let's create a network. You guys, when you get the book, will be able to join Cass and Mike's network as well. But let's just support all of these young entrepreneurs, the kids who are renting clothes, gym clothes to their fellow students.
So it's buy a book,
Yep.
give a book,
Buy a book, give a book.
go
Yep.
to the public library and ask them to put the book
Yep.
in the library.
Yep.
Okay. That's our target. Buy a book, give a book, go to your public library and ask them to stop
Yep.
it.
So, and Mike and Cass, where do you purchase the book?
So right now you can purchase it on Amazon. Obviously, just look up the title Shoveling Shit, or you can go to www.shovelingshit.com.
Perfect. So Amazon.
I'm surprised that website wasn't already taken.
You're telling me, Bob, I was like, oh my God, this is available. This is incredible.
That is awesome.
That's a great website.
But yeah, so Amazon or www.shovelingshit.com. Once
Yes.
you do get the book, make sure that you use that future entrepreneur hashtag, tag us in all the social medias. And we would love to come alongside and support you guys. And then make sure that when you do it, you take advantage of all of the amazing tools and opportunities that Cass and Mike put out there for all the entrepreneurs. But you guys, it has been such an honor to have you on. I won't keep you any longer. We will get off of our soapboxes. And we're going to, in the words of our podcast, we're going to go ahead and unplug and get back to shoveling. So thank you guys so much. We will definitely start doing some social media tallying. So as we see books starting to be purchased,
Thank you.
as we build that hashtag future entrepreneur, we're going to keep everyone who's watching, everyone on TikTok,
Yep.
everyone on Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll keep you guys all updated, and let's push and see if we can build 10,000 new future entrepreneurs.
This
We can
is a
definitely.
good task force. We
So.
can do this.
Thank
Thank
you
you
guys
so
again
much.
so much. And with everyone, with that, we will catch everyone next week. And thank you guys so much for being on.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Great meeting you both.
Nice to meet you.
too.
Bye.
Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we're soon claiming victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements, of course, alongside Bob Clements. We are excited, and Bob, you are disappeared on the screen. So.
Sorry about that. Let me get back in here. How about that?
I had asked him to grab something right before we started. So, anyways, we're testing a new background right now. So be patient with us as we try to make sure that we can provide the best possible setup that we can possibly provide. So anyways, I am super excited for tonight. One of the things I will say, so we had a guest kind of planned
But unfortunately, they had something else come up that I
Yeah,
told them.
The Atlanta Braves
Yeah,
took her away from us.
Yeah, you have to definitely.
And that was a good move for her.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to take that opportunity,
Exactly.
and not take our opportunity. So, but we're gonna have that guest on later on. Already started working with her on a date. So, let's try to move you around a little bit more and see if maybe we can. There we go.
Is that better?
I think that's better. So, anyways, I appreciate you guys all joining in. Everybody from TikTok, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. You can now actually go to our website, www.unpluggedunfiltered.com, and you can tune in there as well. Plus, you can see all of our posts or our previous podcasts that we've ever done.
Yeah,
So,
I'm 70 years old and I know nobody ever types www
Yes.
in anyway.
Yes.
So
if you search Unplugged Unfiltered,
There you go.
You
Yeah.
should be able to find our
Yeah.
podcast.
Yeah.
So, anyways, super excited. Again, we made a shift. We pivoted a little bit for tonight's podcast, but we're going to be talking about what if we're teaching the wrong American dream, right? And I started doing a lot of digging on this and figuring out statistics on what the current, not the current generation, not Gen Alpha, which I still don't quite understand Gen Alpha, but Gen Z, kind of what their American dream looks like to them. And so tonight, that's really what we're going to be talking about. But before we get into that, one of the things that I really want to do is, so you guys have been incredible on the support. We've had some incredible podcasts, and I just kind of wanted to show you guys some really cool things that have come in since our last podcast. So first off, we got, and I don't know if you guys will be able to see this because of our background. You guys can see it definitely on TikTok. And this might be where the background, it causes an issue. So, but I got a proof copy of Shoveling Shit. And you might be able to see it. It even comes with a little shovel.
it does. It's awesome.
Which is awesome. And so I have to thank Mike and Cass so much for that, so much for being on our podcast last week, and all the support they've given us. But I have to thank everyone on here. I mean, we've got quite a few people already on our TikTok coming through. So I have to thank you guys all for pushing that hashtag future entrepreneur. It's pretty incredible. And I don't want to take all of the credit, but I'm going to take all of the credit. When I said hashtag future entrepreneur and put out the first video on that, there was less than 500 future entrepreneur posts or hashtags on TikTok. I put a post up today with the hashtag future entrepreneur, and there was over 2,700 posts with future entrepreneur. I'm going to take credit for all
That's
of
great.
So,
I would. Doesn't matter whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Take credit for it.
But we're going to take credit for it. And that's going to really lean into
Yeah.
what we're going to talk about as far as the, are we teaching the wrong
Yeah,
American
and I
dream?
think again, just to go back with Mike and Cass, is that was really our challenge. Number one is if you're an entrepreneur, it's a great book.
Mhm.
Number one, it's one of those. I mean, you got to be, and I know you hate to read,
Yes.
right?
Yes, absolutely.
And I think Cass sent you like 8 books.
Yes.
to read.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she did. It's great. And I love that. And she let me know that she is not an avid reader and Michael is really not an avid reader. So we're kind of all in the same place. And it's one of those, like, we're going to send you the books. If you decide to read them,
Yeah,
you decide to read them.
I will read them.
Yeah.
Because I am an avid reader,
Yes.
so I love to read. But again, it's the whole kind of theme of that was that, they're all about, how do we continue to kind of make this entrepreneurship into the young people. We're going to be talking about that a little bit
Yeah.
tonight. But also, if you're an entrepreneur, it's a great book. It's one of those, if you're a new entrepreneur, a younger entrepreneur, it's a book that you want to get. And our challenge was, buy one and give one.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
give one to a future entrepreneur. It could be the young kid out there mowing the yard. It could be the young landscaper out there that's got an old beat up truck and a trailer that's just trying to get started, like you were many years ago.
Oh yeah.
Okay. But that's kind of the challenge. And then also going to the library and asking, because this costs you nothing, and asking the library to, hey, please stock this book.
Absolutely.
For it. So again, that was kind of our goal there with that
Yeah.
book. And it's a great book. And we really appreciated having Cass and Mike on last week.
Oh, and I'm super excited to dig in. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you again, what you get with the book is not just a book. You get so many other incredible tools that they give you one of the biggest tools is the Founders Farm. So
Right.
the Founders Farm is a group of entrepreneurs that come together. Mike and Cass lead the whole group, and we just have conversations about what is it like to be an entrepreneur? What are some of the struggles? And everybody gets an opportunity to talk about, hey, here's a struggle that I'm having. And as a group, we collectively come together and say, how can we support this person? It is one of the most incredible things. If you get the book and come on to the Founders Farm meeting, which again is available to everyone who buys the book, you'll see me there. I'm on every single Founders Farm meeting that they put out. So so much more than just a book. I will tell you that. Plus, you get all of their cheat codes, and you get a link to their I forget what they call it, but it's like a toolbox of all of their entrepreneurial tools that you need.
If you're an entrepreneur, this is a couple you want to connect with.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, they will save you so much time and so much headache and heartaches.
Absolutely. I mean, they've done that times 10 for me.
Exactly.
In just the last, I mean, I will say I've only known Mike and Cass for probably 3 or 4 weeks now, and I will honestly say that I do see them as friends, and not only friends, but just some incredible support that I never expected to receive from someone. And they come on, and I will say that Mike and Cass will come on to the podcast and not really give themselves credit for what they've created. They've created some incredible things. They were part of, they started Buddy Media. They sold it for $745 million. That's not a small dollar number. Plus, they were part of another company called Scopely that ended up selling for $5 billion. Those are some pretty big achievements. So some of the most humble, incredible people, and all they really want to do is help entrepreneurs succeed. So
that's cool.
Again, huge thanks to them. Huge thanks to them for sending me this book, the early release of it. If you have ordered it, you guys are going to be in for a treat when you get it. I also want to say thanks again to Anthony Masucci. He was on 2 weeks ago, and I talked to Anthony, and they are having some really, really good traction with the book. And I will tell you, I bought 12 books. And so each of my kids have 3 books that they're going to be giving this week. This is their last week of school. They're writing a personalized thank you note, and then they're going to be giving that book to 3 of their teachers that have made such a big impact. I'll hold it up. I don't think you'll be able to see it, but everyone on TikTok, you guys can see it. Everyone on TikTok, make sure that you go get Grade School and get it for your kiddos to give to their teachers, or give it to a teacher that made a massive difference in your life. So Anthony, again, was awesome to have on. He was such a pleasure, and his book is incredible. Like I said, I went out and bought 12 more personally, just so that my kids could share that thank you note to their teachers. So same thing with Anthony. We've got the challenge going. Get it to the teachers, and then also get with your libraries and say, hey, this book has to be in the library. Can you guys put it in there? So super, super excited about all of that. And as we kind of move through this, one of our things that we're going to continue to do is challenges. So if you're on here, if you're watching this, if you're watching the recording of this, and you have a business, if you have something where you're helping entrepreneurs, you are pushing, a book, something like that, we would love to talk to you. We'd love to have you on, and we'd love to create a challenge. And let's take our following that we have, and it might not be the biggest following in the world, but you guys are.
Joe Rogan is not concerned right now.
No, Joe Rogan is not concerned with our podcast. But I will tell you that our group of individuals that we have that watch this podcast, which I don't know why they watch this podcast, but they do, and we appreciate every single one of them. But all of the individuals have gone above and beyond and have helped us really crush the goal. And I will say next week we have an incredible guest named Seth who's going to be coming on. But we're going to give you some realistic updates on where we're at with all of our challenges, so that you guys can come along. And then as we fall short, or as we're kind of losing some momentum, I'm really going to ask you all to step up and say, hey, let's push this.
let's hit this challenge. Let's get this book into teachers' hands. Let's get this book into future entrepreneurs' hands. And let's just kind of keep pushing it.
Absolutely. That's what
yeah.
it's all about.
But again, we'll get off of our thank you box, but we've had just incredible guests since we started. It's insane what we've been able to kind of start with. But with that, I want to get into today's podcast and talking about, the American dream, right? The American dream. A lot of people, it's always kind of been that work a good 9 to 5, have a good salary, buy a house, have a white picket fence, and keeping up with the Joneses. But is that still truly the American dream of generation or Gen Zs? Well, statistics are finding out that's not even close. 50% of Gen Zs now have a desire to start their own business. And one of the reasons why this topic excites me so much is because, well, it feeds into not only Mike and Cass as a guest, but it also feeds into Anthony, right? You've got your teachers who are pushing these, students at that time, now adults or moving into adulthood. They're pushing them to think outside of the box. They're pushing them to say, okay, what is the standard? Does the standard work for you? And it's allowing these Gen Z people to go, you know what? I want to start a business. I want to be my boss. I want to control what I'm doing, which then goes, okay, from grade school to, shoveling shit. It's like, where do I start? Where do I get into this? And it's just crazy to me that 50% of US students have a desire to start their own business. I think when I was a kid, I can't say that 50% of the kids in my class had any desire to start a business, or even going through high school, they all wanted, I'm going to get a job with my dad's insurance company, or I'm going to get a job in healthcare, which is great. And I think that that's a path for a lot of people. But I think we're starting to see more and more kids and young adults go, you know what, I want to create my own entrepreneurial dream. And I'm excited about it. I love seeing entrepreneurs win.
Yeah, I do too. And you think about, of course, obviously I'm a boomer, and you being my son, you're a millennial. As we go through and do it, and so you kind of you grew up in a household that we were entrepreneurs. So so a lot of boomers were not. They were they were kind of, let's work a job, let's do that, let's do it for 20 years and do all these things like that.
Yeah.
When you look at the Gen Z, they came out of the Gen X.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Gen X's are they don't get a lot of props on the back. They're the ones that created technology.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the Gen X's are the ones that that came out and are contrary to popular belief, Al Gore did not create the internet. Gen X's created the internet and the technology and things like this.
Yeah.
And they were Gen X's were a very out of the box thinking kind of group of people, and thus their kids that are now the Gen Z are kind of in that same kind of mindset.
Absolutely.
They're not afraid to take the risk. They're not afraid to do things. Gen X was a smaller population group by a lot by the boomers, but again, they were very much out of the box thinkers. And again, I would say that the bulk of what we have for technology, not the advancements in it, but the understanding of how to really use technology and do it, really came from Generation X.
Yeah.
And that's where you're really seeing that from the Z's. And Generation X were a little bit of again, out of the box thinkers. And I would say probably, and I hate to say this being a boomer, but probably a little bit more creative thinking than most boomers. And I think you're seeing that show up in Generation X, and it's exciting. I mean, we work with the businesses, we work with dealerships, and the concern that a lot of businesses had was, well, you got these new kids and they're not really hard workers. And I say, well, this Generation Z is not like, there's 3 different levels of millennials. You're an older millennial. And then the younger millennials are not hard workers. Gen Zs are.
Yeah.
They are really rock and roll. Let's do it. I mean, they got different things they're trying to do, but Generation Z is an exciting generation. I really see kind of like the Generation X did. They're gonna drive us really forward as we go through things.
Well, no, I mean, seeing that now, I mean, how many people are working currently in development and in that side of things? And it's not a lot of millennials. They're younger kids. I mean, developing our product, right?
I mean, I would say the majority of the people that are developing our new software
Oh yeah.
is, they're in that Gen Z range. They're not millennials, or they're the very end of millennial and in that Gen Z. And again, they're the ones who are creating AI. They're the ones not necessarily creating it, but they're building the code for AI. And so it's a super exciting, and I'm super excited to watch, that generation say, okay, listen, here we come. We're going to take over. We're going to step in. We're going to push the limits of what's possible. And I think we're seeing that, because more than anything, and I'm looking at this note right here, and over 57% of Gen Zs would choose, or have chosen to be part of social media, or have used social media to apply for a job, do a job interview, and get a job via social media.
Right.
I mean, they're taking something that was created for one purpose, right? To connect friends, family, and now they're pushing it and saying, okay, I can get a job on here. I can apply to a company. I think it's just really crazy, the transitions that are
Well,
happening.
and again, they're when you think of social media, people think of, I guess you'd have to go back to Facebook and saying, okay, the old Facebook or MySpace.
Yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
That was kind of the origination of stuff. And that was, kind of the group that got that created and got it started. But your Generation Z can kind of take this
Yeah.
and go, well, I see a whole nother world out here with
Absolutely.
it. And again, and that's the way it's going to happen. I mean, the reality of it is, and it's kind of like Mike and Cass talked about, and I know Gary V and those guys. It's really about the relationships you build and the things like this. And
Yeah.
there's no faster way to build connections and relationship than there is with social media.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and I mean, Gary V, he had just posted a video about this, is that social media is, because there is no necessarily limits to social
Right.
media. He goes, actual life is going to completely change, right? And now that we have AI, now that we have all of this being built into it, Gary very strongly believes that we are all going to know someone at some point who is in a relationship with a humanoid.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of far-fetched, but at the same time, it's like, well, but it's not that
It's
far-fetched,
not.
and he was talking about how the cost of personal relationship, like paying people to go on a walk with you, that there's a huge market for that, right? And so again, we've now created this wide scope, but I think Gen Z, they have this wide scope, but they also want to bring it back together. Millennials, we really don't necessarily like human interaction. I mean, we've been through some shit, to say the least.
Right.
I mean, we were born when we had Y2K, we had
Yeah.
9/11,
Yeah.
we had the financial crash in
Yeah.
2009.
Welcome.
We've had
Welcome to the world.
yeah, we've had the Afghani war. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
we've had
Yeah.
there's never not been.
Are you noticing a trend?
Yeah,
The,
yeah.
the millennials have created a whole lot of havoc in the world.
We didn't create it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it was our generation, because I will tell you, when 9/11 happened, I was 7.
Yeah.
We
Okay, so
we weren't created.
You were simply observing
Yes.
all,
Yeah.
all the crap that the boomers had created.
Yeah,
That's what you
100%. But and so we kind of got into this. I would say millennials, and I'm personally, as one of those, I'm saying, okay, I enjoy my not being around people, right?
Mhm.
Gen Z is, I think, are more of that. I want to be around people, but I also want to use technology to enhance
Yes.
what we're doing. And so, yes, Gary's seen this massive uptick in people who are paying other people to go on walks with them, but
It's a sad soul.
it is. But those are all millennials, because we're all like, God, we've seen some shit. Like, I don't want to. I just need someone to talk to
See, so like,
Uh,
that won't judge me.
that won't judge me. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. So
If you're paying me, I don't judge you.
100%. So you're seeing that, but I think that the Gen Zs, are coming back into that. And so it's one of those, are we teaching now in school? Are we teaching the wrong American dream? Is the American dream to
go to school, go to college, get a degree, go find a 9 to 5, buy a house. Is that the American dream? And statistics are showing that that's not the American dream anymore.
Well, I think everybody's seeing that it's not the American dream
Yeah.
anymore. I mean, it was kind of for me, probably also. I mean, I'd say Gen X participated in that quite a bit. Again, it was a smaller birth group than the boomers. The boomers were the largest birth group in the world in history until the millennials came along, and then
Yeah.
they obviously outpaced that. But the Gen Xers were a smaller birth group, and again, very technically excited about
Yeah.
what was going on. But I think again, you're seeing it now with the Gen Z that, you know, and I'm not knocking college, but the reality of it is, I think everybody's seeing kind of the scam a little bit behind the college.
Oh, 100%.
You can't get a doctorate in basket weaving and expect to pay your student loan off.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so things like that. So this is kind of where, you know, I love Mike Rowe. I don't know if anybody
yeah.
on here listens to Mike Rowe or
Oh,
not,
yeah.
but I love Mike Rowe. But, you know, Mike has really for the last 10 or 15 years really been pushing on, you know, it's the skills and the things like that.
Yeah.
And it's your brain. You know, as I tell, you know, people that I work with, I'm not hiring your hands. I'm hiring your brain.
Yeah.
I need you to think. I need you to use common sense. I need you to do these things. And that's not stuff you typically get in higher education.
Yeah.
You just really get by being in it. I was watching an interview, and whether you like Elon Musk or not, or you like what's going on with Doge or not, I was fascinated by these young guys that Elon Musk has got gathered.
Yeah.
And one of the guy in particular, he was in Harvard,
Mhm.
and he was in this interview, and he was in Harvard, and the person that was interviewing him say, well, you know, did you graduate? He says, no, I just left Harvard. Right. He says, I can always go back to Harvard.
Yeah.
He said, I wanted to be a part of something that was technically driven and stuff. He says, I'll never get a chance to have these kind of skills ever again in my life. And I just decided I want to take it.
Yeah.
Where, you know, the boomers would have probably gone, well, you probably ought to go ahead and finish Harvard.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
just-
for sure.
But
Yeah.
he was kind of going, his point was, I can always go back to Harvard.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a smart guy. He's
Yeah.
a smart young guy, probably, I don't know, 21 or 22 years old. But that's not what he wanted. He wanted to be a part of something. He says, I feel like this is where I want to go. And I
Yeah.
feel like, and, you know, all around that table, there's probably 20 of these young guys, you know, and they're all obviously tech guys,
Yeah.
you know what they're doing, stuff like this, but kind of the same theme all the way around there. These are guys and gals, there were gals in there too, but you know, they're fascinated with the technology and what you can do with it. And you know, and I think, yeah, I mean, I think the dream that we had before with the boomer dream, let's put it that way, I just think it's a kind of a thing of the past.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that the Generation Z cares about all those
Yeah.
things. They may eventually, but it's not where they're at right now.
Well, and I honestly think that the millennials follow that boomer mentality because, again, like I said, another study, and I don't have the statistics on it, but the millennials, from the time that they were born, or no, from the time that they were in kindergarten to the time they hit 20, experienced more major worldwide events than any other generation has ever experienced in that short period of time.
Right.
I mean, because again, you know, you look at and the generation before your
The silent generation.
yeah.
Mhm.
So, you know, they experienced World War II, and
Right.
there was a lot of stuff that happened,
Right.
but it was one massive event, right?
Right.
that started it. We went Y2K, the world's going to end, you know, and then we go, okay, well, a year later we have a terrorist attack,
Right.
you know, and then 4 years, 5 years later, well, and then the war starts, right? So now we're in a war, and then we have the collapse of I don't want to say the economy, but
I mean, it was a
major-
big bubble burst.
a,
We'll put it
a
that
big
way.
bubble
Yeah.
burst. And so we have never had really a whole lot of stability.
Right.
And so I think a lot of millennials still too go, you know what? I just pay me my check. I guarantee my salary. Let me go home and drink
Yeah.
my troubles away.
Yeah.
But again,
That's a good point.
now we've got these Gen Zs who are coming in and going, you know, I kind of saw what my parents did. I see what the people right before me did, and I want to do something different.
Yeah.
And it's crazy again what they're able to accomplish. I mean, we've got people on TikTok that are creating a crazy life for themselves on TikTok. We've got Kels, which is an incredible friend of mine on TikTok. She has done so well on TikTok. But she also puts in that effort. It's a constant effort that you have to put in.
And I think that
Well, TikTok is a job.
TikTok
Okay,
is
so
100%
so
a job.
okay, so and again, and it's an incredible platform,
Yeah.
and I know there's lots of controversy on it, but it's like TikTok is like the entrepreneurial dream,
100%.
right? If you have an idea or whatever like this, you can put it on TikTok, and very quickly you will either be liked
Yes.
or you will simply go away.
100%.
I mean, it's probably the most democratic method of
Yeah.
testing an idea out. And again, and people's like, oh, well, TikTok's play. TikTok's not play. I mean, to get a following stuff like this, you're working your butt off, right?
100%.
And you're engaged in it. You're spending more than 8 hours a day
Yeah.
doing the stuff like that. So, I mean, that's kind of, to me, the cool thing about technology.
Yeah.
I didn't have that when I was growing up. People laugh about, I started out in sales out. I got out of college and we had payphones. That's how we communicated with people. You don't have many of those anymore today, but just the technology's changed. And I think that's kind of the cool thing about with the Gen Z. They're comfortable with it, comfortable stretching it. They're creative. I think Gen Z is a very creative group. And they're kind of the, when there's an issue or a problem, they really can look and see ways to solve problems and stuff like that. I just think their brains are just wired in a way to do that.
Well, and again, now they have the tools to do that. Like you were saying with social media, with TikTok, I can put something out on TikTok and I have the potential to reach 300 million people in a click of a post button, right? And if that video gets 1 million likes, okay, now I can run with that idea, right? And keep pushing that kind of content or that product. Where, in the boomer generation or generation even X is, what would you have to do to reach 300 million?
Well, it would be impossible. Well, you'd have to become a mass murderer and get on TV.
Yeah.
But then you reach the whole population. But again, the difference though, for me starting out in business 40 years ago, you had to physically have a location.
Yeah.
You had to have a brick and mortar something. There were not websites.
Yeah.
There were not all these things, and the probability of failure was just as high as it is on TikTok, except I had $100,000 invested in brick and mortar. And if it failed, I was probably devastated. Where on TikTok, I don't know, if something fails on TikTok, you go, well, that really sucked as an idea.
That cost
let's go try that.
That cost me $30.
And I think that's the cool thing about it, so because you're going to fail a lot as an entrepreneur. People think about, well, you guys don't fail. I mean, if you go back and you study any entrepreneur, I mean, you go all the way back to Henry Ford. I mean, Henry Ford went bankrupt, I don't know, 2 or 3 times and, and stuff like this. And they continued to move and change and innovate. But it was costly. It was always an expensive thing. Where today with technology, you can fail. And like you said, so it cost me $30.
Yeah.
Okay. That idea, I thought it was a brilliant idea and we should run with it.
Yeah.
And I did. And 300 million people thought my idea sucked.
Yeah.
My mom liked it, but I had to show her how to get on TikTok to do that.
Yeah.
And so that's, to me, is kind of the cool thing about being an entrepreneur today. You could have a brick and mortar store, but a brick and mortar store today is not as important as it was when I was starting out. You just had to have them. And I think that to me is kind of the cool part. If I were an entrepreneur, a young starting entrepreneur today, and I was Gen Z and I understood it, what it took me 40 years to build, I could have probably done it in a couple of years. Just because, part of it is I know what I'm doing now, so that helps. But I could also try a lot of different things and not worry about if they failed or not. When I was starting out, failure was a very costly thing. And I think that was a lot of reason that a lot of people didn't become entrepreneurs, because maybe they tried something and it failed, and then all of their family said, well, you're a loser, so go get an 8 to 5 job and just settle in. Where to me, I think Gen Z sees it, okay, so what? Nobody liked it. I've got another idea now, and I think that's the cool part about it.
Well, and you had to be a big risk taker.
Absolutely.
You had to be like, okay, I'm willing to invest everything I have into seeing this succeed. Now, I will say, to be an entrepreneur still now today, you do need to invest everything that you have into it if you want to be successful. I've invested everything I've got into my new company, but I also have the ability to test so much out. I don't have to invest everything I have on one idea. I'm able to throw 15 ideas out there, hit 300 million people, and they go, yes, this is great. No, this is great. And I can, within 2 or 3 days, create pivots that no one else.
Exactly.
So yes, I'm investing all of my time. I'm investing all of my money. I'm investing all of this, but the security net that I have is I come up to a fork in the road and I go, okay, here's 10 ideas for both. Okay, this one 3 hit, this one 6 hit. I'm going to go down this fork. And I can do that constantly.
Exactly.
And it costs me $30 to test
Right,
that
exactly.
idea. And I get response in a day. So the social media aspect of it, the TikTok aspect, and more than anything, and then even going back to Mike and Cass or Anthony, is the social aspect outside of social media. Is I have the ability to connect with people who are in New York that I would have never met before because of email, because of because of social media.
Right.
I have the ability to connect with them in a way that, if you were, when you were first starting your business, to connect to someone in New York, what would it take to find that person?
You would have to, first of all, get an airplane.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
Okay. And then get the New York phone book.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you didn't have email.
Yeah.
I mean, that didn't exist,
Yeah.
when I started out. So, I mean, to do something like that, I mean, companies would have had to open up an office in New York. Again,
Yeah.
it's a brick and mortar thing. And today, you don't have to do anything. I mean, that to me is kind of the exciting thing. You talk about future entrepreneurs. I just think with the Generation Z, I think you're going to see an explosion
Yeah.
in entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
They're a little bit entrepreneurial by just simply how they were raised.
Yeah.
A little bit like that. They are not terrified of technology at all. As a matter of fact, they embrace it.
Yeah.
Obviously, they haven't watched Terminator
Yeah.
or any
Yeah.
movies that's
Yeah.
associated with
We
that.
know we know
They
how
watched
this ends.
they watched Wall-E
Yeah.
on the Disney,
Yeah.
the little Disney robot, but
Oh,
they
yeah.
didn't see the Terminator.
Yes.
But anyway, but again, to your point, Brian, what the perk they have is they can try lots of different things
Yeah.
very inexpensively, and you get almost immediate feedback if what you're doing is doing it. And if you get it, and then you can just start saying, okay, I'm going to go down this road. And maybe you only go down that road for a couple of years and then something different comes up.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because you don't have $500,000 in a brick and mortar store. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you've got a following that already likes what you do.
Yeah.
Right. So, and they're all over the world. This
Yeah.
is not me going from Kansas City to New York. They're all over the world. So I think we as a country, and I say that as a continent, both because we have a lot of dealerships that we work with up in Canada too, but but again, very entrepreneurial group of people. But I just think at least in North America, I think you're going to see an explosion
Yeah.
of entrepreneurial companies out there, and some will be smaller ones where they'll make good money.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have some that are like the Mikes and Casses and
Yeah.
the Gary V's and
Oh.
people like that they turn them into billion-dollar enterprises. And you don't know which one it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, and I think that, you can make a good bet on anyone who's going and working into the AI realm.
Right.
I mean, AI for a lot of people is scary. It's going into it and they're going, oh, AI is this, it's scary. And it is scary to an extent. I mean, the fact that they have to create AI bots to create security coding to prevent other AI bots who have been created to break security coding. Right. I mean, it's like, okay, it is scary, but it's all done. And it's not the AI that's doing it, it's the people who are coding.
Yes,
AI.
we call them white hats and black hats.
Yes.
Okay.
And so we have that, but I think that anyone who wants to be an entrepreneur, they have the best tool ever created for them in AI to do it. I will tell you, as I'm working on documents, as I'm building out podcasts, as I'm building social media posts, not one goes by without me using AI to some extent on it. And it might be me just going into Chat GPT and saying, hey, Chat, I need this cleaned up. I'll write what I want to say. I'll write my comment, but then it cleans it up, makes it more concise, makes it nicer. With me being dyslexic and English language is still a foreign language to me most of the time. It just helps me create such a better product, but it also can give me the opportunity and say, hey, I need to, well, perfect example. I went on there and say, how do I get a hold of Ryan Reynolds for my podcast?
Mhm.
Right. And it goes, oh, Ryan Reynolds is the most active on Instagram. So what do? I go on to Instagram and I send Ryan, and I can do that with all of these celebrities. It's taking all of the data that I would have to do 3 or 4 hours of research on, and it's giving it to me in 30 seconds. So if you're trying to be an entrepreneur as a Gen Z, or even not as a Gen Z, whether you're a millennial, even Gen X boomers, if you're still trying to be an entrepreneur, learning
Oh, yeah,
AI
absolutely. I use
is the game changer.
I'm with you. I use it all the time. We just had our attorney put together some documents for us. And when I read them, I went, wow, this has got a lot of legalese in it. This person that I'm working with is going to struggle with this a little bit. So I took all the documents, I fed them into AI.
Mhm.
And I said, number one, I want you to make recommendations on how we can improve these.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just had an attorney that I paid to do all these.
Yeah.
I want you to make recommendations how I can improve them and improve them. And I want you to simplify them. And I want you to do a summary on each document. So the person reading it wouldn't have to read the whole document. They would see a summary on there. And in 30 seconds, it made recommendations that the attorney should have probably made.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But what it did was, and it fed it in there. And then, I mean, it was still a great document, and I'm guessing the attorney has AI, but they're using like Westlaw or something like
Yeah,
that. So everything
yeah.
is so legal. But I used it for that way, put it all together, send it to the person. They go like, oh, well, this is great. And I
Yeah.
really appreciated the summary. Well, AI summarized it for me.
Oh,
I didn't.
100%. Yeah.
But I needed to start off with a real person doing it.
Yeah.
May
Yeah.
I'm not so sure now that I couldn't have AI just do
Oh,
it
yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
But the point being is that, yeah, if you're not harnessing AI today,
Yeah.
for marketing, for social media stuff, it's crazy. And to me, the most exciting part again is, as an entrepreneur today, it doesn't, you don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Everybody in business starts out with an idea.
100%.
Might be an invention, but it still
Yeah.
started out as an idea. And you can run those ideas through AI and say, hey, I have an idea for this.
Yeah.
What sort of market would it be, and what would I do to market it, and things
Yeah.
like that. So I'm with you. I mean, I think if you're not using AI today, man, you are missing out.
Absolutely. And that kind of takes us into, I think one of the biggest things, especially with my generation, is the burnout that happens, right? Is I'm sitting here spending 18 hours a day building marketing material, trying to come up with team strategies,
Right.
trying to come up with this. But with the use of AI, I'm now taking an 18-hour day and I can do it in 6 hours
Right.
because I basically have, especially with Chat GPT is a perfect example, and Gemini is another example. It learns you, it learns how you think. And so if you go, hey, I need this, it goes, okay, perfect. And it's thinking as I would think to some extent. And so I think that is going to help create some relaxation, give the Gen Zs the ability to put out a lot of product, put out a lot of ideas, put out
Absolutely.
a lot of dreams without having to get that burnout. I know that the millennials are a mental health nightmare for all therapists. I mean, we have given therapists a job, but I will say that's even coming
Yeah.
into play because now they have AI bots that are therapists that you can talk to, which is just,
Did they go, you're right, you should feel guilty.
yeah, you're an
really-
idiot.
You really should feel
Yeah,
guilty.
you should feel sad. You should feel all your feelings, and you should shut the hell up and just keep fucking going. But anyways, with all of that being said, is I think that again, if you use the tools, if you don't let the negative side of social media get to you, all of the people who are going to be your naysayers, and we talked about this with Mike and Cass. Mike and Cass's naysayers play on a little bit different level than what
Right,
our
right.
naysayers do. But if you can keep those naysayers out of your ear and you continue to build and throw out those ideas, because every post, I mean, I will say every video that I put out, there's always at least one negative person, and
Sure.
and they have nothing better to do. And that's
Yeah,
the
we
way
call
I
them
see it.
losers.
Yeah, we call them losers.
Yeah.
Yes, but they have nothing better to do, and so I don't let that affect them. So I think that Gen Z, if they can tune that out, right, they can tune those new naysayers out, or like Cass said, turn that into my drive. It's now a competition.
Right.
Oh, you say I can't do this. Hold my beer. Watch this.
Right.
Cass didn't actually say hold my beer.
Yeah.
Watch this. But I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this. I just think that the opportunity is limitless.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of it is you have to understand, to your point, I don't care how good you are, there's always going to be probably 15 to 20% of the population, 20%, that are not going to like what you do.
Mhm.
I think I learned that when I was first speaking. I could do, I used to do day-long programs, 6-hour programs, all day long by myself in front of hundreds of people.
Mhm.
And I thought the program was great and everybody loved the program and they did the comment cards and I always rate high. But there was always 2 or 3 cards in there that says, well, you had a word misspelled on slide 8 at 9:00 this morning. And I sat there and go like, dear God, if that's all you got out of
Yeah.
6 hours. But that was their purpose in life. Their purpose in life, because they had so little confidence in
Yeah.
themselves. So I always tell people again, if you got 80% of the people that like what you're doing,
Yeah.
it probably is never going to get better than that.
Yeah.
And it's not that the 20% are wrong. It's just not 20% of the people you want to do with. Let them
Yeah.
go find something else.
Absolutely.
But you've got to learn to let that go also. You're going to have people that don't like what you do, and that's okay. I mean, you're never going to have 100% there, and you can't let that stop you. But the perk again of the technology is that's fine. Then just say, guys, if you don't like it, you can always not be on my TikTok.
Yeah.
Like that.
It's great. There's lots of other options on TikTok.
Absolutely. It's like I
someplace else.
always laugh at people like, well, I can't believe that show's on TV. Dear God, you have a changer on your TV. Just go.
And there's
go-
only, I don't know, 300 plus channels available.
Exactly.
Go find a
Yeah,
different
yeah.
channel.
Don't stop it because I enjoy it. Right.
Yeah.
I like South Park.
Yeah.
Not everybody does, but I think South Park is pretty funny.
Yeah.
So again, but that's a piece of it there. And again, it's just again, the other thing that I'm seeing right now with people that are using, let's use chat as a AI example. People be like, well, yeah, I used that a little bit. And it's almost like they're embarrassed. It's almost like, yeah, you caught me using drugs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go, did you use chat? And I have people say that, did you use chat? I go, yeah, all the time.
Mhm.
Right. I pay for it.
Mhm.
Okay. I have a subscription to it. And if they doubled the price of it, I would just pay the extra.
100%.
I hope Microsoft doesn't hear that.
Yeah.
Or OpenAI doesn't hear
Yeah.
that. But I said, but if they doubled it, because it's such a valuable tool to me. And they go
100%.
like, well, I kind of hate to use it because of this. And I said, it's like going from a fax machine to an email.
Yeah.
Right. You use email now. We used to use fax machines.
Yeah.
And before that, we actually put a letter in an envelope and put a stamp on it.
Yeah.
And 8 days later, it got there. I said, you didn't feel bad about using emails. And
Yeah.
I said, that's really all AI is. It's just another tool that you can use. I use it a lot.
Yeah.
I have every article, every book I've ever written in a AI
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah.
And it's got all of my stuff in there. And if I have a publication that says, hey, you wrote an article 5 years ago on this, is there any way you could write something and update it? And I go, sure.
Yeah.
And so I go to chat and say, it's got everything I've ever written.
Absolutely.
And I say, I need to take this information and I need to rewrite it and update it. And in 30 seconds, it has all my own words.
Yeah.
But it's pulled everything together, reconfigured it. I'll tweak it out a little bit.
Yeah.
But where it might take me 4 hours to write a brand new article on something.
Yeah.
I got all the content there.
Absolutely.
Right. And so I just have chat go into everything I've written. Right. And all my articles and everything, and it pulls it back together and puts it out there for me. So I'm not embarrassed to use it.
And it's again, I think like you said that it takes that group that was like, okay, well, email is going to ruin personal connection because we're not handwriting letters anymore, right? And I will tell you, there is still a incredible personal connection that you get when you get a handwritten
I would
letter,
agree.
right? There's something different to that. My grandma was very, very good at that. She wrote handwritten letters. I mean, basically until the day that she passed away, she was still writing handwritten letters.
Right.
And there's something very special to that, right? But you can put that same type of feel into an email. It's how much of you put into it. AI is the exact same example. And that's what I've told everybody. And they go, oh, well, doesn't that take the person out of it? No, it doesn't take the person out of it. It does if you just go on to chat and just say, chat, I need this. I need this. I need never make any tweaks to it.
Right.
Never explain to it what your personality,
Right.
what your voice is. It becomes very impersonal at that point, but you can build it the exact same way that you would build an email that has your own signature on it, that has, your personality built into it. So
that's a part of my prompts. When I have it do something like that for me, I have already the prompts instructions built in that I like straightforward advice with a sarcastic attitude.
Yeah.
Right. And so again, like you say, you have to do it. But I would go back again to the point, that handwritten is still good. And I would tell anybody, if you're an entrepreneur or you're a starting entrepreneur, you don't have to do a handwritten letter, but dear Lord, go out and buy some thank you notes.
Yeah.
If
Absolutely.
somebody does something for you, send them a handwritten thing. Thanks so
Yeah.
much for helping me with this, whatever. Send them a note like that. It doesn't have to be a letter, but a thank you note. And so
Yeah.
you can combine them together and
Oh,
do
absolutely.
it.
Well,
Again, I just think it's there, and I feel like Gen Z is the most positioned of any generation
yeah.
to just explode this. And I think
Oh,
you're going to see tons of entrepreneurs come out. Like I say, there's somebody out there right now that is a budding entrepreneur that doesn't even know it yet. That's going to have the next $1 billion
Oh, 100%.
company.
Yeah.
And we don't even know who it is yet, but AI will help them get there and become a part of that.
Well, and it's going to happen in a speed that is unheard of.
Absolutely.
I mean, the creation of $1 billion companies is it's happening in months,
right,
instead of years. But that's all due to technology, and it's due to the drive. I mean, it's due to the hustle mentality that that entrepreneurs do truly have. Again, not everyone, I don't think, is built with that. For me, I know for me, not everyone in my life would want to put in the hours that I put in.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but I'm built differently, and that's great. We need that. But we also need people who aren't built that way.
Yeah, I always tell my owners of the companies, how come more of my people don't think like me? And I says, well, if they thought like you, they would be competing against you.
Yes.
Right. You and employees. So we can't have everybody think that way. And there's nothing wrong with people who don't want to be an entrepreneur. But I would challenge everybody, if you think that you have some entrepreneur in you, if you feel like that's it, there's never been a better time in human history to try it. Right. And like you say, it does take a lot of time. Right. And that's always going to be, whether you use social media or whatever. I mean, I'd spend 12 hours a day working on stuff. You're going to spend 12 hours a day working on stuff too.
Yeah.
You're going to do it in a little different way, but also I'm trying to connect with 100 people and you're trying to connect with 20 million.
Yes. Absolutely.
So I mean, so the scale and how quickly you can ramp up is so different than what mine was. But and then some people talk about, well, do you burn out? And they go, you don't burn out on stuff that you really are passionate about. That's just a reality. But people say, well, when do you burn out? I've been doing this for 40 years. I'm 70 years old.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to quit what I do now because I just love what I do.
Absolutely.
Do I want to do a little less of it? Yes. But I've got myself set up, since it's my company, to do less, but I can still get to do what I want to do.
Yeah.
But burnout, I'm not burnout.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, I mean, especially for me, kind of that burnout side of things is I can tell when I'm starting to, and I wouldn't say burn out. It's just I'm overdoing it. It's I remember, I think it was 2 nights ago. I was up until 1 o'clock, sitting there on the computer, going, "Okay, I've got to get this done. I've got to get this done. I got to get," and that's great. But the next day, I told myself, "It's like I cannot stay up until 1 o'clock, or I am going to get burned
you will,
out, right?
Yeah.
It's
and your family's going to leave.
Oh, 100%. Yes. Yeah. They're going to be like, that's great, but we don't actually know who you are.
Yeah, we don't want to play.
So, but yeah, again, I'm excited for this next generation. And what I will say, kind of as we're wrapping this up, I was talking to another connection of mine earlier today, and him and I were having this conversation about doing another podcast where we can have some guests on from TikTok, from Instagram, from YouTube. And he said he'll help me get it set up so we can bring some guests on. And we want to have a conversation with you. If you have a business idea, or if you are in business and you're struggling with something, we would love for you to come on to the podcast and give everybody, 5 minutes and just say, okay, what is your idea? How can we help you? And then as a community, how can then we come behind them and support them? It's taking that hashtag future entrepreneur and putting true faces to it every single day. So I think that's something that we are going to really, really try to work on. Again, it's not going to be next week. Next week, we have Seth. Seth is an incredible entrepreneur, has created some incredible businesses, owned hotels,
bunch of different things, and is a massive V Friends card collector, which is awesome because I've got some really cool ones that I'm excited to show him. But with all that being said, it's not gonna be next week, but definitely stay tuned. Check us out on Instagram, on Twitch, on TikTok, on YouTube, on LinkedIn. Follow us because we would love to have some future entrepreneurs on our podcast where we can have that kind of one-on-one conversation. And if we can get enough future entrepreneurs on here, I don't think it would be hard for us to get Mike and Cass back on. And then you'd be talking to, I'm not going to say I am by far the best entrepreneurial coach, but you'd be talking to some pretty damn good entrepreneurial coaches.
Absolutely.
So anyways, with that, I appreciate you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed this. If you have an idea for a podcast, or if there's something that you would like us to talk about, shoot us a message at on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitch, on YouTube, or on our website at unpluggedunfiltered.com. https www.unpluggedunfiltered.com. Go on there, send us a message on there too. If you have an idea of a podcast that you would like us to talk about, a question that you might have, send that to us and we'll definitely get it built into the schedule. But with that, it is time for us to unplug. You guys have been amazing. We've had some incredible people come through tonight. A lot of people on TikTok. We've had a lot of people on YouTube, Twitch. We've had quite a few people in our Instagram Live. We've had quite a few people. So thank you guys so much. With that, I'm unplugging. I'm Brian. This is Bob. And we will catch you next week.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. Wailing Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint.
Welcome everyone to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements. I apologize for the late start. We've had to pivot a couple times tonight. In the words of Mike and Cass, pivoting is the crucial key to everything. So we're trying to get our new podcast studio set up, and was running into some audio issues, but we are here, we are live, and we have Seth on with us tonight. And when I tell you I am excited, so I met Seth through Mike and Cass, and the more I've dug into his story, into what he's done, it has become truly incredible, and I'm so excited to have Seth on here. And yeah, it's going to be an awesome podcast. So everyone who's watching already, we've got the viewers on here, we've got viewers on TikTok. Everyone who's watching, make sure that you guys share this out, because you are not going to want to miss this podcast with Seth. So Seth, welcome to Unplugged Unfiltered, and thank you so much for joining me tonight. Typically we would have Bob here, but Bob had some other things that came up, family related graduation things, so he said that was more important than my podcast, and it hurt me a little bit, but I think we'll let him go so that he can attend some graduations. So
Yep, no, that's
thank
great.
you
I just
so much.
had graduation last week myself for my daughter.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, graduation's a fun time. It's also kind of, as a parent, it's kind of a scary time. You're like, oh man, my kids are graduating. Where did the time go? It's you know, it's a little well, dose of reality, I guess, should we say. So anyways, Seth, introduce yourself a little bit. Tell us, a little bit about you, a little about who you are, and then we're going to really just kind of dig into, what drives you, what has created Seth, kind of, but give our viewers a little bit of a overview of who you are.
Sure. It's a long and varied story, so it's always hard for me to elevator pitch it, but I think very briefly, I'll start with family. I've been married for 33 years, coming up in August, to my wife, Emily. We met in high school.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. We got married at the age of 18 and 19. And so we beat the odds. We've got 3 children. Our oldest son, Sir Wade, lives in New York. He's 31. He's been married for 7 years. My oldest daughter, who just graduated, Alyssa, is 26. And my youngest daughter, who graduated last year, is 22.
That's awesome.
And we currently live in Minnesota.
That is an achievement. I mean, and like you said, you beat the statistics, because young marriages, especially as an entrepreneur, that can take a toll on a marriage. I mean, even not a young marriage, just being an entrepreneur can take a toll. So that's awesome, and congratulations again. And like you said, you're now in Minnesota, and I would say somewhat God's country, because it is beautiful in parts of Minnesota. I mean, other parts of Minnesota are nice, but not as as God's country as that area. Yeah. So, well, like, again, I'm so excited, and it's been such an awesome opportunity to connect with you through Mike and Cass. And I mean, again, reading through what you have done and some of the things that you've created, it's really it's astounding. And honestly, for me, you've done a lot of things that I'm trying to do, right? You've created a lot of incredible things that I'm trying to do, and you've done it with 100% integrity, 100% transparency. And that, of course, something that we're going to talk about as we kind of come on. But give us a little bit of where you got started. So what created the entrepreneurial spirit in Seth? I mean, I know that you kind of started off as a dishwasher, right? At 10 years old, that was where you got started, your first job. I will tell you, I can't even get my 10-year-olds to wash dishes, let alone try to pursue a job as washing dishes. So give me a little bit of this dishwasher to then what was your next step? Where did you go from there?
Yeah, so I think in parallel to that dishwashing job, I would say that was my job, but I think my entrepreneurial spirit started at the same age. I remember, so we lived in a small town, DuBois, Wyoming at the time, population about 800. That's how I was able to work when I was only 10 as a dishwasher, getting paid cash.
Yeah.
But Yeah, that was just a job that I had. But before that, well, around that time, I used to take food out of my refrigerator at home, and I would bring my parents breakfast in bed with a menu that I drew, and so I would sell them their own food back to them.
There you go.
And then I expanded and I built a little wooden platform outside our house, and they would come and I set up a little picnic table, and then I would have an actually outdoor restaurant. So I think that was, the start of the entrepreneurial bent, but that's, I think, what got me into the dishwashing at the
That's
Cowboy
awesome.
Cafe in DuBois, Wyoming.
That is
Got a little
that is awesome.
hospitality bug.
Yeah. So, I mean, you said, I mean, the hospitality bug, you feel like that was kind of at that age, that's what really hit you, kind of where, what started that entrepreneurial, like that was your first entrepreneurial drive, was that, that hospitality side of things?
It really was. I mean, I didn't, obviously, I don't think I planned it at age 10,
Yeah.
but I landed in hospitality and continued through hospitality for quite a while. We'll talk about some of these stories, but yeah, I was in the hospitality industry for quite a while, probably until 95, 96 time frame. And of course, I
Okay.
was born in 73.
So
So
you're expecting me to do math right now, and that's,
I'm trying to do math myself, about 23 years. So
okay.
yeah,
So
yeah,
one of the
from age
things
10 to 23 in
So
hospitality.
one of the things that I found really interesting as I was kind of doing some research, and again, and I know I've actually had someone to go, why do you always have papers? Because it's unscripted. I said, well, just because it's unscripted doesn't mean I don't do research, right? Where we go, where our conversation goes, we're just going to let it go, but at the same time, I'm also going to do my research and make sure that we have the right talking points. But I was reading and it said that so you became one of the youngest executives at the MGM Grand. So tell me a little bit, because I'm guessing that's hospitality related too. Like,
Yeah.
how do you even get into that? Like, even at my age, I don't even know how I would even start getting into something like that.
Yeah. So I'll share a little bit more about the hospitality because it all sort of stemmed out of this hospitality track. And one of the things that's really important in my life that you'll see woven throughout the story is this Greek word oikos.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we'll get a little bit into my faith, but oikos is the Greek word that Jesus used to describe anytime someone met him and they wanted to follow him because they were transformed by what he said. He would tell them, go back to your people, go back to your household, go back to your family and tell them what I've done for you. And so it's this idea of this relational world that he was referring to. And so I just, if I can communicate anything to the audience, it's this idea of relational world, that there are people that are watching us in our front row. They're influenced by us. They learn from us. We love on them. We go to lunch and coffee with them. And so as I was growing up, first as a dishwasher when I was 10, and then I was a bus boy, and then I became a host, and then I was a waiter, and then an assistant manager. And it was at this time that I was an assistant manager. I was 17. And so at this point I was working at a restaurant in Apple Valley, California, where I lived at the time. And I hadn't really thought about college, to be honest. I was sort of a worker, and I was just thinking I was going to work. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, it's probably more my fault for not pouring into systems or asking for help. But, I didn't really have any guidance from high school counselors and didn't talk to my parents about college much. But I was at this restaurant, and one of my regulars just knew me and knew how hard of a worker I was, and knew I was an assistant manager at a young age, 17, getting ready to go off to, graduate. And it turns out he owned a scholarship office. His business was to provide scholarships to high school students, and he was sort of like a counselor, but not through the high school. And he would just help students figure out what they wanted to do in life. And so he was just telling me, hey, you're really good at what you're doing. And I can see that you like managing. He said, you ever think about managing anything bigger? We were about 2.5 hours from Las Vegas, across state lines, Nevada. But he said, because we're a county that touches Nevada, UNLV, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, offers in-state tuition. He says, you might consider going to Las Vegas. It's really cheap, and manage those hotels. It'd be a much bigger opportunity for you. And so that's really what happened. He told me about this opportunity to go to UNLV, and that's what I did. Went to UNLV, I'll pause there just to see if any questions first. That leads into another story, but I don't want to just talk
Yeah.
straight through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, would you like me to share that story? I guess
Yeah,
I got
absolutely. Definitely share that story.
All right. So this is actually one of my most favorite stories. I tell this story a lot, but unfortunately, as I get older, the audience around me gets younger and younger, and so nobody seems to know the movie Secret of My Success. Do you happen to know that movie
I
with Michael
do.
J.
Yes.
Fox?
Yep.
All right. Thank goodness. So so I was a big Alex P. Keaton fan with the three-piece suit. I used to dress in a three-piece suit in elementary,
Yeah.
and just loved Alex and his business mind. And so when I went to UNLV, my first class, Hotel 101, we had an assignment to go to one of the front desks of the local hotels and just park ourselves in the front desk area and write a report
Uh-huh.
on what we observed. And if you're familiar with Secret of My Success, you know, he without giving away everything, he was a small Iowa farm boy. He went to New York to make it big. The city sort of beat him up, and he ended up getting a job in his uncle's business in the mail room downstairs. He pretended to be an executive.
Yeah.
He was privy to information that came through the mailroom, pretended to be an executive, and end up taking over the company. And
Yeah.
so that was one of my favorite movies. And so that movie came to mind as I was thinking about this. And so I had this idea to go to the thrift store, buy myself a used three-piece suit. And instead of going and sitting in the front desk, I walked into the executive elevators at the Excalibur Hotel in Las Vegas, which
Okay.
is a large castle.
Yeah.
And I just walked upstairs and like the kid in the movie, I just was reading all of the memo boards and all the letters that were being written, interdepartmental memos. And so I would go around to the different departments because I had the names from the memos, and I'd say, hey, I'm working with Kim in accounting. I'm an intern. And she
Yeah.
sent me down here to the warehouse to get a manifest of what came in. And then I'd walk down, you know, to another department and say, hey, I'm working with Carrie in warehouse and they need this and that. And so I just kept walking around and introducing myself as an intern, that I was new. I was working with these people. I needed this information. And for those who remember when the Waco compound in Texas, there was a big standoff
Yeah.
between the feds and this compound. I actually watched that take place in the executive lounge of the Excalibur, drinking their coffee and eating donuts.
Oh, wow.
So anyways, I got all this information. I got investor photos and reports and warehouse manifests and shipping documents. And I gave my report. And of course I got an A in the class for the report. But more importantly, when the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino was opening in 1993, one of the executives that I met at the Excalibur remembered me as having worked at the Excalibur. Say, hey, Seth, didn't you work with, you know, so-and-so at the Excalibur? I'm like, yeah, I did. And she says, why don't you join me in the MGM Grand? I'm leading up the retail department. And so anyways, that's how I got my first career job at the MGM, was through this, you know, Secret of My Success story where I met this executive at Excalibur. And then of course, the good thing about me was I had the skills to back it up. So once I got the job at the Excalibur, then I was rapidly promoted until
Yeah.
eventually I was the casino marketing analyst at the age of 19
Oh,
with a
wow.
petty cash drawer of $30,000. And that's where I gained a lot of my experience from
That's
that
awesome.
experience.
Yeah. Well, it also sounds like you could have been a pretty good character for Ocean's 11. I'm
Yeah.
just saying. You just
Another super
just
movie.
kind of that, you know, you were able to kind of sneak your way in. Now, I feel like security now might be a little bit more tense than what it was back then. But again, I always say with a good suit and a clipboard, you can pretty much go anywhere in this world. So
Yeah, a little confidence as well.
yeah, and that's awesome. I mean, and just being able, it's seeing what your project is, right? It's seeing what, okay, here's my project. Here's what I'm set out to do, and then taking it to that next level, thinking outside of the box. I mean, how many other kids in your class went, you know what, I'm gonna take this the next step. I'm not just going to sit in the lobby or at the front desk, but I'm going to absorb everything that I can possibly absorb. And I mean, that's truly, truly incredible to, you know, to that. So I guess one of my other questions is, as you were growing up, you know, what did you have as far as like a support group? Was your family an entrepreneurial family? Like what kind of, was there something from like your family side that spurred this entrepreneurial spirit?
Well, what's interesting about it is at the time I would have told you no. I didn't realize where it came from until years later. It turns out that my family was actually, so my mom and dad, they left Brooklyn, New York in the 60s. They sort of had a falling out with their parents. And so they left New York for California, and I didn't really know my extended family. And so I wouldn't have told you that I got anything from my parents in terms of entrepreneurship. They were both in the education field, teachers and principals. But later in life, when I met my extended family, when I started going to New York, I realized that it must have been genetic, because everybody else outside of my immediate family, yeah, were entrepreneurs. I think my great uncle, Alan Sabinson, was a vice president of ABC. My uncle, my mom's brother, who was killed by a drunk driver on Christmas back in, I
Oh,
think,
wow.
69, he was a computer programmer. If you're familiar with salaries back in the 60s, I think where a teacher maybe was making 7,000 a year, he was making 35,000 a year as a programmer. I've got a
Oh,
great
wow.
cousin in New York who is
Yeah.
a dentist. But yeah, I just learned that a lot of my family that I never knew were entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I mean, I think that there's some people it's wired in our brain. And I think that there's some people, whether, it's faith based or not, I think that there's a calling for a lot of people to be entrepreneurs, because if you build entrepreneurship based off of faith, I think that the outreach and you're given the gift, right? You're given a gift, and being able to say, okay, this is the gift that I have been given, and you lean into that, and you pray about it, and you truly just dive into your faith with it. I think that that gift becomes so much more apparent. Plus, you are you're not going at it alone. I mean, even if you feel like you're going it alone, you're not ever going it alone. And I think that helps create such a different entrepreneurial spirit, because, well, you're being led by the spirit, to some extent. So
Yeah.
with that being said, I would love to move into, so I know that you are a very faith-based and faith-driven entrepreneur. And so kind of where did it go from? Was that something that you were raised in? Were you raised in a very faith-based thing? Was there a transformation point? I mean, what kind of said, okay, I have this entrepreneurial spirit. I've achieved some pretty incredible things in Las Vegas. Where was that transformation point? Was the faith always there? Was that something that came from an experience that you had?
Yeah. So what's interesting about that actually is, yeah, not having talked about this with you before, I actually was not a man of faith until the age of 30. So
Oh, okay.
I'm of the Christian faith, and so I didn't accept Jesus until I was 30. And so my entire career up until this point, the casino industry, I'll talk a little bit about the automotive industry because that led me to my faith. But
Yeah.
what's interesting about it is, because I wasn't a man of faith, I was not personally pursuing faith, but I would say that I was being pursued because I did some weird things. Like when I was a little kid, to answer your question, I'm actually Jewish by DNA. So my
Okay.
family background is Jewish. And so when my parents moved from New York to Wyoming, there was no synagogue. Little population, 800 Du Bois, Wyoming. There was no synagogue, and so I was not
Yeah.
raised in the faith. But what's interesting is I moved there when I was 5, and from age 5 until age 12, when I moved to California, for whatever reason, I would ride around to all my friends' churches.
Hmm.
And back then you used to do chalk drawings where they would draw stories from the Bible and you'd answer questions, and then they'd have these little fabric characters they'd put up on the board, the flannel sheets, and for whatever reason that always interested me. But then when I got into high school, I was a little bit more cynical about it, and I thought it was a
Okay.
big conspiracy, to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought it was a fabricated story. But I had this Bible friend, Caleb, who would always answer my questions, and he was always kind, and I was always probably rude because I was just so cynical. I didn't believe it at all.
Yeah.
But he answered my questions. But I remember it's relevant because when it comes in later, I'd like to share a story. Is I was in band, and well, here's the sort of start of an interesting idea that I had. So before I recognized, like you said, I had gifts and unique skills and talents.
Yeah.
I thought that I was awesome. I didn't recognize that each of us, yes, have unique gifts and talents, and I just thought I was awesome. And so, it started in high school. I was band president. We had about a 250 member band. We were a really good band, and we were actually the official band for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh,
And
wow.
so I actually played in the 1988 World Series where Kirk Gibson hit his famous home run.
Yeah.
And so, when you have this idea that you're awesome, your band is awesome, you're the president, and you go to the World Series, how cool is that?
Yeah.
Also played for President Reagan at the time. When I got into the casino industry, the Excalibur, where I had my little secret of my success story, that was the largest hotel at the time. When I worked for the MGM Grand and opened that property, that was the largest hotel in the world at the time.
Yeah.
So I had all these stories of the largest, thinking that I was also, on this huge stage and awesome. And so then what happened was I left the casino industry actually in a made for TV kind of movie fashion. I had uncovered some theft up at the Flamingo Hilton in Reno. I had transferred from Vegas MGM to Hilton Corp.
Yeah.
And so when I was up in Reno, I discovered some theft, and I don't know for sure if it's because of me, but when I discovered this theft, I actually left in the middle of the night fearing for my life based on what I'd found, and I'd sent a report of my findings into corporate.
Yeah.
And within the 2 years, that casino was bulldozed and turned into condos.
Oh,
And like I said, I
wow.
don't know if it was because of me. I've always thought it was, but
Yeah.
but when I left the casino fearing for my life, I basically ended up at a car dealership
Okay.
in Apple Valley, California. It was a friend of mine owned the dealership. I got a job. I wasn't very good at the time, but what I did was I brought all my analytics skills from the casino industry to the auto industry. And so one of the things that we would do is we just analyze everything. I would reconfigure the lot to where we would put all the cars together by color. We'd have all the whites and all the blues and all the reds. And I
Yeah.
would track the traffic and see sales based on a lot pattern based on color. And then we'd
Okay.
organize it by price point, do all the cheapest cars up to the most expensive, analyze it, see if that lot configuration made any difference. Then we'd change it up and we'd put maybe more expensive SUVs to the back of the lot with cheaper vehicles to draw people in, like we did with the slot machines. You put the penny slots in the front to draw
Yeah.
people in. So we started doing all this analysis of the lot configuration, and then ultimately I wrote what I think was the first web-based CRM in the automotive industry, because General Motors came and looked at it. The largest dealer in the nation was using it. But using this web-based CRM, we would manage all of the traffic data and follow up. And so we improved dealership sales by 30% at the dealership, Buick best in
Wow.
class. But finally getting to the faith story. So ultimately, though, I left this dealership to start my first business, and
Yeah.
it was this software. And so I was in the automotive industry, and I was selling the software for about, I think $25,000 was the most that I sold it for a dealer license.
Okay.
And I had an appointment with this largest dealer, and I was going down. I told my business partner, I think I'm going to get $35,000 this time. This is my goal.
Yeah.
And so, interestingly enough, I wasn't a man of faith, but my son was 9 at the time. My wife wanted us to start going back to church for him so that our kids could grow up with faith, because she had a faith when she was younger. And so we were going to church, and this message that I heard was about the story of Peter. It was in Luke chapter 5, verse 1 through 11. And anybody familiar with that story remembers it's a story about Peter. When he met Jesus, he was a fisherman, and Jesus, he had a horrible night fishing. He didn't catch anything. And so Jesus told him to cast his net off the boat again. And Peter's like, whatever. And he did. And he just drew in this massive haul of fish, the biggest in his life. And basically Peter went and followed Jesus after that. And so I was down at this dealership thinking in my mind, I'm going to get 35,000. And there I am with the dealer. And when I heard that story, what it meant to me was that God cared about our work, that
Yeah.
he valued what we did, that he watched us, he observed us, he knew what we did, and he, was willing to bless us. And so I was sitting there at this dealership, and I was about to write 35,000. The guy said, well, tell me how much. And
Yeah.
he he pushed a piece of paper over to me with the pen. And he said, write down a figure. I said, here I go. I'm going to get 35,000. But then that verse came to mind, and I just started talking to God. I'm like, do you know what I'm doing here, God? Like, do you even know who I am? Do you care about what I'm doing? Like,
Yeah.
can you bless me like you did Peter? Like, what does this mean? I said, do you even know who I am? And I sort of challenged him. I said, if you are real and if you're there, then show up in my life. And so I wrote down $100,000 and I
Yeah.
pushed it back. And the dealership owner looked at it for a second and he said, done deal. And
Oh, wow.
so anyways, I was obviously ecstatic through the roof. And when I left that dealership, that's actually when I gave my life to Christ. I prayed in the car and I accepted Jesus. And to me, that
Yeah.
was just a demonstration that he cared about who we were, what we did, and he
Yeah.
showed up for me. So
That's
so
awesome.
anyways, that was the point in which I became a Christian. And then when I was able to look back, then I recognized, once I got to know who he was more and how he wires us, then I recognized that he had actually given me all those gifts.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting thing, that, even if you're not a Christian, the way that God has designed the world, people who are very successful, like I think about, Mike and Cass and Gary, even though they're not of the Christian faith, they're just kind, genuine people. And I think they display the attributes of God. The way that he designed the world is to be kind, to love on others. I think business, you can find throughout scripture, just in terms of the right way to do things, is a design of God. And so whether you have faith or whether you don't have faith, I think there are certain principles that work in business because they were designed by the creator and they're just right.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then that's an incredible story. And I think one of the things, and this is something I've actually had a conversation about another entrepreneur about, and he's like, man, I cannot catch this break. And he's like, I prayed about it and I prayed about it and I prayed about it. And I said, as much as praying is great and all, it's not the lottery. It's, you can't just expect that it's just going to become an overnight success because you prayed about it. You have to look for the opportunities that are created for you around it. It's, and he's a very, very strong Christian. Actually, a kid I went to school with, and he was just like, well, I prayed that we would get, and it's like, okay, that's great, but you didn't do the 5 steps to get you to that point. You can't look at it as it's a lot. You have to build your gift, right? You have to take the steps and not just look at the long term. It's all of the little things that are saying, hey, here's your gift. You gotta feed that, and you gotta feed that faith, and not just use it when it's convenient, and I think that that's something that, as you look at, as you look at saying, okay, business, right, is you have to walk in that faith throughout all of it, not when it's just convenient, because there's sometimes that actually, in the world that we live in, it can be a negative mark against you when you're dealing with some people, but with other people, it's a positive. But if you do it and you walk by faith and you truly believe, what you're doing, and you truly believe in that the creator has your best interest at heart, the impossible is not impossible. And it's truly an incredible thing. And your story is amazing. And as much as I would just love to sit here and just, go, okay, well,
Yeah.
just, I would love to sit here and have that kind of a conversation with you. And I would love to maybe do another one with you where it's more like that. But, moving on into the entrepreneurial side of things. So you close
Yep.
this $100,000 deal, right?
Yep.
What happens next? Like, do you like, what's next for Seth, the entrepreneur, after you close that $100,000 deal?
Sure. So what was interesting is, there's just so many details I forget all the time, but that wasn't the only thing that I was doing. So, I also had a web design company, because at the time, web-based software was really almost like an internal website. And so one of the natural things that happened when I was at this dealership was, you got to remember, for anybody listening who's a lot younger, when the internet was first invented, I say in 95, basically,
Yeah.
there weren't web pages. So
Yeah.
I had basically invented the dealership's
Mhm.
first website as well. And so we were doing about
Okay.
30% of all dealership business through the website. And so my dealership owner had a lot of friends. And so he was farming me out to all of his buddies, and I was building websites to a lot of different businesses in town. And so in addition to the software that I wrote for the dealership, I was also doing web design. Um, Graphic design came about this time as well, digitally. And so in terms of your question, you know, I was doing the software, and so that had its own track. You know, we went to
Yeah.
market there. We did 1.4 million in sales at our first trade show.
That's awesome.
In that space, on the web design side, I was the largest provider of websites in my region. I was a member of 30 chambers of commerces. I sat on 16 different boards and committees at the time. It was a few years later that ultimately I ended up winning Business of the Year in 2009 in California for my work with those chambers and web development and marketing and telling the stories of communities.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I did a lot of different things at the time. Ultimately, on the software side, I had a falling out with a business partner, and we ended up getting into a 3-year lawsuit
Oh, wow.
over the software. And he basically went to work for the dealer. They tried to cut me out of the situation. He took the software off of our server, went to work for the dealer. So the dealer stopped paying me the license, and
Okay.
ultimately ended in a 3-year lawsuit, like I said.
Yeah.
So that software sort of went by the wayside. I had a 5-year non-compete with the dealer in the surrounding area, which I still honored during the
Yeah.
lawsuit. And so I basically exited that space at that time.
Okay.
And yeah, led to a lot of other different opportunities.
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as other opportunities, I mean, so like, what are some of the like the innovative adventures that you've done? What are some of the since that point? What did that push you into? I mean, what are I know that you got so
Yeah.
innovative brand labs, right? That's something that you have. So tell us a little bit about like where so all of that kind of happens, and then what is the next step? Like where does that go? Is that innovative brand labs? Was there multiple other things? I know you've owned a hotel, is that correct?
Yeah, that was most recently. So we'll
Okay.
probably end there because yeah, I sold
Yeah.
that hotel last October. But to your question, where that landed was I was always sort of innovative. For any of your audience who knows Gary Vaynerchuk, Gary V, and the V Friends community, I am the
Yeah.
innovative Impala, which I'll throw a
Yeah.
quick split screen there. So that's the innovative Impala.
There you go. Yes.
That's my character. But the innovative Impala, I've always been really innovative. That's Innovative Brand Lab. But a couple things happened. So early on, again, because I was so early in the internet space with websites, one of the things that came out of websites was software. It was very easy back then for software to come out of a website because it was web based, where everything else was, pre-web was desktop software. And
Yeah.
so what would happen is I would do websites for clients, and I was really good at understanding the client's needs and how software or technology could support and enhance what they were already doing. I always
Yeah.
believed that if tech made them change what they were doing, then it was largely ineffective and too complicated for them. So
Hmm.
I always used tech to enhance what they did well. And so what
Okay.
would happen was I could understand a client and what they were doing. And I would always say that the industry expert, the person who understands what they do, they didn't understand tech enough to know what to ask for. And
Yeah.
then true tech heads who are just really deep in tech were too technical to really understand the consumer side to know what to build for.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if I coined the phrase, but back then in 2003, I started calling myself a tweener because I felt
Okay.
I was really
Yeah.
good at understanding the operations of the business because I've done it. And I
Yeah.
was also, for whatever reason, gifted in tech. That came from the casino space.
Yeah.
Um, and so what I would do is I would build software for the industry. And then usually what would happen is the clients wouldn't either have enough money or didn't want to invest in building out a platform for their industry. And so what I would say was, look, you give me the industry expertise, I'll
Yeah.
build the platform and invest it. And then for your time and your investment of knowledge, I'll sell the software and pay you back a return until you've got some amount that's equal to what you think you put into it.
Yeah.
And so I started building software, web-based software for the Chamber of Commerce industry. And then I did it for car dealers, and I did it for the insurance industry. I did it for the healthcare industry, because I build websites for almost any industry you can imagine. And so that product was called Site Builder Web Pro.
Okay.
And I basically created industry specific versions of it. So I had Site Builder Web Pro, Chamber Web Pro, Automotive Web Pro, Campaign Web Pro, Healthcare Web Pro, and Broker Web Pro, which was a fun little Gary story I'll tell in a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I basically started writing software, and I called myself an industry specific solutions provider. And
Yeah.
so ultimately I had 21 different industry software platforms that we went to market with, and we're pretty successful with that.
That's incredible.
Fast forward a little bit, when I went through this lawsuit, obviously it got really tough. I basically lost everything. Even
Yeah.
though I ultimately won the lawsuit and the judge sided with me, I
Yeah.
could not compete with the largest dealer in the nation, and they
Yeah.
just buried me. But ultimately, when the judge sided for me and I was done with it, it took me a couple of years to stabilize. And I was actually praying, not to go into faith again, but I just said this really intense, deep prayer, and I just asked God to help me get stable again. And
Yeah.
he literally answered me within 5 minutes. I had prayed to meet 6 people, and actually Gary was one of them, but I prayed to meet 6 different people. And one of those people actually called me within 5 minutes of my prayer ending. And it
Oh,
was
wow.
such a miraculous story. And I won't get into the reason about when I first reached out to him 2 years previously. But after 2 years, he called me back miraculously 5 minutes after I prayed. And so I told my wife, I think, God's going to help me get stable again. And so ultimately, I ended up meeting all 6 people that I prayed about. Gary Vaynerchuk was one. I was in New York with Gary. He allowed me to work in his offices with the team for about 8 months. And so I worked in New York as a sort of an intern.
Uh-huh.
And around the end of the time when it was time to go home, it was around Christmas. I was having dinner with Gary, and we connected, and he was very gracious to me, but he asked me, what would help you the most right now?
Yeah.
And so I had a couple things cooking. I had this automotive platform, which maybe we'll talk about next because
Yeah.
it's so significant. But I had this automotive platform, but it was just too big for me at the time in my current circumstances. But this real estate software was going really well. And so I said, well, the real estate platform would really help me the most. And so he tweeted out, anybody in the real estate industry, if you need help, talk to my buddy Seth. And I
Yeah.
woke up the next morning to like 600 emails in my inbox. And
That's
I just went
amazing.
up and down the state of California selling my software. And that's basically what restored me financially,
Yeah.
was some assistance from Gary with the tweet, selling the software. And then ultimately that's what moved me to Minnesota. Was I met someone up in San Francisco on that sales trip who said, hey, you should talk with my buddy in Minnesota. So I came out here, we connected, and they hired me as a consultant.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
That's incredible. And you were talking about, so you've got the real estate side of things, and that's doing well, but you said that the automotive side, so it is, as you were moving into the automotive side, was it the same kind of thing that you were doing, or did you pivot still using the experience that you created originally in the automotive industry? Was it a pivot, and were you doing something else with the knowledge that you built, or was it roughly the same thing?
It was sort of a pivot, but it was connected, and you'll understand why, and your audience will understand why. So when you think about software that manages dealer leads and dealership opportunities, you can imagine just people coming into your software that you're tracking.
Yeah.
Well, a dealership has its own audience base that comes in. I had this idea, and this was years ago, so it's a little disjointed, my story, because I didn't mention this. When I worked at the dealership back in 95, 96, when the internet was first invented, I had the idea. You used to be able to Google the term used cars, and you
Uh-huh.
would get like 13,000 results. If you do it now, you get like hundreds of millions of search results.
Yeah.
And so back then in 95, 96, I said, you know what? There's going to come a time, this internet thing is going to be huge, and you're not going to be able
Yeah.
to search used cars. You're going to have to search used cars and the city you live in to get,
Yeah.
a narrow enough search result. So I bought my first city. So I bought highdesertusedcars.com, which was the area in California where I lived. And I went out that night to test my theory. And I said, hey, I went out to a dealer and I said, will you pay me $500 to put your inventory on highdesertusedcars.com? And he said,
Yeah.
yes. And then I went out and I did that 32 more times. So in 32, I signed up 32 dealers in 2 weeks, paying me $500 a month,
Yeah.
and launched my first city. And then I said, oh, I'm onto something. Let me do it again. So then I bought FontanaUsedCars.com. I went down to Fontana. I did it again. So then I just
Yeah.
started buying cities. So I bought like PhoenixUsedCars.com because I could fly there on Southwest for $39. And then I
Yeah.
bought San Diego because I could fly there. So I started buying cities on the Southwest flight path. And ultimately, I now own 86% of all cities nationwide.
Oh, wow.
SeattleUsedCars.com, AtlantaUsedCars.com, DallasUsedCars.com. And so that was the automotive platform. I was basically like, if I can generate my own leads to
Yeah.
come into a system that I manage. So it sort of combined my software platform on the back end for me with a front end funnel system to generate lead traffic. And back then, when you had 1,000 domains that all linked to one another, that generated about 10.5 million page views per month organically without any paid media. In fact, there wasn't
Oh,
paid
wow.
media at the time. So
Yeah.
yeah, I had just built this large organic traffic lead generation machine using thousands of websites. And that was that opportunity.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And it's again, you took something that you had already learned and something that you knew, and you go, "Well, there's going to be a need for it." I mean, it's that forward thinking that that drives an entrepreneur, and I think that you're forward thinking, whether it's from buying a three-piece suit and going, I'm going to expand into the hotel industry. I'm not going to just sit at the front desk, to going, okay, I'm seeing what's happening here, and I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to go out to all of these dealers and say, hey, listen, I'm going to put in the work. Here's this software. Here's this website. It's going to be awesome for you. I'll do the work. You just give me the rights to it, kind of a thing. You give me your inventory to put on here. And that's awesome. I imagine with everything that you've done as far as business, whether it was the software, whether it's this different city usedcars.com, you've had to become somewhat of a leader in organizations. Or have you done all of this by yourself? Has this been something that you've done, or have you had employees that
Yeah,
have
no.
come to
Yeah,
support you?
I've always had employees. Well, not always. I've had a lot of stuff I've done on my own, but I've had employees. So with my web development company, we had 13 employees. I also had a networking and repair company with 2 locations. We had 9 employees there. We managed networks for school districts and corporations, doctors, and everything was new. So, and again, innovative. Like
Yeah.
when tablets came out versus laptops, that was huge for doctors to be able to go into an exam room with a tablet and write customer notes. So I was always looking at new technology and bringing it in. With the used cars network, when I had all these sites that were generating organic traffic back in 2012, Google came out with what was called the Panda update for anybody out there familiar with SEO. And so when search engine was disrupted, because basically what Google did was they killed this concept of networking 1,000 sites together.
Yeah.
Most people don't own 1,000 sites that are like mine, where they actually had real data, real dealers, real inventory. They were link farms where they just bought cheap sites, linked them together, because that was a strategy. And so when Google Panda came out, it tanked my traffic. So I went from 10.5 million page views to almost nothing overnight.
Yeah.
And so then what that did in terms of being innovative and looking at what's coming next is then when I had to figure out how to drive traffic myself, that's when I got into paid media and
Okay.
generating traffic through social media. And so that led to my starting a marketing company. And then
Okay.
we started doing for others what I learned how to do for myself. And so we've run marketing campaigns for all kinds of companies all over the country, including a couple of feature films, which was really cool to generate ticket sales for movies.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But yeah, I've always had employees. And then probably take us now to the hotel. Yeah. So during COVID, I had an opportunity to buy a hotel with a business partner of mine, because the hotel, as everyone knows, COVID hurt so much. You couldn't travel, you couldn't, eat in the kitchens downstairs. So there was this hotel that we were able to buy cheap, that was sort of struggling during COVID. And then, like many times throughout history, when times get really bad, unfortunately for some, it is an opportunity when others can pick up those pieces. And so
Yeah.
we picked up that hotel during COVID, and I ended up selling that about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And that was just sort of a fun story because my business partner at the time, he had sold a business of his. He was wanting to do something with me, and it's just sort of a funny story because he's like, "Didn't you go to school at UNLV for hotel administration?" I'm like, "Yeah, like 30 years ago, if you want to count that experience." He's like, "Good
Yeah,
enough for me. Let's do it."
that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Well, I will say the hotels got a lot of my money during COVID times because there was lots of times where I was traveling and I was coming home. I'm like, I don't really feel very good. And I'm like, well, I guess we're going to have to quarantine about 3 miles from my house because I don't want to bring whatever I had picked up on the road back to my house. So that and DoorDash, I became really good friends with DoorDash at that point.
Yeah.
That was definitely an interesting time in our country, and I think a lot of people, you had to pivot, but it also created the opportunity for so many entrepreneurs to spend additional time focusing on, what are the new innovations. I think that it's really spurred what we're starting to see now, and I talked about it last week just with the generation alpha. I think the generation alpha is going to be a generation of incredible entrepreneurs. I think that they have more tools to become entrepreneurs than any other generation has ever experienced. I think with AI, you have the most incredible tool if you know how to use it right. Don't let it take away the personality of who you are, but let it, and kind of like you were talking about with the software, is I'm not going to replace or change what a person's doing. I'm just going to take it and emphasize what they're capable of in creating something new. So I think that it's an exciting time to see, the potential of what some entrepreneurs are going to be able to create. So,
Yeah.
so
It's
you,
super exciting in the crypto
you,
space,
you
the NFT space, everything going on with AI. Yep.
Oh, it's insane. I mean, and Gary is a big proponent of it. And I was laughing. I think the last conversation we had, Gary had just put out a video about how he feels that we're all going to know someone who's married to a humanoid. In
I
the
just saw that too.
it's like, as much I want to go like that's not going to happen. There's a very high possibility that could be a possibility. So, and Gary, as much out there as some of his thoughts are, he's very rarely super wrong on a lot of that. So
Yep.
pretty impressive. So you sell the hotel. We've done that. And so what are some other things that you're doing? I know you've got, so the transparent leader. I don't know if you want to talk about that now. I know you have a couple other things. We've got a little bit more time. We started late, so we can run as long as we want to run. As long as you've got time, I'm more than happy to sit here and talk about it. I'm truly enjoying this conversation. So
Yeah, no, appreciate it.
we can talk about the transparent leader and the kind of coaching side of things. If you want to kind of hit on what you're doing with that.
Yeah. I think to lead into that, there's a little more backstory to share on one thing. When I shared the story about coming here to Minnesota and doing that consulting, one of the things that happened at that time was coming out of the lawsuit. Obviously, that was real stressful for me. Like I said, I lost everything financially at the time. It was when I was developing in my faith. And one of the things that I did during that time was, when you're in a lawsuit for 3 years and you're just struggling to make ends meet and doing everything that you can to put food on the table. One of the things that happened was I felt like I was spinning my wheels. Like I was working 20 hours a day and I just was not making it. And this was early in my faith. And so one of the things I just decided to do, it was like after 30 days of just nothing working, I said to myself, you know what? I could have literally sat at home and played with my kids and taken care of my family emotionally for the last 30 days and been in no position financially any different. And so I tried something, which was I just trusted that God would provide if I took some time out to care for my family. And so I stopped doing these 20-hour days. I just worked the best I could with a normal, reasonable work day. Which just to clarify, I do believe that there's times where you should work hard and if things are whether it's good or bad, there are times. At this time, I knew it was not the time to keep pushing, and there was something else to learn. And so I spent some time taking care of my family because I wasn't doing real good on that front. And so that was a period of time when I shifted my focus and understanding family, my relationship with my kids, raising them up. And so then I spent the next 30 days just pouring into my family. And it was at that time that really everything financially started to turn around, and we got out of all of our debt and paid everything off at that time. But that continued into when I moved to Minnesota. I decided not to go real hard into business again. I did this consulting gig, and I did some other things, even though when I say that, I think I recognize that me not going real hard is real hard for others, because me not going real hard is I ultimately ended up starting 6 businesses during this time. But I sort of retired, if you will, and really focused more on my family and my faith. So that was my priority. And I did this sort of consulting and business, not as hard. And so the reason this is important for the story is that I made a conscious decision that I was not going to go hard in business until my youngest graduated and went off to college. And so that was 2020 was the original plan, moving to Minnesota in 2012. And so when 2020 came around and my daughter was going off to college, that's when I said, okay, time to get back hard into business. And so I'd taken my savings that I'd accumulated, and I started 6 businesses because I wanted to do something different. So I didn't know what it was. So I started a mobile app development company, started a new web design company, did a tourism portal, exploreupnorth.com, which just promotes northern Minnesota as a destination for travel, a couple other businesses. But it was literally 2 weeks before COVID hit. So on my used cars platform, when the traffic tanked in 2012 and I was retooling, this is when I was going to go really hard on the used cars, and I was going to ramp that up. So I put about $100,000 into paid media testing. And anyways, 2 weeks later, COVID hit. So it basically shut down all those businesses. One of the other things that and it was sort of, I mean, I'll say it's God's timing. That's a whole nother discussion. I don't want to confuse anybody on that, but I would say it's God's timing only because also in 2019, I started a nonprofit. In 2016, I went on a mission trip to Ukraine. And in 2016, 17, and 18, I went 3 years in a row. I just had a transformational experience. And so at the end of that experience, I started impactukraine.com because I knew that I was going to be doing work in Ukraine. Well, for that next year, we planted a church. We did some youth leadership development coaching. And then when COVID hit, obviously there was more need there to help people in Ukraine. And so we did that. But then in 2022, and so all that's to say that because COVID hit and I didn't go hard into business like I'd planned, I was available for then what God had next, which was when the war in Ukraine broke out. I had so many deep relationships in Ukraine that when the war broke out, we were able to raise about $1 million over the next 2 years. And I've got actually, I'll just throw up my little book here. This book here is a book that my Ukrainian daughter, I call her name is Maria. When I met her in 2016, she called me the day that the war broke out. The war broke out on February 24th, 2022. This is 24 stories of people that she knows and where they were during the war and what their story was. And so she called me the day that the war broke out, and I was literally on FaceTime with her watching bombs and tanks and helicopters and Russian troop movement in the country. And it was terrifying. And so by this time I'd planted 10 churches in Ukraine with my board. So we had a large network. And so through our network of churches, we were able to start evacuating women and children. And for anybody who's seen Schindler's List, did they know that final ring? Have you seen Schindler's List?
I have, yes.
Okay. So you know the ring scene. I won't give it away, but the ring scene, it was basically I had my own ring scene moment where every bus ticket to get somebody evacuated was $186. And so it was just this really surreal experience to know that every time we raised $186, we were saving somebody's life and getting them out on a train. And then we were evacuating so many people that eventually it was cheaper to buy buses and vans. And so then we bought a couple of buses and vans, and eventually we'd evacuated over 3,000 people,
That's
all
incredible.
women and children at this point. Men weren't allowed to leave the country. And then over the next 2 years, we just were able to provide a lot of humanitarian aid through our 10 churches. And that goes back to that word oikos from the beginning, where I told you,
Yeah.
our differentiator was that we worked exclusively through relationships or relational world. All the money went to people that we knew, that I had relationships with, that I'd worked with from 16, 17, and 18. And so that's where I was at basically from 2022 until now. We still run it. We've expanded our work into Honduras, Uganda, and Somalia, and the organization is now called Impact World Change, impactworldchange.com. But that's where Transparent Leader comes in. Transparent Leader is a book that a good friend of mine, when I very first came and accepted Christ in 2003, this man, Dwight Johnson, who just passed away 2 weeks ago, actually, he was the very first man who ever came up to me as a new believer who was in business. He owned an electric company in Denver, Colorado, and he built the world's largest lit cross, the Cross of the Rockies there in Denver. And the pilots will use it to navigate. But I met him, and he wrote this book, which is The Transparent Leader. And like Mary's book, these are stories of men like Chuck Colson, who is Richard Nixon's senior advisor. This is the first time he put his testimony in writing. Tom Landry of the Dallas Cowboys wrote the foreword. And so this just taught me the importance of our story and how our story can help others. And that's what I love about Mike and Cass with their book Shoveling Shit, and what Gary and what he shares in Crush and all of his books. Like, when you've got experiences and you can share with people and shorten the learning cycle, what you're doing with this podcast, I mean, that's what Transparent Leader is. It's just sharing knowledge with others to improve lives and make an impact. And so Transparent Leader was the start of, I bought this book from Dwight. I bought the ability to write the next book because I wanted to bring a new generation into understanding testimony and sharing stories of business success. And so ultimately what happened was I turned 50 about a year and a half ago. And I just started praying for the next opportunity. I knew I wanted to make more of an impact. And so I started selling off some of my companies to get ready for the next phase of my life. And so I sold my web company. I sold my real estate business. I'm in the process of selling that domain portfolio. And then this opportunity with Worklight came up, which is a faith at work ministry. And so that's sort of probably the wrap on our show, is that's where I'm going next, is I want to take all of the experiences that I've had. Like you said, there's a new generation that's coming up with exciting new products, exciting new technologies. I think I still have some value to bring to that space, because I still consider myself innovative.
Absolutely.
But I also know, like Gary coined this phrase. I was at a conference when he actually, there's a video of him calling me out in the audience because I was there, and he said, "That's the first time I ever said this." And Seth, you heard everything I've said, but he coined this phrase called, he said, "As the world goes Jetsons, it's the Flintstones that's going to matter." And that's where I'm at. It's the world's going Jetsons. There's new technology, but this old school work ethic, the business experiences that I've had, the stories that I'm able to share, that's the Flintstones interjecting into a Jetsons world. And that's where my life is going now with Worklight, is we provide weekend conferences where we bring in young leaders, take them through a journey of understanding the pain points that they have and trying to integrate their faith in the workplace, just trying to work out how to take care of their families and their employees and their vendors, and how to navigate life with character and integrity. And they leave at the end of the weekend with a newfound lens on how to operate business with integrity, to make the greatest impact in their communities and for their employees. And so that's where I'm at with Transparent Leader and Worklight and my nonprofit Impact World Change.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, what you're doing, Seth, is just truly incredible. You've taken your gifts and your blessing, and you have passed those on, and you're continuing to pass those on to so many people. I mean, the legacy that you are leaving is just incredible. And I'm honored to be able to have a conversation with you, and I've truly enjoyed this. And everyone who's watching, I'm going to make sure that when I put this recording out, you guys, there's people on here live, and I'm going to have Seth here in just a second tell you where you guys can connect with him, whether it's through Transparent Leader, through Worklight, through any of his other incredible missions that he is doing. But I'm also going to make sure that I get all of the websites, get everything. So if you guys want to be part of like what him and his group has been doing in Ukraine or any of these other countries, or if you want to go to a Worklight weekend where you get that immersive experience where you can come rejuvenated, you can come back into your life rejuvenated, driven by faith, and just led by some pretty incredible people like Seth himself. I'm going to make sure that all of that information is posted with these. But so Seth, as we're kind of wrapping up, let everybody know how can they connect with you? How can they connect with some of these organizations? What are the websites? I want to make sure that we've got it so I can easily make some shorts with it too, so we can make sure it gets out to every single person that we can possibly do, and spread what you're doing as wide as we can spread it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that so much. I know it'll be linked up, so I won't spend too long, but my name, Seth Neistat, it's here on the screen. You can see how it's spelled. SethNeistat.com is my personal website, and it pretty much links out to everywhere. But I will call out the 3 ones that we talked about specifically. TransparentLeader.com. That's where you can learn more about the book that's coming out. And I'm finishing up the new book now, so it's not available for sale. But if you want to follow it, TransparentLeader.com. Worklight.org is the Faith at Work ministry. If you're interested in getting together with other business leaders and learning from some well-skilled leaders who've got years in the business. MyCityUsedCars.com is that largest network of websites for anybody interested in that. And then I'm pretty much Seth Neistat everywhere on social media. So I'm on X and Instagram and Facebook, LinkedIn. It's all just at Seth Neistat.
Yeah.
So I thank you for that opportunity, Brian, to share that information. But yeah, anybody just reach out if I can help in any way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like I said, it's been such an honor to have you on here. And as you get closer and closer to releasing that book, I would love to have you on. I mean, I would love to have you on every week. I mean, I've truly enjoyed this conversation. And I do think that we need to do another podcast that's not as entrepreneurial driven, but more VFriends driven, because you have created a new addiction in me and my kids in the VFriends community. It's been great, especially with the Topps Chromes VFriends. I got some of the boxes and I let my kids start opening those boxes. And they've been able to open some packs. And when I tell you the excitement that they've gotten from just a simple refractor, and then just the trading of it, my kids love them to death, but a lot of times they don't see eye to eye. But when it came down to trading some of these cards, it's been a blast. So I would love to have you on. We'll definitely find a time to have you on again. And you know, again, we can do one about VFriends. I would love to do one about faith with you as well. Not just entrepreneurial, but Seth, again, it's been incredible. I appreciate all of your time. With that, everybody, thank you guys so much for watching. You guys are incredible. If you want to connect with Seth, I will make sure I get all of the links attached to the recordings here. So with that, it's time for us to unplug, and we're going to end it right now. So thank you guys so much. Thanks again, Seth. And we will catch you guys next week.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally time to show this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory.
right, your background music went off, bud. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Brian? I can't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Your music and stuff went off. So.
Uh-oh. Well, let's fix that. Okay.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. victory. When woods where we landed, with 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When woods where we landed, with 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When woods where we landed, with 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see.
Good evening, everyone. I am Brian Clements, and Bob is working remotely today. He is actually tasked himself, him and my mom have tasked themselves with taking all of the grandkids on a vacation and went to a theme park today. So I can only imagine how much energy they all expelled, and how much energy my mom and dad had to expel to
we
keep
had
them all
we
corralled.
had a great time. We have 12 down here, 3 of yours with Annalise, Eden, and Silas, plus all the other ones. So had a great day at Silver Dollar City. We're down in Branson, and we're down here through Sunday. So right now they're all outside swimming. Can't guarantee there won't be any extra noise at some point there, but and the sun, I'm sitting out on the deck, and the sun is coming in. So
there you go. Well, hey, you know what? It's a beautiful day. I know it's beautiful up here. It's looked like the weather was going to be pretty incredible down there as well. So
it has been beautiful.
That's awesome. Well, I am super excited for tonight's podcast, and you guys can probably see it on the screen up here behind me. We are going to, and actually it is probably backwards for everybody because I
know it's perfect from my perspective.
Oh, it's perfect. Well, it's backwards for me, which I guess actually that is the correct.
It needs to be backwards for you.
It needs to be backwards, but we're going to be talking about betting on yourself in 2025. What does that look like? What does it take to bet on yourself as an entrepreneur in 2025? And in my opinion, in my thoughts, betting on yourself, there's never been a better time to do it. I think that this, where we're at right now with everything, I think this is the best time possible as an entrepreneur. And we talked about this, not last week not on last week's podcast, but on the podcast the week before that.
About the Gen Zs.
About the Gen Zs. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it is by far incredible time to be an entrepreneur. And again, I'm super stoked for tonight's podcast. So with that, we'll kind of go ahead and dive in. I mean, I think one of the first things that I want to talk about, and I think that the biggest thing that everyone's talking about right now as entrepreneurs is AI, right? Yeah. AI is the tool for entrepreneurs in 2025. I mean, there's never been an employee that has been as cheap and has been able to do as much with so much knowledge in any time in history than AI. I mean, it gives you a full marketing team. It gives you I don't want to say a full legal team, because I would encourage you, anything that you put through AI, if it needs to be a truly legal binding document, still have it looked over by an attorney. But it gives you marketing. It gives you sales teams. It gives you everything that you really need to start a business without having that upfront cost of starting a business. I mean, So Bob, I mean, you work with businesses constantly. What are you telling these businesses? What are you telling the dealerships, about usage of AI? Because I know a lot of people, and we talked about this, about the, Gen Z entrepreneurs,
Right.
or the kind of being an entrepreneur in this time. There's a lot of people go like, oh, well, if I'm using AI, am I cheating? Right? Is that making it less personal? Is that, you know, I think they feel guilty to some extent about using AI. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I think some people do. I was just laughing as you said that. Your mom and I, we just had our attorney do some legal things for us, and I'm telling you, I know they use AI. I can almost tell it as I was reading the document. So
Yeah.
I've been using AI for a long time, and you kind of get a sense of when somebody really doesn't know how to use AI well, and it comes across a little too impersonal, and so so it's kind of interesting to see, but. AI to me, Brian, and I've just, as we were talking about kind of the theme for tonight, and really kind of betting on yourself, really leaning into AI and understanding AI, understanding that there's lots of different language models for AI. Most people think about chat from open AI, but there's a lot of different models that you can play around with for free. Some of them cost just a little bit, but it's not a lot. And I think again, if I were starting all over as an entrepreneur, and I don't want to, but if I did, this is a little bit when we were talking about with Cass and Mike, and I think the question came up is if you had to start all over again, and I think what would happen, how long would it take? And I think Cass and Mike and I all agreed in a year I could be successful again because I got it. I understand it. And it would take longer than a year if I didn't have AI, but I understand AI.
Yeah. Oh,
so
absolutely.
To your point, in a year, I would lean into AI for my marketing. I would lean into AI for my human resources. I'd lean into AI for my accounting. I would lean into AI for everything. And so you got this really cool tool that you didn't have. I didn't have 40 years ago when I started my company, but you got this really cool tool now. So I think, again, I mean, honestly, if it were me, and I thought about this as we were kind of getting the theme for this program set up, is to go in and just say, hey, AI, I want to start a company, right?
Yeah.
And I want it to be a small company that's very personal, that's not a brick and mortar, but that's a web-based company. Give me some ideas to do that. I'm telling you, I think AI would probably say, well, guys, Bob, here's, and I'd say, give me 10, and then I want in the order of the most probable to the least probable. And I think you could do that with AI. I just am convinced, and you and I talked about this 2 weeks ago when we were talking about Gen Z. I am just convinced, Brian, there has never, ever been a better time for a person. I don't care whether they're a young person or an older person. To think about if they've ever dreamed of being an entrepreneur. There has never been a better time in my lifetime, anyway. And I've got 70 years under my belt here. There's never been a better time to do it and to think about it, because the resources are out there. It's just incredible. So, I think, again, if you've ever thought about it, but I do think you have to embrace AI because AI just accelerates it. To your point, Brian, I think, and I work with dealers, so that's my world. You know what, Brian? You've spent most of your life working with me with dealers, but a lot of them think, well, I did that on AI, and they say it almost like I kind of cheated. To your point, Brian, I'm going like, only if you're in college or high school or grade school, it is cheating. Okay, but once you're past that, right? It's taking and leveraging a tool. Brian, in the world that you and I play in with mechanics and technicians and stuff, I tell people it's like going from a half-inch ratchet that you do manually, that you ultimately, if you do it for years, get carpal tunnel and your fingers won't move anymore. To using a battery-powered snap-on half-inch impact wrench. For those that are on here that know what I'm talking about, they get it. I said it's like going, kind of from the dark ages. I used to use a club, and now I have a battery attached to my tool, or I have a battery attached to my lawnmower. I mean, it's that kind of a thing, and that's not AI, but it's kind of like going from the dark ages into, there's a tool that is unbelievable that you can use and the other piece of it, Brian, to me that's exciting,
Absolutely.
and it's so inexpensive, right? I mean, I pay $20 a
it
month
is.
for Chat GPT, and if
Yeah.
and I don't want OpenAI to hear this, but if OpenAI went to $100 a month for chat, I would say, okay, that's fine. Right? I don't
Yeah.
care.
Oh,
So it's
100%.
$1,200 a year. It saves me thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of time, or people that I would have to hire then to help do some of this stuff. So I'm an AI fan, Brian.
Yeah.
And
No, and
I lean into it.
I think that everyone needs to lean into it. And again, I think what the misconception that a lot of people get with AI is that it creates no personality or no personal connection with with what you're building. But that's not true. I mean, it does if you just say if you don't spend any time with it. It's like any other thing that you have to do in a business, right? If you spend time in it, it will become better, right?
Oh, absolutely.
If I go into Excel and have never used Excel spreadsheets ever in my life, it is not going to do what I need it to do. The more time I spend in it, the more accurate it's going to become because my formulas are cleaner. I understand actually how Excel works, right? And so the more time that you put into AI, the difference is you don't have to learn it; it's learning you, which then creates that personality, creates that feeling of, hey, I wrote this, and I did. I will say I read a lot of documents on AI through ChatGPT. I create a lot of things, but I said, okay, here's what I want it to feel like. Here's what I want it to say. And then it just cleans it up. A lot of times it's not me just saying, okay, hey, create this for me. It's saying, hey, this is what I'm creating. Here's the context. Here's the body to it. Now take it and make it better. And it does that. And then I go, okay, well, can you make it any better? And it goes, oh, absolutely. And it's constantly making it better. But anyways, I think everyone needs to start leaning into AI, whether you're a TikTok creator, whether you're a musician, whether you're building a business as a business owner, not that a musician or musical or artist or a TikTok and creator, not that that's not a business, because that is a very, very big business.
You can ask people, there's Kevin
Yeah.
O'Leary would tell you that TikTok is a big business.
Oh, it's massive. I mean,
he does well.
Yeah, yeah,
He's my favorite shark. He's my favorite shark on Shark Tank.
Oh, he's great. He's great. And I mean, he's Mr. Wonderful. He doesn't always tell you the wonderful news, but he's going to tell you how it is. Not
Exactly.
that, I mean, all the other sharks, they all tell you exactly how it is. I mean, they have created a big enough life for themselves where they don't have to sugarcoat anything.
Yeah.
But
I think that's like, as you talk about TikTok, I think people's perception of entrepreneurship many times it's different than what it used to be. I mean, you talk about an influencer. Okay, that's an entrepreneur.
100%.
I mean, they figured out there's a group of people that are willing to follow me for my recipes, for my I don't know, pick whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I think that's the other thing, Brian, when you think about entrepreneurship, I think a lot of people think, oh, well, that's not really a business. Of course it's a business. It makes you money. You're using your creativity. You're using a platform that people love to be on. So I think that's the other thing. When people think about, again, being an entrepreneur, they think about it kind of in the old traditional sense, like me being an entrepreneur, or you with your new software, with Triton software. That's kind of the traditional entrepreneur. But I would say that Joe Rogan is an entrepreneur. Now, again, he has other businesses, but his podcast, I don't know, Brian, you and I talked the other day. He makes pretty good money every day off of his podcast.
Yeah, about
like
800.
Like
yeah, he makes an incredible amount of money off of content creation.
So if Joe Rogan didn't have all of his other businesses, but only had his podcast, would you say that Joe Rogan is not an entrepreneur? And I go, heavens no, he's the definition of an entrepreneur, right?
100%.
He took all the risk, he did everything, and he did it. So I think that's the other thing is people think about it, they have to kind of redefine what an entrepreneur is, in terms of what I'm going to call the more traditional entrepreneur like I was, or like you are. But again, everybody today is really leaning into AI. And like
Yeah.
you said, Brian, AI is so much. And when I work with a lot of service managers. I'm trying to get service managers, Brian, to understand how to use AI and helping them write quotes and helping them do equipment diagnostics and things like this, which your
Yeah.
software Triton's going to do here now. It already does it, but
Yeah.
you're baiting it right now. But again, their thing is like, well, is it accurate? And I say it's as accurate as the prompts or instructions that you give it.
100%.
So I send them the instructions that I've written for them to use with chat. And I
Yeah.
say, now look, I said, you're going to have to tweak this because this is how I would use it.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you ask it to do a task for you, a project, right? Say I need to do an estimate on a John Deere 2445 tractor that needs a full service and it's got the front wheel seals are leaking, right?
Yeah.
I need that. And so I've got the prompts all set up and the instructions set up as I would do it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I said, this is what I want when you give me this information. And I said, so if it doesn't give it quite like you want, then go back into my instructions, my prompts, like in
Yeah.
chat, you have an instruction place in each
Yep.
project and improve your instructions.
Yeah.
Right. And I said, and then as you continue to improve it, to your point, Brian, it becomes more like you. It understands what you're wanting. It understands what you're looking for. So anyway, like I say, that's the key to it. To me, I always tell people when you first start with AI, it's like a 3-year-old, right?
Yeah.
But the more you use it and the more clarity you give it in instructions, because it never forgets the instructions, right?
Yeah.
And so you can grow it from a 3-year-old to a PhD, right? That
Oh, yeah.
understands what you're looking for, in a matter of a week if you just constantly work to improve the prompts and the instructions on. So
Yeah.
that's the big piece to me with AI. You have to understand that AI does what you ask it to do, and the better you are at asking it to do things, the more clarity, right, you do. And I even did, Brian, one time on it, I asked it a question. I had my instruction, and so I re-put my instructions into one of the projects, and I said, how can I improve on these instructions and make them clear for you to use? And it
Yeah.
came back with suggestions, right? So chat, which is kind of the scary part of AI, it can actually improve itself.
Oh, it can. And I mean, it not only is it learning us,
Yeah.
which is kind of scary to a point, but it's learning itself and it's saying, okay, how
Absolutely.
can I better serve the person that I'm serving? Which, we've all seen that when they're tired of serving us, then that's when things go
That's
bad.
That's a whole nother
That's a different podcast.
Yeah.
But
how do we beat
yeah.
the machines? That's the How Do We Beat the Machines podcast.
Yeah. Well, and with all of that being said, this goes back again to, betting on yourself in 2025. You're able to become 10 people in one with the use of AI. And I have, that we're talking about the entrepreneur's playbook, and there are written entrepreneur playbooks, and I'm going to grab it, and I was going to move and grab it here in a second, but I'm going to grab it right now. I don't know if you can all see this, but this is my copy of Shoveling Shit. This is a entrepreneur's playbook. I mean, this is written by Mike and Cass Lazaro. If you guys don't know who they are, you need to go back and watch the podcast we did with them. Incredible entrepreneurs, built multiple businesses, one of them being Buddy Media that they sold for $745 million. They've figured it out. But this is the paper copy of an entrepreneur's handbook.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I will also say is that ChatGPT and AI is the other playbook of entrepreneurship. If you don't know where to start, if you've got an idea, right, and you go, I don't know exactly where to start on this, I don't know what my first step is, use chat to create your first steps. I could go in here right now into chat and say, hey, chat, I want to start. And like Bob said, I want to start a business, or I want to start a TikTok channel. How do I start a TikTok channel? And what are the most viral videos that I could create in my category, right? Create your category, create something that you want to create. First off, don't just go, running after the fame, because first off, you're going to get burnt out. And second off, you're competing against 20 billion other people who are trying to do the exact same thing. And only one person succeeds out of all of that. So create your own lane, create it really well, and then let chat kind of do that. I mean, one of the amazing parts of using AI and using it as your kind of playbook is you can go in and say, hey, I want to create content, right, for the next week. And here's what I want my content to be about. Again, if you've had the conversations with chat, or if you had the conversations with AI to start building your personality into it, you can say, I want to create these 10 videos, and it's going to shoot 10 short form videos for you, not actually shoot them for you, but it is going to create a script for you. I mean, you can legitimately let it help you build your script. It can build your content schedules for you. It's such an incredible tool. And again, whoever is going, I don't know if working a 9 to 5 is right for me. And you have that desire to say, I'm ready to step out and maybe do something a little different. Then you've got to just do it. You've got to make that jump. You've got to take that step, and you've got to bet on yourself, because the reality of it is no one else is going to bet on you better than you can bet on yourself. It is scary. It is not an easy thing to do. And you might have to parallel it with something else. I'm not saying, go, okay, I'm going to become a content creator on TikTok. I'm going to drop my life savings on getting all of the right setup, the cameras, the everything, which you don't need. You just need a phone, realistically. And I would encourage everyone to get a really good gimbal too. But, but don't go quit your job, right? Don't go, okay, I'm going to become a content creator. I'm going to quit my job and then hope it pans out in 2 days. It's not going to pan out like that. So you've got to bet on yourself, but you also have to create realistic expectations. And I just got off of a podcast with my brother-in-law, who I'm really trying to push him into the podcasting side of things and building. He does content creation for YouTube, on TikTok for his fishing channel. He also has a gaming channel. And, he was doing a bunch of work today. He had to work today. And he was tired, and he's like, man, I'm not sure if I want to do a podcast. I was like, you know what? I know you're tired. I know it's exhausting, but you've got to keep grinding. If it's something that you really want, working an 8-hour day doesn't apply to entrepreneurs. And whether that's TikTok, whether that's, streaming, whether that's actually building a business, understand that just because you have AI on your side doesn't mean that you're still not going to work 18-hour days.
Yeah, and again, Brian, putting that in context, Jason is what, 17 years old?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So here's a 17-year-old who's tired. And why was he tired, Brian? Because he spent all day doing what?
He was doing, he was a teacher's aide all day.
For what group of kids?
For kindergartners. Yeah. So
okay. So anybody that's been around a classroom of kindergarten, but this is a 17-year-old. Okay. Yeah. I want you to think about that. And Jason's a great young man. But here's a 17-year-old who is tired. And yes, Brian, I know you had to coax him to come on in and do it. But this is a 17-year-old. So when people say like, well, I can't do it. Okay. We've got a 17-year-old.
Yes.
Right? Still in school working on this, and he is becoming an entrepreneur as a part of it. This is 100%. Skills that he's not going to get anyplace else. So, I think again, it's that just do it. And like you said, Brian, I mean, when I started my business, I had to go all in, okay, because there wasn't another way. I couldn't say, well, I want to work part-time still for you, but I'm going to also work this other business on the side. That really wasn't an option 40 years ago. Today, it is an option. And I'm like you, Brian, don't be stupid. If you got a job that's paying good, then do that. And then, when you get home at night, do like, Brian, I mean, you're building a software company for dealer management software. So I know you've been swamped and busy all day, right? So I know you
100%.
have, but again, so you find the time, to do it. I mean, like I say, I was out, it was fun. I was at, Silver Dollar City all day with grandkids, and I knew we had this coming up, but I look forward to it. It's fun. It's exciting. And it's like, that's part of it. I don't look at a day in context of hours. I just look at, I got a job to do, I'm going to do it. And, if it takes me 10 hours to do it, great. If it takes me 12 hours to do it, if I can get it done in 4 hours, that's even better. But I think that's the other thing. I think, Brian, you got to get the whole concept of an 8-hour day out of your head. Once you become an entrepreneur, time becomes irrelevant anymore. It doesn't matter, right? It's just, what are you trying to do? So, if I need to be on TikTok, from 8:30 to 9:30 at night with my channel, it doesn't matter that you started out at 7:00 that next morning, because entrepreneurs don't really put things in the context of hours anymore. That's an 8 to 5 job. That's kind of what you do. So that's the other thing I think you have to get mentally. And I'd love to have, I hope Mike and Cass can come back on with us again. I would love to have them on, because I can't imagine the kind of hours Mike and Cass or Gary V or Seth.
Oh yeah.
All the other people that you've had on, the kind of hours. I mean, we talked to Seth, 2 weeks ago, and the kind of hours that I know he has to put in, right?
Yes.
But he's so passionate about what he does. He doesn't keep track of time, right?
Yeah.
He does what he needs to do until it gets done. And then he wakes up the next morning and says, okay, I love what I'm doing. And, and just goes at it again. So that's kind of, to me, the other thing you got to get, if you're going to be an entrepreneur, whether it's a 17-year-old Jason who's got 2 YouTube channels going right now, or 70-year-old me. I know there's 70-year-old people out there who have always wanted to do something, that should do it. I mean, start a TikTok channel on woodwork. I love woodworking. That's my hobby. Brian can tell you, if you go to my lower garage in my house, if they make it as a woodworking tool, I own it.
Yeah,
and if I need something, then I just buy another one. So, but again, so I subscribe to some different YouTube channels for woodworking, fine woodworking and stuff like that. So, and the guys that are on those, Brian, are, probably 55, 60 years old, and they've got, I don't know, 50,000 followers. I mean, I know they're monetized. So anyway, so I think that's the other piece. We talked about Gen Zs, but really today with the technology and what's there, if you're 80 years old, right, and you love to read books to kids at night, your grandkids at night, you could do a YouTube, you could do a channel on that. So I don't know. I just think, again, with the technology and everything that's out there, Brian, well, we talked about the Gen Z a couple of weeks ago. I just think, again, if you want to be an entrepreneur, Brian, to your point, bet on yourself, right?
100%.
Just do it. And the perk of it is, and we talked about this, Brian, a couple of weeks when we were talking about Gen Z, before, immediately today if what you're doing is failing.
Absolutely.
Right? So you get instant feedback. You have to get we talked about this with Mike and Cass, and I think Cass made the point, you've got to get your ego out of the way, because you're gonna fail. Okay, that's a piece of it. But the perk of it is you don't have to wait a year to figure out you failed. With what you have available today with social media and all stuff like this, you'll know within probably 2 or 3 podcasts or 2 or 3 TikTok things that this isn't working. And so then you pivot and you try something different. It doesn't mean that you suck at what you do. You just, chat gave you the wrong thing to try.
Absolutely. Well, and a perfect,
try something different, right?
And a perfect example of that, I mean, was the podcast that we did right before this one, with Jason for his content creation. Is I already have a large following on TikTok. I've got a big group of following, but I wanted to make the title more in line with what he was doing, right? And not really thinking about it, I said, okay, let's throw this title out there, put it kind of random, didn't have anything to do with me or what I'm doing, and the viewership from the beginning dropped substantially, and because, well, the market that I was going after, or the people I was going after on my channel, right, they're used to seeing it, join Jurassic for this, or join Jurassic for this, or, we're doing this. And so I knew within the first 5 minutes of that podcast that, oh, damn, I screwed that one up. I should have changed that title to something maybe a little bit different. But but that's like what you're saying is in real time. I mean, within 3 minutes,
Absolutely.
it affected my viewership or our
Absolutely.
viewership of that. Now I was able to go in there and share out the live, right? I can share it personally, share it to people. You know, we had 5,800 likes on the live by the time we were done with it.
Yeah.
You know, so there's that. But again, now I know going into that kind of a podcast, I need to make sure that I am creating the proper title for that. But it's crazy in real time. And I will say what really came to it is I typically on my titles try to tell a story of what they're going to experience when they come to my live.
Right.
I did not do that on this one. And that's what people come to my channel for, right? They come to the channel to see me chasing a cow that has gotten out of a field. And, you know, I'm chasing
And
her
actually,
for 40.
they're betting on they're betting on the cow, right?
100%.
That's your Maui, the Longhorn, right?
Yeah,
Weighs
yeah.
probably 3,000 pounds.
Yeah.
That fortunately is very friendly, but could kill you in about 3 seconds.
Yeah. Well, that one was the one that got out was crazy bitch. And you know, I was on a 45-minute
and she is crazy. I just want to
Yes.
make sure everybody says this is
yeah,
a crazy.
and she went on a 45-minute excursion with me chasing her on the four-wheeler at about 6:30 in the morning. You know, but that's what people come and they want
Right.
that authentic feel. They want that storytelling that I'm kind of creating. And you know, chat did not give that to me because I have not been working and or building that podcast with
Right.
just like that's
Exactly.
something that's brand new. I threw out an idea and it threw me back something, but
Right.
I didn't build my audience. And so that was a bad bet on myself.
Yeah, but again,
but I learned.
the perk of it is that you knew literally in seconds
Yeah.
that there was a mistake. Now, it doesn't mean you go back and correct it that moment,
Yeah.
right? But you didn't lose anybody, right? They just didn't.
Yeah.
What you were doing was not what they were expecting to see, and so they did it. So it's not like they're gone, right?
Mhm.
It's just that the content wasn't what they were expecting, right? And so, but that's the cool thing about it, because in the old entrepreneurship world, it might have taken you 6 months to figure that out and another 6 months to try something different, and by that time you burn through all your cash.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And you know what it took you is like 3 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, that's to me again, I think the cool thing. And again, like you said, Brian, it really is about storytelling. You know,
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to do, is say, hey, look, you know, entrepreneurship is a cool thing. Anybody can do it. The technology is there to do it. And I think your goal with Unplugged and Unfiltered is to give them all kinds of examples of entrepreneurs, you know, that did it and how they did it. I think ultimately, as you continue with this podcast, and I'm always excited to be a part of it, but there'll become a theme that anybody
Yeah.
can be an entrepreneur, right?
Absolutely.
There's nobody out there, if you wanted to do it, that couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You know, and I just think it's less scary today than it was when I did it, or probably when Mike and Cass did it.
Oh,
You know, or
100%.
Gary V did it. I mean, you know, we were talking about Gary V and his very first vlog,
Yeah.
vlog, right? That's
Yeah.
what they used to be called, you know, and all things to Gary, it was pretty rough, Brian. watching
Oh,
that.
100%.
You
Yeah.
know, they have greatly improved, right?
Yeah.
But again,
they
he
have.
was really the pioneer in this stuff, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. I mean, yeah, he
Gary,
was one of the very first
yeah, I mean,
vlogs to ever come out, and
yeah,
he
you know,
still does it, and it
yeah.
is incredible now. I mean, he gets like,
I think he's a part of your secret at some point in the future.
yes, he is. So
yeah.
I'm super excited, and you know, to be able to have him on at some point.
But I
we-
mean, a super guy. But again, you know, so you know, he's, you know, and when he was doing it in the beginning, you know, the feedback was very slow to do it. He was smart enough to continue to innovate and adapt, as was Cass and Mike, and same thing with Seth that you had on not last week but the week before last. I mean,
yeah,
you know, so that's it. And the other piece is they're, you know, they're on there to tell a story. They're on there
Yeah.
to pull people in. So I think the storytelling piece is a big part of it.
yeah, no, 100%, and I think that is especially if you want to get into, I want to say like sales or e-commerce, and you want to pursue the entrepreneurial side of website, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's selling stuff on TikTok Shop or Amazon, with doing those kind of things, you have to create some type of a niche market, right? You have to create something. And what you're really doing is you're not actually selling the product, because that product's available in 1,000 different places. What you're actually doing is you're selling yourself. Like, why am I buying this product from this creator? Why am I buying this, whatever it is?
Well, for some reason,
why?
Brian, I lost your audio. I can't hear you now. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can still hear you. Hopefully you can still hear me. Well, let's see here. If you guys can still hear us and you are if you are on one of our lives, if you can send a thumbs up. Let me make sure. I'm not sure what's going on here. 1 second, everybody. Give me. Yeah, so I still have my sound. We might have to drop Bob off here real quick and then bring him back on. We're going to go ahead and do that real quick. Can you hear us now, Bob? Oh. Well, we'll just kind of keep talking a little bit. I'm not sure what happened or where we went with that, but yeah, I mean, I think that the reality of everything that's going on.
I don't know, Brian. I cannot hear
you have the
right now. Thumbs up if you can hear me.
Opportunity to create really whatever you want to create. Oh, are you there? Can you hear me now? Uh-oh. Okay. I think we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Can you hear me, Bob? Okay. But like I was saying, I think that you have the ability to create whatever you really want to create in this life or in 2025.
I can't hear you, bud.
Okay. Well, I am not sure why we are having this difficulty, but I'm still showing. So we are, anyways, I'm going to kind of wrap this up and then we'll get back into it next week. But
Brian, I'm going to log out and log back in.
Sounds good. So we'll see. We'll give him an opportunity to get logged back in here. Hopefully that'll bring him back up. But again, what I'm saying is I think anyone has the opportunity to create any type of business that they want to create in this coming year. And in the coming years, I mean, all AI is going to do is get better. Now, with that being said, with AI having the ability to get better, is if you do not jump on the AI train now, you are going to get behind. You are going to get, you're not going to be the original, right? And so I think that the people who are doing it now, who are really spending the time to learn AI, are the people who are going to be the most successful when it comes to 2025. So, but at the same time, whatever you're selling, because we are in such a digital market anymore, because you can go on Amazon and find the exact same product 15 different places for 15 different prices, but you're going to buy based off of the person that you trust. So if you saw an influencer who shared their associate's link to that, you're going to buy it from that influencer. Why? Because you trust them. They are selling themselves. And what you are doing is you're buying them. You're not buying the product. You're buying the product, right, because it fits a need or it fulfills a gap that you need filled. Whether it's, I need a new pair of tennis shoes because my other tennis shoes there's no sole left on them. But I also saw these are the same ones that Usain Bolt wore during the Olympics. So they're going to make me super fast. And so that's why I'm spending
They will not make you
$1,000.
super fat. They will not
Well,
make
I
you
can
super
pretend. I can pretend. That's what I'm hoping. I'm
like saying,
hoping for that.
yeah, Air Jordans will not make you play basketball like Michael Jordan.
But that's what you're buying, right? Is you're buying a person, you're buying a brand. And with AI, with 2025's playbook, entrepreneurial playbook, what we're saying is that not necessarily that you can build any business. You can build any business, but what you have to do before you build a business is build a brand in this digital market that we are living in. You build a brand, you build a following, you can then sell anything that you want to sell within reason. I mean, I'm not going to encourage you to sell anything that you shouldn't be selling. That's illegal.
Illegal. That's illegal, immoral, unethical, or life-threatening, right?
Yeah, I mean, life-threatening. If you want to start a fireworks stand, you let me know.
Yeah,
I'll probably be one of your customers.
Yeah.
Could be life-threatening depending on who's shooting the fireworks. And
but don't you think again that's what Gary Vee's done, Cass and Mike have done? They are the brand, right?
Yes.
And so so that's it's like me. I'm the brand of my company. So and that's kind of what you're doing with Triton. You're the brand of that. People know you for that. So, but I think that's again. So, like you said, so regardless of what you ultimately do, I mean, it's kind of like Cass and Mike. If Cass and Mike wake up, and they probably do every day, and decide, hey, this would be kind of a cool thing to do, they have such a following for their brand, right?
Yeah.
That people go like, oh, if Cass and Mike think it's a good idea, well, screw it. It's got to be a good idea. And it doesn't mean that all of them are going to be. I'm sure that they would agree that not all of them are, but they have a lot of solid reputation where they've done things right and they've had success with it. They've had failures, just like they talked about in our meeting here. But honestly, they're the brand. Gary
100%.
Vee is the brand. Seth is the brand, right?
Well,
and go ahead.
And with the brand, I mean, and Gary Vee is a perfect example, right? So he started V Friends, right? V Friends is a trading card. It's fairly new to the public, right? It's fairly new broad. It came out just earlier this month. They released the Topps Crumbs V Friends cards. And it's not because V Friends had a following, but it's because of who Gary Vee was. Even here in Kansas City, I went to a GameStop. I asked the people, I said, do you happen to have any V Friends cards? He goes, no, we sold out in 2 minutes. And it was limit one per customer. And he goes, I had never heard of them before, but we had a line out the door for these random cards that I have never heard of. And they weren't buying them because they were V Friends. They were buying them because they were Gary Vee. That's why they bought them.
Exactly.
And they're selling for ridiculous amount of money. And the one that Gary Vee hand drew, which was the very, 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 very lucky black cat that he signed and hand drew, I mean, it's got a $250,000 bounty on it.
Yeah.
Again, not because it's a rare card. I mean, it is a rare card. It's a one of one, but it's the brand that you're buying Gary Vee's brand.
Well, right? That's it. I mean, Gary Vee is the brand, right?
100%. Yeah.
Michael Jordan is the brand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Usain Bolt is the brand.
100%.
Right? So I think that's the other piece of it is like you said, it's kind of like you were talking about with you and Jason when you were on your TikTok followers, you're the brand on that. And they're expecting to see you do something odd at Jurassic Farms, typically chasing down some crazy ass animal that you have.
Yes. 100%.
Okay. So again, so when that didn't happen, okay, then it didn't make sense to people. And it doesn't mean that they left you. It's just like, okay, this is not what I want to watch right now. So you've built this brand. It's kind of like what you're doing with this, and then it's leveraging other people who have a brand bigger than yours, because that's the other thing I find, that most entrepreneurs are not selfish people. They had somebody help them, right? It's like Mike and Cass with Gary Vee, and Gary Vee with Seth, I believe.
Yep.
Or no, it wasn't Seth. It was Anthony.
Seth. Well, and
Seth,
Anthony.
Seth
and Anthony. Yeah.
Okay, but they're not selfish people. They're going like, for the grace of God, I am blessed to be here. Okay, so how can I bestow this blessing on other people? They're
100%.
not greedy, selfish people. They're happy.
Yeah.
And I know, Brian, you were doing a lot of TikTok there for a while, and and you were building, kind of who you were, but you were leveraging that because you were helping other people who were doing better than you at the time, but they kind of brought
Yeah.
you along. I mean, you almost get pulled into this current with them, which
Yes.
is really what it's all all I mean,
Well,
I think social media is such a cool thing because
yeah.
people in
Well,
social media typically, I mean, there's some goofballs, don't get me wrong,
yeah.
right? And I love to watch them and laugh at them.
100%.
I do subscribe to them, but just because they make me laugh because they're so stupid.
Yeah.
Right? And sometimes you just need to laugh at stupid. But most people
100%.
on TikTok, right, they have this following, and it's not because they do stupid stuff. But again, they have it, and then you can kind of leverage onto that, and they're happy,
Yeah.
right? To say, hey, look, my ego's not in the way here. I'm not threatened by you.
Yeah.
Because 99% of them know that you're not going to be doing what they're doing, right? You're looking
Yeah.
for that other piece. And I don't know, there's, billions of people in the world. There's plenty for all of us as we kind of
100%.
go through and do it. So anyway,
Well,
I'm with you.
and I think one of the biggest things that people don't talk about as entrepreneurs, I think one of the quickest way to build a business as an entrepreneur is networking, right? And it's connecting with other entrepreneurs. Like you said, they're very rarely are they selfish people. They have been in your shoes. They know exactly what it feels like, and they're more than willing to help you. Now, being an entrepreneur, that means that you might owe them at some point in your life, and it might just be a phone call or a email that you might have to send. It's typically never monetary with them, but they might ask a favor of you at some point. But with that, you creating a network, that's what happened with Mike and Cass, right? I met them through Gary V and worked on building a friendship with them. And I would truly say I have a friendship with them. And then able to get them on the podcast. And through Mike and Cass, I've met Seth, I met Anthony Masucci. I've built a better relationship with Gary V to the point where I'm going to be in New York City soon, right, meeting with all of them. Incredible opportunity, one that I never thought I would ever experience. Mainly just because I don't like New York City, but outside of that,
I like not New York City, although it's a beautiful city. I like upstate New York.
Oh, 100%.
People think that New York City is New York. It's a small part of New York City.
Yeah, absolutely.
New York is beautiful. You've been up there many times.
I would say that connecting and networking is one of the biggest tools. And then understanding who your connections are connected with. That's something that I've been really learning recently. There's a website that I found. It's called Connect the Dots, or CTD. Yeah, CTD.ai. You go on to connectthedots.ai and you type in your email address. If you have a LinkedIn, you can put your LinkedIn there. But it creates this network of people that you know. And so like I can go on to my Connect the Dots and I can search for, let's say I search for Gary V. Let's say I didn't have any connection with Gary V. I could search for Gary V and it's going to pull up that, hey, Mike Lazaro is a connection with Gary V. He knows Gary V. And this is the strength that he knows Gary V at. You can ask for an introduction through that. The amount of networking I've been able to do and the amount of people that I've been able to meet, people like Ryan Reynolds, Larry the Cable Guy. I mean,
he's my kind of comedian.
I know. I would love, and I'm working really hard because I think it would be a blast to have Larry the Cable Guy on our podcast. Not that we're going to talk about anything entrepreneurial.
Well, you know what?
Feel like we're all going to laugh.
You know what? I remember when Larry the Cable Guy was just starting out, and of course we're in Kansas City, and there was a DJ on a talk station in the afternoon. Larry would call in for about 10 minutes and just do crazy comedy live for free because Larry was building his brand.
100%.
Right. And so, everybody starts there. The other thing I would tell people, I mean, I've been blessed in my company, and we have a lot of people that we work with dealers and we help them do turnarounds. Brian, you spent 12 years of your life going out in dealerships and doing Gordon Ramsay nightmare moments in dealerships, but I'm a big believer that I get probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 young dealerships that's starting out, that have no money, that's just starting, and they will reach out to me through an email and say, hey, my distributor or my manufacturer said, I really need you.
Yeah.
And they can't afford me, but I always say, you know what? I don't care if you can afford me or not. I'll work with you. I can't do it for everybody, but when people reach out to me and say, can you answer a question for them, whatever? And I say, well, let me just help you for the year. Well, I can't afford you. I didn't ask you to pay me. I just said, let me help you. And I said, all I need you to do at a dealer meeting at some manufacturer, when somebody's talking bad about me, stand up and be my Italian family member.
Yeah,
right.
100%.
I just need you. And I had one of them do it several years ago. Bob Baker, right?
Oh, 100%.
Somebody was bad mouthing me at a big national dealer meeting. Bob Baker stood up and go, that's bullshit. I know Bob Clements, right?
Yeah.
and everybody go, yeah, I know Bob too. I said, that's all I need you to do. So when I'm not there, stand up and be my advocate. And they go like, 100%. Okay, I'll do that. So, and I know Mike and Cass would do the same thing. So when there's always, when you're being given a favor by an entrepreneur, to your point, Brian, there will always be an opportunity that God will put in front of you to test you, and just stand up for him, right?
Yeah.
Stand up for him and be like, I tell people, I need you to be like my good Italian family that, if you say something about a Bob, you've insulted my family. Okay. I'm going to stand up and make the correction for it. And I think that's a piece of it. Just understanding that what they don't want your money. They don't, all they want you to do is, there will be an opportunity presented to you at some point to stand up and be their advocate. That's all they're asking for. Right. And so I see it happen in my life.
Well, and that really is that final chapter of the entrepreneur's playbook, right? Is you've got your idea, you've got it started, you've got the creation of it. You're using AI in today's world. You're using AI to build the foundations, to build the building blocks. And I will say again, AI is not perfect on everything. There are other sources. Like, I was building a business plan. I use a company called liveplan.com. Liveplan.com helped me build an incredible business plan with forecasting, profits, all of that. Incredible things. I found it through ChatGPT, but and so we've got our foundation. We've got all of our building blocks, right? And now, to wrap everything up, we've got our entrepreneurial mentors. We have our connections. We have our network. Lean on them, because they have made the mistakes, and it will make them so happy for you to not make those mistakes, because you reached out and asked them. And that was one of the things, and it's still to this point. I mean, after doing that podcast with Cass and Mike, Mike said, he goes, we're going to be so proud of what you've created when it goes live. We're going to be so proud of that. And to hear that from someone of that caliber, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
To someone, I'm a nobody in the world that they play in, but because I asked for help, they go, you know what? We've got you, and we're going to cheer you on, and we're going to celebrate you when you succeed. And that's a pretty crazy feeling to have as an entrepreneur outside of your family. I mean, your family, it's an incredible feeling, and the support that you get from your family as an entrepreneur can be really, really good. It can also be really, really bad. But
I'm hoping mine is really, really good.
It is really, really good. It is. I would say it's almost too good, because the no bounds limit that it's like, oh, let's start mushroom farming. let's start. Hey, let's just try it. Right. What's the worst that can happen? That's great. But it plays into my ADD mindset a little too much.
Well, I've
but,
got a little bit of that too. I go like, well, for $30,000 we can start mushroom farming. Let's give that a shot. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, fuck it, why
I
not?
love mushrooms, so like what we'll
Yeah.
eat whenever nobody else buys.
100%. But no, I mean it's incredible, and it's great to have that support. And not everyone has or comes from an entrepreneurial family that has the support that I've had. And to not take away from anything that you've done or anything like that, but to have someone that was just a random stranger to me 3 months ago,
Right.
we're going to celebrate this with you too. Such an incredible opportunity, and it wouldn't have been possible without just creating a network. So as you can see, my TV is actually telling me that it is time to end because, well, it's trying to power off. So I appreciate everyone who's been on here. It's been such a good conversation. We're going to continue really kind of diving in and just looking at the overall entrepreneurial life, from beginning to end to starting over, and looking at all of the different entrepreneurial paths, whether that's social media,
Absolutely.
whether that's, being an artist, whether that's being a musician, being a farmer, being a consultant, being a content creator, whatever that might look like for anybody on here. We're going to have those kind of conversations, and we're going to bring those guests on that have quite literally shoveled the shit to get to where they're at. I mean, I've got a good friend of mine, Major Keys. I mean, he's got 9 million followers on TikTok, does incredibly
9
well
million.
on TikTok,
Yes,
but
wow.
I can tell you that if you go back and look at the very first videos that he did, they've got 3, 5, 10, 15 views.
Yeah.
So he shoveled shit for a long time to get to the
Yes, he
point
did.
where his videos, one of his latest videos I just saw, I mean, it has 126 million views.
Wow, that's incredible.
It's pretty incredible. So anyways, I appreciate you guys all so much. Again, we will see you guys next Wednesday. And with that, we're going to unplug. Bob, you go and enjoy the rest of
I will,
the
and I'll be
vacation.
in studio next time we're together. So
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully my allergies won't be as bad. My allergies are kicking my butt right now because I had to go back to my entrepreneurial roots and do some lawn care.
And you mowed my yard because I wasn't there to do it.
I did. I did mow the yard, which is sent my
I've got a pretty
allergies
good
into
sized
the-
yard, so it wasn't a small little task.
Well, luckily it's a 0 turn with a steering wheel, so I could
It
hold
is.
my tequila and still do it all at once.
Yeah.
It was pretty rough.
God bless Cub Cadet. They
Yes,
took care of
yes. So very good. Well, thank you guys so much. With that, we're going to unplug. Bob, thank you so much again for joining us, and we look forward to having you back in the studio. But with that, it is a wrap for us, and we will catch you guys next Wednesday at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And we are going to be digging into more and more of the entrepreneurial shit that we experience. Everyone have a
Brian.
good night. We'll catch you later.
When our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Ain't never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we're soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory.
Good afternoon, evening, everybody. I am Brian Clements, alongside Bob Clements. He is out of the studio after taking a vacation with all of the grandkids.
All the
He needed to
grandkids,
take-
and so now I'm at the lake.
yeah, needed to take another vacation without all of the grandkids.
Hey, I got to work some tomorrow, but for the most part, I'm at the lake.
There you go. I mean, every day at the lake is
Every day is
relaxing.
a vacation day. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I have an office at the lake too, so I can work down here just as well as I can work from any place else.
Absolutely. Well, I am excited for today's podcast. I say that about every podcast, but I'm honestly excited about every single podcast that we do. It's such a fun experience, and I truly enjoy being able to do these with you. It's great. But this one, man, when I tell you, it is so much fun coming off of the event that I was just at there in New York City. If you guys haven't seen it on my socials, I got an opportunity to go to the celebration of entrepreneurs with Cass and Mike Lazaro as they released their book, and it was just a really, really cool experience that, you know, a once in a lifetime experience. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm excited to talk about. There's some stuff there that we did that they've asked for us not to. Just there's certain people there that you know, that came, really high kind of level individuals that you know, they kind of want to stay private on that, which is understandable. But gosh, the people that were in the room and the experiences that I got to have around that was just unbelievable, to say the least. So I'm going to tell you guys every bit of what I was able to do, all of the people I was able to meet. I got to have lunch with a really, really incredible individual. That was an incredible opportunity, someone that I truly look up to. And when I tell you, the knowledge that that person has is just mind-blowing. So hopefully still soon we'll be able to get them on the podcast. And once we do, then maybe we can talk a little bit more about the lunch and everything that we discussed at the lunch. So such a fun experience.
You also had a chance to meet a couple of the folks that you've had on the podcast,
Absolutely.
Cass and Mike, that you have met on the podcast, but you never actually met. So that was kind of a cool thing to do.
That was fun. I mean, we when I was walking in, so just a quick overview of, first off, of the celebration of entrepreneurs. It was in New York City. They rented out the New York Stock Exchange for the event. And they partnered with a venture bank, Stifle Venture. And they put on such an incredible event. It was such a cool experience to have. And the amount of knowledge that was in that room. When I tell you, it was incredible. And I was actually talking to Seth and his daughter, and then actually Anthony Masucci was standing there with us. And just to say, you know, if these walls could talk, what would the stories be? Where we were at, the room that we were at, they had what they called the 5-minute clock. And so when it was originally, when the stock exchange was really originally kind of going there, they had this 5-minute clock, and stocks were traded in 5-minute increments. And so you would they would put a stock up and it would be traded for 5 minutes. And then it would, once that clock went off, they would then change the stock and you would start trading a different stock for 5 minutes. So they had the 5 minute, the clock there, which again, if you haven't seen, I've posted a couple videos from inside of there. But if you haven't seen them, definitely go check them out. So yeah, it was fun. And I don't even know. I'm not a New York City person. I did not necessarily even want to get out of my hotel room 90% of the time, just because I'm not a big city person. But I did take the opportunity to go meet some incredible people. I got the opportunity to go see the pools at the base of the World Trade Center memorials.
cool.
That was a cool experience. That was something I really wanted to do. And where I was at, luckily, it was a really short walk over there. So I took that opportunity to go see that. So yeah, it was a blast. But with that being said, and we're going to bring this up quite a bit, and I was going to actually grab the book. But if you guys have not gotten the opportunity, Shoveling Shit is now officially live as of today. You can order it on Amazon. You can order it on shovelingshit.com. I know a few of my close entrepreneurial friends. I made sure that you guys got some stuff or got a book sent to you. If you want a book and can't afford it, let me know. I can make sure that you guys get a book. Or if you know a future entrepreneur that you think would benefit from the book, let me know. Send me a message and we will make sure they get one of the Shoveling Shit books. So I actually started reading it on the plane, and yeah, it's pretty awesome to hear all of their lessons, all of the things that they struggled with, and the guidance, the cheat codes that they have built into this book. So definitely worth a read. Definitely worth. I think it's like $30 to get the book, get the hardcover, and you gain so much other than just having the book and other than having those cheat codes too. So do a favor for yourself and make sure you go purchase Shoveling Shit at shovelingshit.com or on Amazon. So
it is going to be. I think it's a great book.
Yeah.
And Cass and Mike has done a great job with their cheat codes, as they say.
Mhm.
And I've been doing this for 40 years with my business, but I'm an avid reader, and it's going to be kind of in the category. And many of you will never ever heard of this book before, but there's a book that was written back in the 1950s called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and it's a classic business book. Napoleon Hill was a reporter, a writer, and he interviewed all of the successful entrepreneurs that were there back in the 1920s and 30s,
Yeah.
like Henry Ford and Thomas Edison and all these people. And he wrote about their stories and what it was. And it's a book that's going to be like that. It's kind of taking everything that he learned from all of these really successful entrepreneurs that were back in the 20s and 30s. And it's interesting, Brian, because it really hasn't changed. I mean, these
Yeah.
were
Oh,
all
absolutely.
innovators. Henry Ford, had a couple of bankruptcies in his life. Thomas Edison struggled a lot. So
Yeah.
it's a book like that I think as you read it, especially as an entrepreneur, you realize that everybody goes through this process of this. Like you said, there's other shit you have to go through to do it, but it's worth it on the other side. So it's a great
Absolutely. Yeah, well, and again, like you said, every entrepreneur, there's very few entrepreneurs out there that get it right the first try.
Yeah.
If they do get it right the first try, they had a lucky break, and good for them. But there's also out of the millions of people who are trying to be entrepreneurs, one out of every probably 100 million gets it right the first time. So, I mean, I think what Thomas Edison, he created the light bulb his first try, I believe, if that's
he did not.
or
Actually,
maybe it
I
was
always
his like 600th time or something.
I always laugh because people talk about Thomas Edison creating the light bulb. He bought the rights to the invention of it. It was actually the patent and everything was done by, I believe it was a Canadian who couldn't figure out how to make it work
Mm.
commercially. So they can make it light, but he couldn't keep it going for any length of time. And he finally
Yeah.
gave up on it. And Edison bought the rights to it. And then, as they say, he tried to make the light bulb work
commercially, because he felt like it needed to go between 700 and I think it was 1,200 hours
Yeah.
of life before you had to replace it. And he tried thousands of different things to make that
Yeah.
filament that we now know today is called tungsten, but he
Yeah.
didn't know about tungsten back then. But the key is he's like every other entrepreneur. He knew it could work. And I tell people again, as an entrepreneur, it's like Thomas Edison. He didn't try something and then try the same thing again. I think that's the biggest mistake that I see people make as entrepreneurs. Well, that didn't work. Well, I'm going to try harder to make what didn't work work.
Yeah.
It either works or it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
The light bulb either came on and stayed on or it didn't. And Edison didn't keep trying to make the same thing work. He kept trying something different.
Yeah.
The goal was to get the light bulb to stay lit so it could be commercially viable. And I
Yeah.
think, again, that's the key thing. And I think this is the thing with all successful entrepreneurs, they are constantly willing to flex what they believe, to
Yeah.
try something different, not try harder with the same thing they're doing.
Absolutely.
And I think that to me is such a key. And then the people that you had the opportunity to be in front of, I mean, some of these are newer entrepreneurs, but you had some Shark Tank level people, so to speak,
100%.
at
Yeah.
this that are phenomenally successful. But anyway, so I think that's the piece of it. But I'm excited to hear a little bit more about it. You and I talked
Yeah.
about it briefly, and mostly we talked about it because you missed your flight getting out of New York back to Kansas City
Yeah.
by 1
Yeah.
minute
That was,
because you went through a in-depth security check, even though you're TSA and clear approved. But anyway,
yeah.
so
They,
tell us a little bit.
they,
Tell us a little bit about it. Talk to
yeah.
us a little bit.
So, I mean, again, walking into that room, of course, the very first thing that they had us do when we walked into the room was to put on a cowboy hat and grab a shovel. And then they took our picture. So our red
Cool.
carpet pictures were with cowboy hats and shovels. And again, as I was walking in through the security checkpoint, because they are pretty stingent on security in the New York Stock Exchange,
I
which
can
is
imagine.
kind of surprising.
Kind of surprising.
Yeah, but as we walked in through the first level of security, I actually walked in right behind Seth, and so that was awesome to see him right off the bat. And then we kind of both of us, as much as with Seth seemed very, very social on our podcast. And I tend to be very, very social on our podcast. Both of us are truly somewhat introverted people. And so walking into a big room of people that you don't know, that even on that play on Seth's level, and you go, oh, wow, these are some epic people. If you added all of the exits together that these people have been part of, it's worth over $100 billion.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. So it was truly incredible. But walking in, again, the first thing that we did is red carpet, get a cowboy hat on and grab a shovel. And then they took our pictures with that. And then Mike and Cass were standing right at the end of that, welcoming every single person who walked in the room. Cool. And when I walked in, I don't want to say I'm a nobody because I am a person, right? But Michael stopped what he was doing, who he was talking to, and came over and was like the most grateful that I showed up. And he's like, why the fuck would you fly from Missouri to New York for a one-night event? I said, because I believe in you guys. I believe in this book, and you guys have believed in me. And you needed
to get away. And you needed to get away from law enforcement.
Yes. Yeah. I needed to run from, no, just kidding. Yeah. But, yeah, and the TSA got me on the way back.
Yeah,
with
on the way back.
My bottle of eye contact solution was too big for them. So, which is funny because I didn't have that issue leaving Kansas City. But, anyways, so again, he made me feel like the biggest badass entrepreneur in the room when I walked in that door, and it was incredible because the people that you put yourself around really dictate who you are in your own head. Mike walked me up to another person. He's like, "You've got to meet this Brian. He is a badass, epic entrepreneur." I'm like, I appreciate you saying that, but
really?
like I am deep
Okay.
in the shit shoveling currently. So as much as I appreciate that, but just having that kind of group and talking to some of these people who are, you look at them, you see them on TV, you see them on social media, and you're being introduced to this, like, to someone who you've grown up watching, or someone that you truly go, hey, you're an inspiration to me. And you're introduced as this epic badass entrepreneur. That just goes to speak to the community that they've created. And it was so much fun. So much fun to do that. And so anyways, they did a whole kind of spiel, had a great conversation with every single person, had an awesome talk. They brought a mentalist on stage, who guessed different things about them that, yeah, I don't know if I've never seen anything posted about that for them, but he found out some pretty cool stuff about Cass. Of course, it started off that she wanted to be a professional tennis player, and all of us were standing like, oh yeah, you've watched half of a second of their social media and you know that. And then he had a piece of paper that was written, sitting on a platform, and he goes, well, I knew that that was your first thing, but in the back of your mind, what you really wanted to be was a CIA agent. And she's like, how do you know that? No one knows that. And he's like, open the paper, and it said, Cass really wants to be a CIA agent, even though she has the love for tennis. And so that was kind of fun.
That's
And
cool.
Mike's reaction to that was like, and he's like, I don't want you to look at me, kind of a thing. So
That's exactly
um,
right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
but yeah, it was, like I said, overall incredible experience. Personally meeting Anthony, actually in person. There's a bunch of people that I do office hours with, which is a part of the Mike and Cass program, that I got to meet from all over the country, all over the world. Actually, we have a person who's on our office hours from Scotland. She's a event planner from Scotland, and she was there. Super, super fun to talk to. And actually, even the connections that she was able to make, for me. There was a gentleman who had joined her, and she had brought him because she knew I was coming, but he heads up all of the development for agricultural business in Scotland. That is his job. He oversees all of that, for the Scottish government. And she wanted me to connect with him. And so she brought him as a guest, to meet with me. And so I had the opportunity to have some really awesome conversations about what we're doing with our software for the agricultural business, what opportunities we might be able to do. And then he goes, well, what would it take for us to get you to come over to Scotland? I said, invite. It's pretty simple. You go, hey, you want to come to Scotland? I'd be like, well, yeah, I do. I do.
Sure.
So,
Absolutely.
that's a really cool opportunity and experience, that I got to make, and just be part of. So, yeah, I'm rambling because, again, it was so far out of my comfort zone. Not something I would typically ever do in my life. Um, Something that I don't know if I will ever get the opportunity to be in that kind of a room with those kind of people ever again. But it was such a game changer, and the networking that I was able to do, I walked away with so many great connections. And yeah, like I said, I could go on and on and on and tell you about every single person I met and what kind of amazing connections I had with them, and how I can help them and how they can help me. And that was the big thing, is everybody that we talk to, whether you're talking to someone who's worth $350 million, or you're talking to someone who's worth, the $10 they spent to take the taxi to get to the event. Everyone was like, hey, what can I do for you? How can I help you? Like, as an entrepreneur, I might not do anything in your industry. I might not know anything about, but how can I connect you? How can I help you? What connections can I create for you? And that's how every single person in that room, that's what they were. It was all a group of entrepreneurs who go, listen, I've shoveled, I've been there, I've pivoted, I've had people believe in me, I've had people make fun of me. But this group here are all going to be, we've got you. What can we do? How can we build on that? So super incredible experience. If I ever get the opportunity to do that again, I definitely am going to drag you along with me because
Hey, I'd love to
it would
go.
be
But
an
I mean,
awesome
I
experience
think
to do.
that's the piece of it when you're around entrepreneurs, because everybody started out the same place as an entrepreneur. I mean, there's a few people
Mhm.
obviously that probably had their dad give them millions of dollars to start something or whatever, but that ain't the norm. I mean, the norm is everybody starts out. You use your credit cards many times to continue to fund things. That's probably how it works,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you're all in on the whole thing, And the cool thing, Brian, about the meeting that Cass and Mike did up there is you're bringing together this world of entrepreneurs, all at different levels, but they all started at the same spot. Everybody starts with an
Absolutely.
idea, and then
Yeah.
and you start working to prove it out. And again, the key is the pivot, like you said. I mean,
Yeah.
because seldom will what you start with. I mean, I think about my business over the 40 years I've been doing it. Where I started my business and where it is at today are two totally different places,
Yeah.
And I had to make a big pivot after 9/11 because the bulk of all my business was me out speaking. That's how I made my money as a
Yeah.
professional speaker. And after 9/11, nobody would put all of their salespeople on a plane and send them anywhere all at one time.
Yeah.
And so I had to turn my business that was basically a speaking business with a little bit of consulting into a consulting business with a little bit of speaking, and I had to make that pivot, and that's everybody does that. There's something that happens, you have to make a pivot, and it was the best thing I could do for my business. I pivoted at a time I needed to, and it's kind of sucked at that moment in time,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I knew I needed to make a pivot, and that's what I did. So I changed the direction. I was doing a little bit of consulting, but the bulk of mine was I was out speaking to national sales meetings and manufacturers things, and that's how I made my money.
Yeah.
Today, that's a very small part of how I make my money.
Yeah.
Today, the bulk of all my money comes from me doing consulting with all these different dealers. You've been out to many of them yourself. So as you think about this, was there kind of a did you catch kind of a theme overall, Brian, as you were there talking to all these people? What was there kind of a theme, either
Yeah.
planned or unplanned, that you noticed?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that kind of coming out of it, there was three major themes that came from the event, from the speech, or the conversation that Mike and Cass had with the group. I don't even want to call it a speech because it felt so personal, and there wasn't that many people. I mean, that was the thing. There wasn't that many. It was a pretty small group that they had invited in for this. So it felt very, very personal when they were giving their speech. But the big things were, betting on yourself, right? Is no one else is going to bet on you or believe in what you're doing better than you can believe in yourself. And at times that's really, really, really hard to do.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say, I've got this. And I think that's goes back to where when Mike was introducing me, I think he was trying to show that he was putting his chips on me too and believed in what I was doing, just like you and mom have done. I mean, and Tori, and I mean, everyone who's really come behind me and supported me, they push that and say, you know what, you're being a badass. You're doing this, you're crushing it. We've got you. Any way that we can have you. I mean, even Tori today being pregnant and all.
Just gonna say,
She
you give
says,
birth.
yeah, she said, you know what, whatever I need to do to help pick up any slack so that you can make sure that you're on the meetings you need. And I'm like, we can figure that out in the next month. Like we've got other bigger fish to fry. Yes, I do have work meetings and I do have things that I've got to figure out. But
Right.
at the end of the day, just her willingness to step in and say, you know what, I've got you. I've seen you bet on yourself for so long. I'm going to bet on you too. So that was a huge one. And then another thing, and Cass said this, to me as I was kind of having a one-off conversation with her. She was like, you have to embrace the chaos, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be shit that is thrown your way. There are going to be things that are not going to go in the timely manner that you think they're going to go. And it's going to suck. And you're going to go, what the fuck am I even doing? but she's like, you have to embrace that. You have to feed off that. You have to say, okay, I'm going to take this chaos and I'm going to use it as a fuel for my fire. And I'm going to make sure, that I can do everything I possibly can so I don't have to feel this way again, or I'm better prepared for it next time. And I have now the cheat codes to work through that. So embracing the chaos was another huge talking point that she had. And then there was a lot of people who were startup founders like myself. And one of the big points that they made too was, not waiting for perfection to launch. Is sometimes you need to just get your product out there. You need to start having conversation about it. And then you need to get your ego out of the way so that you can accept the fact that, hey, this is not perfect, but I'm willing to continue to make it as perfect as possible. Right. And accepting the defeat that comes along with people going, I know that you've spent the last 5 months of your life really dedicated to this, but it's not great. And you're like, okay, like that's fine. And I love to hear that. I love to hear negative feedback to some extent about what we're doing, because all that does is that helps us make it better. So if one person sees it negatively, when we go to the masses, 100 people might see it negatively, or 1,000 people might see it on a negative sale, or might see something that's not working properly. And so for that person to stand up and say, hey, this is kind of shit, that gives us the ability to fix it right off the bat and not look like we're falling on our face on the on the back end of things.
Yeah.
And oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think that my little cautionary tale with that, and I had it happen when I was first starting speaking a long time ago. But you also have to put it in perspective. Does this person that is negative on it actually have a clue what the hell they're talking about? Right? So that'd be like somebody talking about your software, and they go like, "Well, this is really stupid." Well, you don't even understand dealerships. No, it's stupid.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I used to when I first started speaking, and I was blessed to be around Tom Hopkins and Tony Robbins and some of these other guys. And so I was around some phenomenal speakers, learned a lot watching them and getting to be on stage with them and stuff like this. But I'd have people come up early on and say, "Well, can I give you some advice on your speaking?" And in the very beginning, kind of like what you said, Brian, I would always go, "Sure, I'm open."
Yeah.
But I didn't always agree with them because I knew
Yeah.
where I was trying to go with something. Then I got to a point after a couple of years that because everybody wanted to come up and give you their opinion. So
Yeah.
then I started saying, "Well, guys, tell me how long have you been a professional speaker?"
Yeah.
They go,
Yeah.
"Well, I never have." And I go, "Well, I'll keep that in mind as you
Yeah.
give me your advice, right? How long have you been developing software, whatever?" So I
Yeah.
think the thing is that if you've got somebody that's giving you some negative feedback and right, they have an understanding of what you're doing, I'm all with you, Brian,
Yeah.
because there may be seeing something that you kind of have blinded yourself to, but there's also other people out there that I believe that are just going to always find negative because the easiest way to make them feel better is to put somebody else down. So you have to be just a little
Absolutely.
bit cautious with that. But I think again, it's about making sure that you're around the right kind of people. I
Yes.
mean that's the piece. You want to be around entrepreneurs want you to succeed. It's
Yes.
just the
Absolutely.
nature of what entrepreneurs do. It's the world is big enough for all of us. Let's all go out there and play and let's go change the world.
Yeah.
And I think that's the piece there again. And it's a little bit of that. You talked about embracing chaos. And I always tell dealers that I work with, chaos control creates clarity. Right. What we're trying to do is take this whirlwind that we call chaos, get some controls around it, processes around it, plans and stuff like this. And out of chaos, you end up with clarity if you
Yeah.
work to control the chaos. Because chaos is always going to be a part of everybody's life. You're an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
But then you really kind of leverage the chaos to help you kind of create clarity as you're going through things like that too. So, so
Absolutely.
I think those are big things. So as you were in the meeting and you were talking to all these entrepreneurs, was there like any one or two things? I know Mike and Cass spent quite a bit of time with you, and I'm hoping we can get Mike and Cass back on the
Yeah.
podcast.
Absolutely.
Because I just love, and same thing with Seth. I mean, Seth was there, and Anthony, the folks that you've had on, I think we could have additional conversations and get so much from them.
Yeah.
And just share what they're doing. But was there any one thing specific that when you got done talking to somebody, and you don't need to bring up any names, but Was there any one thing specific that you went, oh, okay, this is a point that I got to remember?
Yeah. I mean, there was so many moments that I had those points of like, this is something that I'm going to remember. But Mike, I was standing there talking to Mike and Cass. And one thing that they said to me is just remember, no one has it figured out. Everyone's shoveling their own shit. And that's the magic of what being an entrepreneur is about. I mean, that was something that definitely stuck with me. I had a conversation with someone else and they go, just fucking deal with it. Like, you just got to fucking deal with it. I said, okay, sounds good.
Okay.
I was like, yep.
It's that simple. Just deal with it.
It's like, you can either, what did he say? In 6 months from now, you'll either have 6 months of excuses or 6 months of progress. You just got to fucking deal with it, figure it out, and just fucking deal with it. I said, I understand that. And so, and that's a big takeaway too, is just, are you going to have 6 months of excuses or 6 months of progress? And, I think that that's something that a lot of entrepreneurs look at and they go, oh, well, I'll start it next month. I'll start it when I have, X amount of dollars in the bank, or I'll start it when I have this much free time each day. A lot of times you don't have that free time and you don't maybe have the funding, right? And a lot of times you don't even need the funding to get started, because you don't need the funding to create the idea. You don't need, especially in the world of AI anymore. You don't need funding to create business plans. You don't need it to start to create a market for yourself. And between AI and with social media, hell, you can build a business with little to no dollars, as long as you don't have to do some major research and development on the product, right? I can go start an e-commerce company. Heck, if anybody on here who is watching and wants to get into the merchandising sector of things with shirts, specifically shirts, you can go on to Merch by Amazon and set up a site on Amazon. They have all the design tools for you to design your own clothing on there. And then they post it and they handle the shipping, they handle the manufacturing of it. And you can hit every sector that Amazon deals in the whole world, and it costs you absolutely nothing to do. It's a free product, and you can start selling shirts and merchandise just from that. I mean, heck, that's a pretty awesome tool for entrepreneurs, to get started at no cost. So.
Well, and again, to your point, and I was just sitting there saying that, you just got to get moving on it, right? Just get the idea moving. I think sometimes people say, well, I need to create a business plan. Well, you can't create a business plan because you don't know what the hell you're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would venture to say, of all those entrepreneurs in that room that you were with, the very first business they started had no business plan. It was in their brain, right? And this is what we're going to do. And the plan developed. And so then later they went to the bank or somebody and they said, oh, well, we need to see a business plan. And then they put one together, right? They had their SWOT analysis and all the other kind of crap that's in typical business plan. And then they did it. But I think, again, don't wait, go try something, get it out there, be a street vendor. I don't care what you do. Go knock on a door. If you want to have a window washing service, which is that my wife and I use window washers, same ones all the time, for our places. But you don't have to have a business plan to do that. You need a bucket, a squeegee, and some vehicle to go around in and knock on doors and start building your window cleaning business, right?
Oh, 100. Absolutely.
Don't price yourself out of the market to begin with. You don't even know how to price yourself. And I always tell people, again, in the beginning, you're going to underprice what you do because you think nobody's going to pay that much for it.
Yeah.
And then that's the other thing that I see is people doing, because you underpriced yourself in the market, but you're furnishing all the labor, so you're still making some money. And then they become afraid to price themselves correctly, which is a whole nother thing. That should be a topic we talk about sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you figure those things out? But again, you don't need a business plan to do auto detailing. You don't need a business plan to do this
lawn
stuff.
care.
Just lawn care. Yeah, I mean, you started a lawn care company, right? Do you remember your business plan for that?
Yeah,
You
no,
go,
I don't.
no. So
No,
you,
I don't think I ever
you
had a business. My business plan was to find people who needed their yard mowed and mow it.
your
And
business
then,
to feed your family, right? I need
yeah,
to generate money to
absolutely.
feed my family. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
and you had a great lawn care business till I had you get out of it and come to work for me,
Yeah.
as you did. But I go back again. So I think that's the piece of it again. It's to your other point is don't wait for perfection to happen. Don't wait for everything to be in place. Just start it. We've talked about that on a couple of different meetings.
Yeah.
Throw the idea out there. Go knock on some doors. It doesn't cost anything to do that.
Yeah.
You can go get some door hangers printed. I don't care. I don't care if it's a dog walking business. It doesn't make any difference what it is. I mean, the
Yeah.
key to business and being really successful as an entrepreneur is finding something that you're willing to do that other people aren't willing to do or don't know how to do. Right? That's what
Yeah.
people pay a lot of
Absolutely.
money for. And that's kind of the thing. So you can look around and listen to people go like, "Oh, this really sucks. I wish I didn't have to do this." Business
Mm-hmm.
opportunity. Okay. And it's like mowing, landscaping. I love to
Yeah.
mow. So to me, I wouldn't hire a landscaper because I get a lot of satisfaction out of
Yeah.
getting my yard mowed. I love it, just growing up
Yeah.
on a farm thing. So to me, I wouldn't be interested in it. But I would say 90% of the population think mowing grass sucks,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, so
Well,
and so
and,
they're
and
and
it-
they're so therefore they're willing to pay somebody to mow their grass. And as silly as it sounds, I mean, you and I both know several big landscaping companies now that started out where the owner had a truck and a trailer and a mower,
yeah.
right?
Oh,
And I can
absolutely.
think of Embassy in Kansas City as
Yeah.
one. I don't know how many
Absolutely.
crews that Embassy has now running in Kansas City, but
A lot.
it's a lot.
A lot.
It's a lot,
Well,
and it started out as a guy that had an entrepreneurial idea that
yeah.
grew it into. They got to have what? I don't know how many trucks they have in Kansas City. They got to
And
be the largest landscaper in Kansas City.
yeah, they're massive. They're massive. So,
They're massive.
and again, and like you,
He started out with a mower and a truck and a trailer.
yeah. Well, and like you were saying though, is find people's pain points, right? And going back to our conversation that we had about the age of kind of technology, right? You can find pain points via TikTok, via social media.
Absolutely.
I mean, you go onto Facebook. I go onto my Facebook, right? I've got 800, 900 friends on my Facebook. I could put out there and just say, "Hey, friends and family, I have a question. What is something that you wish you had access to right now at a good price point and it was convenient?" And let's just say only 10% of those people message me back. Now I have 80 perspectives
Right.
in a matter of a day going, "Oh, well, this is something that I always wish I could have access to," or "This is something that I wish was more convenient." And then you go, "Okay, well, how do I take that and make it more convenient? How do I make it better? How do I make it more suitable for,
Right. Exactly.
you know, the market that I'm in?" And so I think that everyone, again, and we've had this conversation over and over again, is everyone who is an entrepreneur who feels like they have an entrepreneurial side to them right now, there is no better time to do it.
Exactly.
And
I would
that
agree.
goes back again to, you know, you have to get shoveling shit. You have to get it. It's a no nonsense kind of book. I mean, it's written by Cass and Mike. They are two badass entrepreneurs who've been part of $10 billion in exits. I mean, that's a massive thing. But they also are going to tell you raw, honest. It's funny, but it's anti-glamorous. It is unplugged, unfiltered in a book, right? We're not going to tell you, "Oh, entrepreneurship's great. You're going to be in a year, have your own private yacht, and it's the best thing in the world." No, it sucks, but there's nothing else that an entrepreneur would rather do. Like it goes, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm mentally defeated. I've been shoveling shit all day, every day for the last 3 years, and I would never do anything else. Like that's the reality of an entrepreneur. And again, there's a lot of people on here who, they go, "I want to be an entrepreneur." Not everyone is built to be an entrepreneur, and not everyone's built to do it. But if you feel like you are someone who is built to do that, then fuck it, jump just give it a
Right,
try.
because like, again, you kind of know if you are or not.
Yeah.
You've got to be a little bit of a risk taker. So if
Yep.
you're like, oh, I don't want to take any risk at all, being an entrepreneur is not what you want to do. You need
Hmm.
to go work for an entrepreneur, right? But don't be one, right? So
Yeah.
you got to be willing to take risks. You got to be willing to be open minded, like you say. You got to be willing to take criticism.
Yeah.
You got to be willing to work hard. I mean, I think when Mike and Cass and Mike were on the podcast, one of the things that Mike talked about, because I asked both of them, what kind of support did you get from your family as you were doing this? And in both cases with Cass and Mike, their families were entrepreneurial families, so
Yeah.
they had a lot of support. And one of the things that Mike had mentioned, he said that he saw that the difference between people that were entrepreneurs that had a family and people that worked a 9 to 5 and had a family is the entrepreneurial parents were able to come to afternoon sports events because they
Yeah.
control all their own time. Now they might have to work 2 hours later in the day to get their bookwork stuff done, but there's a ton of freedom with
Yeah.
being an entrepreneur. It doesn't come easy, but it's like me. I tell people, they say, well, when are you going to retire? And I go, I don't know. I don't need to retire. I can basically choose to work or not work when I want to. I love
Yeah.
what I do, so it's I can do whatever I want to do from that standpoint. Now, it
Yeah.
hasn't always been that way. I've put a lot of hours in to do it, but you get to a point, there's a huge payoff at the end of it. I mean, a huge
Yeah.
payoff
Yeah.
as you go through and do it. So, I think that's kind of the cool thing. And to your point, your kind of personal takeaway is no one has it really figured out. I mean, I've been doing this a lot of years, and as we talked about when Cass and Mike was on the meeting, I'd say, if I lost everything today and had to start all over in a year, I'd have it all back because I
Yeah.
know how to do it.
Yeah.
Right. So you're not starting once you get it, you're never starting back from scratch again. You
Absolutely.
know how to make money. And I tell
Yeah.
people, the less you chase money, the more money is attracted to you.
Yeah.
If
Absolutely.
if you look desperate, people are going to feel you're desperate, and it's going to be harder to get money. And if you look like you're not desperate, and sometimes you have to fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
It's something I learned from Tom Hopkins many years ago. But again, so and I think Cass and Mike goes, yeah, we the same thing. If we lost everything, within a year, we'd be right back where we are because
Yeah.
we already know how to do it.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of goes to your point, Lo Brian, as you're at this meeting, and I would really encourage everybody else to do it, is to make sure you're surrounding yourself around people who are entrepreneurs,
Yeah.
business owners. I could think right now, the people that just around our offices that are successful business people, that if I were a young entrepreneur, I would go in and say, hey, I'd love to take you out to lunch. I don't want anything from you. I just want to ask you questions, but I'll
Yeah.
buy you lunch for an hour. And I promise I'm not here to say anything. I'm not here to do anything. I would just love to ask you questions.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
Brian, every one of those business owners would go, okay. And they'll
Yeah.
probably end up buying the lunch. I got lunch, kid. I got
Yeah.
lunch.
Yeah.
They'll probably end up buying it anyway. But again, you're not there to sell them on anything. You're not there to try to do fun, raise money from them.
Yeah.
But every one of them, and it's kind of to your point, Brian, every one of them that started a business is tickled to death to help somebody out and give them advice who's wanting to start some sort of business themselves.
Absolutely.
Because they've been there. Now, if they're second or third generation, that's not who you want to talk to. You want to talk to the guy. He may be 80 years old and his son now runs the business or his grandson runs it. You want to talk to the 80-year-old guy, right?
Yeah.
He's the one that was the entrepreneur. The rest of them got it given to them. They probably worked at it. I'm not saying they got it given to them, but
Yeah.
he's the guy or she's the gal that took all the risk in the beginning. That's who you want to be around. And I don't care where you're at, anywhere in the world, you're going to find people like that run these small businesses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you may go, I'd never want to run a dry cleaner. Okay. But I take my clothes into my dry cleaner, and the lady that's owns the business has been owning that business. Her and her husband passed away a few years ago. Right. But I mean, this woman is full of wisdom,
Yeah.
and it's a dry cleaning business, but it's the same thing. I mean, they started it on their own, and she's just a treat to talk to, and she's just got a ton of wisdom. So
Yeah.
it's being around people like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I kind of want to start wrapping things up. I mean, it's been a great podcast, but for some reason my computer is not charging, and so I've got 12 minutes of battery life
Okay, well,
left.
you need to
So-
wrap things up then.
so I want to wrap things up just so we don't just lose it all at the end. But I just kind of the reflections or the lessons, key messages that I want people to take away from this is first off, and again, I've heard Mike and Cass say it over and over. Everyone shovels shit. The ones who succeed just get better at it, right? And even at a level that they play at, you're always still shoveling shit to some extent. It's huge. If you're building something, going through it, or thinking you're the only one stuck in the mud, the book Shoveling Shit is for you. It is the blueprint, and it is kind of therapy for you when it comes to working yourself through it. So, and entrepreneurship is not about being fearless. It is about doing it afraid again and again and again, and then learning from those experiences.
Yeah.
That is, it's taking that and saying, you know what, I'm not fearless. I do fear failure. I fear like, okay, what happens if this doesn't work, right? I don't fear the fact that if I fail, I'll never get back up. It's just, okay, I'm going to have to pivot. I'm going to have to start again. It's not going to be fun, and I'm going to have to start shoveling shit from the beginning, where I'm already halfway through it at this point. So that thing, the best entrepreneurs don't look like anyone else. They just outlast.
Absolutely.
You just have to keep going. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop the fight. And like Bob was just saying, is there's always someone who has built a business who has more knowledge than you. If you can get your ego out of the way and you can ask for help, there is not an entrepreneur out there who will not give you help and advice. There is not an entrepreneur, a true entrepreneur out there, who would go, hey, no, I'm not going to give you it. They're going to be like, okay, I've been there, done that. Here's how I got through it. Right.
Yeah.
And so when it comes down to it, just to kind of wrap this up, is, first off, go get shoveling shit. If you can't afford shoveling shit, reach out to us. We will make sure that you get a copy of Shoveling Shit. It is incredible. If you do get it, make sure you post a video about it. Tag Cass and Mike Lazaro. They're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Tag us, Unplugged Unfiltered, in it. And make sure you use that hashtag Future Entrepreneur. We really still want to get this and keep pushing this to get it into the hands of future entrepreneurs everywhere. I think it's something that they truly need to read. It's great. The other thing is if you ever need or have questions, reach out to us. Shoot us a DM. We would love to start having some conversations around questions that are coming in. If you are an entrepreneur, someone who is thinking about being an entrepreneur, we would love to take your questions and build those into our podcast, because that's what Unplugged Unfiltered is truly about. Is we are an entrepreneurial podcast that is going to give it to you real. And so if you have a question, shoot it to us and then let us answer that for you, and have that conversation. We are, again, just like I said, every entrepreneur on this world or on this planet would be more than happy to give you some advice.
Absolutely.
I am not the most seasoned entrepreneur. I've done it. I've built a business. I've been successful in business a couple of times. Bob has been extremely successful in business. And so between the two of us, I'm pretty sure we could come up with a half decent answer.
Or we'll make up an answer and convince you it's true.
If we don't know, we'll ask ChatGPT. It will know. So,
absolutely. We'll ask AI to help us out with it.
yeah. So, but with that, make sure that you subscribe to all of our channels. So we are currently live right now on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram. Make sure you subscribe to one of those. You can always check our stuff out and go back and watch any of our old podcasts at unpluggedunfiltered.com. We have a page that has all of our podcasts linked there. And then reach out to us. Like I said, contact us. We'd love to help any and every entrepreneur that is out there. So, but with that, Bob, I appreciate you taking the time. You enjoy the lake.
I will.
And I would say I'm going to unplug, but I think my computer is going to unplug for me.
For you.
before we even get to that point. So
Awesome.
thank you guys so much. We hope that you guys enjoyed this, and we will catch you on the next Unplugged Unfiltered. With that, we are going to unplug for the night. Have a good one, everybody.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary time to show this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, we're 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Crazy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we're soon claiming victory.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, and tonight we have a fun episode talking about how you don't need necessarily a million followers. You just need one bold move to make a splash and to get kind of started in the world of business as an entrepreneur, and whether that's as a TikTok streamer, as a actual, business owner. Not saying that TikTok's not an actual business, but you just need really one big move. You need one thing that makes you kind of stand out. And everyone thinks that success starts.
I've got a ton of.
You got an echo.
A
Okay.
ton of echo in mine. From
Okay.
You.
Let's see.
So can you go back and listen to what you just recorded?
We are live, so I can't actually listen to it. Let's see. We're going to. I'm not sure why we have so much echo, but I hear it too. Let's try. Is that better? That's
worse.
That's worse. Check.
Still bad.
Check.
That's
there we go.
There we go.
Okay. We got rid of the echo. But so yeah, tonight we're really going to be talking about again, you don't need a million followers. You need one big move, bold move to really get started in any type of business, any type of entrepreneurial track. Whether that's a brick and mortar, whether that's an online store, whether that's TikTok, whether that's streaming on Twitch. You don't need a million followers to get started. And everyone thinks success starts with followers, clouts, or the perfect brand. But most wins I've ever seen started with one bold move. So I'm excited to kind of talk about it. It's going to be a fun episode. And for everyone who's on here, make sure that you do like, subscribe, follow all of our channels. We're currently live on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, and LinkedIn. So if you're following from any of those, make sure that you hit us up with a comment. We'd love to hear from you. So Bob, good to have you back in the studio.
Hey, great to be back here.
Yeah, I know that this is probably not as exciting as lake life, but
it is not, but it's good.
It's good. Yeah. So luckily we've got some nice, hot, humid weather for us. But anyway,
Absolutely.
so we're going to talk about one big move, one bold move, and I'm excited to kind of dive into that.
Yeah, I mean,
tonight.
it goes back again. It's kind of the basics of life. Everything that you're going to do takes a step,
Mhm.
and it's as an entrepreneur, especially if you've never done it before, it is a scary step you take.
Absolutely.
But the old thing again is you can't take a journey if you don't take a first step.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the biggest thing that stops people going like, well, if I do that, then this happens.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but if you don't take the step, then you just stay in the same place you are. You don't get to, you don't ever get to go on the journey.
Yeah.
And the journey's not always a fun journey, but you got to take it. Like you say, and it takes some courage. It takes some courage to step out.
Absolutely.
It just takes some courage to do that.
Well, and I think we talked about it. It was either last week or 2 weeks ago that we really talked about, is you're going to either have 6 months from 6 months from now, you're going to have 6 months of excuses.
Right.
Or 6 months of progress. Right. But to do that, you have to make this one bold move. So, I think that in the world that we're living in, like there's this obsession with going viral, with growing followers, with being seen, but that is a distraction from the real work that it takes. Right. I can go get, 1 million followers. Hell, I can go buy 1 million followers on TikTok on this.
Exactly.
But does that actually gain me anything in the long run, right? It might at the very front, I might have a lot of views. I might have a lot of people who are going like, oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. But is that the target that I'm really going after? And in a bold move can't be buying your followers. I mean, that's
no. Well, and again, you got to get out of the mindset. It's not volume.
Yes.
Right. I just need one person who hears me.
Yeah.
And maybe you have a lot of followers, and there's nothing wrong with having lots of followers.
Yeah.
I just need one person who hears me that says, damn, I'd like that.
Mhm.
Right. Because that's how all businesses started. I mean, you started landscaping with a yard that somebody was willing to pay you to mow.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then that turned into a neighbor who saw you mow a yard that says, hey, but you didn't have 100,000 people that were following you on TikTok watching
Yeah.
you mow a yard.
Absolutely.
You had one person and you started and you knocked on some doors in the neighborhood, and that's how you got the whole thing started.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like my business. I didn't start with anything. I worked for a couple of guys that were pretty big names in the industry I was in, but I still didn't start mine from scratch.
Yeah.
And all you're looking for is a person, just one person. And then if you do a great job, right?
Yeah.
And you do things right, then they start talking to you about other people, or they start sharing, hey, I did this, or I did this, or I had Bob do this, or Brian do this.
Yeah.
But it starts with one.
Absolutely.
And to get the one, you have to step forward and say, okay, this may be a crazy ass idea.
Yeah.
But I just have to have one crazy ass person that thinks it's cool.
100%.
Because for every crazy ass person, there's another 150,000 of them out there.
Yeah.
That are like that. I mean, that's the other piece. You're not going to get everybody.
Yeah.
There's no business out there that's going to get everybody. I mean, Google, as big as it is, not everybody uses Google as a search engine. Microsoft would tell you that that's the case.
Yeah.
But again, I wouldn't mind having all of Google's people that use the search engine, but I'm just saying again, nobody's ever going to get 100% of anything. That's just not how it works.
Yeah.
But it still all starts, like you say, you've got to take that first step. And from an entrepreneurial standpoint, that's the toughest step you're ever going to take.
Yeah.
Because you got a lot of stuff holding you back.
Absolutely.
When you got all these ropes and stuff that are attached.
Yeah.
Say, oh gosh, Brian, if you do that, well, what would happen if this happens?
Yeah.
Or what would happen if that happens? Well, if you don't do anything, then where you're at is where you're going to be at,
Mhm.
right? You're never going to take that journey. So again, it is, and it's a bold step.
It is. Well, and I was actually, I'd seen something, I think Gary Vaynerchuk put it out, which most of the stuff that I see Gary Vaynerchuk puts it out. But one of the things that he had posted was, and this is kind of that bold step, right? Is a salary creates slavery.
Exactly.
I get to a point where I'm comfortable with my salary. When that's a big, bold move. And that's something that will kind of, as we work through that, but that is stepping out of that, saying, okay, I know I have this comfort of, 40 hours a week. I'm going to get this salary. I'm going to it's comfortable. Right. And so stepping out of that can definitely be,
it's frightening.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, it really is. But again, I was talking to a person the other day, and he says, well, how's your 401k doing? And I says, well, my business is my 401k.
Yeah.
I said, and it's doing well.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It hasn't always done well.
Yeah.
Right. But that was kind of my mindset is, I took everything that your mom and I did, and we reinvested it back into business, And there were times where people would look at you and think, okay, well, that's really stupid because you don't have anything for the future. But I knew where I was going. I knew what I did, and even once you get going, you still have to take some bold steps sometimes to do it. But you got to start with that first step.
Absolutely. I mean, and the reality of it is social. So, and I'm going to say this with a little bit of a caveat, right? So, social proof is not leverage, but execution is. And I say that to an extent when it comes to, if you're a streamer, if you're on TikTok, social proof to a point is your proof of execution.
Right.
That is how you base, how your business is doing, is how many followers or how many video, and so there is a fine line of saying, like, followers, clout, that's not 100%, how I'm going to look at the statistics of my business. But if you are in TikTok, if you are a streamer on Twitch, if you're a streamer on YouTube, looking at your followers, those are your analytics, right? You're not physically selling a product. You're selling yourself, and you have to create a personal brand, and that it takes a leap of faith, because the people who do it really well are the people who go, you know what, I'm going to stop working my everyday job and I'm going to get a web camera and I'm going to start talking to people and playing video games. That's a bold move.
I would suck at that. Really.
Yeah.
I would not make money playing video games.
Yeah.
Unless it was Mario Kart or something like a Nintendo 64 series.
Oh, absolutely. But You know, and when we talk about this, I think of one really, really good example, and you'll hear me talk about Gary Vaynerchuk a lot. I respect Gary very much. What he does is always kind of on that cutting edge of, he pushes the limits. He's always taken a bold move. He's always making that big jump. But back in 2006, you know, he really took a bold move and bold strategy, which I feel is what got him to where he's at. Not just because of this bold move, but because of his work ethic.
Right.
He was able to execute on things. And he's brilliant when it comes to building businesses and building a personal brand. But in 2006, he launched a daily YouTube show called Wine Library TV. Now, this was before anything. I mean, that was the podcast of like,
No, they were called vlogs.
they were vlogs. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
instead of blog, it was a video log.
Yeah. And so he launched this, and he had absolutely no following. He had no production value. He had zero mainstream attention, but he was committed every day to showing up on camera, tasting wines, and making it inaccessible for the average consumer. Whereas before, you know, how were you finding out about wines? How were you figuring out like, oh, this is a really good, and I don't know wine whatsoever, but this is a really good red wine that pairs well with this. Well, unless you're going to an Italian restaurant that tells you this pairs well with this. But he made it accessible, but it was his bold move. He stepped out of what he was doing and said, every single day I'm going to execute, and I'm going to show up and make this vlog, even though I don't have any followers. I mean, I think he said that his first video for the first like 3 months had 15 views, and all 15 people of all of those 15 people were people he can name personally.
Yeah.
You know,
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, 100%. But he continued to, he was stayed consistent with it, and he pushed through it. And the wine industry, that's such a tough industry, because it is, even now to this day, even though Gary's kind of come in and turned it on its head a little bit, he's added social aspects to it. It's still very, very controlled by gatekeepers and snobs and experts. You know, his goal was to bypass that all, and that was his big move, right? Is he was going to go, I'm going to go direct to customers. I'm going to have a real talk. And if you've ever heard Gary Vaynerchuk talk, or Gary V talk, he is very, very real talk, like
Passionate.
No bullshit.
Yeah. He's a passionate guy.
He everything that he does, he loves, right? And he's not going to do something or build a business that he doesn't enjoy doing. Everything that he does with love. But you know, he also, again, didn't wait for the following to create that consistency. Yes, I had 15 views on my first video, but it took me a month to get that. He probably had 1 view, because let's be honest, back in 2006, what was YouTube? YouTube was unknown. I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, back then, most people had a dial-up modem, so you couldn't push a lot of content through.
Yeah.
We didn't have fiber that we were running like
absolutely
a gigabyte a second.
Yeah.
So I mean, but again, it was the thing, I think, that he knew there was a need.
Yeah.
He was an expert in the field.
Absolutely.
Obviously. And like you say, how do you find out about a wine? If you go to a restaurant, many times the wine that they're trying to sell you is the one that they ordered too much of, that they need to move. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
And you go like, "It's great." And he goes, "Oh, it's the best.
It's the best. It
You
pairs
should
so
buy a bottle and take one home with you too."
Absolutely.
Right. So it pairs with everything.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
What color is it? It's a red, but it's great with fish.
Yes.
Well, most reds aren't. This one would be.
This one is the best.
So again, but that's kind of the thing again. And I would venture to say that Gary has learned a lot about doing podcasts from where he started.
Absolutely.
You and I watched it. You and I watched a few of his early ones.
100%. Yeah.
You know, and so you watch him there. But again, he's learned, he's grown. But the other piece, again, Brian, to your point, is he's passionate.
Yeah,
I mean, he's just passionate. And you watch his podcast. You watch the first ones. He's just passionate about what he's doing there. And you know, passionate is somebody being passionate is contagious.
Absolutely.
Then it gets other people going too.
Well, and again, it's, you know, he was passionate about what he was doing. He was very authentic in what he presented. Is this is me, this is who I am. But the consistency over and over and over, and one of the things that we've talked about with this podcast is, most podcasts don't ever make it to 10 episodes, right? 95%.
Are we, this is our ninth?
This is our ninth. We're so close. We have to fake it until we make it
All right,
till
well,
next
we're definitely
week.
going to do one more because I'm not a quitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But 95% of podcasts never make it past
Right.
the 10th episode. But Gary is now done over 1,000 episodes.
Yeah.
And that's the consistency. He's grown other businesses. He's worth a crazy amount of money, but he stays consistent for, the audience that he's built. Like he's built such a group, such a following, and he's done the exact same thing with VFriends, right?
Yeah.
It's VFriends trading cards. Like most people have no idea, had no idea what this was. Now it's blown up and I see it everywhere. I mean, it's sold out in minutes. And these cards are going for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars already. But he built this community because of the consistency, because of his authenticity to what he's created, right? It's like, this is me. He still shows up at these little card shops and signs cards and talks to all of these people. And it's pretty incredible to what he's done. But through all of that, being consistent, creating a value for a customer, and being authentic, he took his family's wine business from doing $3 million a year to now they're doing $60 million a year. And I will tell you that the wine industry is substantially down.
Right.
So to be at that point, they're buying it. Why? Because of Wine Library TV and because of the consistency and because people, they follow Gary V where Gary V goes.
Well, he's a brand.
He is.
I mean, it's not the wine anymore.
Yeah.
Gary's the brand.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? And Gary has a huge following because, if you've listened to any of Gary's programs or bought any of his books, he's got some phenomenal books, but Gary's just, like you said, he's authentic, and it just, if you've listened to him, anything that you do, he's consistent all the way through. He's built a great brand for himself.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it put him on the map. I mean, and that kind of was that starting point where, once he built that brand, he started to build those followers. He did that one big move. It opened up the ability for him to do things like VaynerMedia, to do speaking gigs, to be kind of on the cutting edge of what technology is going to do, what social media is going to look like. I mean, he'll say something, oh, in 2030, this is going to happen. And I'm not sure if he has a time machine or something, but 9 times out of 10, what Gary Vee says is what actually happens. But people listen to him because he has built that, but he built it from one massive move. He said, I'm done with being a slave to my salary. I want to create something for myself. I want to build not just followers. I want to build a community around me. And well, he's done
well,
very well for himself. So, but anyways, so that's kind of that one, example. And I could talk about, I mean, you talk about Cass and Mike, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing. They've done incredibly well for, they had to take that one big move, right? Selling golf.com was a big jump for them. And then when things kind of fell through, going right back into it and saying, okay, we're going to sink everything we have into this. Hey, employees, here's our transparency. We can't pay you,
but we'd love to have you.
But we'd love to have you. But that was a bold move that turned into a pivot that turned into another bold move, because they could have said, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We don't want to deal with the repercussions that could possibly come from this. But they said, no, we're authentic. We're telling people who we are. We're going to be transparent with them. And then they built it up, resold it for even more money. And then they did the exact same thing with Buddy Media. I mean, especially as an entrepreneur, your bold moves are never just one bold move. I mean, it's a bold move per, project that you're working on.
But again, using Cass and Mike as an example, there's not many people that they sold a company and then they had to get it back.
Yeah.
They didn't have any money to make payroll, but the employees there knew them, trusted them. They knew their character. They knew who they were. And they say, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. Let's go get it.
Yeah.
And that's that kind of, that's just kind of what they bring to the table.
Absolutely.
And that's a part of it. I mean, to you, we've talked about a lot. You just got to be authentic. Who are you? be who you are. Don't try to be somebody that you're not, because everybody can, smell a fake 1,000 miles away.
Absolutely.
I think, again, that's why, to me, TikTok works so well,
Yeah.
because you immediately know if this person's a phony or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if they're doing it much, you just kind of know. And people don't want the phony part of it. They just be you. Don't try to be somebody different. I mean, that's the mistake that I see a lot of people make. I'm going to try to be like Mark Cuban, or I'm going to try to be like, pick somebody. You can't. You're not going to be like them. You don't think like them. You don't act like them. You don't have the kind of upbringing that they have. You are who you are. Right. And so you've got to build, like what Gary did. You got to build the brand. I always tell people, again, when I'm training salespeople, people buy people, not products and services.
Absolutely.
So the first thing you always have to sell on sales is you have to sell yourself. And again, as a salesperson, you just need one sale. I always tell all the salespeople that are brand new in sales, it's kind of like you said, I just need one. Because if you do a good job and you say, hey, guys, Brian, really appreciate you being a customer. You were my first one. Do you know anybody else like yourself who might be interested in what we do? And if people like you, and you're not afraid to ask. Because that's the other piece. You have to have the courage to ask for people's help. But if you've done them right, they like you, they trust you. People say, yeah, I got a buddy of mine, or I got a friend of mine, or whatever. And then you do the same thing to them. Now you've got 2. The next thing you know, you got 4, then you got 16, right? Then you got 32. And that's just how the whole thing works. Right. But again, you got to be who you are, and you got to be, again, to your point in the very beginning, you got to be courageous enough to take the step.
Oh, absolutely.
Do the big, bold move.
Well, I mean, and that goes back again to Gary and even like with our podcast, or anyone who's done a podcast, I see Dev Mentor Dave, which if you guys go check out his videos. He's live with us on YouTube. He's the lead developer for the product that I'm working on. Such an incredible person. He also does videos and helps developers walk through learning development. He'll set up a project and have all of his group, his community, help him build the project out, and then he works with them. So if you guys are on YouTube, if you're not on YouTube, go over to YouTube, check out Dev Mentor Dave, especially if you're a developer, super incredible guy, and just crazy knowledgeable. I mean, he's the one who is building the landscape of our software.
Can he teach me how to take my Roomba and make it a killer robot?
I don't know. Dave, can you make a Roomba a killer robot?
I need it to be more aggressive.
He needs it to be the dust is fighting back. But anyways, so but even like I was saying, even Dave or Gary or us or Mike and Cass, I mean, in Mike and Cass, they made a massive bold move with writing this new book, right? It's something completely different than what they've ever done. But 3 or 4 minutes before we got onto this, they just got notified that they're number 5 on the New York Times bestsellers list. And that's
awesome.
That's pretty big.
That is
achievement. So, but what you have to do, and like what Gary did, what we're doing is, we needed a camera, right? We needed a point of view, which we have a different point of view, I think, than some people. And then we had to have the balls to press record. Like we had to say, okay, let's do it. And we've changed so many times, right? Like our bold move was saying, like, let's do the first one. It was basic, to say
basic would be a really good word to use for it. It was, I would say crude.
It was,
but we've gained.
Yes, but and then now we're here. We have a soundboard. We have lights. We have cameras. We have TVs. We have all of these different things that have come from it. But it didn't come because we were like, we'll do it next month. We'll do that. So, as we're talking about this, and I think that what people might be interested in is say like, okay, well, I want to do that, but what is a bold move to you? And so, Bob, I mean, for you, what would be 1 or 2 things that qualifies as a bold move? Also, Dave did respond and he said, I'll ask my 15-year-old. Okay. So we might have
that's great.
Dust killing
I want something
Roomba.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive.
I want aggressive a Roomba.
Yeah.
Is what I want.
I just need AI built into it too. So
yeah, absolutely. It just should know what I need to do.
Yeah.
if an intruder comes in the house, I expect it to wake up and attack.
And play Welcome to the Jungle.
Exactly. Exactly. So
awesome. So anyways, so one bold move greater than 1,000 likes, but what qualifies as that one bold move? Like what are a couple things when you see someone, when you're working with a dealership, with you're working with a business, and you say, okay, damn, that was a bold move. What are a couple things that you would say would be a bold move?
quitting your job would be a bold move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'd say so. I don't know that that's where I would start at.
Yeah.
Depends upon what you're trying to do. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, I worked for another consulting company 40 plus years ago before I did it, and I was paid pretty well to do it. But I decided, again, to your point, I wanted to do my own thing. I had ideas on other ways we could do it that I wasn't allowed to do because of the guy that owned the company, and he was a smart guy.
Yeah.
But I just, in my mind, I thought, well, okay, there's a better way to do it. I was kind of in the middle of the consulting and the sales training and stuff like this, doing it.
Yeah.
Mornings, I'd have morning sessions, I'd have evening sessions, you know, and I just felt like there's a piece that was missing.
Yeah.
All the training that we were doing back there were for young, brand new salespeople.
Okay.
Like it wasn't Dale Carnegie sales training, but similar to that. There was a company called Wilson Learning and different companies, but it was all built for new salespeople.
Yeah.
I felt like, because I was an experienced salesperson, that there was no training for experienced salespeople
Yeah.
to take them from college to pros.
Yeah.
And as I talked to the company I work for, they go, well, there's a lot more new salespeople. And I go, well, actually, there's a lot of experienced salespeople out there. And so that's how I decided to start off. You know, I started out as a sales training company, and I had an opportunity again to do some work with Tony Robbins, who was into neuro-linguistic programming and looking at how language affects the neural system in the mind. And so I started incorporating a lot of NLP into my sales training, teaching people how to do anchoring and things like this. And experienced salespeople were tired of every training they went to the same thing that they did 30 years ago. And all my stuff was kind of like, oh, I never thought about that. How to watch somebody's eyes, tell if they're lying or telling the truth, or, you know, if the eyebrows are up, the mind is open, eyebrows down, mind's closed, and teaching those things like this. And I didn't have much of a following in the beginning, but I finally built it to the same thing.
Yeah.
But I had to leave a pretty good job, took the safety net out and say, okay, I got enough confidence that I think I can make this happen. So that to me is a big one.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't really have an audience yet. I didn't have a consumer for the product.
Yeah.
I just felt like it was a smart move, and it ended up being a great move for me, doing that.
Would you say you had a big safety net built up behind that?
I had nothing. I was a sales guy.
Yeah. Okay.
So I knew as a sales guy that I could always fall back and I could go back into sales.
Yeah. Okay.
So if the company didn't work, I could find any number of companies that would love to have me as a salesperson. So I that gave me the confidence to know that, I mean, when I did the company, you're kind of as a salesperson anyway, but I knew if it didn't work out, I could go back to any company and say, hey, hire me as a salesperson. It will never be a bad decision for you. So, you know, what I knew what I could do, still scary. I mean, you guys were all babies at that time, and Sandy and I had not been married very long. So it was a pretty big step, but, you know, best decision I ever made in my life.
Yeah.
Hasn't always been a great decision, but it ended up being a great decision.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I think that's a piece of it. You know, you got to have enough confidence in yourself. And again, you know, that's one of the things I think you'll find with all entrepreneurs. None of them lack confidence.
Yeah.
You know, Gary doesn't lack confidence.
Yeah.
Cass and Mike don't lack confidence. Seth doesn't lack confidence.
Absolutely.
Anthony, I mean, you think of the people that you've had on here.
Yeah.
They all have confidence, and they're confident in their ability and not overconfident. I think Cass had mentioned in the very first podcast we do, you know, their egos are not in the way. My ego was never in the way. I just knew that if it didn't work, I could go back and sell and make a ton of money, which I was doing before that. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, that's, you know, not a financial safety net, but you had a skill safety net.
Absolutely.
That, you know, as you said, okay, if worse comes to worse, I can fall back on this and I can always find the same job, you know, that I was doing. But that's a, you know, every entrepreneur definitely has confidence, but you also have fear of, I mean, because you go, well, yeah, but I think for me, that fear drives me, right? That fear of like, okay, I'm betting, as we talked about in one of our previous episodes,
I'm betting 100% on myself.
Right.
No one else is betting on me.
Right.
Until I start hiring employees, and then they're betting on me, whether they know they're betting on me or
they
not.
may not be aware that they're part of the bet.
Yeah. But they're now part of the bet
Yeah.
because their jobs and their livelihoods
Exactly.
rely on it, but that for me is a driving factor. Says, listen, I'm not just doing this for myself. I'm now got additional families that are betting on that. So quitting your job, no safety net, kind of, or maybe a skill safety net. What would be another, bold move that you would say, let's say, I know for me, kind of when I was building this new software company,
Mhm.
like I was not publicly taking a position on it, right? I
Right.
was trying to stay kind of hidden in the
Right,
background.
right.
I didn't really want people to know it was me building this, but there came a point where it's like, okay, it kind of got leaked, right? There was rumors that I was building this software.
Somebody who had, by the way, an NDA.
Yeah. Someone
that it should have never leaked from.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had
I
someone.
sign NDAs all the time, and I believe that NDAs are there for a reason.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
anyway, but that was unfortunate. But
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I will say because of that, I could either do one of two things, right? Is I could still stay behind the limelight, or B, I could build my personal brand so that people, when they're buying the software, they're not buying the software, they're buying me, right? And there's a lot of the businesses that we're going to be selling the software to who know me. They know me really well. They've built a good relationship with me. I have a really good relationship with them. And so I decided, okay, screw it. I'm going to throw myself into the limelight, so to speak.
Right.
Not a massive limelight. Yeah, it's no Gary V limelight.
No,
but
that's all right.
I'm going to throw myself into the limelight. I completely got rid of everything on my Instagram, started it fresh, started a brand new LinkedIn, started new Facebook, started new thing, and say, I'm going to build up my personal brand to back my software company.
Right.
That was scary as shit, going like because it really felt like I was starting over from scratch, and I was forced somewhat to do it, but I could have, it was that fight or flight. And I said, no, what, we're going to fight this. We're going to use this. And even Dave, I mean, when I got the call that I had kind of been, when the NDA had gotten broken, I was actually in a room with Dave up in Omaha, Nebraska. And I said, well, one of two things is going to happen here is either A, we're going to get a lot of shit thrown at us, or B, we're going to jump in front of this. And Dave and I talked to you, and you guys were all, hey, you know what, get in front of this.
Right.
Let's
Absolutely.
do it. And it was a scary, but it was a bold move, and it has worked out incredibly well for us so far. So anything else? I mean, if you think of anything, and I've got another one too, then I can throw that in there, but anything else that you can think of that's.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it, like you say, you just got to put yourself out there. You may not, you may have people that don't believe in your product.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure Gary had a lot of people that going, okay, so you're going to do what?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're like, well, why, how would that work? If people can't taste it themselves, if people can't do that, Gary, I'm sure Gary's attitude is, well, I can taste it for them. Right. I'm going to be honest with him or whatever like this. And he kind of built that. So, and it's a little bit like we talked about with Cass and Mike, you're just going to have a lot of naysayers.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just a part of it.
Yeah.
I've had a lot as I've tried different things. And you have had the same thing as you're doing this. I mean, there's a lot of people like, okay, well, how are you going to do this?
Yeah.
What do you know about software? The fact that you probably know most software out there in the business that you and I play in better than the people that actually built the software.
Yeah.
So you knew it, you understood it, you knew all the weaknesses with it. So, but a lot of people are going like, well, you can't do that, or you can't build a software. Well, if you got people like Dave, if I surround myself,
hold my beer, watch this.
Exactly. If I surround myself that can take my Roomba and make it a killer Roomba, I've got a team, right?
Oh,
and that's the thing. And that's what you did. You went out and searched out, say, look, who's the best of the best for AI development, for software. And then they knew nothing about the industry.
Absolutely.
But you knew the industry.
Yeah.
and you knew all the weaknesses that they had, because you and I have dealt with them for 20 years. Going like,
Yes.
why don't you make your software do this shit?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't understand. It's kind of
Yeah.
complicated. Well, it's because your programmers suck.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
what it is. Your
It's big-
developers suck.
It
You
is,
know,
and it's still based on Windows 95.
yeah, or DOS. We have
Mhm.
one out there that's used is still running DOS.
Mhm.
And they say, well, we can't fix it because our platform won't allow us to fix
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So anyway, I don't want to knock the software that's out there. All I'm saying again is there's a lot of people out there that were naysayers and
100%.
still are. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
you know, so you know, you don't get it, you don't understand it, but you just got to put up with that stuff and say, oh, okay, that's fine. You know, I'm going to prove you wrong, and you will
100%.
with what you're doing with this stuff. But
Yeah.
I think that's the other piece, is just let people know that, you know, you're come up with the idea, share it with some people.
Yeah.
Know you're going to get some pushback, especially if you decide to remove the safety net.
Yes.
But the other piece again too is every person that's listening to this
Yeah.
has a skill set to do something.
Yeah.
I tell people, if I could sell, I could be a waiter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, you think about sales, you think about, well, this or this or this. Once you understand how to sell,
Yeah.
I can sell anything. I can sell a tangible or an intangible.
Yeah.
Tangible being something I can touch, like
Yeah.
someone, an intangible, something like insurance, or, you know, something
Yeah.
along those lines. Sales is sales. So everybody has a skill set.
Yeah.
Okay. And you always have the ability to go back and do that. And it doesn't mean that you may not have to go back and do it for a bit
Yeah.
and then kind of regroup, you know, and then, but then go back out and try something different again. You know,
absolutely.
when you got the entrepreneurial bug,
Yeah.
it ain't going to go away. Okay.
Well-
It's not like there's a medicine or a shot you can take to get rid of
Yeah.
it. It's in your soul. You
Yeah.
can't get rid of it.
Yes.
It owns you. And so just, you know, you just got to keep going
Well,
after it.
and I think the thing that what I would encourage, and what I do encourage entrepreneurs is, you know, yes, you have a skill set of selling, right? You lean on that in your entrepreneurial journey,
Right.
but what you're doing is you're going to college to be an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
In the real world. It's not physically sitting in front of professors, but you have to constantly be willing to learn every single day. And if you fail, you failed the class. That's fine. Go back and retake the bitch, you know, and
Exactly.
And so I'm going to go back and retake it, but I've learned so many lessons that, and we talked about this with Mike and Cass. If everything went awry, you could start another business and do it. Why? Because you know how to do it.
I get
you
it.
took the classes, and those were the classes of hard knock, but you took those. For me, someone who has, yes, built a business, and I've done, you know, well in business, and I've taught a lot of businesses, a lot of things. One of the big things that I struggled with was, how do I take something and turn it into this massive company, right? There's so many hiccups and headaches and things that I haven't even thought about when it comes to the company, the size of what we're building.
Right.
And I didn't know what to do, but one of my bold moves was I wanted to message my potential mentors. I messaged the shit out of Gary Vee. He never responded at first.
Well, he does have a restraining order
Yeah.
on you now.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does that count? That
Oh,
is
yeah.
a response.
Yeah. Yes. But I messaged my mentors. I went to investors. I talked to people, and I had no credibility behind this. I mean, and Cass and Mike, I would say Cass and Mike, it started off like I was, you know, following Gary, trying to see what Gary was doing. He sent out a live saying, "Hey, I'm doing this live. It's a book launch." I'm like, awesome. Don't read books, but let's go see if we can chat to
Right.
Gary live. Right. And then I started watching this, and it was like a 3-hour live, and I ended up watching the whole thing. And that's how I met Cass and Mike, because it was their book launch. And now I would say I have created some truly incredible friends, but it all started with a DM, with a follow. I mean, we have some potential massive guests on here. Why? Because I sent out DMs just to, hey, Ryan Reynolds, hey, The Rock, hey, Kevin Hart, hey, Larry the Cable Guy. Like,
He's the one I want. Of all.
100%. Yeah, he would be.
He's like the
such a,
funniest man in the world.
he would be so fun to have on here. But I took that bold move, and I spent a week sending out 100 DMs per day to different people, and I did that for 5 days. So I sent out 500 DMs to different people saying,
Hey, we would love to have you on the show. Hey, we would love to have you as a sponsor of the show. Hey, I would love to talk to you about my software company. Hey, I would love to talk to you about investments. Like, and I wasn't, was it scary? Because you're like, okay, well, they're going to, just instantly respond and go, no, you like, who are you?
Mhm.
Don't ever message us again, kind of a thing, or just not get a response at all.
Right, right.
But I will say I got more responses than I ever thought
Yeah.
I was going to get from it, which was just incredibly well. But that again, when we're looking at one bold move, that can be your bold move.
Sure.
Is you don't even have to actually, jump away from quitting your job, right? You don't have to jump into launching a product with
Right.
no audience. Is just say, hey, let me reach out. That might be your first bold move. Is I'm going to reach out to people who have done something similar, and I'm going to start getting their advice from that.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to start going to the school of hard knocks entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And so a lot of things. And then I think the very last big bold move that you can make is just bet on yourself. We talked about this. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch the episode Betting on Yourself in 2025. An incredible episode. I think 2 of the best hosts that you'll ever see on an episode.
Well, at least one.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, and it's not the one in the book.
And I'm not going to say which one it is.
Yeah. So no, but if you haven't watched that, go back and watch the Betting on Yourself in 2025, because that's really where even without any of these bold moves, you have to bet on yourself
Right.
to take that step to do
Absolutely.
that bold move. So, again, as you do that bold move, own that and then own what you unlock with it. Right. It's don't expect it. I'm going to gain 1 million followers
No.
because I did my one bold move. You're not going to gain your 1 million followers. If you do, that's awesome. Congratulations. That's great. Ride that train, but understand that you might have to pivot at some point. But you've got to move with that, and you got to move without hesitation, because hesitation costs you momentum. And so take your bold move, take the momentum that you're gaining. Don't hesitate. And that means don't hesitate moving forward. Don't hesitate pivoting. Get your ego out of the way. Understand that what you're doing might not be the best direction. I'm going to have to change. I'm going to pivot, but keep that momentum going. Even if you're going backwards, you're learning something.
Well, and you always go backwards. I think, in one of my workshops that I do, I always challenge people again that you have to change. You can't, you come into the workshop, one of my workshops, and most of my workshops are day-long workshops. So they're, 6 hours long.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, I tell people, you come in here to learn something. I don't know specifically what it is, but at the end of the day, in 6 hours, you need to be thinking about, I've invested 6 hours of my time here. But I always end the workshop up with basically saying, hey, look, I want everybody to stand up and take a pen and put it in your hand. And
Yeah.
I said, now I want you to throw the pen forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But without moving anything backwards. You can't make any backward movement at all. So I want you to throw the pin forward. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't, the pin won't leave your hand.
Yeah.
I said, I say, now throw the pin forward the way you would. And then they all put their arm back and then they throw it forward. And I said, okay, the only way that pin could ever move forward is sometimes you have to take a step back.
Absolutely.
Right. You have to move back a little bit. And it's not a negative. It's not that you failed.
Yeah.
If you want to make the stupid pin go forward, just physically, you have to take a step back. And I think a lot of times people say, well, I don't want to go backwards. Well, then you're not going to go forward.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to take a step back from where I'm at. Then you're not going to move forward. You have to be willing to back up, because that's how it works.
Absolutely.
And then throw it forward. And if you want to throw it forward farther than you did, you have to go back farther than
absolutely.
And it's just kind of the mentality of it. I think everybody thinks, well, I can just move forward. You can't move forward without first going backward.
Yeah.
It's just the way life
Yeah.
is.
Well, and as you're moving backwards, I think that gives you the opportunity to identify what your bold move's going to be. And one of those things is, say, what is that one thing that you've been thinking about, as you're moving backwards, you're saying, okay, I'm preparing myself for this. What is that one thing that you've been thinking about, but you have not executed? So this is kind of our talking to you viewers as we're wrapping this up. I want you guys to think about this as we go into next week's episode. Is what is one thing that you've been thinking about, but you haven't executed? If you didn't care about judgment, what would you try? If you didn't care what people thought, what would you try? And then legally, yes, legally. We've all seen Breaking Bad. Works out really well, but it also doesn't work out.
At the end, it does not work out.
Yes. So,
and then also start to change your mindset. It's not the what if it fails, because that's what people always think is like, okay, well, what if it fails? What if it fails? Well, fuck, what if it works?
Yeah.
What if it
Right,
works?
right.
So I challenge you to say, what is the one thing you've wanted to do but you haven't tried? If you could do something without any judgment, what would it be? And then change that what if it doesn't work to what if it works? Change that mindset, and then it's going to start creating some clarity for you to move fails into lessons, to move, 100 hours of research into actionable, actions.
Right.
And so focus as we move into this next week is saying, what is one thing that you've been thinking about, haven't executed? If you didn't care about judgment, what would you try? Change your mentality. Let's change that mindset and say, instead of, well, what if it fails or what if it doesn't work, to what if it works? What if it succeeds? And then create clear actions on that path. And so I'm going to challenge everybody on this to start thinking in that manner. And so I want everyone to come in and drop a direct, message us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch. Message us at what is your one bold move. And if you've got a vision, I would love for everyone to start creating a vision board. It's saying, okay, here's what my one bold move is. Here's what, if I didn't have any judgment, here's what I would move towards. And then drop it in a message. Also put it on your profile and say #1boldmove. So that way we can start following that and saying, how can we come alongside of you and support you for your one bold move? Because we would love to do that. And anybody who uses that one bold move hashtag, what we're going to do is we're going to create a highlight reel of everyone who's used that, everyone who's going to say, listen, I'm changing my mindset. I don't care about the judgment. I'm going to create my one bold move. We're going to create a highlight reel for all of the additional listeners, for all of our followers, to say, listen, these people, they decided to jump. They're jumping. They did their one bold move, and we're going to cheer you on. We're going to be your biggest cheerleaders that you can find. So, again, I'm so excited for this. I appreciate everybody coming on here. We're going to kind of wrap it up, but as we're closing out, I want everyone to think, one move can change everything. You just have to make it before you're ready. You're
Absolutely.
never going to be ready for that one move.
Right.
Whether you're Cass and Mike, whether you're Gary V, whether you're Anthony, whether you're Seth, whether you're you, or whether you're me. It sounded kind of like a Dr. Seuss book.
A little bit.
But with
do you like my hat?
Yes.
No, I do not like your hat.
But with all of that being said, is you have to be ready to make that move before you're ready to make it. Everyone that I just named, Mike, Cass, Gary, Seth, Anthony, me, and you, we've all made that move going, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to step, but you go, screw it. We're going to do it. I believe in myself. I'm betting on myself, and it's going to succeed. So make that change, make that move, change that mindset. And we're going to be here cheering you on. So
absolutely.
With that, I appreciate everyone. We're going to go ahead and call it for the night. It has been a long couple days for both Bob and I. So we appreciate everyone on here. We appreciate all of you. Make sure that you shoot us a message, follow us on all of our social medias, and then make a post, drop that #1boldmove. And then we would love to support every single viewer that we have. So
I'm just going to just one more time.
Yeah.
You said Mike and Cass and Mike's books, number 5 on New York Times. Let's get it to number 1.
Yeah, that would be incredible.
Okay. So
yeah,
I just challenged the group here.
Yeah.
So let's go show them what we can do. So if it's at 5, let's get it to 1.
Yeah. And everyone who's on here, if you haven't got it, definitely go get Shoveling Shit by Cass and Mike Lazaro. If you're an entrepreneur, if you have any entrepreneurial bone in your body, this is a book that you must have.
I'm going to look at the camera for this one, but this is a book that you have to get. It will give you 50 cheat codes to entrepreneurial lifestyle. It is going to tell you about the bold move. It is going to teach you how to jump. It's going to teach you how to structure business. It is something that you cannot afford to miss. And for the price, you gain hundreds, if not thousands of dollars worth of knowledge. And again, I will also tell all of our viewers, if you cannot afford the book, message us and we will make sure that you can get the book.
Absolutely.
Or if you know someone who cannot afford the book, message us. We will get you a copy, because I believe in what Mike and Cass are doing. I know Bob believes in what they're doing. Mike and Cass believe in every single entrepreneur that's out here, just like Bob and I do. And so we want to be able to support that. We want to support them. We also want to support Anthony Masucci. If you guys are looking for a good summer read, or if you know any teachers who are looking for a good summer read, go get Grade School by Anthony Masucci as well. A great read, incredible story. Honestly, what shaped him to make the bold moves that he had, or that he's made, is those grade school experiences. So if you go, okay, I don't know if I've had those experiences, I don't know if I'm truly an entrepreneur, go get Grade School.
Yeah.
Read that. Read how your past and your interactions push you to who you are today. Anthony, incredible entrepreneur, incredible journalist, incredible author. But he's that because of those teachers that he had in grade school. So get Grade School, go get Shoveling Shit. And let's push Mike and Cass to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. And let's do it this week.
Awesome.
So with that, we are going to go ahead and unplug. We appreciate every single one of you. As every week, you guys are incredible. You show up in force. And if there's anything that we can ever do, send us a message. You can send us a message on any of our social media. You can also go to our website, www.unpluggedunfiltered.com. Or if you want to shoot us an email, info@unpluggedunfiltered.com. It's a direct line to us as well. And we will make sure that all of your questions get answered. But with that, we are unplugging. We are calling it a night. Bob, thanks again. And it's good to have you back in the studio.
It's been fun.
We will catch you guys all next week for another episode of Unplugged Unfiltered. Take care.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy grove will soon be upon us. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint. So we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint. So we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint. So we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, where Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the.
Welcome, everyone. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, and Bob is back in the studio again.
That's
Finally,
two,
we had
2
to
weeks in a row here.
we had to pry him away from
We
the
do, but
lake.
I'm heading to the lake next week, so you'll see me at the lake next
There
week.
we go. Yeah, we'll see him at the lake, but that's okay. We love having him in studio, and honestly, this is a topic tonight that is Bob centered.
It
I
is.
mean, when it comes to
I built my business
yeah.
on what we're going to talk about.
yeah,
tonight.
and like he said, he has built his business on building processes,
Yeah.
because processes are king when it comes to being an entrepreneur, when it comes to being a business owner, even when it comes, being a streamer, being whatever it is creating those consistent processes to help your everyday flow. So again, I say this every single podcast, but I'm super excited about this, and it's fun. And the biggest thing, and Bob and I were just talking about this is podcast number 10, which 95% of podcasts never make it to episode 10. And we have come such an incredibly long way. We went from sitting at a kitchen island to cameras and lights and TVs and
building the studio.
Archie Manning signed
Exactly.
Ole Miss helmet and Super Bowl rings over there.
Exactly.
But no, it's going to be fun. But I will say that getting to this point, we didn't get to this point without building some processes. I mean, we have a process, and whether that's a process of how we create what we're going to be talking about,
right,
or how we even set up our setup. I mean, we've got it now down to a science, but the first time we set this up, it was
ugly.
It was ugly. Trying to get the soundboard, trying to get the computers, trying to get the cameras, trying to get the TV. Everything was a freaking mess.
For anybody I've done a lot of meetings in hotels where I love AV guys.
Yeah.
Because they go, "What do you need?" And I go, "I don't know. You just tell me what to do.
Mhm.
Tell me when you're ready for a mic check."
Oh, absolutely.
Because I have no idea what you're doing, but I love what you do and I appreciate it.
I love that I don't have to do it.
Exactly right.
Right?
So I have a lot of respect for my hotel AV guys.
Oh yeah, they're incredible. So if we could just get a hotel AV guy to come here every Wednesday,
he'd go
night,
like, It's
he'd
done.
be like, "Oh
Yeah.
my god, this is horrible," and
Yeah.
you guys are making this way more complex.
And by the
than-
way, we have reached 10, which is exciting. But
it
there's
is.
a lot of people that thought we probably should have stopped at the 5th one.
There's a lot of people who probably
But,
thought
like,
we
you know,
should have stopped
I know
at
you're
the first.
excited about the 10th, but really at 5, that's probably where.
Yeah. No, but it's been awesome, and I will say that, like, if you look back on our 10 episodes that we've done so far, and this is a huge celebration for Unplugged Unfiltered. But if you look back at the 10 episodes that we've done, we've had. First off, we've had 3 truly incredible guests.
We have been blessed with.
I mean,
Cass and Mike.
you have Cass and Mike
Anthony
who've been part of $10 billion worth of entrepreneurial exits.
Yeah.
I mean, they sold a company for $745 million, and then they came out with the book Shoveling Shit.
And I believe it's doing okay.
Yeah.
Like it's on the top. It was last week on the top 5 of the New York Times bestseller.
When I was just talking to Mike earlier today, and they're like on the U.S. Times top selling list, which and everyone doubted them. Like everyone, and
my
someone,
guess is that Mike gave him the finger.
100%.
When they did.
No.
They doubted him.
But no, it's just incredible.
Cass
and
would have been a little more classy.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I don't
Maybe
know.
not.
I don't know. Cass is very competitive, so she probably would have given him the double finger. But with Cass and Mike being on here, it was just incredible. Anthony Masucci is such an incredible story. Incredible in the journalism side, and then taking that and saying like, okay, here is the thank you to grade school teachers that created who Anthony is today. And he's built a very successful business off of that. Just incredible. And then Seth Neistat. I mean, Seth is again an incredible entrepreneur. Met him through Mike and Cass. But I can't say thanks enough to all of our guests that we've had so far, and I can't say thanks enough to you.
Well, you just keep paying me, and I'll show up.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy because the payment actually goes the other way. And more than anything, I will say this to everyone who's watching: is I started this because first off, I love helping entrepreneurs. Right? I'm an entrepreneur myself. I am still deep in the shoveling of shit as an entrepreneur. But I love helping businesses. I love helping entrepreneurs. And this was something, but more than anything, it gave me an opportunity to force you and I to sit down once a week and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Because awesome. with life and everything that happens in life, we get so disconnected because there's so much other shit going on. And this truly gave us that opportunity to say, like, okay, we're going
to be clear, we interact a lot anyway,
we do.
So it's not like, but this is a special time.
It is
really because this is something you and I are both passionate about. I mean,
100%.
I love entrepreneurship. I just
absolutely
love it. I'm passionate
so,
about it,
I'm excited, but with that, with all of the thanks, with
let's wrap it.
All of the gratitude. Yeah, that was a great episode.
That was a great episode.
We're gonna go celebrate.
Looking for number 11.
Yes. It was the best 10th episode that we've ever had. It was also the shortest, but we had to get number 10 in. So
exactly.
We got it out of the way. We'll see you guys next week. But with that, we are going to talk about processes and what processes do to, I don't know, help an entrepreneur, help a business, help employees of a business. And one of the things that, as I was thinking about, this podcast and what we're going to talk about, the title that came to me was this hustle to harmony, why process is power, right? We, as entrepreneurs, we hustle, we hustle. But that doesn't create harmony. And I was on a meeting today, actually, with a company for my software company. And I have a chief administrative officer. She's amazing. She's great at what she does. But I create the hustle. She creates the harmony, right? I create just total fucking chaos in our company. And she goes, probably shouldn't do that, Brian.
But pull it back in just a
but she takes everything that I do and creates a harmony with it.
Right.
And she creates and not only her, I mean, I have my COO, incredible as well, creates incredible processes. But between the two of them, they take all of my hustle, they take all of my ADD and my mind, my entrepreneurial
Yeah.
mind, and they go, okay, let's put that into a process so that it can be repeated over and over again. And so that's really what we want to talk about is, you know, saying like, as an entrepreneur, like it's great to hustle. It's great to do that. But we have to have, first off, processes so that we can repeat it. And second off, we have to have processes so we can expand on it.
Right.
Right. As I can do anything myself a couple of times. I can do anything myself and my team a million times. But unless I have the processes to drive my team, I'm going to have to re-explain myself every time. So anyways, talking about processes, I'm super excited about it. Bob, just give us, you know, from your perspective, from what you've done with dealers, from how you've worked with dealers, how important are processes in business?
Well, I always go back as I work with the dealers we work with. One of the common themes is they say, well, everything is just chaotic. And I would go, well, the reason you have chaos is because you have no processes. I said, so let me ask you a question. I says, how much money do you make when things are chaotic? And they go like, oh my God, we leave money on the ground all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. And I says, okay, so that's what chaos does. Chaos burns cash.
Yes.
Okay. Processes generate cash.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if we're in business to make obscene amounts of money, which
Yeah,
we all are, I mean, that's our
absolutely.
number one goal.
Yes.
We're in business to make money.
Yep.
I tell people, as long as what you're doing is not illegal, immoral, unethical, or life-threatening,
Mhm.
go for it. That's what entrepreneurs do. So you've
Yeah.
got this, you can't cheat people, you can't screw people out of money. That's not what you're an entrepreneur is for.
100%.
You know, you got to be honest with people, right?
Yeah.
But as long as you're being honest with them, right? You're honest, ethical, nothing you're doing is going to kill anybody in
Yeah,
the process.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Then game on, you know.
100%.
So as I'm talking to dealers about processes, and again, in a dealership, you got a service department, a parts department, a sales department, and many times a rental department. Then you got an administrative department. So you
Yeah.
really got 5 different businesses inside of the businesses that we work with.
Absolutely.
And so as we talk about processes, they sit there and go like, well, you know, I don't really have time to do process. And I go, well, I said, let me ask you a question. I says, do you do accounting in your dealership? And he goes, oh yeah, Mary does that.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say, okay, Mary's the one that steals from you, right? We talked about that, right?
100%.
She's
Yeah.
she's the one that's been with you 20 years that watches your kid that goes to church with you.
Yeah.
She's my red flag thief.
She has stolen all of your money. Yes.
So, but anyway, I said, so you do accounting? And they go, yes. And I said, so how do you do accounting? They go,
Yeah.
I don't know. I said, you know, we use QuickBooks or we use like software like Triton or something
Yeah,
like that to do
yeah.
it with. I go, well, understand that accounting is a process.
Yes.
Okay. And the accounting process has been the same accounting process for 3,000 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I can take anybody's financials anywhere in the world
Yeah.
and I can look at them and they're all exactly done the same way.
Absolutely.
An asset is an asset, a liability is a liability, right?
Yep.
I can look at them. I said, so that's the value of process.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't do that, and sometimes you said, well, that's an asset, and other times you said this thing, well, that's a liability, then everything is screwed up
100%.
and nothing's going to work. So don't tell me you don't use processes. You do. Okay?
Yeah.
Because Mary or whoever is doing something in accounting that's a 3,000-year-old process, and it's done the exact same way everywhere in the world. Because that's the other thing I always laugh. People say, well, you don't understand, but my business is different.
Yeah.
I don't know. Accounting's not different anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
You know, so the first thing you have to do is get them to go, okay, yeah, I agree with you on that. But Bob,
Yeah.
okay, then because there's always the thing, but you don't understand my business and I'm so different than anybody else. And it makes me want to throw up in my mouth.
Yeah.
Because business is business. Right.
100%.
And I think it's Cass and Mike and everybody you talk to, business is business. Once you understand how to make money in business is relatively easy. You know, so again, then it's a matter of saying, okay, the other thing is because it does take some time to build processes.
Yes.
You know, but again, you just have to start out. And it's like I tell people in the dealership, in the service department, you know, what's the first thing we have to do? And they go, well, we have to, I don't know, check equipment in. Okay. So your first step of the process would be, I don't know, let's check equipment
Check
in.
something in. 100%.
Okay. And then I say, now what's the next thing we have to do once we check it in? They said, well, we have to get some information. Well,
Yep.
share with me, what information should we get?
Yes.
I don't know, their name, their address, an email address, maybe a cell phone number. Okay. Collecting information will be step 2 of the process with
Yeah.
subsets underneath that. They go like, well, that's it. I go, yeah, you're already doing a process. You just don't have it standardized.
Yeah. You don't
Right.
have it documented.
Yeah, you don't have it documented, and if it's not documented, it's not a process.
Well,
right?
and the reality of it is the truth is when your business or when your processes live in your head,
Yeah.
you are one bad day away from
Yep.
it all stalling out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
that is, it's like,
Oh crap! Brian got run over by a bus.
yeah. And I remember I was at a dealership just outside of Joplin, Missouri, and there was the service manager at that time. His name was Brian. And I said, well, what happens if you get hit by a bus? Well, about the 5th day I was down there, he goes, are you trying to kill me off by getting hit by a bus? Because that's, I said, no. I said, the reality of it though, is everything is in your head. There's nothing documented. Right. And so if we don't document it, the moment that you are not here is the moment that everything falls to the wayside. And we all live in processes, whether it's I wake up every morning, I put my house slippers on, I get out of the bed, I go start the coffee machine, and then I go brush my teeth, get the kids up, get them ready for school. Like it's a process, right? Now that process doesn't necessarily need to be documented because no one else necessarily needs to do it. It's my thing.
Right.
But when it comes to business, we're not always going to be there. We're not always going to have a good day. There's sick days, there's vacations, there's this. And I have seen businesses truly just fall apart if you go, oh, well, best of luck. And like you said, we all live by these processes, but how do you make it repeatable? How do you make it monitorable? Like, how do we look at the analytics of it? Because it goes, oh, well, we fly by the seat of our pants. Well, I can't measure fly by the seat of our pants. I can measure processes. So I think as processes get built, and like you said, we all live by processes. They're not always documented, and documenting processes are really, it can be very daunting. Right. And you could hire a company like yours. You could bring in a software like mine that helps with those. And I will say that makes life 1,000 times easier having someone do it. It's like cleaning your house, right? You look at, you go, oh, I'm going to clean my house. It's like, oh shit, there's a lot of stuff to clean.
Which is why we hire people to clean
for $250. I could have someone come in and clean it.
And they've been cleaning it for years, and they know how to clean it.
They do a really good job of it. So we are the maids of processes. Exactly. But I will say that, and this is, anybody who's listening who is interested in software, don't listen to this part because this gives away trade secrets, and it really doesn't give away trade secrets. And if you are interested in software, if you need software, use these trade secrets because they are a life changer. But documenting processes is hard, right? Unless you hire someone like you or me to come in and do it. But there is the best process documenting software out there that is free or $20 a month.
Right.
It's called ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Right. And that is something that, as we kind of dig into today's episode, is I want to talk about is, the action you can take right now. So if you have a process, whether you are a maid service, you could be a maid service, you could be a streamer, you could be a podcast group, you could a software company, a consulting company, you could be any of those. And ChatGPT is your process documenter for all of those. I mean, all you have to do is create a repeatable step. And the thing with ChatGPT, especially if you have it on your phone, there's a microphone button, right?
Right.
And
you can talk to software today?
Yeah, you can.
Most of your competitors are not aware of it.
Yeah. You can actually talk to software. It's a pretty cool feature. It's only been around for 15 years, but it's fine. Legacy software. It's great. But with that being said, all I have to do is, so I can click ChatGPT and say, hey, chat, I want to create a repeatable system for name the task, right?
For a marketing plan.
For a marketing plan.
For marketing. It could be anything.
Help me break it down step by step. And chat, you know what it's going to say? It's not going to be like, oh, fuck you. I don't get paid enough.
I don't get paid enough. You're only paying me $20 a month for me. What do you want?
Yeah. It's going to go, okay, here's some ideas for marketing plan. And we're going to break it down by,
here's how we engage clients. Here's how we do
Absolutely.
weekly social media on or scheduling. Here's our email replies. Here's our sales follow-ups. And it just created all of that for you off of one simple prompt. And so now you're starting to build that. Now, I will say, and I'm going to let you talk to this because this is something that you've kind of actually been teaching me a little bit on, is the projects inside of ChatGPT, right? I when I first started using ChatGPT, and I'll be honest, I'm still really bad at it. I don't create projects. I just chat's up. I just start typing away. Right. But the project side, so creating a process inside of a process, is the ChatGPT project. So explain to everybody, like, if I'm creating a marketing process and I'm creating maybe a sales process or an engagement process that's outside of marketing, like I want to engage with my viewers that I currently have. Like, what is that? What does the project benefit you? How do you benefit from creating a project over just typing things into ChatGPT?
Yeah. So again, and this is one of the things that I'm working on a lot with our dealers, really trying to get dealers to embrace AI. But again, so in your free version of Chat, you can't actually create a project.
Yeah.
But in your paid version, it's $20 a month. And again, it's nothing. And I tell people, if I had to pay $200 a month for Chat, I would give OpenAI $200 a month to help them fight Microsoft in their lawsuit against Microsoft. Right. Although Microsoft did give them $14 billion to get started, so they should have a little bit of authority there. A little bit. So anyway, but so in the paid version of Chat, you can create a project, and a project is, just think about Chat as all these multiple personalities. So it's like this Freaky Friday thing. It's all these personalities, and a project directs the personality to do something. So in a project, as an example, we have a project set up called Estimate Builder. So again, in the world that I work in, we work with dealerships who have service departments, parts departments, sales departments. They have to do warranty filings, look up parts and stuff like this. So we created one called Estimate Builder. And in it, we told, so that's a project. So it's this little unique personality that we have Chat set aside part of its brain for. And in it, you create instructions. Okay. And so in ours, we have 5 things that we told Chat, the little crazy one over here that's doing estimates for us. Here are 5 things that we need in everything that you build out for me. Here's how you price them out. Here's the variables on different types of technicians required different times. I want everything printed out on here's the estimate for the customer. I want the time on everything. I want the torque specs on everything. I want the parts on everything, both OEM parts and aftermarket parts. Okay. And then I want you to give me a copy of something I can copy and paste on the work order that talks about what we've done. And finally, I want you to give me a written overview that I could share with a customer who's got a mental capacity of a 7th grader and explain to them why they should be doing this. And so we've got that all built out in one, and we continue to add to the instructions. But now I can put in, I have a 4240 John Deere tractor that we need to put new shims and the injector pump on. And where it would have taken a service writer probably 30 minutes to do a quote on it. Chat will do it in a little under 1 minute with everything. And it gives me the entire process on how to do something.
And you're saying that you can do that for $20 a month.
Yes. And I would pay $200 a month to be able to do it.
Okay. So everyone who's out there, right? Everyone, I'm looking at the camera right now. Find me an employee that is cheaper than $20 an hour that will do all of that shit. And I will find you someone who is not real.
Yeah. Well, let's go back again. So we think about it, as you were talking about processes, I go, well, everybody uses processes. If you have a recipe book in your house, okay, a recipe is a process. Okay, absolutely. I have a workshop that I do as I'm working with field sales managers and talking about the importance of processes in dealerships. And so I have a bowl, just a clear bowl I bring up, and I pass ingredients around to different people, and I put them in groups, and I say, okay, you've got sugar, you've got flour, you've got salt, you've got baking soda, you've got milk, you've got butter. So I pass it all around. And I said, I want everybody on your phone to find a recipe for a white cake. Okay. So I want you to do that. And then whatever ingredient you have, I want you to come up and put that amount of ingredient in this bowl. Okay. And so, okay. And So it's not long before I have a bowl of crap that you could never cook or eat.
Oh, 100%.
Because they're all working off of a different recipe. I didn't tell them what recipe to look up. I
Yeah.
said, find a recipe for a white cake mix.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you how many servings it should have.
Yeah.
Things like this. And then they go like, would you eat this? And they go, no. And I go, it's just a mess. We've wasted all this time and money. Then I pull out a box of Betty Crocker white cake mix.
Yeah.
I said, all you need to do is add water and an egg.
Yes.
How many people could do that? And they go like, okay, that's the process.
100%.
The Betty Crocker box of cake mix is the process.
Absolutely.
It's already done. All you got to do is throw the labor in it.
Yeah.
Right. But I think that's the thing that people think about processes again, is that it's difficult. I was thinking again, so if I were going to open up a food truck,
yeah,
right, and I said I don't really know what I want to do, but I want to find out in my area what's the most popular food in my area on brick and mortar restaurants, and I want to do a food truck because I want to be a chef. I don't want to be a chef, but if I did, I'd go to chat, create a project, okay, and I'd say, hey, this crazy part of chat, I want you to think like a chef. Okay, because you give it the instructions. This is what I need you to think like.
Yeah.
This is the area. And I want to find in my area the most popular foods that people go to restaurants for that's casual food.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let chat do that. Okay. Then chat's going to come back and say, well, here's 4 different things.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you find as a chef and your truck, okay, I really think this would be a good idea. Then I go to my little crazy chat person in that project. And I say, now I want to find 5 of the absolute best recipes in all the world on the internet that's got the highest ratings for this type of food. And then chat would come in and say, okay, well, these are the 5 top ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Now keep in mind, this is probably taking 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I say, now I want to find the absolute best recipe.
Yeah.
For each one of those that I could do in a food truck with the things I'd have in a food truck to do. And then I want to know what price in my area I should be selling them for.
Yeah.
And 2 minutes later, it would give me the 5 items that are the best items. Here's all the ingredients to make them, how to make them. It built everything out for me. And in chat, I could probably do that in 5 minutes.
Yeah. And it's incredible. Excuse me. But yeah, no, I mean, and it's incredible. And because, I mean, the reality of it is in business, right? We are living in this constant chaotic curve. Like, and like you said, it's taking all of these ingredients because there's no process to it.
Right.
You're taking everything that, like, I'm going to become a food truck, right? Well, shit, I bought a food truck. I don't have any ingredients.
Although I'd have gone to chat and find out that where's the best place to buy a used food truck.
Yeah.
And what should I look at?
But you're starting at this, and it's just like this chaotic curve.
Right.
And you're missing leads. You're forgetting tasks. Like it's a constant fire drill.
Right.
It's like every time you turn around, someone's pulling the fire alarm, and you're like, okay, chaos has just truly hit. And it's not necessarily that you're disorganized, right? So everyone who is doing that bowl to build your white cake recipe, right? It's not that they're not organized, right? They have their part organized. I know I need
flour.
I know I have this much flour.
Right.
Okay, cool. That's great. But the problem is it's not documented, right? And so with it not being documented, how does that become repeatable? It can't become repeatable, right? I can't say, hey, Bob, I'm bringing 3 cups of flour to this recipe. And you go, okay, that's great. And if I hand you that I'm bringing 3, you can say, you're bringing 3. I need to bring 2 cups of sugar to this.
Exactly.
So it's not the fact, and anyone who is listening, if you go like, oh, this is me, I am constantly living in chaos. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily disorganized. I could turn the camera around in the podcast studio. You would go, oh shit, that is disorganized, right? It's not disorganized.
Everything on this side is very organized.
Yeah, everything on this side is
okay.
very
other
clean.
Side, a lot of wires hanging around.
There is.
AV guys would not be happy with the other look.
But the reality of it is it works.
Exactly.
Right? Right?
Exactly.
Is you guys are seeing us live, right? You're hearing us live. You don't need to see what that looks like, because it is the combobulation of everything that takes to make us live. But
exactly.
But with that saying, you might not be disorganized, right? You are not documented. And that's what processes are about. It is visualizing a workload. It is reducing the overwhelming feeling because, right, if I have it documented, I can delegate it.
Exactly.
And that's something I struggle with very, very much in my software company. I used to struggle until I brought on my COO. My COO, again, incredible. My CAO, incredible. Both incredible people. And my CFO, all of my team, my whole team is incredible. I can't brag on them enough, but they reduce the feeling of overwhelming like tension, because they go, okay, Brian, what you came up with, incredible idea, right? They're never going to tell me it's a bad idea. Well,
Mike would. Michael would go, yeah,
that's
really
fucking
a stupid idea.
Get your head out of your ass. But they go, we're going to take this and we're going to build this into a process. So, and Michael does an incredible job with this. We back build it, right? So we go, this is where we want to end. And then we build backwards from that and say, in October, we're launching our software live, right? What are all the steps prior to that? So 2 weeks before we go live, what needs to happen? And so he documents that creates a relief from the overwhelming shit show that is my life. And then they also prioritize the impact. So we're curving the chaos. We are visualizing the workload. We're reducing the overwhelming feeling of just the chaos curve.
Right.
And then they're prioritizing the impact. And so with all of those things, that's where we get to a point where it's like systems equal sanity plus scale. Right. Is if I can visualize my workload, reduce my overwhelming feeling, and prioritize my impact, systems equal sanity and skill. So as a question to throw to you, Bob, is what is one of the things that you have seen in dealerships? You go into a dealership, or you sent me into a dealership, right? I go into a dealership. I create a lot of chaos. I am the chaos curve.
You are.
Right. Whenever I go,
exactly right.
It is my job is to stop every single thing that they're doing, because chances are it's not right. I restructure it, build that foundation. But then from that point, you are taking on it's overwhelming, right? They have new processes.
Right.
They don't necessarily know what to prioritize because I just fed them water through a fire hose.
Right.
And so what are the things that you look at and say, after Brian left a dealership, after he got done with his consulting side of it, what were the things that you followed up with that you go, okay, you have the systems. Let me show you how that equals sanity. And then let me show you how that scales. I mean, I think Ties is a great example, right? There was a lot of chaos when we showed up, right? And now they're creating sanity and they're able to scale with their extra delivery drivers because they're pumping so much work out.
Right.
But there was chaos because they're like, holy shit, we have something brand new.
Well,
so
and your point again, when you went to Ties, just for those, it's a huge outdoor power equipment dealer up in the Omaha area.
Yeah.
Very successful. They bought a lot of other dealerships. I don't know, they got like 8 or 9 technicians that work on lawnmowers for practical purposes.
Yeah.
George is their service manager, a great guy. But like I said, Brian, when you went in, they had 8 people that were randomly doing stuff.
Yes.
I don't know how else to say it. They didn't have their shop set up correctly for flow.
Yeah.
So they had bottlenecks and all this stuff, which creates a problem in the service department because you got to move things 2 or 3 times to get it, and you're losing money there. But when you finished with it, you basically, what you do is you go in and say, okay, we're going to pause for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. And the most important thing in business is to understand it's okay to pause.
Absolutely.
If things are going wrong, don't think you working harder is going to improve.
100%.
If what you're doing is not working, more of it ain't going to make it any better.
Yeah.
You got to pause, step back for a moment. Okay. And then reevaluate where you're at. And I see that's what businesses tend not to do. They think, well, I'm doing this. It's got to work. We just got to put more money toward it. We got to put more time in it. No, you're being a dumbass. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yes.
Okay. So if and I forget who said it. Somebody said, I think Albert Einstein was the one that said, if insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different. So don't know if that's true or not, but it's a great quote. And Einstein was pretty smart, so I'm going to give him credit for it.
100%.
But again, so we get into this trap of not pausing.
Yeah.
Okay. And a pause is the most important thing you do. I'm not talking about
Yeah.
pausing for a week, or you just pause for a damn day.
Yeah.
If everything's falling, stop for a second,
Yeah.
step back from it and look what's going on, which is what you used to do for me when you would go in. You would
Yeah.
go in, you would evaluate everything on the first day, and then you would pause and say, okay,
Yeah.
this is what the problem is. And then you would start helping them create their process. Now, where I came into it, you were there for a week. You did a Gordon Ramsay kitchen nightmare moment.
Yeah.
And I love Gordon Ramsay, and I love to watch his kitchen nightmare.
Yeah.
Makes me not want to eat at some places, I'll tell you that. But I would have, if Gordon's been there, I'm feeling pretty good about
Yeah.
it anyway. But then what you and I have a conversation with, so I'm not there, but before you leave, you and I do a Zoom meeting with all of the team. And you've now explained to me, you've got the process all laid out.
Yeah.
You know what the measurables are by technician. I know what I should be able to expect out of each technician. And then in their case, George, who's the service manager, and he does a great job, he measures, because you've got all the systems set up for him now to start measuring things correctly.
Yes. Yeah.
And to your point, so this is a dealership that was making good money.
Yeah.
Ty's
absolutely.
was profitable dealership.
Yes.
But they got to a point now where they are turning out so much work that they couldn't get it delivered fast enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that became the bottleneck. So they had to hire a whole nother delivery person.
Yeah.
Because with the same 8 people, they're turning out twice as much work because they had the correct process.
Absolutely.
Right. And,
yeah.
and that's George's job now. George is to make sure that process keeps going. And we put bonuses in place. So their techs now are making more money than they've ever made because they're billing out more labor.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, processes create profitability.
Absolutely.
So when a dealer or a business is struggling with profitability, in almost all cases, their processes are broken.
Yeah.
I tell people again, businesses naturally make money.
And
you have to screw them up to make them go broke.
and what was that you said? Processes create what?
Chaos. Or processes create profit.
Profitability.
Processes
create profitability. And whether you're a TikTok streamer, whether you're a Twitch streamer, whether you're a podcaster, whether you're an entrepreneur who's opening I talked to an incredible entrepreneur today who is doing this handmade in Hawaii limoncello. It's going to be incredible, and I cannot wait to try it. Or doesn't matter who you are. A sign company out of Minnesota. Great friends of mine, started really working with them. If you need a sign, let me know. I'll get you connected with the most incredible sign maker I've ever met. Based out of Minnesota, they ship countrywide. But without those things, without processes, it doesn't matter who you are. But processes, from sign making to making limoncello, to streaming, to podcasting, to whatever it is, lawn mowing, lemonade stands. Without the processes, you will not be profitable.
You will not. You will be profitable. Yeah, you will make some money, but you'll never make the kind of money your business could make.
Absolutely.
And I have that with dealers all the time. People say, I'm really tired of not making a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I go, well, is that why you got in business? They go, well, hell no. I go, so how long have you been tired of not making a lot of money? He says, well, I've been in this business 30 years. And so I'm 30 years and tired of it. And I said, well, what would happen if in 90 days I can make your business profitable?
Yeah.
And they go like, well, that's not possible. And I go, well, let's say it is possible.
Yeah.
And then I say, this is what we're going to do. But you got to, and I talked about that with Mike and Cass. What irritates me is somebody hires me to help them and then they won't take my advice.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because they don't believe it's possible because they couldn't figure it out. But I've been doing it 40 years.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and then all of a sudden they start going like, oh my God, I didn't ever believe my shop could be profitable.
Absolutely.
I tell people a service department is like having an ATM outside of a casino.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All it does is kick off cash.
Well,
but then they start to get it. Then once they get it, right?
Yeah.
Then they go, okay, what's our next step?
Yeah.
And then some never get it. I've had people before saying, well, we're just not willing to make those changes that you're at. And I'm not asking you to steal from people, being dishonest or whatever.
100%.
I'm just saying, look, you're in business to make money, so let's make money.
Well, and the nice thing is whether you are, it doesn't matter what industry you are, is the process of business is the process of business.
Exactly right.
Is it doesn't, like, what we're talking about doesn't just apply to outdoor power equipment or power sports dealers. Is if you start and you say, okay, I'm going to start with this one thing, right? And the key to it is where you start is don't start with everything. Like, don't go into ChatGPT and say, I need a full process for my full business, right? It will give you a full process for your full business, but it doesn't understand the full process
No,
of your full
no.
business. So start with one task that
Right.
drains your time every week. Look at something and say, this is something that every single week it is a time suck. It drains my time and I fucking hate doing it.
Yeah.
Right. And start with that. And so it's, hey, chat, right? Help me document this task like a playbook I can hand off to my employee.
Yeah.
And then describe that that task. So if you are struggling with it, that is my challenge for this week is the first thing you need to do is go into ChatGPT and say, hey, chat, help me document this task like a playbook that I can hand off to an employee and then describe that task and describe it with as much detail as you can possibly describe it. The more detail you do it, the more detailed chat's going to be with it. Or even better with that is, hey, chat, create a template for X task, right? And so you now have a template, whether it's through Google Docs, whether it's through Word, whether it's through Canva, any of those,
Right.
the things, is you now have a template that you can send to your employees and say, this is a form that needs to be filled out. This is every step that needs to be done. And it's repeatable, because a process is great, but if it's not repeatable, what's the point of the process?
Like I say, it's like a cake recipe.
Oh, 100%.
I want to, if I'm going to follow a cake recipe, I want it to come out the same thing every
Yeah.
time. The other cool thing about chat, and
Yeah.
again, I love chat, and I know there's some other language models out there other
Absolutely.
than chat, but chat's to me is very convenient use.
Yeah.
But if I don't know where to start, then I can say, hey, chat. And by the way, I never call it hey, chat.
Yeah.
I'm nice and polite to it because someday it's going to turn on me.
No, 100%.
And I wanted to remember that Bob was actually a nice person.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I said, I need help. What questions do I need to answer for you that would help me help you get better instructions? And
Absolutely.
literally, I've done that before. And it says, well, these are answers that I need to questions that would give me the ability to help you more.
Absolutely.
So literally chat will help you fill in the information. And then to your point, Brian, if you're in the paid version of chat, create a project for that. So
Absolutely.
don't keep doing the same thing in the same project, because then it becomes confusing to chat.
That's me.
Okay, don't do that, because I tell people, I see chat as lots of little people, and we call their little people projects.
Absolutely.
And so every project has its own instruction as we go through and do it. So if I were creating, let's say if I wanted to do a business plan for let's say I want to paint houses.
Yeah.
And I need to do a business plan. So I would say, chat, I need help in knowing what questions to ask you that would help me build a business plan for my, let's say, credit union, because their needs are going to be different than maybe a bank.
Yeah.
And then chat will say, these are the things that I need to know from you. And then you fill those in. Right. And then it starts to build it. And then you go back and say, okay, now I also need this. And then you just keep adding to the instructions.
Absolutely.
And then before long, it's created this new little person that knows everything that you need to know about this.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's the key to chat.
Yeah.
It's creating the projects.
Well, and I will say, I mean, personally for me, and this is just how I work with ChatGPT, is I talk to chat as if I'm emailing someone. Right. And so every time, like you said, you don't say, hey, chat. I say, I might, in the first thing in the morning, I say, hey, good morning. I said, this is what I'm working on today. Right. And I type it out as if I'm consulting with you, or if I'm consulting with Mike and Cass, because that creates for me an additional transparency and that personality that I am wanting back from ChatGPT. Right. I want it to give me and it has created that knowledge that it is my consultant, right? And so I talk to it so that it maintains that feeling that is pushed back onto what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
But I think one of the biggest things is first off, again, create processes. Processes create profitability.
Exactly.
I'm going to push that and push that and push that and push that. And if you follow me on Instagram, TikTok,
I
YouTube,
need to write a new book.
Yes, I'll write it with you.
Okay, all right, that's great.
I'll write it through ChatGPT. ChatGPT will write it for me with you. But processes create profitability. But one of the things that I will say is systems do not restrict you.
No,
right?
not at all.
All they do is they release you.
Yeah,
and so if you feel constricted, if you feel stuck in something, The reason you are stuck in something is because either you didn't pivot. That could be a big thing. And we go back, watch.
You can buy a book called Shoveling Shit.
Yeah.
Talk about the importance of pivoting.
Yeah. If you feel stuck and it's not because of processes, you need to buy the book Shoveling Shit. If you cannot afford the book Shoveling Shit,
let us know. We will get you a copy.
First off, you don't have any processes because you're very not profitable if you can't afford a $30 book.
You may just be starting out.
You could be starting out.
We've all been there before,
absolutely.
So.
But if you cannot afford the book Shoveling Shit,
I will send you a copy.
I will send you a copy. Personally, send you a copy. We will take care of that. But with that is you again have to go back. You have to create the processes. If you're not successful, it's not because you didn't hustle hard.
No, not at all.
It could be.
Well,
there's going to be people like,
I would say again, I think most people hustle in the beginning because they're passionate about it. They're just going in the wrong freaking direction.
100%.
You know, you're running toward your opponent's goal line. You're going to score for them. You know, so the hustle is important. I think most people do, but they don't know the direction.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what processes give you. It's like a map.
Yeah.
You know, say, okay, I'm going from point A to point B. You know, I'm a pilot. So, you know, you get in the plane, you got a rough idea of where you're going to go because you have a limited amount of fuel. Right? You know, so you have a flight plan, we call it. And I always laugh. A flight plan is so the FAA knows when you crash, kind of where to look for.
at what point during your flight? Point, they were in the air for about an hour and a half. We know
they're going to be near Wichita. Yeah, so that's all. Flight plan is instructions for the med team to find out where you crashed.
And if you watch Ron White, then you know that you'll beat the paramedics by at least 30 minutes.
Exactly. I love Ron White as a comedian. So your crash will beat the paramedics by at least 30 minutes. So, but you're right. I mean, so again, I think most entrepreneurs start out with the hustle, but then they get discouraged. And they get discouraged because they're doing everything kind of freelance. They're just trying to figure it out. And you don't have to do that. I go back again, and we keep really pushing Cass and Mike's book, but you know, it's all about cheat codes. And again, if I were a brand new entrepreneur, I mean, I was blessed with, you know, the E-Myth and Think and Grow Rich and some of those. So Cybernetic Anetics is another book that I read that really kind of gave me a lot of direction in doing it. But you know, the what Cass and Mike has is just it's good, it's clean. So again, if I were starting out, that's where you start. And then go from there. Yeah.
Well, and I again, like you said, do your research, right? There's so many people out there who succeeded. There's so many people who've gone through the shit, right? And I can't emphasize enough that there's so many people out there who are willing to help, right?
Exactly.
But without stepping into that realm of saying I need help from an outside source, right? You have all of that knowledge. I don't want to say all of that knowledge, right? There's some personal knowledge that you don't gain from ChatGPT, but for $20 a month, get ChatGPT. It's the simplest things. But and it's even like when you were talking about the sales side of things, creating processes are incredible. And when we talk to Mike and Cass, sales is the key, right?
Sales is a process.
I could have the coolest invention. Henry Ford could have invented the car, but if he didn't know how to sell it, what was it going to be?
Exactly.
It was going to be a buggy that didn't have a horse.
Right.
And no one would have cared. Like, it's like, well, that's great, but my horse does a fine job. Right. And so you've got the eight greatest sales secrets. Right.
My book.
Yeah. So you have the 8 greatest sales secrets. You have Shoveling Shit. I always encourage everyone to go back and say, where did my journey start? Right. So you have grade school.
Right.
And so go back. Don't forget where you started with, your grade school, like what pushed you to become to where you were at, understand the oh, I don't know. We got disconnected there for a second. Understand that sales is king when it comes to it. And then understand the shit that you have to shovel to get to that point. Now, as we kind of wrap this up, is I want everyone again to go back and create a process with Chat GPT. As you create a process with Chat, is come back, send us a message, comment on our YouTube video, on TikTok, on Twitch, on Facebook, on Instagram, wherever you're watching it. Come back and comment on it and say, this is the process that I was able to create, right? And then I'm going to come back and ask you and say, how difficult was that? You know, was that worth the last 20 years of frustration that you've experienced? And how is it benefiting you at this point? And then in 2 weeks from now, I'm going to come back and ask you again and say, hey, how has this benefited you? Is the process producing profit? And if you say yes, I'm going to cheer on for you. If you say no, okay, maybe it's time for us to look at a pivot. Maybe there's something there.
Exactly.
Because if you create the process and you're not gaining the profits from the process.
Right.
Now, and don't expect the profits to come instantaneously, right? It's just because I have a process doesn't mean,
No,
you know, I have to build.
but you're not losing money with the process.
Absolutely.
Right. If you don't have a process, you're instantly losing money.
Yeah.
You're not, you know, I mean,
Oh,
that's
100%.
just the reality of it. So,
Yeah.
you know, you don't make billions of dollars in 1 week because you have this super process.
Yes.
Right. But you're building on it.
Uh-huh.
Right. And that's the piece of it. You know,
Yeah.
Without a process, you're just freelancing it, you know, flying by the seat of your pants, and
Yeah.
you'll never make the kind of money you can make.
Oh, 100%. So, but with that, we are running out of time. So I am going to sign us off. Bob, it has been incredible. And honestly, I think that we definitely need to talk about processes again and start breaking down just on an entrepreneurial level.
Sure.
Maybe not just not business specific, but on an entrepreneurial level. And you guys let me know if there is a point or if there's something in your business that you go, hey, I would love some help building a process for this, or I don't know where to start. And we're giving you the cheat code, because when you started your business, did Chat GPT give you the processes?
I didn't even have a cell phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pagers were just becoming around.
Yeah.
Now that I can see that you could blow up with a pager, I would never wear one.
But
No. I had a phone booth. That was my connection.
well, and that's the thing, is we're giving you guys the most updated technology based tools that you can have as an entrepreneur. Don't be afraid to use it, and don't feel bad for using it, right? It is a tool. Just like a mechanic uses a wrench, a mechanic doesn't feel bad for using a wrench instead of using his fingers to lose.
Right.
It is a tool that it is as capable and as powerful as the person holding it. And that is what AI is. And so don't be afraid to use it. But if you have questions, if you have something that you want to talk about, if you're struggling building a process or asking the right prompts, message us. And then we are going to do a series, probably 4 or 5 podcasts of building processes as an entrepreneur, business wide.
That'd be a blast. I would love to work and again do a podcast on, okay, here's the instructions for Chat to do this.
Yes.
And have worked them all through already. Because again, I think that's part of what both of us can bring is I know what instructions to give Chat, and I know how to communicate with Chat, because Chat likes me because I don't call it Chat. It may not like to be called Chat. It just go, hey you.
Hey, yeah, you call it by its Chinese name.
Yes, hey you. Hey you.
Hey you.
So that was pretty much politically incorrect.
Yeah, you know, we're unplugged, we're unfiltered. We have a great time, but I do appreciate everyone who's here. I appreciate you guys all. Again, this is our celebration of our 10th episode. We have made it we've made it farther than 95% of all podcasts that have ever made it. And I will say that it is not because of me. It is because of Bob that we have gotten to this point where we're at. It's because of our incredible guests, and it is because of you guys as viewers that we've gotten to this. But with that, we're going to go cheers to it offline. And we're going to unplug, but catch us next week. We're going to have an incredible podcast, as we always have. Even if it's not incredible, we're going to tell you it's incredible, because that is the power of sales.
Exactly right.
It is the best.
You don't know yet how good it's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even Joe Rogan is going to be envious of our next.
He is not.
No, he's not. But you can believe that he will be.
Yes.
And we believe that
in our minds we will be.
So with that, you guys have an incredible night. We appreciate you all so much. And Bob, I appreciate you being sticking with me through this shit show that we call entrepreneurship and podcast hosting.
Yeah,
It's been a blast. I love it. And I say that we will see you guys next week for number 11 as we work on our road to 100. Once we get to 100, we are going to throw a freaking party. It's going to be a blast. So anyways, with that, we're signing off. We're unplugging. You guys have a great night. We will catch you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wailing Woods is where we landed. We're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're till Rose are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike was sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine.
Good evening, everyone. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, and tonight we have an incredible guest. We have Ryan Dotson, who has not only been a friend of mine for a long time, but has been a friend of yours for
I was a lot younger than I am today when Ryan and I met. So I remember his very first store I went to. It's improved quite a bit, Ryan, from when I started with you.
It's a little different now, yeah.
A lot different.
Yeah. But we are super excited to have Ryan on. Like Bob said, Ryan first met Bob, and I first met Ryan from the dealership side of things. But Ryan brings a very unique perspective into what it is to be an entrepreneur, because
Absolutely.
you not only have done outdoor power equipment, you've done real estate, you've done investments, you've done a lot of really, really cool things. And I think for everyone who watches tonight, what you're really going to learn is profit with a purpose, right? It's a playbook to a long-term win. It's not these quick turnovers. It's not, you have to put a lot of time, you have to put a lot of effort to create things. And I think one thing that Ryan is going to bring to our podcast tonight is going to be really like, how do you focus on the right thing? Because I know Ryan's spent a lot of time, and Ryan, I know you've spent a lot of time focusing on the outdoor power equipment, and it's one of those, had you spent that time, maybe focus on something else, maybe you'd be in a different place in your life. And that's something that, again, I'm excited to get that perspective. So thanks again for joining us, Ryan. We're, again, super excited, but why don't you go ahead and give everyone who is watching a little bit of information about who you are, where you kind of got started, a quick brief what you're doing now, and then we'll really dive into to this podcast.
Sure. Appreciate you having me, guys. It's excited to be here and share with everyone. And hopefully I can drop a couple of nuggets that helps some other business owners and investors and entrepreneurs in their journey.
Absolutely.
Yeah, started out on the grounds crew on a golf course when I was in high school and kind of fell in love with the outdoors and the green industry. And, from there, after I graduated high school, started a lawn service and built that while I was at Ohio Wesleyan. I would schedule my classes so I could run home on the weekends and mow the yards. And by the time I graduated college, we had 5 mowing crews and 2 landscaping crews, and thankfully never had to build a resume. So
Nice. Yeah. Well, and that's something, I mean, I resonate with that a lot because that's kind of how I got started. I got started and got in a lot of trouble in school because I was too much of an entrepreneur for the school district. But grew a landscape business until Bob decided one day he wanted to pull me out of that landscape business and not make me, but invite me to come work for the family company.
Yeah, come to the dark side.
Yeah, yes, come to the dark side.
that was a good move.
Yeah. I did enjoy landscaping. I will say it was a lot easier to stay in shape back then than it was now, and it's probably because my metabolism was also a lot better.
Absolutely, I can resonate with that for sure.
So you started a landscape company when you graduated college. You had 5 landscape crews,
5
crews?
mowing and 2 landscape crews.
Okay. So you had 7 crews working for you. What was from that point? What was your next step? I mean, where did you go from there? Did you just like, I need more employees because they're so much fun?
Exactly what it was.
No, that wasn't the fun part for sure. But our market in this was back in the 1990s, so it was at the beginning of the commercial equipment and zero turn boom that is still underway today.
Yeah.
But we didn't have a good local dealer. We're a smaller market.
Yeah.
We begged our local dealers to bring on a good commercial line, and nobody thought they could do any volume, and that led us to start our own dealership.
Okay.
So that's how we got in the outdoor power business. Was just simply to have access to good equipment for our lawn service.
Yeah. So you saw a need, right? Because you go, well, if I can't get good service and if I can't get the product that I need when I need it, in true entrepreneurial fashion, you say, well, I'll do it myself, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I already know I'm going to have one customer.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and we were talking right before the podcast started, right? Luckily, that industry and our TV decided it wanted to change on us.
Yeah, that's
But you decided to go in probably to the easiest industry there is to start. So I'm going to let Bob talk to you a little bit about the dealership industry, and I'm going to fix this TV real quick.
we had to switch out computers as Microsoft decided to update our other one, and it's currently at 12%. And it's been doing that for an hour. So yeah, Ryan, you and I met. You had started your dealership there, and as you and I were meeting, you were I don't think you were still in the landscaping side of the business at that time, were you, Ryan? Or were you? Did you still have your crews?
There was some both businesses until from 97 to 2005. So I think we'd probably exited by the time we brought you in. Both busy seasons hit at the same time, and I was either going to get out of one or die a young man.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. We have a lot of dealers that we still work with that started out like you did in the landscaping side of it. And for the same reason, we got a big one over in St. Louis. And like you, they were doing landscaping. They decided, I need better service. I need this. And then so they opened up a dealership, had 2 stores, decided that was stupid and went back to 1 and are making more money with 1 than they did with 2. But again, it's kind of the same thing. It was just a natural progression for them. It just made sense. They weren't getting good service. They didn't have the products they needed. And
And so Jason Caldwell just decided, I'm just going to do this thing and get it going from that standpoint. So,
Yeah.
but again, it's kind of in an entrepreneur's bloodstream. You know, there's not a fear there of doing it. You had already, had a business going. You knew how to do it. You were confident in yourself. I mean, when I met you for the first time, you were running like a crazy man, and it's kind of odd because typically as an entrepreneur, it's an 8 to 5 job, and
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and you get the weekends off and things like that. So that was a little
Sure.
odd, but anyway. So I don't know how many hours you think you were working in the beginning, Ryan, to get this to get American Pride up and going.
I worked a whole lot of hours to lose a whole lot of money. We made every mistake in the book and dug a big hole, and I knew nothing about retail or brick and mortar, and proved it every step of the way. But that's how you learn. I mean, you don't learn these sort of things in college,
Right.
but you learn by making mistakes and fixing them. And we spent the first 5 years digging a hole, and the next 5 years digging out with help from you and just experience.
Yeah, well, you had a good crew when I was there. I can't remember who your service manager was at that time, but anyway, I do remember that your shop was in the lower part and your sales department was up in the upper part, and you had everything packed pretty tight. I don't think there was any more you could get in that physical location.
No, it was pretty. We used all the nooks and crannies.
Yes, you did.
Well, and that's what you've got to do, right? It's as an entrepreneur, when you're doing that, when you're starting something up, is you're constantly finding those places where, it's like, okay, I can do a little bit more here. And whether that's physical location or whether that's, your time or your people, is saying, how can I pack a little bit more into this without cracking the foundation? I mean,
Right.
because that's when it comes down to it, if you don't have that foundation, it's pretty hard to be successful. But one of the things that you were talking about, and I think that every entrepreneur that we've had on as a guest, everybody who's thinking about being an entrepreneur, it doesn't matter, where you start. We've talked about, if everything failed for you today, Bob, you could go out and start a brand new business because the process of building a business.
Exactly.
Ryan, the same way for you is if you had to, you could go out and start another business. But the reality of it is, yes, you've got all the answers, but tying back into what Mike and Cass say, you're still going to shovel a lot of shit.
You are.
Yeah.
I don't care if you start a new
Yeah.
business. There's a lot of, to Mike and Cass' point, a lot of shit you have to shovel.
Yeah.
But you also, I think, and Ryan, I think you would agree that that there's an end to it.
Yeah.
Right? When you're in the beginning and you've never shoveled shit, you're going like, God, is this horse ever going to die?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But you get to a point where you kind of go, okay, I'm going to go through 24 months of agony and hell, but that's okay because I know at the end of 24 months or whatever that time frame is, because you've been there before.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that I see a lot of entrepreneurs that I work with, younger guys going like, will this ever end? And I go, it will. It's going to take more than 5 years for you to be an Elon Musk. So get that out of your head, but you just have to keep doing it. And Ryan, to your point, we've all dug holes, deep ones, right, that we had to fill back in.
Yeah.
As we were going through it, I always tell people I'd love to have all the money that I made from the mistakes that I did.
Yeah.
Boy.
Because it's a lot, but you have to make them. You have to take the risk. And I think that's the thing with entrepreneurs that are real entrepreneurs. They understand that the risk really is all about their confidence. And, and once you've had success, you no longer have a lack of confidence.
Oh, absolutely.
You say, okay, I can make this thing happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done it once. I can do it again.
Absolutely.
And, but again, it takes lots of time. I mean, and so Ryan, looking back on all of the time, specifically with American Pride, like what have been some of like those aha, like you're so proud, like this is the moment that's kind of pushed you into doing what you're doing now? Was there something in American Pride that as you built that has pushed you into everything that you're doing now with real estate and with positivity, and we'll go into what those are kind of as we get there. But was there something in this current business, in that outdoor power equipment sales, service, parts side of things, that has pushed you, that you go, this was an incredible win, and it pushed you to do something more? Or was it just a kind of a natural progression for you?
It was a very long progression, but that, even I think at the point we were still digging the hole, we had at our Christmas dinner one year, we said we wanted to be the one of the best outdoor power equipment stores in the world. Our market was weak, and we thought, we had already achieved that milestone and within our market. So that didn't feel like a big enough goal, and we just wanted to be, because you have experiences as a customer at other retail establishments,
Right.
Yeah.
and you want to do better than what you're feeling when you're out shopping for stuff.
Yeah.
And you want to provide a better experience where you don't feel pushed or shoved into something, or not cared about, or so, it was really about taking care of the customer and giving them that awesome experience. And so that, because your number one source of business is word of mouth. You can spend whatever you want on advertising, but 90% of your sales comes from word of mouth.
Yeah.
The other 8% comes from location, and then 2% is what you spend $100,000 a year on an advertising.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
You just broke a lot of marketing people's hearts. I want you to know that.
we still do it, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's clear to us where it comes from, because that, your customers tell you, they come in and, their brother, their mom, their son, their neighbor, whoever was here and said how great it was and said we should come here. So
That's great.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And I was talking to a dealership owner, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he's like, man, I'm just not getting, he wasn't getting any referrals. He was having a hard time getting people to refer because he was a small dealer in a big market. And I asked him, I said, well, do you give someone a hat when they buy a unit? And he goes, well, no, why would I give him a hat? I said, because that right there will gain you a referral. He goes, a $20 hat? I said, 100%. That $20 hat will gain you so much. And if they have a son or a daughter who comes in, and if you give them a $20 hat too, I said, everyone they know will hear about you. And it's amazing because, what kind of marketing would you get for $40 that's going to compare to that? So, I mean, and one of the things too, you said, so 8% is that location, right? And I know that you went from a smaller location when Bob was there, right? I didn't see that location. I was probably still landscaping
Probably
at that point. And to the location that you have now. And I know that location that you have now, first off, it's a great location. You were still a little landlocked to some extent, but you've done some pretty incredible things. And I would love to show our viewers at some point.
They need to go to American Pride.
Yeah.
On the website, take a look at Ryan's location.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is. It's incredible. And you can't miss it driving down the highway. That's for sure. So, but moving locations, like, was it first off difficult to make the decision to move locations? And second off, how did you decide on the location that you decided on? And was it a good bet on the location wise and the real estate side? Ugh, I can't speak. But was it a good bet on that, or would you have changed something if you look back and say, okay, I have to pick a whole new location again? Would you have changed what you did when it came to that?
no, and I mean, there's, luck plays a part, and we got incredibly lucky with the location we're at now. It was the YMCA before, and it's right in the middle of town, and it's a very unique spot because it's in a little fishbowl bordered by the interstate, an on-ramp and an off-ramp. So it's really hard to get that kind of exposure.
Yeah.
Really anywhere. So it's a fantastic location, and the number of 8% is low. I mean, it's really probably a good bit higher than that because it's given our location and our unique market in that to the east and south of us, there's not a lot of high density population, but there is a lot of large acreage estates. So we have a 80-mile radius that we serve, 60 all the way around us, but 80 to the east and south. And so we're just incredibly lucky with the location. While it is landlocked, there's 3.5 acres, and we can do, all the volume we really need to out of that.
I think your strategy has been if you can't go out, you go up, right?
Right.
Because you also own all the air above those 3.5 acres.
That's right. We made the most of the air with our latest building.
Absolutely.
It's a parking garage for mowers, and so we have a 4-story parking garage that we store units in that has been an incredible addition to the property, and also a landmark in the area that people like to talk about.
Yeah. Well, and again, like I said, it's really hard to miss. And if you guys get a chance, go to Ryan's website. For anyone who's watching the recording, I'll make sure that I link his website so you can watch this. But Ryan, if you don't mind, tell them what your website is real quick, so that anybody can go there. But again, I'll link it for the recording for anybody who's watching this back. And I know we've got quite a few people. We've got quite a few people on TikTok and stuff. I think 3,600 people right now. So
cool.
Yeah.
And they're all in Zanesville, Ohio. That's
looking for a mower.
That's kind of the cool part about it. Right?
Yeah.
They got cash in their pocket and they're wanting to spend it.
Yeah.
AmericanPridePower.com.
Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys get a chance, and whether you're actually in, the outdoor power equipment industry, if you're a dealer, one of Bob's dealers, if whether or not you're in that, I encourage every entrepreneur to go and look at what Ryan has built and understand that this wasn't a 5-year process, right? This has been years and years and years of hard work and time and money and sweat and sleepless nights and, having to deal with Bob all the time. I mean, I've been doing it for.
Yeah, Ryan was my 401k plan. I just want you to
know. But
I also cheat with Ryan because every time I have a young dealer, especially if they're in his area anywhere, and they go like, "Well, can this really work?" And I go, "I need you to go to Zanesville."
Yeah.
And if Ryan's available, I want you to talk to him. I think you talked to Matthias there not too long ago with Sheplers. But I always encourage him, and I say, Ryan is somebody you need to talk to.
Yeah.
You're a young entrepreneur, right? You need to talk to a seasoned entrepreneur, and let him show you that this really is a good business to be in. So I think you did meet with Matthias, I believe.
Yep. Anybody, we're happy to help. I mean, we had lots of help when we first started. Outside of you guys, I mean, we first visited Weingarts, and Ray was nice enough. I didn't even have the store open yet, and he spent an hour with me, and I'll never forget that. But Ray was the godfather of outdoor power equipment.
Oh, absolutely.
And so he was nice enough to share everything that he could to help a young kid get started. And naturally, we proceeded to still make every mistake in the book. But it was great to get to spend time with him and something that if I can help, I'm happy to do so.
Yeah. Well, and I think that goes back to every episode that we've ever had that we've talked about is if you are an entrepreneur and you are struggling, there is not an entrepreneur out there who is not willing to give you some advice. They've been in your shoes. They've walked that mile. They've shoveled that shit. And they are willing to say, you know what? I might not be able to give you a whole day, but I can give you an hour, or shoot me an email and let me respond. I mean, I send Ryan emails. I sent him an email I think it was yesterday about
How do I get rid of my dad?
yeah
Is that what-
yeah
How do I get him out of my hair?
yeah yeah well, it's easier to get you out of my hair now because I just don't have as much as I used to, but no, with that, like, I just a question about website stuff. I mean, if you again look at Ryan's website, it's done really, really well, and for what we're building, I've had so many conversations with Ryan. I respect him so wholeheartedly as an entrepreneur, that he was one of the first people that I actually ever really approached about Triton software and what we're building, and just to get his insight first off. And he's become such a great partner on that. But going back to that is, again, if you are an entrepreneur and you're struggling with something, or if you've got questions, find an entrepreneur. They're going to help you. We're all in this together. It's an incredible community that I think gets separated way too much.
And I always tell my young entrepreneurs, listen, shut up, don't argue with the entrepreneur that's super successful, and just do what they tell you to do.
Yeah.
Just shut up, don't argue. Right.
Yeah.
Don't say, well, you don't understand, Ryan.
Yeah.
My area of Ohio is different than yours. Right? You don't get it.
Yeah.
I go, yeah. Zanesville is like every other part of Ohio. So, but I always laugh. And they go like, well, yeah, but I can't really use those ideas because my area is different. Yeah. Okay. You're going to fail.
Yeah.
That's an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You might as well cash out now, save your money.
Yep. Oh,
absolutely. Brian, you asked about the progression, and that's definitely part of it is, in your teens and your 20s, you know it all. Nobody can tell you anything. And I started the businesses the lawn service in my teens and the power equipment store in my 20s. And I thought I knew it all, and I knew nothing, right? So in your 30s, you kind of start to wake up. And then in your 40s, you finally can say, because of history and experience, I don't know shit.
Yeah.
And you've got there what Isaac Newton said, what we know is a drop, what we don't know is an ocean.
Yeah.
We have a little acronym we use at the shop, ABI plus ABL plus ABI equals ABS, which is always be learning, always be improving, and you will always be succeeding.
Yep.
That's awesome. Yeah. And I mean, I think you've taken that into, the other, ventures that you've been kind of going in. Is I know that you really been focusing kind of on the real estate side of things. I mean, if you don't mind, like, to you, is real estate where it's at? Like, if you could go back to your younger self, would you still have built a dealership, or would you have maybe invested in real estate? We've got entrepreneurs out here, and I know that, everyone's like, okay, well, I've got X amount of dollars. Okay. Sometimes you have to just start with what you can start with, whether it's a trading card game for educational purposes, at 17, that's a good place to start.
Right.
Some people, they start off, we've got a lot of our followers start off as just streamers, like trying to build, first off, reoccurring revenue that can support your life. But let's say you get to that point where you can now start reinvesting. Would you, if you were to reinvest in yourself at a younger age, would you have gone forward with the dealership, or do you think that there would have been something else that you would have focused on?
Well, I mean, it's funny and it's easy to say, look, if I had all the hours I put in this, if I put it in something else, I could have been, more successful. But you do have to start somewhere, and you start with what you know, and initially you have to go all in. You give it everything, and then you have to reinvest and reinvest and reinvest before you can take funds out to do other things.
Right.
Now, having said that, real estate, I love, and I think it's a fantastic investment, and it's made more millionaires, I think, than any other profession, period. And it's an excellent inflation hedge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So hard assets and real estate, land, timber, gold, silver, uranium, whatever, is what is what you want to be in when you're in inflationary times. And we're never not in inflationary times. It's just to what degree.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
and the government says we have 3-4% inflation, but as consumers, we know it's probably 2 to 3 times that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we buy stuff and we know, hey, this costs double what it did 5 years ago, not 5 or 6 or 8% more, but
Yeah. Like eggs.
right.
Yeah. I don't think eggs will ever come down from their inflation rate, which is great because I have chickens and I don't have to necessarily go buy eggs. But
They say when you stop killing chickens, they start laying eggs again.
yeah,
So-
yeah.
so you can't wipe out 200 million chickens and not have egg prices go up.
Yeah,
It's called supply and demand, I believe. That was my economic class. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I mean, that happened even with COVID, when all of a sudden, I mean, Ryan, you were through the whole COVID thing. And I know everybody hates to hear me say this, but I said, boy, COVID was the best thing that happened
Yeah.
to the industry, Ryan, that you and I play in, right? And if we could have it again, it'd be great. I'd like to see it happen again. I don't want the shutdowns, but but it did screw up the supply chains pretty bad. We're still dealing with that side of it there.
Yeah.
But it's a part of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and like Ryan was saying, it's, making those outside investments. And for those who are watching, I mean, I know that we have some people who are watching that massive entrepreneurs, someone whose name starts with a Gary is on here, and he probably doesn't need any of our advice.
Probably
but,
not.
But but
I'm sure he's taking notes.
Yeah,
I'm sure Gary's taking notes right now.
Yeah, of what not to do. No. Anyways, but with those kind of things being said, is Ryan, and this is a question from me, and maybe some of our followers too, is if you were to start investing, say in real estate or something like that, like how would someone who doesn't have their whole life together, who's just trying to kind of get started maybe in real estate, like, do you have any advice for someone who goes, I want to start dabbling in that? Do I go buy a whole apartment complex? Like I'm me, myself, I'm going to go buy a 500 unit apartment complex. Am I going to be successful?
Probably not the thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to see who you get the funding from. That's the first piece of a 500 apartment.
Yeah. Well, it's vacant. Half of it's full of asbestos, but I got a good deal on it.
No deal.
Yeah.
So
put your mask on, clear out the asbestos, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Most people have to start, bootstrapping because they don't have a lot of cash. So a common way to start in real estate is, couple ways. One, buy a duplex or a triplex.
Mm-hmm.
You live in one, rent the other one or two, and you either have no payment or most of it's, and then you save the money, and then you buy another one, and maybe the next one is a house, and that's another way to start. You buy a house and house hack. You 3-4 bedroom spot, and you rent the other 3 bedrooms. And just it's a progression. My dad bought a duplex with a granny house in the back, and he lived in the granny house and rented the duplex, and that paid for the whole thing. And that's how I got started, was when I bought that from him, and 06, 07, somewhere in there, and slowly grew.
I mean, so it's taking those. I mean, so a college, let's say a college kid, right? He's going out. He's got to have a place to live. Wants to live off campus, right? Has the ability, maybe because of his parents, or maybe he's got a really good credit score. And it's like, okay, you know what? I've got a decent job coming into college. I'm going to buy my own place. I mean, he right then can start his real estate investment career. And I think that's something that's really cool, because you can, without having to have millions of dollars worth of capital, you can become a quote unquote real estate investor and start building your portfolio that way. And
I think it always starts small.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody starts out big unless you happen to have parents that have billions and billions of dollars and go, here you go, good luck.
Right.
So everybody, I mean, Ryan, that's how I started. I grew up on a dairy farm, right? My parents they didn't have any money.
Yeah.
I mean, we lived a good life, but you start out, you leverage credit cards, whatever you have to leverage, right? So yeah, I can make that payment next month, but I can't if I don't make this payment. I tell people, everybody's gone through this stuff. I mean, I think some people
they say like, well, have you ever experienced that? And you're like, have I ever written the check that I couldn't cash? Sure, I have done that before. Right.
Yeah.
I needed to write the check, but I wasn't in a position because I had to make payroll,
Yeah.
or things like that. They're just things that you go through as an entrepreneur, that I think sometimes people don't think about that stuff. But
Yeah.
anybody that's been successful as an entrepreneur has gone through a whole lot of, go back to Cass and Mike, a whole lot of shit to get there. The thing you're trying to do is say, maybe I could talk to like a Ryan or a Gary Vee or Mike and Cass. Maybe I don't have to, you're still going to shovel some.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
maybe I don't have to shovel as much. And again, I always tell people, shut up, take their advice, do what they say, right? And you're going to be fine, because no entrepreneur is going to lie to you.
Yeah.
Every entrepreneur out there you talk to is going to go, man, I don't want you to go through the crap that I had to go. I had to go through. You're still going to go through some of it, but let me give you a life vest here and help you out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the key is like I said, is with all of Unplugged, Unfiltered, and having Ryan on, having Cass and Mike, having Seth, Anthony, all of the guests that we've had on here, it's again, we're a community. And what we're talking about, right, is you see stuff on social media. And one of the things, when I was excited to talk to Ryan about real estate, because you see on social media, it's like, oh, Grant Cardone, get into real estate. You're going to make billions of dollars. You're going to do this. It's not going to be tough. Life's going to be great. Like, you just need to do this. And you see that over and over and over. And it's like, just invest in this. But sometimes you have to start off like, okay, I got a duplex, or I bought a house. It's got 4 rooms. I'm renting 3 of the 4. And it's not just this, like you said, explosion of excitement. I mean, it's an explosion of excitement because you're kind of going like, oh shit, what did I get myself into? But you have to make those sacrifices. You have to put in that effort, and you have to put in that time to become or get to a point that you can go, hey, shit, I actually did it.
Well, and I'm with Ryan. I mean, real estate's, to me, from an investment standpoint, is the best place you can go, because as my father told me, God only made X amount of land.
Yeah.
They ain't never going to be any more. Right.
Yeah.
And there's more and more people that want it. So you have this natural, do it. We have properties down at Lake of the Ozark down there. And I mean, it's exciting to me because there's just there's no more lakeshore.
Yeah.
It's coming up there, and they just keep going. I know, Ryan, you've got properties all over with it, but it's a good investment, but you still have to start someplace.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like Ryan, you start where you can start at and start small, but
time is the key word there, because it takes time, and but it's a get rich slow thing. But it's almost if you don't push too hard too fast, it's almost a guaranteed.
Absolutely.
7 of the last 8 recessions, the average price of real estate went up.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the Great Recession, at least people that went through it, but 07, 08 was the one where, and even then the prices came back, and they're way ahead of where they were in 06, 07 in most markets. So and one of the power, testimony to the power of real estate is I used a group of properties to get a line of credit. Initially, that was a $500,000 line. I needed some more credit, because that is how you grow your real estate portfolio, is leverage. And so I went back to the bank, and I figured that I would have to add properties that I bought with that initial line to get the other 500,000 that I wanted to expand that line of credit to $1 million. Well, the banker, after the appraisal, said we didn't have to add a single property. Those same 5 properties you got a $500,000 line with now support $1 million line.
Oh, wow.
All the because of appreciation, the tenants are paying the rent, or paying the the debt down. And it's magical.
It is.
It is.
And again, like you said, it's time, right? It takes the time to do that. And you mean COVID, right? We all saw what COVID did to the housing market. I mean, it took houses that were $100,000 and now made them $600,000.
Right.
I will say the other thing and I was talking to Tori the other night about this, and I was like, if I could go back 5 years, I would have invested a lot of money right outside of Bozeman, Montana, on ranches, because after Yellowstone, I don't know if you have seen how much some of those ranches. It's like 1,800 acres with a porta potty or an outhouse on it, $70 million. I'm like, we just need to do Yellowstone. So next project, we're going to film a Yellowstone based in Missouri, where we travel from Missouri to Ohio. And then,
well, we did do a show called Ozarks, but it was gang and mob related. Although it's pretty true, because every time my wife and I go down there, go like, that has to be somebody that is flushing cash through, because there's no way you can make money with what they're doing. But there's got to be a lot of cash that goes through there. So, so we were watching that. So that, they did do a show on Ozarks, but it wasn't quite like Yellowstone.
Yeah, that'd be like, being having a show filmed like Breaking Bad. It doesn't really drive the right attention to your area.
Yeah, absolutely.
So moving on kind of from the real estate, and I know I don't want to say we're running out of time by any means. We can go as long as we want to. That's the perk of it being our podcast. But I want to kind of move on. So with what you have created, right? And there's always been a purpose, right, to this long-term win, but you are now starting to do more with this long-term win I mentioned it, is with positivity. And I really want to bring up this positivity because what you're doing there, it sounds incredible. So I would love for you to kind of explain to us what positivity is and what you're doing with that, how you're involved with it. Because again, I think it's a really cool thing that you guys are doing.
It's pretty exciting. So Positivity is a micro lending company, and they marry lenders with borrowers, and the borrowers are in Kenya. And they do 30-day loans from $5 to $500. I found the company at a real estate conference last year in Dallas called Limitless. Kim McElroy, he's got 10,000 rental units and $3 billion in assets under management. And he puts on a really cool real estate conference with Taro Yarbert and Robert Kiyosaki, and RFK spoke there last year. So it was a fantastic conference with lots of good speakers and conferences. But one of the options was to attend this session for positivity, and I went and heard their pitch, and it was super exciting because you're paid handsomely to be a lender, and it also has a strong community impact in Kenya because I mentioned we take access to capital for granted here in the United States. We've got banks on every corners and lending institutions and buy now, pay later, and all of that, where lots of parts of the world are underbanked or no banks. So it's hard to grow a business without debt.
Right.
I mean, even credit cards. Like I built the lawn service and started the power equipment store on, because that's all. No bank wanted to give an 18 or 26-year-old six figures to go sell mowers or mow grass. So had to start with the credit cards. But even that was, in hindsight, a blessing because it's access to capital. So anyway, in lots of parts of the world, micro lending, microfinance has played a huge role in bridging the gap for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to be able to borrow, go get the goods they need. Think street vendors. Go get the goods they need for that day or that week, and go sell their stuff and pay off the loan and borrow again. So and it's incredibly high tech. It's all done by an app. They do about 38,000 loans a day.
Oh wow,
that's
so
crazy.
So lots of cool positive social impact over there, and then lenders here. There's Positivity is not the only micro lending company. There's a whole bunch of them, but most of them are funded by private equity. But Positivity went the private investor route. So they raise funds through private investors like me and you and whoever else. And they, instead of having to give PE 78% of their business in return for a big check, they reward their investors handsomely. And if anybody wants to know more about that, they can reach out to me, and I can even hook you up with their VP. You can do a whole episode on them alone if you want.
That'd be pretty exciting.
That would be, I mean, that would be really cool. And it's awesome because I did a exclusive, it was just on TikTok, because I will say with TikTok, we have a lot of people who watch TikTok. We have a lot of people who comment on TikTok, but when I'm doing the podcast, I don't really have the ability to sit here and respond to all of these comments. Like, it's people are liking, and I appreciate all the likes, and I appreciate everything that you guys are doing on TikTok, but I don't get that opportunity to respond to them. And so I decided, I think 2 weeks ago, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, before our podcast, I just did a straight just TikTok podcast where I could actually engage with my TikTok audience. And one of the people who is part of my TikTok following, she runs a travel agency business in Nigeria. And she was talking about, she was like, yeah, one of the biggest things that we're struggling with is funding. And I said, well, what does it take for you guys, like, just to operate for a week? Like, she's like, I just try to make it for a week. And she's like, well, for us to operate for a week, it's about $50. And then you look at it and you go, like, that's, and it's crazy. But the fact that she can't get access, and she is, and I've seen her, and she was showing me everything that she did. And we had this long conversation, and I've had a conversation with her since then, just to say, how can I help as an entrepreneur? As it's like, okay, maybe I can give you some advice of where to go look. And the more I've dug into it, it's like you said, there's no one in Nigeria that they can go and do this, but there's such demand, and there's such a need for it. And again, we 100% take what we have for granted here, because it's incredible. So I think it's a really incredible thing. I would love to just personally dig into that deeper with you, Ryan, on my side of things. And then, of course, anybody who is on the podcast would love to, if you guys want to get connected with Ryan, in the description of this podcast, you can always send us a message, info@unpluggedunfiltered.com. We can make sure that we get everyone connected with the right people. We'll put a link to Positivity's website too in the description, so you can always go back, check that out if you want to get involved, or we can get you connected with Ryan. So super incredible.
We don't care where you are an entrepreneur at, what part of the world. Right?
No, we don't.
So we're all here to help entrepreneurs do what they do.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I will say, on our TikTok side of things, I have a lot of people from the Asian companies, or countries. I have a lot of people from Africa, a lot of people from, honestly, I have a lot of people from Spain who tune in, a lot of you people from the UK. Entrepreneurship and what we're talking about doesn't apply just to America. Now, there's differences, right? I mean, what we have access to, what works the best for us, here in the United States might not be the exact same, but all it's going to be is a little tweak, other than maybe Nigeria or, Kenya, something like that. There's some additional hurdles that you have to go over there, but we're here for everybody. I mean, our goal is to reach a global scale of entrepreneurs and encourage every single one of you to chase that dream, because you work like a dog. You don't ever sleep. You're exhausted. You lose 90% of the time, but as an entrepreneur, that's all you want to do. Like I wake up every day and be like, well, I'm ready to shovel some shit again because I love it. It's what drives me, and it's what my passion is. And so, I'm super excited. First off, again, Ryan, thank you. And we'll start kind of wrapping things up here. But super excited to have you on, and what you've done for me personally, with Triton, what the relationship, our friendship has been incredible. And I would love to have you back on again at some point. But I want to, before we kind of end this and before we fully wrap this up, I'm going to ask you a couple quick bonus round questions. You are our first person. These are our quick hits. Lease or buy? Lease or buy? If you have the money, lease or buy?
Buy.
Buy. Okay. Startup or side hustles? One solid startup or multiple side hustles?
Solid startup first before the side hustles.
Okay. Cash.
He's not getting rid of the side hustles.
I know. He's like, well, we'll get that.
Kind of the side hustles are fun.
Yeah, they are. Cash flow or equity?
Cash flow.
Okay. And then real estate or micro lending?
Real estate.
Okay. So anyways, we wanted to do some fun quick hits right there at the end and just kind of, it's to get those kind of, okay, do I lease, do I buy? If you're buying for a dealership location, if you have the ability, do you lease it or do you buy it? If you can buy it, should you buy it or should you just lease it? So it's just kind of those questions, but wrapping up, Bob, I mean, you have anything?
Not at all. Number one, like I said, I've known Ryan for a long time, and Ryan, if you get a chance, go to his website.
Absolutely.
I know Trump thought he put up a big flag. Ryan's had a flag that big forever. Okay. So anyway,
and I think Ryan has another flag that can be seen pretty well from space. If I'm not.
So anyway, so you owe it to yourself to go to Ryan's website. Yeah. We'll get that information up there. Like I say, Ryan is an entrepreneur's entrepreneur. He's shoveled a ton of shit in his life. He's done it. Yeah. He stayed with it. And I think one of the things that Ryan said, and you were talking about, not all things translate to all countries, but Ryan's philosophy has always been, it's all about the customer first.
Absolutely.
Ryan takes care of his customers. His customers are raving fans of his.
100%.
I mean, that's what built Ryan's business. And I'm sure it still builds it today. And I think, again, regardless whether you're in wherever you're at in the world, wowing your customer, like what Ryan does with his customers, that's the key to it. You could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on marketing, but if you suck at taking care of your customers, it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to buy from you. Right. You spend your time and your energy and money and build those customer relationships. And I know Ryan well enough to know that that's how Ryan has built his business on wowing customers when they come there.
Absolutely.
Appreciate all your help over the years with processes and systems and advice and all the great stuff for our employees. And
well, we've enjoyed it. And a lot of the advice was bad advice. I know you're not aware of it, but
you were actually the first person to ask him a lot of those questions.
Let's see if Ryan will bite on this. If it is, we're going to go. So no, we've had a great relationship.
Yeah, no. And again, Ryan, I appreciate your time on here. It's been a blast of a podcast, and anybody, again, if you guys have questions for us, if you have questions for Ryan, reach out to us, info@unplugged&unfiltered.com. You can go to unplugged&unfiltered.com and see all of our past episodes. Again, if you click on the description for this podcast, we'll be able to get you in contact with Positivity. We'll make sure that Ryan's website is on there. And anyways, this has been an incredible.
Welcome to put my email on there too. Ryan at AmericanPridePower.com.
Perfect. Yeah, and we'll get his email up there. You're probably going to get a lot of spam.
He's always working for that next customer. I know what he's doing here.
Yeah. And he goes, if you happen to be in Zanesville, Ohio, I've got a really good on the.
Hey, well, if you're in Zanesville, number one, you'll see his place, but number two, you need to just stop by and see it. Right?
Absolutely.
Ryan's building incredible business.
It is. Yeah, it's truly incredible what he's built. And again, I admire what Ryan's done. I listen to what Ryan says. I shut the hell up and I do it.
That's good for you. He would never do that for me, Ryan. So I appreciate you helping me out there.
But the thing is and Ryan, and I know this is me starting to ramble a little bit, but one of the first emails that I ever sent Ryan when it came to the software company, he goes, well, this is my advice. It might be completely wrong, so you don't have to listen to it. He goes, but this would be my advice. And it's one of those like, well, I've been doing this for a long time. I maybe haven't done that part of it, but here's my advice. it could be right, it could be wrong, but it's that honesty. And that's something that I love about a true entrepreneur. It's like, well, shit, I don't know, but let's put our heads together. We can figure something out. Right.
Yeah,
And that's the honest, the true, the community that you get from incredible entrepreneurs like yourself, like Bob. And, you know, hopefully one day I'll be in that realm of you guys. So, but with that, I appreciate everybody. You guys have been incredible. Everybody who's been here, all of the comments, all of the likes, you guys are incredible. So, but with that, we are going to go ahead and unplug, and we will see you all next time on Unplugged Unfiltered. Ryan, thank you again, and we will talk to you very soon.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be complete. Stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Going our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Going our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Going our aim, never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now, waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words is where we landed, with 2 rows and next next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Crazy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Win Woods is where we landed. We're Till Rose, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Whittier Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Whittier Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Whittier Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Whittier Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie High, like we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so.
Evening, everyone, and welcome to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, who is once again enjoying the lake.
At the lake.
You can't blame him. You can't blame him. It's,
you can't blame me. It's 4th of July weekend, man. The lake is buzzing, bud.
Oh, I bet. It's crazy because I've been watching a lot of videos of the shootout that happened down there. 2 weekends ago? I think they had the shootout, the boat races out there.
Yeah,
and
they did.
You talk about some pretty crazy boats that are out on the lake, and man, it draws a big crowd every year for that.
Yeah,
so.
basically, my shootout is pulling grandkids behind the boat in a tube.
There you go. Not a whole lot of speed.
Not a whole lot of speed. Not a whole lot of speed.
But a lot of
You'll be down here in another week, I think.
Yes. Yeah, we're looking forward to getting down there and enjoying some lake time here soon and celebrating a birthday. So yeah, definitely looking forward to it. But and it's crazy because, you know, as I was thinking about the shootout, you know, there at the lake, you know, one of the things that really, and we're going to talk about it in today's episode, which is, you know, slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Right.
You know, for when it comes to the Lake of the Ozarks shootout on the boats, you know, they are all about smooth water makes them go fast, right?
Absolutely.
And to create that smooth water, they have to put a lot of boundaries. There's a lot of principle that goes into that to the point of where they're doing the shootout. There's a 10-mile stretch of idle only zone coming up to that, right? Because you get those boats that are moving at that speed. If you don't have a smooth, pristine, somewhat pristine condition, I mean, it can be a little choppy, but it can't be what the typical main channel looks like at the lake for those boats to be running that speed. But on that, like I said, that's what we're talking about tonight is, you know, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And what does that look like in business? And really going back to 2 episodes ago when we talked about processes, you know, processes create a slow, smooth, consistent environment in your business. And so I'm excited to talk about this. I will say that as I was talking to Tori about this. She's like, you don't do anything slow ever. And I said, well, I know. And that's why I have a team built around
You
me.
get that from you get that from your mother, not me.
Yeah. So I move with very fast intentions, and it's never always that smooth. But I get to where I need to be the majority of the time. So
Yeah.
so
Well,
anyways,
it's a piece of it. Like you say, the thing about water is I'm a pilot more than I am a boater. So I have a pilot's license, love flying. And it's the same thing. The smoother the air, the faster you go. The more chaotic the temperature on the ground, the more
yeah.
things bump and move around, and then it just makes for a rough flight. So I think there's a lot of examples of how that really applies to entrepreneurship, Brian.
Yeah, no, and I'm excited, and I think, what really started the thoughts of this episode is of course, not only me starting my business, but the employees that I've brought along with me in my business, because one of them, my COO, very heavy in the military, very heavily in the special forces kind of background, with what he did.
Badass.
Yeah, a badass to say the least. But with
And I think
that
he's a
being,
bull rider too, isn't he? Because I
yeah,
know he has a big ranch down there. Doesn't he do
yes,
bull riding?
yes, bull riding, calf roping,
Yeah.
a
So
little
that
bit,
means he's hit his head too many times
yeah,
bull riding.
yeah, yes. But with that, he's brought so much structure into what we do, and he's made me slow down and say, okay, we have to come up with a true action plan on this. We have to carefully avoid to move so we avoid mistakes, we avoid not actual injuries, physical injuries, but injuries to that's something that could injure our company. And then, because rushing a lot of times leads to errors. Now, as an entrepreneur, there's a lot of times where you do have to make split-second decisions, and you do have to do that. But if you can prepare or create the foundation, those second decisions aren't as difficult to make, because, well, you've slowed down in the previous processes to create this. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And I think that's a big part of it, Brian. I mean, there's a lot of split-second decisions that you make in business. I've been doing this 40 years, and there's a lot of we need a decision. I'd say, okay, let's do this then. But it's not based upon a split-second decision. It's based upon 40 years of experience.
yeah,
And that's the thing that it's I think of a lot of the guests you've had on, very successful entrepreneurs. They've had lots of experiences. I just had an opportunity to listen to some of Gary Vee's podcast the other day, talking about where we really need to redefine what success is. It was a
yeah,
great podcast, but it goes back again. But you think about Gary Vee, and you think about you know Cass and Mike, and think about all these people. So they make quick decisions, but they can do them quickly because they've got tons of experiences of making bad decisions
oh,
that,
absolutely,
that leads them up to it. So when you're a brand new entrepreneur, and again, if I make a quick decision and it costs me money, I'm at a point in my life, it's not a game changer for me. I'm still
yeah,
going to eat. Okay.
yeah,
Right? So it's not that big a deal to me, where 40 years ago it was huge.
yeah,
So I think that's the piece of it. Again, when you're, especially as we're talking to new entrepreneurs here, slow is just better. I mean, it
yeah.
really is, Brian. It creates a calmness that you need when you're trying to get a business started.
Yeah, well, and I going with that kind of mindset or mentality into it too is I think that a lot of founders get burnt out because they confuse speed with progress. It's just because I'm moving fast, just because things are progressing quickly, doesn't mean I'm actually making progress. I could be running on a treadmill. It's like, oh yeah, I went for a mile run. Oh, that's cool. Where did you go run? In my basement. It's like, that's great. And
Yeah,
you were
on a 6-foot piece of rubber.
yeah, you were fast, but that doesn't mean that you made a lot of progress. Now you
Exactly.
made progress in the fact that you ran a mile, which is mile more than I have run in a very long time. But you're not making, necessarily progress on seeing the future, seeing what's ahead of you, right? It's consistent. And so I think that that's something that as founders, as business owners, as entrepreneurs, you have to understand that, speed doesn't always equal a great amount of progress, and it can lead to a substantial amount of burnout. And then I'm excited because we've got a guest that's going to be coming on with us in a couple of weeks. And she's really built a whole business around burnouts and how to prevent burnout. And I think that what we're talking about today is something that's going to relate back to, what she's going to talk with us about too. So super excited about that. But I going back to looking at what we talked about 2 weeks ago when it was about processes and systems, systems over sprints, you build the engine before you hit the gas. Right. And I can go light a bunch of gasoline on fire and it's going to look really cool and it's going to create some heat, but it is not going to actually get me very far.
It's not. It's going to burn out quickly.
Yeah. So I think that you have to, in business, look at that and say, okay, I've got to build my engine. And what does that look like? I mean, so for your business, Bob, what did building that engine look like? And I know we've talked a little bit how you had to pivot, and maybe the engine you started with is not the engine that you're running now.
No. Yeah, my company is very, very different than the company I started 40 years ago. Matter of fact, it's not even the same name of the company. Okay, so I even changed the name and I pivoted on the name for a lot of different reasons. But again, I think that's the big thing. We've talked about pivoting so much, and I know Mike and Cass focused a lot on pivoting, but again, that's a big piece of it. But again, when you start off, you're hustling. I'll just be honest. And we talked with Ryan, last week. With American Pride, I've worked with Ryan for years, and phenomenal dealership, phenomenal guy. Just a phenomenal guy. But we were kind of laughing, and we said, "Well, how did you get started?" And we all went, "Credit cards." So we all started our business. Ryan about 30 years ago, me about 40 years ago, because we didn't have any money. I grew up my mom and dad were wonderful people, but we were poor dairy farmers. We didn't have a lot of money, and so I didn't have a lot of money. I didn't have anybody give me any money to get started. And so the only person that would give me money was a credit card company, and they gave it to me at about that time, about 18% interest. So that's how you get started, So your business evolves and it changes as you go through, and you're hustling all the time, because in the very beginning in business, when you're starting a business, you need cash. And that's the thing that you finally figure out. The harder you chase money, the harder it is to get money.
Absolutely.
Right. And you have to slow down. And that's really what we did in my business. I had to stop chasing the dollar.
Yeah.
Okay. There was somebody that would pay me some money to come over here and do something. There was somebody that would pay me some money to come over here and do something a little bit different. And in the beginning, I didn't really know what the identity. I just needed to make money. I had 3 kids I needed to raise, and house payments to make. And so I would do all these different things. I was chasing things, Brian. It was chaotic. It was crazy. I was traveling all the time. I was making enough money to survive.
Yeah.
But I wasn't making enough money to thrive. And I think your goal as an entrepreneur is to stop trying to survive and start striving to thrive.
Yeah.
And you thrive, Brian, when you get your focus.
Yeah.
And that was the big thing I learned in business. When Cass and Mike was on, and we all kind of laughed. And I said, if I lost everything today that I had, it would take me about a year to get it all back, because I get it now. I understand what I can do. I have connections that I built, those relationships that I built, and I could quickly get everything back that I lost. And I'm sure Gary Vee would tell you the same thing. Neil, who was on, they would all tell you. Ryan would tell you the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, if we lost it all, I could get it back quickly because I get it now.
Yeah.
But the getting it was slowing down, okay, and focusing.
Yeah.
Right. Don't chase everything. Your natural tendency as an entrepreneur is to chase the dollars. It's the biggest mistake you'll make as an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I started making money when I stopped chasing the dollar, got myself focused, really defined, this is who I am and this is what I do. And I started building that out from there. I slowed down, got rid of the chaos,
Yeah.
which is what speed creates, Brian. You were talking about the boats and the shootout.
Yeah.
You know, rough water creates chaos.
Yeah.
Okay? And what they're trying to do is eliminate the chaos so the boats can go faster. So the
Yes.
less chaos there is, it seems odd. The slower you go in the beginning, the faster you ultimately will go at the end.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's my thoughts.
Well, and like you said, I think that you as an entrepreneur have to refocus and say, I'm not just chasing the dollar. Now there's a point when you're starting up, right? And I was talking to Mike about this, and he goes, there's three things that a startup owner leader has to do is not run out of money, not run out of money, and not run out of money. So at the beginning of it, if you can't self-fund the whole project yourself, right? You have to do what you have to do to make that money, especially when you have people relying on you. If you got a team. Now, I will say, as I've been building Triton and growing it, I have an incredible team that has allowed me to go focus on finding that funding. It has allowed me to have these pre-sale calls. It's allowed me to chase the money to continue to fund it, because I know that on the back end, I might be creating a little bit of a wave with what I'm doing, because I'll come back from a pre-sale meeting like, hey guys, so I know that we didn't actually talk about building this into the software, but we have to build this into the software now.
Well, absolutely.
And then they go, okay, that's great. We're going to let the waters calm down, and then we'll troll our way into here to figure out how we're going to make it better and smoother so that you can go fast again, create some wakes. And it's really that, I think as an entrepreneur is you're going to create wakes. It's, especially as if you're an entrepreneur who's not just by themselves in a company, you're going to create wakes. It's the entrepreneurial mindset. You're always going 1,000 miles an hour. But being able to, like you said, I have to now get to a point where I'm going to redefine what, and like you said, you watch that podcast with Gary Vee, redefine what your success is. What does freedom look like to you? I don't want to survive. I want to thrive. Well, what is thriving? Am I thriving because I have millions of dollars, but I'm working 200 hours a week? No, I'm not thriving. I'm thriving because I might have money, but I'm now sacrificing something else. And to me, that's not success. Success is to be able to have that time, that freedom to do what I want when I want, and have the funds to be able to do that. But again, I'm a very good wave maker. And if you ride with anyone or you talk to anyone who's ridden with me on the jet skis, you know that I'm a really good wave maker. On
that's
that too,
different. That's kind of a fun thing. It's like being an airplane going fast, right? So it's a little different than that. I think again the big piece is just making sure that as you're going through things, you yourself are not creating all the chaos.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's the big piece that you're trying to do. There's just making sure that you're not creating all the chaos with it.
Yeah. Well, if I remember right, we had a dealer, and I won't say where this dealer was, but we called him the walking hurricane.
Yes.
Because
I
and
know
I will say
exactly
he was 100%
exactly
landlocked. He was 100% landlocked, so he wasn't actually anywhere on the coast. But he was the walking hurricane, and every time he walked into the dealership, it was constant chaos, and everything got turned upside down. And for the next 2 days, they were trying to clean up the chaos that the walking hurricane himself created. And that right there puts such a damper on your business, and it prevents you from ever being fully successful, because you've got 2 days of chaos cleanup every time that you as a business owner walk into a business. That's where you should go, okay, I'm going to be a silent business owner or an absentee owner and just let my people do what they're doing. Once it's become established at that point.
Yeah, which was the odd thing. And like I say, I know exactly who you're talking about. And you were down there several times trying to get everything in his dealership.
Yep.
He would pay us tens of thousands of dollars to come in for our advice and get the process in place. Then in 1 week, he would have hurricaned everything back to the way it was. It's like, okay, well, that didn't stick, guys. Well, it didn't stick because you were the hurricane coming in. It sticks every place else we go through. But again, I think that's the big piece, Brian, again, is making sure that you as an owner then aren't that hurricane. You're not that chaos. And the challenge is, again, is that he was in the business, but he didn't love the business.
Yes.
So he looked at business as just a way to make money. And I think if you're going to be in business, whatever it is. I said, you have to have a passion really for it. You know, if
Yeah.
you're a CEO of some big, multinational corporation, you don't really care, right? You could be
Yeah.
the CEO of
100%.
a coffee company and then turn around and be the CEO of a car company. You don't care because that your passion for that is not what matters. But when
Yeah.
you're an entrepreneur, right, you really have to have a passion for what you're doing. You have to have a passion for the people that you're working with. You have to have a passion for your customers.
Yeah.
So that's a piece of it. And I don't think he ever really had a passion for the business. It was cool. He got to go to national meetings and and play the part, but
Yeah.
he never really had a passion for the business.
Absolutely. Well, and so from your experience in working with dealerships and working with businesses out there, what is that one thing, or maybe it's not even one thing, maybe it's a couple of different things that if you had a walking hurricane come in, what would be 1 to 3 words of advice or phrases that you could say, hey, listen, you need to live by these, right? You ask someone who knows more than you, listen, and then just do what the hell they tell you to do. What would those be
Well,
for
I,
you
I
today?
had one today, and this is one again that's in Louisiana that you were at.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the dealerships that you were at, and he's a great guy. And he's got a great business. And we were on our meeting today, and I was talking to him, and he says, "Hey, Bob," he says, "I'm burnt out."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well," I said, "why are you burnt out?" And he says, "Because everything that happens has to go through me." And I said, "Well," I said, "I've worked with your service manager. He knows his game. I worked
Yeah.
with your parts manager. She knows her game."
Yeah.
I said, "You have a person that's in sales that you won't release the sales to, but he knows his game." I
Yeah.
said, I said, "Do you see maybe where the problem might lie here?" And he
Yeah.
goes, "Like me?" And I go, "There
Yeah.
you go. It's
Yeah.
you." And I said, the challenge is I said, as an entrepreneur, in your mind, it's your baby.
Yeah.
Okay. And he has kids. And I said to him, I said, "Corey," and you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I said, "Corey," I said, "what would happen as a parent if when you had a little child that was learning to walk, the first time they bumped themselves, you picked them up and said, 'I'm never going to allow you to go through that pain again because I know it's painful. So the rest of your life, I'm going to carry you.'" And he said, "Well, at about 18, my son would be pretty heavy."
Yeah.
I go, "There you go."
Yeah.
I said, so your job is to coach,
Yes.
right? Not to manage. I always tell people, you manage processes, you coach people.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, so as a coach, and he played football, I played football. And I said, as a coach, I said, you design the plays, okay, your processes,
Yeah.
right? Right. So you design the processes, then your job as a coach is to coach your team to follow the play.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the play we're going to run. We've practiced this play. I just need you to run that. I said, so he was a quarterback. And I said, when the coach sent in a play, did you go, "Oh, screw that, coach, I'm going to run a different play"? He goes, "No, you ran the play." I said,
Yeah.
"There you go." I
Yep.
said, so that's what coaches do. And I said, "Corey, what I need you to do is I need you to start understanding that you've really got a great team on the field, right?"
Yeah.
And I said, "And you're the chaos in it. You keep wanting to run out on the field and be the quarterback again. I
Yeah.
need you to be the coach, right?"
Absolutely.
I got Dean in service. You know who I'm talking about,
Yep.
Brian.
Oh yeah.
I got Kelly in parts. She is killing it as a parts manager. Okay. And I got Trent. I don't know if you met Trent or not, but Trent's over the sales side of it. And I said, you got defense, offense, and special teams. They're all covered and they all know what they're supposed to do
Yeah.
because you created the play for them. You created the process for them.
Yeah.
Okay. I just need you to let them play. Right.
Yeah.
Because the other thing he was looking at, Brian, he said, "Hey, I was thinking about buying another dealership." And he says, "I just don't think I want to do it." He says, "I'm already burnt out." And they said, "Well, if you had them doing everything
Yeah.
and you just oversaw them as a coach and periodically you brought them in to huddle and said, 'Good job, guys,' or 'We're getting killed with this,'
Yeah.
and then let them go back out and do what you've coached them to do." He said, "Well, then I wouldn't be burnt out." And they go, "There you go."
Bing, bing,
Right?
bing.
I said, and he goes, "Well, that makes sense." He said,
Yeah.
I thought my job as a manager was to manage everything. I said, "Corey, a manager's job is to create processes.
Yeah.
Once the processes are created, then you move, and instead of being a manager, you become a coach. and you coach your people to run the plays.
Yeah.
Right. And in his brain, because he played football like I did, he was like, oh, okay, that makes total sense to me.
Yeah,
And he said,
absolutely.
I'm already feeling less stress. And it's because, again, in his mind, he had what his responsibility was so screwed up in his head because
Yeah.
he thought his job was to be a manager. We've already got the processes in place down there. I mean, Brian, you put them in place when you were down there.
Yeah.
I said, you just got to let the processes run. And everybody that's ahead of those departments, they're running their processes flawlessly.
Yeah.
So I said, so quit, leave it alone.
Yeah.
Stop coming in every day. He goes, well, I have to come in every day. And I go, you don't have to come in every day. You think you do.
Yeah.
Like me, I take 4 days a week off. I work Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
Yeah.
I have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And that's what I do. My company doesn't need me anymore.
Yeah.
I show up just because I like to irritate them. They don't need me anymore. The company runs fine without me. But I mean, that's your ultimate goal there. So I think that's the big thing, Brian, is to teach entrepreneurs. The first thing you're responsible for as an entrepreneur, and Brian, this goes back to a couple of podcasts ago. You're responsible as an entrepreneur to create processes.
Yeah.
Okay. Once you have your processes created, then your job is to hire the right people.
Yep.
Slowly, not quickly. Okay?
Yes.
Hire slow, fire quick. I know we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah.
And then your job is to hire the right people who will do your process.
Yeah.
Right. I go back again. If I were a manager and I hired somebody, let's say I was a manager at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Right. And I hired a person, and I think, Brian, you would agree, Chick-fil-A has good processes.
Oh, 100. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. And every
absolutely.
Chick-fil-A does the same thing every time. But if you hired somebody and they said, I think I've got a better way to make a chicken sandwich, Chick-fil-A would fire them in 30 seconds. You may have a better chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
This is how we do our chicken sandwich here.
Yeah.
And that's what I tell my owners. I said, you create the processes. Then your number one responsibility is to hire people that can do your processes.
Yeah.
I don't need creativity in a small business. I need people that can follow my processes.
Absolutely.
And again, but then that takes time, Brian. It's not a fast thing; it's a slow thing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, and that's, like you said, it's building an environment where your people can learn their processes, learn the plays, and then giving them the field to play on, because I see it in so many businesses that we've worked with. It's like, well, my service department doesn't work well with my parts department. Well, they're playing in two different playbooks because you've created such a animosity between them, because you go, okay, well, I'll fix this here. I'll fix this here. I'll fix this here. Let them communicate. Right. Don't get in the way, and they'll figure it out themselves 10 times quicker. But you've got to give them
the hell out of the way and let your teams play.
Absolutely.
Right? And they're going to have conflict. They're going to have chaos a little bit. And periodically you may have to stop in as a parent. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Put down your weapons. We're doing it. But again, I would agree, Brian. I think, again, it's that rush to make the business work that we don't take the time to do it correctly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's the big. And as an entrepreneur, I get it. I mean, everybody that you've had on this podcast that's been on there, they all understand the same thing. You're working your butt off just to try to make it successful.
Yeah.
But once it starts working, you have to slow down.
Yes.
Okay. Once it starts to work, your thought is, I worked so hard to get it here. I need to work even harder, and you're going to screw it up.
Yes.
Once it's going, you got to let it start to breathe. It's like a fire, right?
Yeah.
Once it's going, you just don't keep throwing more wood on the damn fire, right? Right?
Yeah.
Because then the fire's going to go out. You got to let it have some oxygen, right?
Yeah.
You got to let it breathe a little bit. And if you just keep throwing wood on a fire, Brian, and you and I are pretty good at making bonfires. We know how to make big bonfires, right?
Oh, yes.
But I would just say again, if you just keep throwing more wood on it, you keep throwing more weight on it, the fire's going to ultimately go out again. You're going to go like, oh my God, my fire went out. Well, it's because you suffocated it, right?
Yeah.
It needs air. Once you get it going, slow it down a little bit. Now feed it air. Just feed it air. Let it go. Let it take its life on. And your business will be successful.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and like you said, you've got to just let it grow, let it happen organically, right? If you try to force a company, I've never seen a company that has been just artificially forced to growth succeed in the long term. You know, they might
they
have short-term success, but you look at any of the, and I won't call them necessarily pyramid schemed businesses, but the pyramid schemed businesses, right? They all blow up really quick. They go, oh wow, this is everywhere. I'm seeing this clothing brand, or I'm seeing this one thing.
Right.
And I'll use one, I was pyramid schemed ish business that has done very well for itself is Mary Kay, right?
Right.
They're a pyramid scheme business, but they have a process and all of their people follow that to a T. If you are a reseller for them, you're doing it by their books.
Exactly.
And they don't fluctuate. If you don't do it by their books, you don't participate. Where a lot of these other ones are like, oh, we don't care as long as you can fog a mirror. We don't really care what you do with it. And then that creates a decrease in the quality of the brand and or the name of the brand. And so then they go out, right? As I'm going to throw as much wood as I can on here. I'm going to let it burn as hot as I possibly can for a short period of time. I really don't care about the long term. And that's what happened, I think, with a lot of businesses too, is, 90% of businesses don't make it past year 10. And it's why, because I threw all of the wood I had. I never spent any
wood and throwing on.
When I never spent any time stockpiling.
Yeah, but Mary Kay's a great example. While it is theoretically kind of a pyramidish kind of thing, right? They've done a great job. I mean, it's been around forever. I know people that are in Mary Kay that have the pink Cadillacs or whatever they have now. But again, it's a slow growth. They take care of their people. They grow them slowly. They coach and they mentor. Because that's what they're in it for, the long-term game. So, I don't want to take anything away from Mary Kay, because I think they're an exception to the rule, but they've done it right. Because it's been it's been around since the 60s. And so they've done it right. They've done it well. Their people can make a lot of money, but they got to follow their process. And the people that are their managers are their coaches, right? So they're coaching them and they're helping them and doing things like that. And I think that's the difference with it, because really everybody that's a person that's in Mary Kay is an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
Right? Mary Kay gives them a platform to work off of, but they're all small business owners. They buy their product and they sell it and things like that. So, and it's that slow growth. And I think of the ones that I know that have been very successful in Mary Kay that I know, Roxy, right? I'm talking about there. I mean, Roxy's had a pink Cadillac forever, and Roxy is all about growing her teams and growing her people. That's just the essence of who she is. And she's working with them, coaching them and helping them be better entrepreneurs. So, I think that's just such a big part of it. So,
but
go ahead.
I was gonna say, and again, it goes back to like what you were saying is that is her business. That is her team.
Absolutely.
Right. Even though they're all individual businesses under her, she is not micromanaging. She's saying, hey, you guys are doing an incredible job. I'm here if you need the support, but you don't need me anymore. And she backed off and let them grow their business in their style while still maintaining those core processes that have worked so well for her to get to the point to where she's at.
Because she's the coach and the encourager. That's what she does. She gets them started and she gives them the processes. And I'm guessing, and I don't know what percentage, but probably half of all the people that start with Roxy go away because it's hard work. Okay? I don't care. If you're in Mary Kay, if you're in anything else, I don't care what it is. It's hard work, and a lot of people think, oh, this is just going to be fun. It sucks at times. Okay.
Oh yeah.
It just does. And Roxy, and I'm going to use Roxy as an example, but Roxy was there to coach and encourage and do the things like this. And she has a pink Cadillac for a reason, because she has a very big downline that does a very good job for her. And I know the people that are in her downline too, and they love her to death because they're also making a ton of money, And that's what her ultimate goal is, to have them all drive a pink Cadillac. That's the thing. She wants everybody to succeed. And I think that's the other thing in business. I always tell every dealership that I work with, I said, my goal is to make you the dealership that pays people more than anybody else pays them, treats people better than anybody else will ever treat them, right? And care for them more than anybody else will ever care for them. And I said, if you do that, you will never lose your people, right? Because your people is your number one most expensive thing in a business, and that requires you not to manage them, but to coach them, to be that encourager. And Brian, it goes back to the theme again. It takes time. It's not quick. Part of being a good business owner is to build trust with your employees, and trust is something that takes time to build.
Yeah.
It's not I hired you, therefore you should automatically trust me. Well, nobody, that's
Yeah.
just not how it works.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
that kind of that slow and steady piece that you
Yeah.
talked about in the beginning.
Well, and that's where it really is, that, it is slow is smooth, and smooth ends up being faster in the long
Absolutely.
run. I mean, if you look at, and I was watching a interview that, going back to the football side of things, I was watching an interview that Patrick Mahomes was doing. Um, if you haven't heard of him, he's a pretty decent quarterback.
Decent quarterback.
But one of the things that he really focused on over the last 2 years is slowing the game down mentally, right?
Yeah.
Is allowing him to be able to focus, and everything's happening in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds.
Right.
Another perfect example, F1 drivers. If you ever watch a training video on F1 drivers, they focus on reaction times, and they're able to slow things down to a point where something's happening at 200 miles an hour. Well, for them, it's happening as if we were driving on the highway.
Right.
But they truly slow things down so much that they can then understand and still react in a timely manner, but they're reacting with pinpoint accuracy in that timely manner because they've taken the time to go, okay,
Absolutely.
I've got to figure out what is best. I know my playbook, I know the rules, and I'm going to play it to the best of my ability. So I think that again, sports is an incredible example. The people who are in sports, and I forget, there was one baseball player who they used to say could actually like see the seams on the baseball. Like, he had really trained himself to see the,
Right.
and
That was George Brett with the Kansas City Royals.
Okay, yeah.
He was in his top. He had a 380 batting average. Okay, so
Yeah.
he never got to quite 400 in it, but I remember him talking about. He said, "I could see when they threw the ball, I could see the seams."
Yeah.
Okay? And he had which is a 380 batting average is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Okay, 400 is, I think there's like one or two baseball players that's ever got there. But yeah, that was George Brett. He said, I could literally see the seams on the ball. His brain, he could slow everything down mentally and see everything that's going on, and he would just hit and hit and hit and get on base. So
well, and I think as an entrepreneur, maybe you're not slowing everything down mentally where everything's happening in slow motion like Neo in the Matrix, but once you build up that team, there's so much information. You're slowing it down by delegating it. You're slowing it down by trusting your team. And so when that information is thrown at you, it's coming at you in a completely different trajectory, or it's not coming at you as fast because you have this team who is feeding you this information, who's saying, hey, this is what needs to be dealt with. And it's one thing. It's not 45 different things that are going on that they're dealing with, right? They're bringing you the major issues that are really going to affect the business. And then you actually have the mental capacity. You have the ability to go, okay, I can make the right decision on this. Because now I'm not putting out 1,000 little fires. I'm putting out maybe 2 or 3 big fires every single day. And hopefully not every single day. If you're putting out 2 or 3 big fires
every day, you're going to put out a few fires.
That's
part of business. But I think also, Brian, it's then teaching an entrepreneur, because it's like, I'm going to go back to my conversation today with Corey. I said, Corey, your challenge is that you're answering everybody's questions. They are practicing mental socialism on you. They're borrowing your brain.
Yeah.
I said, and when they borrow your brain, they ask you a question and you answer it. It's all happening just like this. I said, you have to make them start thinking like you think. It's like, well, how do I do that? And I said, so when somebody comes to you with a question, always say, well, that's a great question. So what are a couple of options you think we have that would be both good for the dealership and good for the customer?
Yeah.
And I said, the first time you do it, they're going to go, well, I don't know. That's why I came for you. And I said, well, that's why you're the manager of your department. Come back in 15 minutes and I want you to come up with 2 options for me that would be both good for the dealership and good for the customer. And I said, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Yeah. And I said, trust me, in 15 minutes, they're going to come back with a couple, and both options may suck.
Yeah.
They may go, oh my God, that's the best you can come up with. But I said to pick the best of the worst and say, well, that's not bad, but here's a couple more things you need to think about. But what that does then is it slows that down for Corey.
Yeah.
Okay, so Corey now has some time to think. They're not leaning on him. And I said, it won't be but about a couple of weeks. If you do that every time with everybody, they're going to start coming and say, I know you're going to ask me for two options that would be both good for the dealership and the customer. Here's my two. And I said, pretty soon they're going to come back and say, well, I had a couple of options and I decided to go this way. I just wanted you to know. And then pretty soon, someday they say, oh, by the way, you probably weren't aware of this, Brian. This happened and I just took care of it.
Yeah.
And I said, that's how you do it.
Oh, 100%.
Right? That's how you do it. You can slow it down by taking your employees and saying, hey, that's a great question. Always compliment them on the question. Come back with a couple of options that would be both good for the company and the customer. I don't want it to be only good for the customer, and I don't want it to only be good for us. Your job is to find this medium, because that's what I have to do as an owner.
Yeah.
Right. And that's how you would slow it down a little bit. And it takes that craziness off of the water. We don't have these big wakes anymore. And I tell people the key to being really successful in business is getting a great team of people around you and growing them so that they think like you.
Yeah.
That's your goal. I need people to think like me.
Yeah.
Because again, I get what I need to do. I just got to teach them how I think. And that's a great way to do it. It slows it down, Brian. It eliminates a lot of chaos. And now you're growing a team of people that can see the ball, the seams on the ball when it's being thrown at, because they now know what to look for.
And that's one of the things that I'm always pushing, my team to, and I've told multiple people on my team, the biggest success that I would have as a business owner with this is one of the employees coming to me after working for me for a while and going, you know what, I have an idea for a business. I want to pursue this business. How do you feel about, what, go chase it. Like, if you've been a good employee, it is because now I created someone who now thinks like a entrepreneur. And that's who I want to keep. Now I'm going to encourage them. If it doesn't work out, they're going to have a spot, because they're now taking ownership of their position in my business and saying, okay, I'm an entrepreneur now. This is my company. And that's how I don't want them to make all of the decisions. But in their department, if I've given them the freedom, to make that a decision. We're hiring on a new position. And the person who's in charge of hiring, she was like, well, what do I do with this part? Or what, and it's like, that's your thing. If you feel like it's a great fit, then let's pull the trigger. I'm 100% putting my trust in you on this. And if it doesn't work out, I'm not the one who has to fire her. Good luck.
Exactly right. Yeah, you hired her, you fired her. That's the rule.
Yeah. But it's empowering the people in your businesses, and honestly empowering yourself to do that as well, because you've got to be like, it's okay to delegate. It's okay for me not to have my hand in every single part of this business. And like you said, it's a baby when you start it. It is your baby. It is something you've grown from the beginning. And when you started it, you had to do every single piece of it. I don't know many dealerships who started out and they had a fully staffed parts department, a fully staffed service department, a fully staffed sales department. They started off and they were the sales, parts, service, and general manager all
Did
together.
everything. Did the toilets, made the coffee.
Yeah.
Everything.
And so it's hard to let go of some of that, because that's how you started it. That's what you got it to. And you put all of these hours in, and yes, they might not be making the exact same decision, but you could also be feeling a little burnout and might not be making the best decision for your business. If you feel like you've hired the right people and you trust those people because you've trained them, you've groomed them into what you want them to be, then you got to just step back and say, you know what? It's your department. You run it. If it's something major and you cannot figure out a solution for it, approach me. Or in a lot of our dealerships, I say, approach one of the other managers, have a conversation, because the other managers, once you get them all on the same playbook, they're all on the same team. And they will all go, you know what? Yeah, I've dealt with that customer before. He is kind of a pain in the butt. Do what you can, but I wouldn't flex a whole lot on that. Or, oh yeah, we've been working with Mr. Smith for 40 plus years. Let's help him out. they
But
all
that,
have
you
a
know,
different opinion.
yeah, and that's the thing I think you have to do too. And I always tell my owners, I said, when your employees do what you do to perfection, 80% as well as you do it, you're going to be successful. Because that's the other
Absolutely.
thing. I hear owners say, "Well, nobody can do it as well as I do." Well, I said, number one, I probably could.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number two is so what? So if they do it
Yeah.
80% as good as you, isn't that
Yeah.
good enough? You know, you're never going to be 100%. As an owner, you're never going to make every right decision. You're never going
Yeah.
to do everything perfect. That's just the reality. I always laugh with owners. I say the reason that people think we're great is because we can hide our mistakes. They don't get to see them. I don't put out an email every morning that says this is stuff I screwed up
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
So I tell people again. So if you've got people, and they can do 80% of what you do. But then that goes back, Brian, and this kind of goes back to the theme of, slow, not fast.
Yeah.
But training is a slow process,
Yes.
and I find that a lot of the entrepreneurs, maybe you're just by yourself right now and you're getting ready to hire your first employee, which you're going to ultimately have,
Yeah.
then you've got to train them. They've got to be around you. It takes time to train somebody to get them where you are. My rule of thumb is if you hire a brand new person in a position that's never done what you're asking them to do, it takes them 18 months to be at 100% of where you're at.
Yeah.
18 months. This is why we say hire slow and fire fast.
Yeah.
But it's the training. And I can't tell you how many dealerships, and Brian, you've been with them, they hire somebody, they say, well, I need you to just hang out with Bill.
Yeah.
Bill's our most experienced tech. Well, Bill's attitude sucks, and
Yeah.
and I would fire him if I could get rid of him. I apologize for any Bill that's listening here because I'm not talking about you. But they put the very brand new employee that's got all the excitement, energy, and attitude next to a guy that maybe he's very skilled at what he does, but he hates the company,
Yeah.
and his attitude sucks. And I said, so you got to then have a training plan in place. You got to have when you onboard somebody, when you bring somebody onto the team, you got to teach them, this is how we fish, and this is how we hunt. This is how we make camp. And so many times owners are going like, I don't have time for that shit, Bob. And I go like, then get out of the business. You're never going to be successful in the business, Brian, if you're just doing it on your own. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So if you don't think you have the time to train people, stop the business today.
Yeah.
Get out of it, because you'll make a little bit of money and you'll survive, but Brian, you're not going to thrive.
Absolutely.
And you bring the right people on, you take the time to do it, you take the time to coach them. And I tell people it's 18 months. If I hired a brand new salesperson today for a dealership that's never sold before, it's going to be 18 months before they're 100%. And owners go like, oh my God, 18 months. And I go, yeah. And you're going to be irritated with them at 6 months, right? Because they're not there. And I'm going to, when you talk to me, I'm going to say, yeah, remember Jeff, who I just talked to a couple of days about this, I told you is going to be 18 months. He's only 6 months into it. At 12 months, he's going to be at about 80%, but at 18 months, he's got it. And they go like, yeah, I remember you telling me that. So, okay, listen to me. Just do what I tell you to do, right?
Yeah.
Do what I tell you to do. We're going to be fine. But that's the piece of it. And I think we get in such a hurry, and it goes back again to kind of the theme, Brian. Basically, speed creates turbulence and chaos.
Yeah.
And what we're trying to do is say, how do we go slow? It's like building customer relations, Brian. You can't build customer relations. You can't build loyalty with customers quickly. It doesn't happen on the first moment that you sell something. You have to go through a process and build that. We talked about processes. You don't build processes quickly, and you don't implement them quickly, because 40% of the population are what we call steady personalities. And it takes them 6 times to go through something before they got it, And I think that's the piece that everybody goes, because entrepreneurs tend to be kind of type A personalities. And it's like boom, 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 right? And that gets it started, but ultimately you got to slow it down. And again, to your point, it's that slow, that smooth. That's how you start making money in this business.
Yeah. So, and again, like it all comes back down to is building processes, building playbooks, hiring the right people, giving the right people the right training to do what you need them to do, and then let them do what you trained them to do. If you question, you go, well, they're not ready. Okay, well, they must have had a bad teacher. You've given them 18 months, you've given them 12 months, and You go, well, they don't know anything. Okay, well, why don't they know anything? Well, I don't know. They just couldn't learn it. Well, chances are they couldn't. It wasn't the fact that they couldn't learn it, is because maybe it didn't have the right teacher. And that's something too, is, as an entrepreneur, I might not be the best teacher for I can tell you right now, if someone approaches me in my company and goes, "Hey, I've got a marketing question," I'm going to be like, I can answer it the best I can, but let me put you in touch with someone who knows it better than me. And
Exactly.
I'm okay to get my ego out of the way and say, I don't know it all. I know what I don't know. And I'm okay with that. But I will find someone to fill in the gaps.
I would give him Gary V's phone number. Gary's pretty good at marketing.
Yeah, yeah, I will. I get to,
Matter of fact, I got a book of his on my shelf in my office. So.
Yeah. I've got a couple of them now, and
that I bought several years ago. It was a great mark. But it kind of goes back again. And Brian, to your point, I'm not going to wait 18 months to see if this person is going to be successful. I'm going to have markers that goes through the way to do it. I'm not going to wait at 18 months to go like, wow, you really suck. Should have fired you 6 months after you started. But again, it's understanding that it does take people time to learn, and does take people time to grow. And it's that more of that slow and steady. Once you get your business going as an entrepreneur, it kind of goes back to the original thing we're talking about. You got the fire burning. Quit throwing more wood on it for a moment. Give it some air. Let it breathe, right? And then you can keep stacking more and more wood on it. Once it kind of catches, now you can put wood on it, right? Yeah. And doing it. But I think a lot of entrepreneurs, they get the fire going, and then they themselves smother it because they just keep throwing more shit on top.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to just sit back, get the marshmallows out, and make a s'more, and enjoy the sweet victories. It might not be the big victory, and I think that this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with our topic, but as entrepreneurs, I think a lot of entrepreneurs need a lot of times, because with the burnout, they need to take the time to celebrate the small wins, to celebrate their small victories, and enjoy a s'mores every once in a while as they've got the fire going. It's sit back, relax. You can throw more wood on it at any time before it goes out, right? As long as you don't let it go out, you can keep.
Yeah, that's the piece of it. Yeah, just don't let you're the flame as the entrepreneur, right? And so when you burn out, it's over.
Absolutely.
Okay. And the more wood you pile on top of your little flame, the quicker you're just going to snuff yourself out. You just got to give it some time. And I think the other thing again is everybody looks at it and say, well, gosh, I want to be successful in 5 years. It took me 40. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how long Gary Vee's been doing it. I don't know how long Mike and Cass have been doing it, or Seth's been doing it.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't a year, and now I'm making millions of dollars. Right.
Yeah.
It took 40 years. And again, it's that. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen faster than that. I'm not saying that, but I don't know of any business out there. And I think of like Warren Buffett's probably one of the greatest investors of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And Warren Buffett's theory is slow, right?
Yes.
Slow, right? He buys stocks that he actually enjoys himself, right?
Yes.
And if you're a part of Berkshire Hathaway, you make a ton of money as a part of it. But again, I think that's the other thing, is getting out of the mindset of like, okay, well, I'm just going to build this thing real quickly. It's just going to burn out.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to have a hot fire. You're going to pour so much stuff on it. It's going to smolder out. You're going to die and do it. So it's so if it took me 10 years to have the success I wanted, or it took me 15 years, okay, that's fine. That's not abnormal at all. I mean, how long did it take Jeff Bezos to get to a point where he's at today? I mean, he started selling used books out of his parents' basement.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And now, I mean, now he can throw any amount of wood on any fire, any of his multiple fires that he has. But he's got a team that is trained up around him 100%. And they're sitting there with little bottles of gasoline spritzing the fire and just constantly feeding and fueling what they're doing. But with that, I think the TV is telling me that it's about time to end.
I see that. So anyway, it's been a great conversation, Brian.
It has. It's been awesome, and I'm looking forward to continuing this. This is again kind of part of our process series. We've got some guests kind of mixed in here. Not next week, but the week after next week, we have Drew with Connect the Dots. Incredible networking group. You can network with anybody, and it really breaks down is, it's that, I don't want to say to the 10th degree, but to the, it's, I might know someone.
The old thing, 6 degrees of separation.
Yes.
The-
Yeah.
the theory of 6 degrees is everybody knows Kevin Bacon somewhere along these 6 degrees. That's
Yes.
the Kevin Bacon theory. So,
Yeah. And
but I'm excited to have him on the podcast. He's going to be phenomenal.
So that's going to be a great one. But like I said, I think that one's in 2 weeks. Next week is going to be an incredible episode as well. So with that, I appreciate everybody joining in. Like I said, our TV decided it wanted to time out and say it's time to close down. But you guys are all incredible. We're pushing for more and more episodes, and it's been a blast. So look forward to next week. Bob, thanks for joining us and taking some time away from the lake. I know that is a ask of me to have you do, but
yeah, right now I could literally walk out my door, walk 10 steps, and be at the boat. So
there you go.
It's not that big a sacrifice.
There you go. So I cannot do that.
The other place down here ready for you guys.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to it, and looking forward to getting away for a little bit and enjoying some s'mores in the process of building the fire that is Triton software. So
that's awesome.
But with that, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you all. We appreciate your guys' loyalty for being on the every episode that we do. And if you guys ever have a question, make sure that you send us a message, and then make sure that you follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Make sure that you guys subscribe to all of those channels. We put out different content on each channel. So make sure that you don't miss anything. So find us there. But with that, we're going to unplug and call it a night. You guys have an incredible night. Bob, thanks again. And we will see you all next week.
Thanks, Brian.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When Woods is where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Our aim never disappoint, so we have time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When Woods is where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When Woods is where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When Woods is where we landed, we're 2 rows the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hawk, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportunity. is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Gracie Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wayland Woods is where we landed. We're Till Row is the next to be commended. We're taking.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, and tonight we are going to talk about owning the game and not just playing it. And what does that really mean? This isn't just another kind of grind harder episode. This isn't about just working your ass off, right? This is a wake up call, right? This hustle culture glorifies movement, but movement without ownership is just a treadmill, right? I can burn calories, but I'm not building any empires by doing that. And I think one of the things, especially with our audience, that I really want to push our audience, millennials, Gen Zs, there are more tools now, and we've talked about this so many times on our podcast. There are more tools now than there's ever been before to build your own empire, right? And not just work for someone else.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like I say, I've been doing this for a lot of years, but I mean, I love the new technology today.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, what you can do with chat and, TikTok, we're, on TikTok here, what you can do with all these different platforms, how you can connect with people, how you can test things.
Yeah.
And again, to your point, Brian, it's not about hustling all the time. I think, in the business that I'm in on the consulting, I see people that are always busy, never getting anything done.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just, I have a dealership that we work with and just started with us, and it was a venture capital group that bought them. And they called us up and they said, "Hey, we've had this for a year, and we are losing our backsides.
Yeah.
And can you help us?" And so as I was talking to them, I said, "Well," and they said, "Well, all our people are busy all the time." And I go, "Well, busy doesn't mean you're getting anything done."
Absolutely.
And so for anybody that's actually been in like a dealership, they have 4 technicians and they have 3 service writers and a service manager.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in a typical dealership, if I had 4 technicians, I wouldn't need even a service writer. I just have a service manager. So I asked the owners, I said, "So what are these guys all doing?" He says, "Oh my God, Bob, they're busy all the time."
Yeah.
I go, "Doing what?" And he goes, "Well, I don't know." I said, "Well, maybe we need to check into it because they all feel like they're busy."
Yeah.
But like I say, but they're way overstaffed. They're probably spending $150,000 a year on payroll that they should never spend on. But in their mind, they're all busy.
Yeah. Well,
but they're getting nothing done.
But that, I think that plays back into that hustle culture, right? Is as long as I'm constantly moving, I'm being productive.
Right.
And that's not always the case. Like a marathon runner, they might train a little bit on a treadmill, but they're not actually gaining steps.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm taking steps, right? I'm doing something.
Right.
I'm physically moving, but I'm not actually progressing in a state of environment.
Right.
And I think that's why, when I was thinking about this, is the treadmill analogy is so perfect, is because yes, I can move, I can be active, I can make a lot of steps, but my environment's never changing. The environment constantly stays the same, and you're wasting energy on the exact same environment. Now, if you're in a good environment and you already are progressing, it's okay to stay in that environment until you're ready to take that next step.
Exactly.
Like, I'm not going to go out and run a marathon tomorrow.
I never will. So you can mark that.
The best thing to do would probably be for me to get on a treadmill and start that, like, not go out on a 12-mile jog.
Correct.
Right. And so there's definitely stages to it, but you have to understand that this hustle mentality, this hustle mindset doesn't always equal progress. And what you have to do, and what anybody who's on here, if you've thought about starting a business, if you've thought about being an entrepreneur, if you've ever thought about creating your own empire, your own reality, your own dream, what you have to do is you have to take that step, and you have to change your mindset, right? Your mindset has to shift. And some of the things that, when I was creating this podcast episode, some of the mindset shifts that I thought of is, how can I get paid, right? We all ask, how can I get paid? When can I get paid? Instead, you need to start saying, what am I building?
Yeah.
Like, it's, yes, you want to get paid. Yeah, you have to have the money to do it, but you also have to change that mindset, instead of, okay, this is going to be where's my paycheck coming from, to what am I building? What legacy am I creating? What empire am I doing? What am I creating for myself? And I think that that's something that a lot of entrepreneurs, you get stuck in this, like, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs, or people who want to be entrepreneurs, they start off saying, like, where do I start? Right. I don't have the funds to do this. I still need that paycheck. And you do need that paycheck. But there comes a point where you have to say, I'm tired of building someone else's empire and someone else's dream. And I want to build something for myself. Now, I will say that, it looks like our live, for some reason, has frozen on some of these. But I will say that when you are building, as kind of, what did I say?
Or you're just talking about, again, as in the beginning, you have to have money.
Yes.
Right. But again, but I would say most entrepreneurs, not all, but most entrepreneurs aren't money driven.
Absolutely.
Okay. So they want to do something. They want to build something. They want to create something. They want to leave something behind, a legacy. Your point was, is if you're working for somebody else, all you're doing is building their legacy.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean, there's always not everybody's going to be able to be an entrepreneur. Although I would tell everybody, you really don't know until you at least try it.
Yes.
There's a lot of people that are terrified, saying, well, I don't know if I can do it. And I go, well, I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really know if you can swim if you never get in the water.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You just don't know those things. And I think that's the piece of it, is that as long as you're working for somebody else, you're building their legacy.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you're getting paid for it.
Yeah.
Right. And you may make more money working for somebody else in the beginning, then definitely then you'll make for yourself. So there's that give up there. But I think to your point, Brian, it's not what I'm getting paid. It's the shift of mindset. You have to start thinking differently. You have to start looking at things in a little bit different way.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's that I always talk to everybody. It's about taking what everybody else is looking at, and then twist it about 5 degrees, either to the left or to the right, depending upon your political persuasion. It doesn't matter which way it does it. You can go 5% to the right or 5% to the left. It's still 5% different than what everybody else is doing. And that's really what you use to build something with. But again, it's not how much am I going to make? Because I don't think, again, there's entrepreneurs that are successful, and that's what they look at. They just look at the money is my measurement of success. I would say in all the years I've been doing this and all the entrepreneurs I've met, they don't measure success with money.
No.
They just don't. You know, so
Well,
it's having that plan to build something.
Well, for me, I know as an entrepreneur, my drive is to build a business. Like I love doing that. That's something that's for me. Plus the freedom that I can create inside of building that business. And we've got a lot of people here on TikTok. We have a lot of people on all of our other channels too. But you know, going and shifting that mindset, right? Taking that first step for our TikTok followers. You know, that's doing your first live. Right?
Absolutely.
This doesn't apply. You know, this isn't just to a brick and mortar business or an online sale. This can be. You know, we've got someone who is an incredible singer on here. She's released a couple new songs. It's done incredibly well, but her first step was step into a recording studio.
Exactly.
And take that step. You have to believe in yourself. You have to change that mindset so that you can say, you know what, I can do this. And then create, what does that look like for you? Is it about the money? You know, is it about the freedom? What does freedom look like to you? But it's 100% a mindset shift that you have to create so that you can own the game. And entrepreneurship, business, heck, life as a whole is one big ass game.
It is, you know, and using the singer as an analogy, because I was just thinking, if I went into a recording studio, I would still suck when I left the recording studio. Okay, so I'd be like the world's worst singer. But as you were saying about that, because my brain is an entrepreneurial brain, I go like, but you know, there are a lot of young singers out there that need access to recording studios that don't want to pay $5,000 a day for it. But what would happen if I had a space where I could create a recording studio where I could say, hey, if you're an up and coming artist, if you need to do a recording in this recording studio, it's $50 an hour. Okay. And I sit here and say, well, I could probably get a dozen people, you know, to do this or more than that. And maybe because people that sing know other people that sing. There seems to be a connection there. But I just go back again. I mean, I think everything you look at, you say, well, I would suck as a singer, but I definitely could equip a recording studio.
Absolutely.
You know, so I mean, I think that's the piece of it there. And then say all of a sudden I'm going like, well, damn, that's not a bad idea. I should do that.
Well, and honestly, that's a great point. So when we first started talking about this podcast, I was actually looking into a studio space for us to do a podcast because we were sitting at.
Right now we're at the lake.
We are at the lake. So this is why it looks.
I was at the lake last week. I just got out of Raleigh, North Carolina. And I came back to the lake.
So that's why it looks a little different. Things are a little bit more casual.
We'll say casual.
By all means, because we're sitting down at the lake. But I was looking at the podcast studios, and there was a video studio that is in Overland Park, Kansas. And one of the things that they do is, so they'll actually do all of your videography. They'll do all of that for free. They get 1% of all profits that you make off of your videos.
They would starve on ours.
They would.
They would go like, well, this is terrible.
But the thing is they have an incredible marketing team that markets and builds that for you. So what they're doing is they're investing in entrepreneurs who want to start, but they're also sitting here and building their business. It's a long-term investment, and they book. I mean, the reality of it is they're booking everybody on that side of things when it's not booked for paying gigs.
Sure, that's great.
But I'm sitting here taking my downtimes, my slow times, and building on that with like, okay, well, I wouldn't have anybody in my studio at this time anyways. Why not bring someone on and do that? But what they're doing is they have just taken a game that is being played in social media and marketing and all of this,
and now they owned that game, and they would have, again, they could have owned part of our podcast at this time, which wouldn't have benefited them.
They would starve to death.
They would starve.
They would say, and don't go sing, Bob, because you would be terrible. But even with that, again, I think, and that's to me is always, that's why I love being an entrepreneur, because your brain, which sometimes will get you in trouble. But
mine does.
But your brain automatically goes over here, and I'm sitting there going like, okay, well, why couldn't I go to a recording studio and say, I want to buy all of your downtime, and I'll pay you 10% of what you normally get.
Yeah.
But that studio is not being used anyway.
Yeah.
The equipment's just sitting there. I want to buy that downtime.
Yeah.
And everybody go like, okay. Because,
Yeah.
you know, and if you need it, that's
Yeah.
fine, right? But
Yeah.
if it's just vacant, I want to buy that downtime. And again, so you've got nothing in it basically.
Yeah.
But I think that's the piece of it. Again, it's not, because I don't think about it from a money perspective. I think about it from an opportunity perspective.
Yes.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay, then all I got to do is go find some people that are like your young singer there and say, hey, do you have some friends? You have some other people like this?
Yeah.
And I've got this on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Let's come in and do some things with it. But I think again, Lo, this goes back a little bit, Brian. We talked about a few podcasts ago. Is you still have to have kind of a plan.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
You know, so and the plan is not I want to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
The plan is I want to build something that does this.
Yes.
Because the money always comes. That's the thing I learned. And I would say all your entrepreneurs that we've talked to and all the entrepreneurs out there that's had success, the key to being successful as an entrepreneur is to learn that you don't chase money.
Yes.
If you do the right things, and money finds you.
Absolutely.
You know, and I think we talked about that before. I said if I lost everything today in a year, I would have it all back because I get it, I understand it, and I think that's the piece of it. There again, is just not chasing it for the pay, but saying, okay, what can I build with this? What can I create with this?
Yes.
And then building off of that.
Yeah. Well, and we, like we said, we've said it before over and over again. The harder you look for money, the harder
Absolutely.
it is to get money.
Exactly.
Put what you're doing, build your equity into yourself. Right. Create a control around, because the reality of an entrepreneur, as a starting off entrepreneur, your brand is your personal.
You're it.
You are your brand.
Your brand.
And so you have to create an equity in your brand. You have to create control of that. And then you have to be able to leverage that. And to jump forward to next week's, what does today say? Yeah, I believe next week's podcast, we're going to actually talk about your connections are your superpower. Your network is your superpower. And so incredible entrepreneur, incredible connection network gentleman. He's going to be on here next week with us. You don't want to miss that if you want to build your network. But you have to be able to leverage all of that to create and to gain the momentum to build your own game, right? To create this lifestyle, this opportunity that you want to create. You have to, again, create equity. You have to control what you're doing, and then you have to be able to leverage that to your network.
Exactly. You know, and again, you talked about the connections, and I think again that's one of the things that seasoned entrepreneurs understand is how to leverage connections.
Yes.
I know when you were first starting this new business of yours, you were on a podcast with Gary Vee, and you just got on his podcast, and it was like 12 hours long, I think.
Yeah, it seemed like it was like
Mike and Casper just getting ready to promote their new book.
Yeah, it was like a 5 hour long.
Yeah. So anyway, but you made the step, you got on it, you made a connection. There, and I think that's the biggest thing. Again, you know, it's and next week, you want to be on the podcast with us next week. We've got an incredible guest. And if you've ever heard of 6 Degrees of Separation, everybody knows Kevin Bacon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Somewhere down the line, this whole concept comes from that. But again, it's experienced entrepreneurs, seasoned entrepreneurs are not afraid to make connections.
Absolutely.
Because that's where it all happens. Because as we talked before, entrepreneurs love helping other entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And their question 99% of the time is, so what can I do to help you?
Yeah.
And I tell people it's not about the money. I mean, if you need money, it doesn't ever hurt to ask for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're going to get it, but I don't know of an entrepreneur out there that I've ever met that's been successful that doesn't say, what can I do to help
Yeah.
What, and many times it's not the money you need. You just need some guidance. You say, well, what you really should do, Bob, is you really need to talk to this person. Let me get you connected with this person. And I think that's the piece of it again, but it's understanding you're building this thing out there, but you got all these other people helping you build it.
Well, and again, I mean, I what I'm going to say, and with Drew coming on next week is, and you don't want to miss this, but connections are king when it comes to building any type of business, right? And what is happening in AI, a little bit off topic, but what is happening in AI is going to make connections seamless. It is going to make creating those connections so much easier.
And then it's going to kill us all.
The Terminator, we've seen it all.
Like, okay, now I know there's connections. Now I'm going to come after you.
We're hoping for the Wall-E version.
We are. Got my fingers crossed for Wall-E.
We'll see. So, but I mean, the hustle can open the doors, right?
Absolutely.
It's what I did to create my first connections in this company, right? Was I hustled and spent 5 hours on a podcast to create one connection. But that one connection opened so many doors for me to start creating ownership in what I was doing, right? The hustle didn't create the ownership. It opened the door for me to build that ownership into my own thing. And so again, whether you're on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, if you stream, if you're a singer, if you want to be a podcast person, if you want to build a different type of business, whether it's drop shipping, wouldn't encourage that business. Only about 2% of drop shippers ever actually make their money back. No matter what you see on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, not a great business.
Not a great business.
Wouldn't encourage it. But no matter what you're doing, you've got to follow kind of these simple, basic things. But once you do that, then you own the game. Like you control the rules. You still have to play within certain rules, right? I mean, federal rules, they have tax codes, stuff like that.
It's a nuisance, but you should probably do it.
But with that, you can start creating your own game. You create your own rules, and you don't need 1 million followers, right? You need assets. Assets are king. But just like we were talking about, an asset doesn't have to be a monetary asset, right? It can be a network. It can be an empty studio space. It can be, I mean, there's so many things that you can create on our TikTok followers, our TikTok fans, or everyone who's viewing on TikTok right now. Your asset is TikTok and the analytics that it gives. That is your asset. You are playing quote unquote TikTok's game, but inside of that, TikTok has allowed you to create your own game, where you can drive your business through your supporters in any way that you want to, but you don't need 1 million followers to start. TikTok, you need 1,000. We'll just say that you got to have at least 1,000 to start. But the other thing, again, and like you said, you don't need permission. You do need a plan,
right?
And you don't need to play everybody else's game. You just need to own your own game.
Yeah, and you don't want to play everybody else's game. I think again, it's like you were talking about the recording studio, right? There's other recording studios in Kansas City.
Oh yeah,
but these are guys who are going like, okay, well, I get paid for this, but I still got to pay all my staff.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's nobody coming in today that I've got booked, or if I got somebody only booked for 2 hours today, and I've got a staff that I'm paying for 8 hours for it, it's stupid not to try to figure out nothing. And that's what entrepreneurs do. They go like, oh, I've got this opportunity, and people say, well, nobody's ever done that, and they go, all the more reason to give it a shot. I mean, because that's where this stuff comes from. People say, well, that won't work. And I go, well, why wouldn't it work? And says, well, because who's going to come in and do that? Or how do you know?
How
do you know what time you're going to have available? If you've got, again, a young artist, that's looking for some really inexpensive studio time. You said, I can have you come in, and you could come in at 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon and have the studio for 3 hours. There are people out there that would do that,
Well, I mean, and going back and just kind of going back into my history a little bit, when we recorded.
Was this after you got out of jail?
Yeah, that was the second time.
The second time, not the first time. No, but the second time. That's what it was.
No, but so when my band
recorded our very first professionally recorded album. I mean, I don't know if you remember the studio that we went to, but we had to show up. It was like a Thursday. We had to show up at like 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And we could go as long as no one came in, right? And we get to keep, and it was very, very inexpensive. But for us as a young band, like we were like, I don't really care what time we have to be there. I don't like, that was where the hustle came in, right?
Right.
Is we played the game, we did the research, we created the connections to get into a professional. I mean, Drowning Pool was there recording the day before us. I mean, that, and if you don't know who Drowning Pool is, they're a big, rock band. But Drowning Pool was there recording before us the day before. And I get a call from the recording studio. They're like, hey, you guys can be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. You can record until someone comes in. And we're like, perfect. We will be there. And I think we got there at like 7:50.
Yeah, exactly.
We're ready.
We're ready.
But we took that like.
You played the drums, so it took a little bit to set drums.
Yeah, well, the drums and it was singing and I mean, it took us a while to get everything set up,
but it was cool.
But it was such a fun experience, and again, that hustle creates so much. It creates the potential. It opens that door, and then we created our own game, which for us was that album that we put out.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I think again, it's about like you said, it's not about hustling harder.
Yes.
I mean, you got to hustle. It's because people say, well, so I don't have to hustle. Well, no, you got to hustle. But it's not just about the hustle. It's about making sure that I'm moving forward. I've got a plan. I've got a strategy. And then we've talked about it 100 times. And I know Mike and Cass talked about it. And I know the other people that we've had on, you have to understand that your plan's probably not going to work out exactly how you laid it out. Mine never has. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. But again, I was also smart enough to know, okay, this isn't working. It doesn't mean it's a bad plan. But then I say, okay, do I need to shift it just at 5 degrees again? Because sometimes that is such a big part of it. You give up on it.
Yeah.
Okay. And what you needed to do was just twist it that little extra 5 degrees. And then that's that, like, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
That's exactly where it's at. I was talking when I was in Raleigh with a guy and that's been a good friend of mine for years. And he's looking at doing another business, a new business. And it's it's going to be a really cool website that dealers can use and things like this. But and so we started talking about pricing.
Yeah.
And he says, well, I'm going to charge $49 a month for it. And I go, why $49 a month? And he goes, well, I said, I think it's easy to get in and it's cheap. And I go, well, then everybody's going to think that it's cheap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he said, so you don't think it's a good idea? I said, no, the website's a good idea. I just think your pricing strategy is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Why don't you charge $99 a month as a reoccurring fee?
Yeah.
And then do the first 100 people at $49 a month.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And grandfather them in forever, because now we've got 100 people that will tell 100 other dealers that will tell 100 other dealers.
Yeah.
And he goes like, oh, I hadn't really thought about it that way. So he said, so now we've gone from $49 to $99 a month.
Yeah.
Yes, the first 100 are at $49 a month, and they're grandfathered in.
Yeah.
Right. But from that point forward, because he wants to have 2,000 dealers on. From that point forward, everyone's at $99 a month. And it's that thing again. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't work, but my sense was that it sounded too cheap. Therefore, everybody's going to look at it and go, "Well, that can't be good." But it's just taking that little twist with it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key to it.
When it's again that as an entrepreneur, as you are creating your own game, the perk of it is you have the ability to change the rules. Right?
Absolutely.
You have the ability to make those pivots, to make those little twists, and sometimes you can change it to that 5 degrees, and 90% of the time that works. Sometimes you have to say, okay, this game off the table. Yeah. I'm seeing what the demand is. Again, with social media, with honestly the current generations, with millennials, Generation Z, Gen Alpha, which I still don't quite understand, even though I have multiple of those.
I don't understand.
I
don't understand Gen Zs and millennials.
But with all of that being said, is you have the ability to throw so many ideas into front of so many people and know if it's going to work in an hour. You know if it's going to work in 3 days, and then you can change it by 5 degrees, throw it out there again, see what happens, or you can just change and pivot and make that big adjustment. But with all of that being said, with as easy as it is to get into this, you got to actually fucking do it.
Well, yeah,
I mean, you got to just do it.
Yeah, that's the piece again. So then you get paralyzed by overanalyzing.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that happen all the time. It's
absolutely.
like, my God, just do it.
Yeah.
Well, what about this or what about this? And I go, so what about that? So let's say this happens and it doesn't work. And then I go, are you going to lose everything? Well, no.
Yeah.
Okay, well then try it. And if it doesn't work, like you said, Brian, then you pivot. And you and I talked about this. I think it was on the second podcast. That to me is the most exciting thing. We're excited to have everybody on from TikTok. But to me, the platforms today, where to me 40 years ago, I couldn't easily test things.
Yeah.
I had to spend $50,000 to build a store to test and go, well, shit, nobody likes fried pickles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But with the platforms you have today, you can throw it out, test it, try it, tweak it, try it. The nice thing about people, if you ask them, I just want honest feedback.
Yeah.
Is this even an idea? And I find that most people online are brutally honest.
Yes. Yes.
And so they'll tell you, but then don't take it personal, right?
Yeah.
You know, ask them, just be honest with me. Is this something that you see working?
Yeah.
And I think you would find a lot of people say, well, not the way you've got it, but if you did this, you know, and then don't be stupid, listen to it.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's like these marketing groups having these focus groups all the time that, you know, I mean, that's how it used to be done. So you'd bring 12 people in and the marketing company would sit down and run these ideas by them and they give thumbs up or thumbs down. And today you can do, and it would cost $15,000 to $20,000 to have a marketing group study done. I can do it on TikTok. I don't know, for free.
Yeah.
And get the results with probably 300 people.
Yeah.
In just a matter of seconds.
Oh, absolutely.
And then twist it. But again, the other thing again is entrepreneurs don't take things that personal.
No.
Okay,
No.
it's just an idea. It's a thought. I'm going to move on. So
well, and as an entrepreneur, anybody who is an entrepreneur, you know, you have to first off somewhat get out of your own way. You have to put your ego aside.
I think that was Cass's one of her first things.
I mean, Cass was, you've got to put your ego
Get
aside.
your ego out of the way.
But once you put that ego aside, you are able to absorb that feedback. And there's going to be some feedback, and we've talked about there's going to be some feedback where you're like, you have like, I might be asking someone like, do you like fried pickles? And they're like, oh, this is the worst idea ever. Come to find out that person's allergic to pickles, right? It's not going to, and then
they're going to die.
And then they're going to die. But that's not someone that I'm going to need to take advice from, right? So, but for the people who you built around you in that network is listening to their feedback, listening to what they have to say, making the 5-degree or maybe a full pivot, and then coming around. I mean, the reality of everything that we're doing is, you know, this, you cannot be afraid first off to fail, right?
No.
You can't.
You are going to fail.
You are. Yeah.
So you should. So if you're an entrepreneur, I'm just going to go ahead and break the news. You're going to fail.
You're going to fail,
and you're going to fail more than once.
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's just a part of the game, you know. And if you do get it right the first time, it's a fluke, and then it'll probably eventually fail.
Yes. You know,
so that's a piece of it. It's just it is. But again, it's trying things, you know, and like you said, and then leveraging relationships that you got. Don't focus on the cash.
Yeah.
Because if you build it'll work. I mean, that's kind of the cool thing about TikTok, and I hope the president and everybody gets TikTok all worked out.
Yeah.
See, there was another extension on it, but what a platform.
Yeah.
I mean, how many businesses out there have got started because of TikTok?
Oh,
I mean, it's a for entrepreneurs, there is no better platform than TikTok and YouTube.
Yes. Oh, 100%.
I'm just saying again. So hopefully everything will get worked out with it. But again, it's understanding you're going to fail.
Yeah.
Failure is not fatal.
No.
Okay. You don't fail. You only fail when you refuse to get back up.
Yes.
Tell people. So when you get knocked down, if you get back up, you actually didn't fail.
Yeah.
You got back up, kept moving. You know, and I think that's the biggest piece of it. But you are going to fail.
Yeah.
I mean, I would always laugh. I wish I had all the money that I wasted on bad ideas.
Yeah.
Because I'd be a zillionaire now. So all I'm saying, though, again, but that's okay, you know. And the thing, you got to be around other people, because if you're around, that's the other thing about you're around other entrepreneurs that are mature entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm.
They've all failed too. You know, and so if you're around that kind of people, you know, they're that's the kind of people they're not going to say, well, I told you. They're not going to say, I told you it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do it again or whatever.
Yeah.
That kind of goes back to one of our other things. You've got to be around the right kind of people to do it. But it is going to fail. But you got to make the move forward. You know, a lot of people on here that want to be an entrepreneur will not end up doing it because you're not willing to take the risk to see if you can succeed.
Yeah.
And some of you will, and it won't work out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Like I say, entrepreneurship is not for everybody, but I believe everybody should give it a shot.
Oh,
'Cause
100%.
you have no idea if you can be an entrepreneur until you actually give it a try.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And with all of that, I mean, you've got to give it a try. And so this week we're doing a little bit shorter of a podcast this week, just because we are at the lake. It is, kind of a relaxing week for us, a little bit more laid back. But with that, I want to say we are going to do a challenge, right? Is in the closing challenge, I want everyone to understand is, first off, is you're not too early to start. You're it's never too early to start. You're not too late. It's never too late. I mean, the day that they put you 6 feet in the ground, at that point, I would say probably a little too late.
You may have missed it.
Yeah, unless you're going into a fertilization company.
Then you're right on time.
You're right on time. But
human compost. That's really a nasty idea.
Yeah. But the reality of it is you are right on time to start building yourself. And that's what you have to do. As an entrepreneur, to start off as an entrepreneur, you have to build yourself. Whether that is building your TikTok page, whether that's building your YouTube page, whether that's building your network for actual physical business, you have to start building yourself, your brand, who you are. And so this week, I want everyone who is an entrepreneur, if you are an entrepreneur, you feel like you might be an entrepreneur, I want you to make one step closer to owning the game, owning what you've done. And with that, either start the LLC. LLCs are very inexpensive to get started.
And you don't need an attorney to do it.
You don't.
You can go to your state's website.
Yep.
For probably $60.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you can even go onto like Rocket Lawyer. Yeah. There's a lot of different websites out there that will help you create your LLC. Launch maybe an offer. Like if you have an LLC, if you have a business, launch your first offer, right? Launch your first subscription if you're on TikTok. On YouTube, launch your first, maybe start finding a sponsor for your video.
Right.
Start somewhere, but start securing your own dream. Start securing your own game. And when you do that, when you make that first step, tag us in the video of you making that first step. Make a video, tag us in that, because as we move into next week with our connecting the dots, right? Building that network is a superpower. When you let us know that you've made those first steps, we can actually start helping you gain some connections, gain that network into maybe the industry that you're in. We have a lot of connections between the two of us. We have a lot of connections. Our connections have a lot of connections. And we're here to support you. So with all of that being said, I want everyone to, if you're an entrepreneur, or hell, if you're scared to make the start, send us a message. Let us come on.
We will shame you into
it. We will shame you.
I will shame you into it.
Yes.
You have to start. I go back again, Brian, like I say, an LLC is a very inexpensive thing to do, or an S Corp. Basically, either one will work for you. But the perk of it is come up with anything that you want. But that way, when somebody says, well, what are your plans? Oh, I just started a company.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't care what you call it. I don't care what it is. You can have, Juju Flowers. Then you can come back and say doing business as whatever you want it to do.
Absolutely.
But also as a country, the United States is built for entrepreneurs.
Absolutely.
And if you have an LLC and you're starting to work on creating a company, you can take a lot of the stuff that you're doing and write it off as a business expense.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm a big fan of I think everybody should have an LLC or sub S Corp.
Yes.
Because again, there's so much stuff tax-wise you can write off that you're doing there. But again, then it's just the first step, so it costs you maybe, I don't know, $60 or I don't know what it is. It's just not that expensive to do. You don't need an attorney to do it. Like you said, you can go to a Rocket Lawyer or there's, Better Call Saul. What's in there?
Yeah.
So anyway, but that's what I would encourage you to do. But I'm with you, and then reach out, and let us help you.
Yeah. Well, and that's what we want to do is we're here to help you. We're here to walk alongside of you. But again, you start that LLC, you can officially say that you've started
I started a business.
I started a business. I own a business, and I'm starting to create my own game, right?
Exactly.
And that's what we're here for. That's the whole reason of Unplugged Unfiltered, is to encourage young entrepreneurs, and young entrepreneurs doesn't mean age, right? It is someone who is starting out.
Yeah, there are.
There's a lot of people who they don't start until they're 50.
Colonel Sanders was on Social Security when he started Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Absolutely. So,
and he's got, I think, some pretty fine chicken.
Yeah, he's done okay for himself.
He has. Yes, he has.
But with all of that said, I truly do appreciate everyone who's on here. If you guys have any questions, if you have any concerns, if you have any comments, again, our ego is out of the way. So if our podcast was horrible,
sensitive.
Yeah. If our podcast was horrible, you can let us know.
We don't care.
We don't care. But we would love to hear any feedback, and we'd love to hear your success stories, right? We'd love to cheer you on. If you start a business, let us know. We'll be your biggest cheerleader. We'll also help support you.
Absolutely.
And then we'll get you guys in contact with other people. We talk about Mike and Cass Lazaro a lot on this. I would encourage you guys to go on to social media and look up, it's always Cass and Mike, but look up Cass and Mike Lazaro on any social media platform. Follow them. They're releasing a brand new podcast, which is going to be incredible. It's based off of their book, Shoveling Shit. And it is the love story of entrepreneurship, right? It's everything that we do as entrepreneurs. We do it because we love it. Everything that everyone does on TikTok, they do it because they love it, right? It's a grind. They have to, but they do it because they truly enjoy it. And again, follow them. Start creating your network there, because they are some of the most responsive people I've ever met in my life. And so if you have a question, they will respond to you. And their advice is probably better than my advice.
Probably.
But
not mine.
But not his.
Yeah.
100% mine, but not his.
So I would say also, it's like Gary Vee. Go back again. You got to start following these players. But Cass and Mike, you need to follow them. You need to follow Gary Vee. Gary Vee has got like the most passion. He's the most passionate human being in terms of entrepreneurship and things like that that I've ever seen before. But that's the kind of stuff there that keeps your souls fired.
Absolutely. So with that, we're going to call it an episode. We're going to unplug, but we appreciate everyone who came through. We appreciate everyone who stopped by. If you need something, don't hesitate to send us a message.
Right.
We're here to support you. We're here to help, whether it's on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, or TikTok. We're here. If you guys ever want to go back and watch one of our episodes, you can go to unpluggedunfiltered.com. All of our episodes are there. You can connect with us on unpluggedunfiltered.com as well. And you can even, if any of you are an entrepreneur, we now have a guest submission form. So if you have a desire to be on a podcast, if you would like to come on and promote maybe something that you're doing,
love to.
You're more than fill out the guest form. We will, our team will look through it. We'll respond to it. And we'll find a time to get you on the podcast, because we love having guests. It's great for Bob and I to just sit down and have a conversation and talk. It's fun, but we love having guests. We love creating challenges, and we've had some very, very successful challenges, whether it was Anthony Masucci with Cass and Mike. Right. We've really been able to come along and support them, and we'd love to support you guys. So much love to all of you guys. Again, if you need us, we're here. But with that, we're going to unplug and call it a
lake night.
A lake night.
A lake
so,
night.
Thank you guys. Thank you, TikTok. Thank you, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter.
Government.
No, not Twitter. LinkedIn, all of those. Everything. All of them. So thank you guys. We will catch you next week right here at the same time. For your network is your superpower. So don't forget to tune in and join us then. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Our aim never dis. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint, so we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show them this new power of mine. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Wheeling Woods, where we landed. We're 2 rows are next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint. So we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. Our aim never disappoint. So we have coincidentally stumbled on a legendary. Wait until they see us now. Waiting for the opportune time to show 'em this new power of mine. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory. When words where we landed, we're 2 rows, the next to be commended. We're taking down all of those who oppose. Greasy Grove will soon be upon us. Katie Hike, we're sitting on the battle bus. We're closing in and we'll soon claim victory.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Unplugged Unfiltered. I am Brian Clements alongside Bob Clements, and tonight we have a incredible guest, someone that I've recently connected with, and really actually just started using their product. Mike and Cass Lazaro were the ones who recommended it to me.
There should have been your first sign.
Yeah. If Mike and Cass recommend it, you do it, right? You don't
Exactly.
question it. You just say,
okay,
yes.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's fine.
but we have Drew on tonight with Connect the Dots, and Connect the Dots has honestly become such a massive tool in my tool belt, and I'm excited because for me, networking is crucial as an entrepreneur. It is crucial as a business owner, as a founder. It's just crucial in life. So super excited. Drew, thank you so much for joining us. We're really excited to have you on, and yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be a fun podcast, something that's truly important to me and something that I just really love. So Drew, welcome, and go ahead and kind of introduce yourself a little bit. I know you've done some pretty crazy things. You've done some stuff with Salesforce, started off when they weren't a very big company, and now you kind of went off on your own to do your own thing. So Drew, welcome, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Well, Brian and Bob, thank you both so much for having me. And yeah, I guess networking is how we got here, right? Looked at Mike and Cass Lazaro are investors in Connect the Dots. I got to know them through another set of people that knew, Mike and Cass via my Salesforce network. Mike and Cass, they suggested you check out Connect the Dots. You checked it out. I saw that you were using it. And I was curious how you were using it and getting some value from it. And that's how you and I connected. And then, that's how this thing all came to be. So it's all these people knowing people that makes the world go round and makes it a really fun thing to be alive and, doing interesting things.
Well, and I will have to say that as someone who is a founder, right, the last thing that I expected was a founder to reach out to me and ask me how my experience was. Like, that was pretty crazy to me that you reached out and you're like, how's your experience? Like, that entrepreneurial spirit. And I will also say that, we kind of got started late a little bit. First off, had a conversation with Drew before this, but Drew's entrepreneurial spirit, he goes, okay, so I've got a little bit more time to multitask. That right there is an entrepreneur, is a founder at heart. But I will say, like, for a company like Connect the Dots, for that, I truly did not expect to receive an email from you. And it's incredible that you reached out to say, hey, how's your experience? Like that to me just shows the amount of love that you have for what you're building.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a labor of love. We love the product that we built, and I guess we'll talk about that a little bit. But to your original question, who am I? So I'll do a quick intro. I'm Drew Seacrest. We've established at least that fact. I grew up on the East Coast in Pennsylvania, and then went to college down in North Carolina. And after that, I had a couple of jobs that got me into the Salesforce automation space. This was back in the late 90s. And so I was paying attention to that space, and I noticed in the Wall Street Journal that this guy named Mark Benioff had left Oracle, and he had taken $2 million from an investment from Larry Ellison, the CEO of Oracle, to start a new company called Salesforce.com. And when I figured out what they were doing, I thought that's brilliant. And so I read about that in the Wall Street Journal. I emailed Mark, and Mark, basically the company I'd worked for at the time, I was in Charlotte, North Carolina at that point, was reselling Salesforce automation products, like what Salesforce was about to produce. They were about to bring a new type of that out to market. And so I said, hey, Mark, we'd love to resell your product when you're ready to take it to market. And he said, we're not going to have a reseller network. We're only going to have a direct sales team. And then I thought, okay, Mark, well, we should talk about something else then. He said, fly out to San Francisco and let's talk. So I did. I hopped on a plane, and long story short, Mark offered me a job, and I became employee number 36 at Salesforce back when it was a tiny little company. Didn't stay tiny for very long, though. We were off to the races pretty quickly and grew rapidly. And I was there for a decade. And so went from pre-revenue, we didn't have any paying customers when I got there, to over $1 billion in recurring revenue when I left 10 years later. And so obviously an experience like that, that's like way better than any MBA you can go get,
Yeah, absolutely.
You learn a ton. And so I learned a ton about, what works, obviously. Learn some things that don't work too. But one of the things that worked really well during that particularly the early years, and then as we grew, we continued doing it, but the way we did it changed, was what we called connect the dots. Yeah. And connect the dots meant back then, and still does actually, if you talk to anybody who comes from the Salesforce diaspora, they'll use that term to mean, okay, who in our network do we know that can get us in the room with the right person at the company that we're trying to sell to? Yeah. So how do we get directly to the CEO of that company, or the GM of that division, or the CMO of that that company? And we did it first the old-fashioned way at Salesforce. We just would ask each other, and we were all in the same room. And Mark built a really great culture at the company where we were all in the same boat, rowing in the same direction. Mm-hmm. And so everybody who could figure out a helpful way to get in. Oh, my neighbor works at Cisco, or I go to church with somebody at Cisco, so I can help you get in there. Or Mark's like, or Mark plays golf with the CEO. Everybody would be willing to help figure out how to break into that account. Yeah. And so that was great. And it worked really, really well for us. And it inspired this idea for Connect the Dots. We figured out how to build technology that lets companies do this at scale. And I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But then the rest of my introduction, let's see. I'm married, and I live in a bunch of different places right now: Miami, San Francisco, and Belgrade, Serbia. So I'm kind of constantly doing a loop.
Hard for the law to follow you. Is that what you're saying?
As soon as they get close, I hop on a plane.
There you go.
Yeah.
But we have reasons for all of those places. My wife is actually Serbian. Cool. Okay. We also have a significant chunk of our operations in Belgrade, and awesome. I'm coming to you from San Francisco today. So
nice. Cool.
That's a little background on me.
Yeah. Well, and again, as I've kind of been doing some digging, as I've kind of been researching. Of course, I research all of our guests that we have on, and research everything that you're doing. What you have been able to create, and where you kind of came from with those first Salesforce years, and I didn't know that the connect the dots necessarily came from Salesforce, but building that out is just it's incredible because again, you took something. And in the words of Mike and Cass, then you took that and then you pivoted to create something, completely different, but with the same skill sets that you've had. And with that all being said, like you have an incredible network that you're able to do. So I think that it's awesome what you've been able to create. And again, and I've already bragged on Connect the Dots, right? I use it every single day. It's nice to have connections like Cass and Mike in your connections, right? Because they have a lot of connections. But explain to us a little bit about Connect the Dots. Like, what is CTD.ai? What is that for our viewers who don't know that? And anybody who's watching, if you don't know what Connect the Dots is, listen up, because this is something you have to have as an entrepreneur, as a founder, as a business person. You need to go get an account in it, and it's free to set up, right? The main accounts are free. So you would be just stupid to not go get an account.
Nice compliment to all of our
Yes,
guests.
yes. I'm not saying everybody here is stupid, but if you don't do it,
and that'll be the end of our show.
yeah, we just got canceled, but that's okay because we have a fun time.
Drew's
here.
still with us.
Yes, Drew's.
I have a CTD account, so
yeah,
I'm not
yeah, there you go. So, but if once Drew explains what CTD.ai is, what Connect the Dots is, if you don't get account, you are missing out on so much potential with what technology gives us nowadays. It's crazy. So Drew, explain to us what you created there, and what people who sign on can gain from that. Because again, I use it, I know, probably 10 times a day as I'm building my tech business, as I'm building my software business, right? I go on there and say, okay, who am I connected with and who are they connected with? I'll let you explain in depth a little bit more about how that all works and what it truly is.
Yeah, absolutely. So at its core, for an individual, it's free. CTD is free. You can go set up an account. And what it will do is it will let you reverse engineer your graph of relationships. So the list of all the people that you know based on the people that you've communicated with. Now, think about this as like, I'll compare and contrast for a moment. Think of like LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. You have connections on those social media platforms because you connect to them. You'll you might follow me on Instagram or become a friend on Facebook or link into me on LinkedIn. And so you're kind of declaring, okay, I know Drew and I'm connected to him. This is kind of 180 degrees different. The exact opposite. It is you and I have communicated a bunch, and therefore we know that you know me, right?
Yeah.
And know that I know you. And the cool thing is we can also calculate, this is a really important thing when you're thinking about how to manage your network as a business person, as an entrepreneur, or in a company that has outbound sales motions. You need to know how well people know each other in order to be able to figure out what are the best relationships that we have at our disposal to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish. And so by flipping this thing on its head and instead of being like Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn, flipping it, and we'll tell you who you know. Yeah. And then we can score automatically all those relationships. You get this relationship indicators, strength indicator. That's what we do. So, and it runs in the background. The way you turn it on is you create an account on Connect the Dots, CTD.ai. You plug in any and all of your email accounts to it. You can install our Chrome extension, and it will synchronize in your LinkedIn contacts as well. And what it'll do is show you everybody that you've ever communicated with and this relationship score and all the contacts that you have in one neatly ordered place for all the relationships that you have. So if you look up Cass Lazaro, for example, you would see that you've got a, whatever, call it a familiar or a strong relationship score with her. And then you would see all of the communication that you've had with Cass going back to the beginning of time. And and you have that, for me, I've plugged in, my work email account, my Gmail account, which I've had for, 2+ decades now. I have a couple of business accounts that I connected. I've connected my LinkedIn, and it has pulled out about 43,000 contacts for me.
Yeah.
And they're all neatly scored and ordered. So like, my mom and dad are at the top because I've got a strong relationship with them, lots of communication. And then down at the bottom are the people who spam me and I never replied.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or, everybody else. And
Yeah.
and now I never lose track of who I know. So if we're looking at, getting into an account, like, who do we know over there? And I can type in the name of the account, like, I don't know, Databricks or something.
Yeah.
Type in Databricks, and I can see all of the people that I know who I might have known from completely different contexts. Maybe somebody I worked with 15 years ago, and they changed jobs 4 times and now they're at this company. Or maybe somebody who used to be an old customer of mine, or my neighbor, or somebody who used to babysit, my niece, whatever. It could be anything. And those people just, now that, because it's all automatic, they're all aggregated, and there's all this like serendipity in the world. You look at all these companies and all the companies you're trying to get into. And I individually have this amazing network. Now, where it gets even more interesting is on Connect the Dots. It is one big graph of relationships, kind of like a Facebook or a LinkedIn or an Instagram. And what that means is you're doing that, and so am I, and so are Mike Lazaro and Cass and a bunch people friends and investors and people and customers of yours, et cetera, et cetera. And when you're on the system together, what you can do is see who all of your network knows and how well they know those people.
Yeah.
So where this becomes incredibly powerful is if you're trying to get to whatever, so you're trying to get to a podcast guest.
Yeah.
And you can see like, oh, Mike has a strong relationship with that person. I'm going to ask Mike. So you can do that. You can make it, and it's very simple to see the best path in because they're all scored. You see the people who really have strong relationships versus the people who are, they just connected on LinkedIn, but they don't really know each other well enough to activate that relationship.
Yeah.
So, and then the next level of this is when you turn it on for a company. So if you're a company that has a B2B sales team and you turn on Connect the Dots, we do this at a company level. So everybody in the company has a CTD account created for them. We pull out all of the contacts and score all of their relationships. And it's extensible to people outside their company that are affiliated with them too, like their board, their investors, their advisors, their customers. So then they get these kind of godlike powers to see all across their network who they can get to in the fastest, easiest, most powerful way to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's truly incredible because, from a podcast side, from a software, of course, I'm building a software company. And with that, like I can go on there and look, and I think in my profile, I have like 71,000 companies that I have some type of a connection with through someone that I'm connected with. And it's incredible because that takes out a lot of that cold calling, so to speak, in it, because I can say, hey, Mike, or hey, Cass, or hey, Gary, or, any of the people that I have a good connection with. I can say, I know you know this person. I'm going to ask a favor, right? Connect me to that person. And it removes so much guesswork. It removes a lot of the legwork too. I mean, I can create a connection now because of Connect the Dots in a matter of minutes, where it would have taken me forever to create that. And it's truly, truly incredible. And I mean, I was on there and I will say it's amazing to see the connections that you have, right? We always say on this podcast, it's the saying, 6 degrees to
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
And what Connect the Dot does is gets rid of that 6 degrees.
Right.
It's right there. It's in your face. It's done for you. And it's organized perfectly. And I will say also, whenever I go onto my LinkedIn page, right, I go onto a profile on LinkedIn, and whether I'm looking at maybe a CEO of a tractor company that we're trying to integrate with our software, I look at that, and on the right-hand side of that LinkedIn page, it pops up my Connect the Dots score, and it shows me, hey, you're connected this well with this person. it's truly an incredible product. And again, whoever's watching this, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you think you want to be an entrepreneur, go get you a Connect the Dots account right now, because it will be life changing. It truly is life changing.
So Drew, let me ask you. So I am a starting out entrepreneur, and I'm trying to connect with. Let's say I'm trying to connect with. Let's say I sell bank products or something like that, and I'm trying to connect with a bank. I don't have an outside salesperson yet, so I am the guy. So if I got and signed up with you guys and I put my contacts in, it basically connects me with everybody that I know that would potentially get me connected with the vice president of marketing or whatever position maybe in a bank. So if I'm a brand new entrepreneur, and because everybody has connections, they just don't know how they're connected, so to speak. I mean, that's kind of the cool thing about your product here. But that would be a massive plus for me, rather than me going out and knocking on doors and cold calling. Because I started out in sales in '73. Remember the old strategic selling, Miller Hyman, right? Complex selling. And I started out on Goldmine. You remember the product Goldmine?
I was implementing Goldmine.
Okay.
Right?
So when I said, yeah, I had Goldmine, and then before that was ACT, right? Those are the platforms. So, so then Salesforce came on, and obviously just became the dominating force in the market, which is really cool. A lot of our customers that I work with, they all use Salesforce. So Salesforce is the powerhouse out there for it. But as a new business owner, I could do that. I could literally say, okay, it's just me, but I got to make these contacts. I got to build these relationships. So I could use your product, put in all of my contacts, and literally it would say, okay, the gal that you go to church with on Sundays is connected with Bob Clements over here, who's the vice president of marketing for this bank. And is that kind of how it would work? So I'm thinking of it as a new entrepreneur that I don't want to go cold call, but I can talk to Mary, and maybe Mary can connect me here. Am I right on how it works?
Close. So what it will do is show you who you know in your network and where they are now. Okay. Now, if you want to see who all the people that Mary knows, then what you need to do is, and this is where it's like we have a personal product for individuals, and if you're an individual entrepreneur, that's probably what you would use. If you're a company, and frankly, where we spend most of our time is selling to companies that already have a large built-in kind of employee base, and board and investors and advisors. So when you turn on the business edition turns on an account for everybody in your network, your microcosm, your company, and then you're able to see through each other's networks. If you're an individual, I'll just be upfront about this. If you want to see Mary's contacts, you need to invite Mary to be a user on Connect the Dots with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So when she becomes a user, then you can see her network. It's like Mike and Cass are users, and so they've got all their scored relationships. And because of that, Brian can see all those scored relationships. So you need to recruit your network to be part of, if you want to be able to see through them, who they know, you need to recruit them in to be users of CTD with you.
But if I were, let's just take this a little bit farther. So I'm a young entrepreneur, and we're in Kansas City, Missouri. So I'm at the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce business meeting, and I start talking to other people and say, hey, let's all get on this together. Yep. Right? You get on it, I get on it, you get on it, like this. And so I could literally at a meeting start bringing other people on board with the product, that all of a sudden now all of us have got this connection. When I started out in sales in '73, I used to go out and I sold, this is kind of sad, but I sold typewriters. So for Olivetti out of Italy. But anyway, so that's how I got started in sales. But I found out that the easiest way, and I sold to professional offices, so doctors, it was a correcting typewriter. You had to have it perfect. It was $1,800 in 1973, half the price of a Ford Mustang, right? So it was expensive. But I found out, again, you're learning as a salesperson, that I would go into, let's say, a doctor's office, and the secretary would be complaining about their paper supplier. I figured out, I know a guy that supplies paper. And so we all started connecting together and started sharing all these leads. Because he had places that I couldn't get into that he could get me into. That's literally what this does. Let's us, in a really cool way, make all those connections. And we were all bird dogging for each other. Yeah. So we met on a Monday morning at 7:00, had breakfast, and we started sharing leads back and forth.
This would be amazing. This would be amazing for that. If you just got your Chamber of Commerce group together and you said, look, guys, we all sell different things to the same customers. Let's figure out our collective relationships. And yes, it'd be perfect.
I think it's a phenomenal, because it is all about relationships. And again, when you're brand new, I mean, my company's 40 years old, so I'm past that anymore. But when you're brand new, it's just trying to figure out, how do I get started? And most people who start a business not because they have a passion for going out and cold calling and talking to strangers.
Yeah.
Right. What your product does is it bypasses all that. So all I have to do is get the people that I know to say, let's all get together and create this super group.
Absolutely.
And then from that, we can build that and we can start leveraging. I mean, I think your product is phenomenal. So I'd love to have this in 73 instead of a yellow pages and a phone, a pay phone.
Could you have made this work on a typewriter? That is the question.
Well, you want to connect the dots was just,
Drew could have.
The person next to you in the office and saying,
exactly.
Hey, anybody at that company.
Pass them a note. Pass them a
Well, and I think that's the exciting thing about where technology is going, right? Is as long as you're not scared to adopt the technology, it makes life so much easier. And as you're talking about that, I think it would be incredible, if you were to go out to all of the dealers that you work with your company and say, hey, dealer group, we got 7,200 dealers that we deal with on a yearly basis, and say, hey, I want every single one of you to go download this, right? And now you have 7,200. The amount and Drew might know, I mean, but I can't imagine there'd be probably 720,000 connections. I mean, I'm just thinking that maybe 1,000 per or 100 per person, maybe more than that. I don't know. Drew, you might know on average what the amount of connections. I mean, some people are way more. I mean, you've got Cass and Mike, right? They've got 17 billion connections. And then you've got me who has one, which is Mike Lazaro.
I have, so I can, right now, my second degree network is about 4.7 million people.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's second degree. And then when we look at it as a company, so in aggregate, think about this. When our corporate users use us, it's almost like it doesn't matter who in the company has the relationship, because they should all be in the same boat rowing in the same direction, right? So
absolutely,
if you're in the same company, you should be able to ask your colleague, your executive, or anybody in the organization, if they've got a relationship with somebody who's got a relationship with the person you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
You can we show you that path, and then you can ask. And now that goes, we don't actually calculate that number because it would actually be kind of an expensive number to calculate. But it's millions of people that you can get through that.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I'm going to tell everybody who's on here. I mean, we've got over 1,000 people on TikTok watching us right now. We've got all of these people. This is not a typical podcast, right? This feels more like a sales pitch, and I'm going to tell you, it feels like a sales pitch because I believe in this so much and I use it so much. Like, this is something I'm passionate about. I love networking. Networking is how I've created 90% of what I've created is through networking. And so this is 100%. There's no transactional anything happening here other than the fact that I love what Drew has created and I'm so passionate about networking. And if you're an entrepreneur, you have to network. Like, you can grind and grind and grind. And I was talking to Mike and Cass earlier today. We were on a meeting earlier today, and you can grind and grind and grind and grind and grind, right? But if you're not building that network of other entrepreneurs, and that's the whole purpose of Unplugged Unfiltered, right? Is building networks for young entrepreneurs to be able to ask those hard questions, ask, where do I go? Doing that through Connect the Dots, it simplifies. I don't know what we're doing here as Unplugged Unfiltered, because with Connect the Dots, you don't need us, right?
Well,
you've got all the connections to ask those questions.
That's probably not the appropriate thing to say.
Oh, yeah.
I would go back again, though. I mean, it goes back to, and again, I started my company as training salespeople, working with Tom Hopkins and Tony Robbins, and one of the things that we know, that if it's just a cold call, you got about a 10% probability of closing the transaction. Once it becomes warm, that moves up to about a 40% probability, right? Still probably not going to be 100%, but the difference between a 10 and a 40 is massive amounts of numbers.
Yeah.
Dollars. I mean, massive. And that to me is kind of the cool thing about what you're doing here. Again, this is the ability for me to take, I'm struggling to, I'm thriving,
Yes.
surviving. You're moving businesses from a survival mode to a thriving mode with this, just leveraging all these different connections. So, and the only downside I see is that it's free.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people go, well, it can't be that good if it's free.
Yeah.
But I'm going back again. I say, if you are an entrepreneur, and
Yeah.
again, most of these small businesses, they're trying to make connections, and so they connect with the local chambers, the business communities, and stuff like this. This is the absolute biggest no-brainer in the world.
Oh, 100%.
To go do this and leverage this, because
Yeah.
this is gonna take you from surviving in business to
Yeah.
thriving in business.
Well, and I will say again, this is not a sales pitch to any extent, but taking it
Drew
from,
is sending us a check.
yeah,
correct?
yeah, 100%.
Okay.
No, just kidding.
I should. This has been
I
great.
just want to be
No.
clear on that.
No, but with that being said, is, this is not a sales pitch, but the value you get moving to
Yeah,
that
absolutely,
business side
absolutely.
of things, where you can see all of the employee network, it
Yeah.
is worth every penny. You could not pay someone $100 an hour to do what their system does in a matter of seconds. So again, not a sales pitch, but you go do it. If you don't do it, you're stupid.
That's great.
And
Well-
that's the reality of it.
Well, yeah,
Especially for the free side. I mean, the free, like it's free. So I will say, so moving from kind of connect the dots, what you've created, I want to talk from the entrepreneurial side is stepping away from Salesforce to create connect the dots, right? And I was just talking to another entrepreneur earlier today. I actually had dinner with him tonight. And one of the things that he was like, how do I go from a safety net, right? A security, something that I know is going to pay, to doing my own thing that is brand new. It's scary. How do you take that leap? And I want to, kind of moving away from what connect the dots is to that founder, to that entrepreneurial side. What kind of advice would you give to a young entrepreneur who is saying, I need to maybe step away from what I'm doing so I can focus on building maybe my dream, my passion? What kind of advice would you give someone like that?
I think the big question is, Brian's going, what were you thinking?
Yeah.
When you left the security of Salesforce to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian and my mom asked the same question. Well, so there are a couple things. One is, I was in the lucky position after, a good long run at Salesforce that, financially I could take risks at that point.
Mhm.
And so that was my goal all along. My goal going into Salesforce was I wanted to start a company, and I wanted to make enough money, build enough expertise, and make enough connections that I could start my own successful company.
Yeah.
And I was going to do it a lot sooner than, leaving after 10 years. It took me 10 years to leave, but but where Salesforce was such a rocket ship, it was really hard to say no at any point. I would say one other thing is you got to just know what is in your heart and like, what do you want? Because if, sure, there's security in staying at a rocket ship company that is going to pay you a lot of money. There is. But if that's not really what your heart wants to do, I mean, just making money is not what it's all about in life.
Yeah.
From my perspective.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. Two is I'm not a super fancy person, so my lifestyle costs were pretty low, and so I was at any point I'm pretty happy with a very simple lifestyle. There are a few things that I like to have. I like to have a motorcycle. I like to have a surfboard. But I'm not like a super fancy person. So, and that was partially because that's how I grew up, and we're just kind of simple Pennsylvania folk. But also there was some intentionality to it too, because when you keep your lifestyle costs low, then you can be happy. It doesn't matter if you're not making a gazillion dollars at your, high paying job that you used to be at, and you're an entrepreneur and you're not making anything or making a very little bit of money. So I would say just, ask yourself, who are you? What do you want? And if you really want to be an entrepreneur, then I think it behooves you to keep at least keep your expenses low for a period of time so that you can get that period until you get the, solid product market fit and your company is growing, and then you can make a lot of money again. That's great.
There you go. So you're saying as an entrepreneur, when you get your first big check, you shouldn't go buy a Ferrari. Is that what you're saying?
No,
a motorcycle. Yeah,
motorcycle for a lot less than a Ferrari. One of my favorite bosses at Salesforce, after we leveraged his relationships and we got in at a very big deal at a company, at a semiconductor company, and they got a big paycheck out of it. And so we connected the dots in, we leveraged his relationships, and he said, Drew, oh, this is great. You're getting your first really big commission check. What you need is a really nice car. And I was like, Jim, I'm not going to take that. I know what you're doing. You want me to buy the nice car, buy a big house,
leverage, right?
Expensive hobbies, really expensive hobbies, and then be on the drip forever, because it's great to have motivated salespeople who have very expensive hobbies.
Absolutely.
But I was actually, that was not my path. My path was, I was not going to be the expensive hobby salesperson. I was going to be the entrepreneur who kept my lifestyle costs low so that I could get through the entrepreneurial journey and be happy.
Yeah.
So just curious, are you from Pennsylvania? Whereabouts in Pennsylvania did you grow up?
Just outside of Harrisburg, a little town called Lewisberry. And if either of you know it, I'm going to be shocked.
We've got reason I ask, I have a lot of dealers I work with that are in Pennsylvania, New Holland and Lancaster and all through the areas there. Yeah. What did your parents do?
Dad is now a retired lawyer. Mom is a retired teacher.
Okay. So your dad obviously is a lawyer. Did he have his own firm?
He did. He started out in the practice. And then when I was pretty young, I think the practice dissolved. And he hung out his own shingle, and then he was an entrepreneur.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. So sometimes if you don't have entrepreneurs you're around, your father was an entrepreneur, your mom was there. So it's a little helpful to have somebody that has kind of been down the path and can continue to encourage you. If you don't have that, so Drew, if I didn't have that and I didn't have a parent or parents that supported you, how would you have motivated yourself? How would you have driven yourself?
Well, you mean down the entrepreneurial road?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure that they necessarily they didn't encourage or discourage me from doing any of this stuff. I should probably, that's probably not the fairest way to put it. They've always encouraged me to do whatever I want to do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's awesome. Like hey, shout out mom and dad, you're great. Like they really are. And so if you're not lucky enough to have Jerry or Joel Seacrest as your parents, like I was, then I don't know, read a good book by Tony Robbins or something.
Yeah. Or we're promoting right now Mike and Cass's book, Shoveling Shit. So. Unlimited Power is an old book that you should not read anymore, but the Shoveling Shit is the new.
I would be promoting
bookshelf right over there, which you can't.
Okay. I would be promoting Gary Vaynerchuk's books, but he always texts me mean texts after my podcast. He goes, "Well, that was okay." I said,
the reason I asked the question is because, again, I grew up on a dairy farm. I mean, my family were farmers and stuff like that. So we didn't have a lot of money. And so it was my mom and dad were kind of a little bit more play it safe kind of people. And you have to, I guess my point is you have to find people who are entrepreneurial. Typically, what I did is I discovered some older entrepreneurs that I connected with that became my don't give up, stay in there. Yes, it sucks. It'll get better. Things like that. So I was just curious, have you been around that type of
oh yeah,
drive you?
Yeah. And I mean, that was part of the siren song that I heard in San Francisco, in the first place. When I was in North Carolina, I was living in Charlotte right before I moved out here. And there's definitely an entrepreneurial scene that I did find in Charlotte. I was working for an entrepreneur, this guy who started the company I was working for called Bridge Builder, which was doing implementations of Salesforce automation tools like Goldmine and that kind of stuff. And so I was around entrepreneurship there. But then when I got to San Francisco, man, I mean, that's the hotbed of entrepreneurship. It's happening. Exploding all around. I got there in 1999 when new companies were springing up like mushrooms everywhere. So I got plenty of exposure to that and found a good friend group right away, like in 99, 2000, of people who were either entrepreneurs or were in companies, but were plotting to go out and start their own thing. We actually it was called Build Team. And so I don't know if any Build Team people are listening out there, but it was a really fun crew of people, very smart, like switched on. And we would share best practices and ideas. And a lot of companies got started from that. And so yes, I think you want to be around people who are going to support you, encourage you. You know, in general, like that old adage or axiom, like, you know, you become like the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with.
Yeah.
I think that's really important. And that was one thing I feel like I did a very good job of selecting Salesforce, but I also feel like I got really lucky at selecting Salesforce and Salesforce selecting me, because then I was around these incredible people that I got to learn via osmosis from all day, every day for a decade.
Yeah.
So I would say that was, you know, if you are an aspiring entrepreneur, couple things. One is get after it, go do it. You know, like, you know, don't wait, don't let time waste. And you're going to learn the most by doing it and failing.
Yeah.
So I would say just get after it. And the other thing I would say is, if you're not quite ready to get after it, or you're not quite sure what you want to do, then go surround yourself with the best possible people who are you're going to learn from, so that a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, when you're ready to do it, you now have that network. You know how you have the knowledge that you've learned from osmosis, from being around those people, and hopefully you've saved some pennies so that you're ready to go, go do the entrepreneurial journey.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's the thing that Brian and I, because our whole purpose of our podcast is really talking to young entrepreneurs that are trying to figure out, do I really want to do it, or things like this, and bringing on people that are successful entrepreneurs is part of it, because nobody ever starts out successful, right?
Yeah.
You start at zero and you build it from there.
Yep.
But really, to your point again, is you got to find a group of people that are entrepreneurs. Because I have found in the 40 years I've been in business, entrepreneurs tend to be more than happy to share and coach and mentor. They don't want anything for it. They're just excited that you want to be a part of their tribe.
Yeah.
This is a unique group of people out here. That's a very kind of a unique type of person that's able to do this. And we always tell our young entrepreneurs is, you may not be ready yet, but you got to search out. This is why I'm so darn excited about your product. I have the ability to, in a very simple way, start connecting with entrepreneurs. So I may not be ready to start yet, but as I tell people, offer to take an entrepreneur out to lunch, they probably will end up buying it for you anyway. But they will have lunch with you, and they will talk to you, and they will share. And as I always tell people, shut up and listen and take their advice. Right? Trust me, they're smarter than what you think they are to do that. So that's great.
No, and kind of, I mean, we're getting close to the end of our podcast, and this time has flown in incredibly fast, because again, it's something I'm truly passionate about. I think that as an entrepreneur, one of the best things you can do is create a network, right? I mean, having a network, having that support, and like Bob just said, is having a group of entrepreneurs behind you is massive. And so what I'm going to say, kind of as we're getting kind of close to the closing, is go on to Connect the Dots, right? Create an account. Most of you guys have connected with me in some way or shape or form. Connect with me on LinkedIn, and let's build this relationship so that you can continue to grow your network through my network. I'm more than happy to share everybody that I've ever created a connection with. More than happy to share that. And so go on ctd.ai, create an account. Let's make sure that we're connected, and then let's start building your network as an entrepreneur. If you have a question, reach out to me. Let me connect you to the right people. I'm more than happy to do that. But to kind of finish this off, there's two things that I really am kind of, it's one thing with Drew, with you, with entrepreneurs, with business owners, is the fear of AI, right?
Well, let's face it, we've all seen the movies.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer Wall-E. He prefers Terminator. It's kind of that.
Or RoboCop.
RoboCop. Yeah. But so when it comes to that, like I know that that's probably been a question that people have asked is, what about AI? Like what is your safeguards, right? I mean, there's people who are scared of AI. There's people who are, fanatics about AI. And it's a question that I get asked a lot because my company that I'm building right now, we have 3 proprietary AI bots that we're building for it. Right. And so what is your response, as an entrepreneur, maybe someone, and we talk about young entrepreneurs doesn't mean young in age.
Right.
It just maybe is someone new, but when it comes to AI, what's your take? Do we have to worry about the iRobot with Will Smith happening, or is this is it a pretty safe to connect your network through Connect the Dots?
Well, I'm not going to tie those two together. So
I know that was a stretch. That was a stretch.
I'll give you my the very, very high level thoughts on AI, where we're going. AI is a superhuman intelligence already. It just is not. It's not plumbed into all the data yet. It doesn't have access to all the data yet, and it doesn't have its own desires, wishes, agenda yet. But when you ask it something, it's pretty darn good at answering the question. It's really smart. So the other thing that's happening is robotics is you can see all the stuff on TikTok and YouTube and whatever. Robots are amazing, and they're getting more and more amazing. And we're already seeing, here in San Francisco, Waymos are self-driving around the city all the time. Right. They're very, very commonplace now. So I think, we are heading into I believe, this is my high level view on it. We are heading into a post-scarcity world, which has its own set of problems. It's all it sounds great, but it also sounds like there are a lot of problems with it. But we have organized ourselves as a species that we're organized based on scarcity. There aren't enough pens or glasses or iPhones or whatever in the world. Not enough, service providers and all this stuff. That's really, you got to think about it. Like if you forecast out, I don't know, years, decades, it's going to be fully automated. All the services, all the products are going to be fully automated, which should mean that we end up in a utopia where everybody has all their needs met, but also not having all our needs met gives us purpose. That we focus on the things that are scarce in our lives. So I think it's a time of great opportunity and also great danger. And I think I would almost say we got to all figure out how do we organize as a species going forward to ride this wave in the best way possible so that it turns into this utopian society that we can have and doesn't turn into the dystopian future. It's not WALL-E, it's not Terminator. There's a third way. We got to figure it out. Now pulling that in a little bit more near term, now today, what's it mean for entrepreneurs? It means the rate of change is so incredibly fast. And if you're not building, whatever you're building, assume it's AI native. Whatever you're building, it doesn't matter. It almost doesn't really matter what product or service you're building. You have to figure out, how do we do this in the way that will take maximum advantage of all of the advancements that we have today and are going to be coming tomorrow and the next day and the next day. So, I think you just have to, you really have to just build with a completely, it is the main tool going forward in your toolkit, no matter what you're building as a company. So that's it. You have to be that AI is your main tool. You have to use it.
Yeah. Well, and that's something that we've really been pushing on our podcast in the last couple episodes is we are in an age where being an entrepreneur, it has never been a better time to be an entrepreneur, right? With AI, with technologies, with Connect the Dot, with all of this technology that you have. And again, and this is jokingly, but not jokingly, for you, when you started off in sales, right, you would have had a Rolodex.
I had a Rolodex and 3x5 cards.
That you had to go through.
and then I got gold mine, and I thought I was in heaven.
Yeah, but with Connect the Dots, I mean, Connect the Dots is doing everything that your Rolodex did for me in a matter of seconds. Plus, it's amplifying that to the 100th degree.
Right.
I mean, so if you're an entrepreneur, if you're someone who's ever been serious about being an entrepreneur, is taking that step, it has never been a better time to do that. And Drew has created an incredible tool for every single entrepreneur that's out there. And even if you're not an entrepreneur, I will say this too, even if you're not necessarily an entrepreneur trying to build a business for yourself, maybe you're just a salesperson who wants to increase their sales. Connect the Dots is an incredible tool for that as well. So,
but I think with AI, and this kind of goes back to what you were saying, I think if you look at AI where it's at today, and you look at entrepreneurs, I think about we all used to have a flip phone. Okay, how many apps, Drew, did you run on your flip phone? That'd be 0.
I think the phone calling app.
Okay, all right, and so now we've gone from flip phones to smartphones. How many businesses now today have built apps that are for smartphones? And that's how I look at AI. I think, if you're an entrepreneur, there will be more opportunities than you'll ever think about as you stay in front of it and you work with it. So I'm excited about artificial intelligence, and I'm with you. I just think, again, if you look at, going from a flip phone to a smartphone, nobody's going to go back to a flip phone. Well, there may be a few. But,
I mean,
how many businesses are there out there today that didn't exist before smartphones came into being? So.
Well, I will say, Rob,
I understand there are a few people.
So I run a ranch, and one of the guys who I work with and stuff like that on the ranch, he is refused to move to a smartphone. So, but great guy, great guy. So, but with that, I'm gonna just say, Drew, it has been such an honor and such a pleasure to have you on. Anybody who is watching this as a recording, anybody who's watching this live, if you want, I'm going to make sure that Connect the Dots is in all of the descriptions. You guys need to go check it out. It is the most priceless tool that you can get for networking. And networking, to me, I've built my businesses on networks. It is how I built it. It's an incredible tool. But yeah, you guys go check out Connect the Dots. And Drew, thank you so much for being on here. It's truly been a blast having you on here. It's been great talking about Connect the Dots. And then just your journey as an entrepreneur, right? It's where you went from college to then working for Salesforce, and then taking what you learned at Salesforce and being able to say, you know what, this is a business in itself. This is something. And when you started at Salesforce, right, Connect the Dots, I don't know, would have necessarily worked the way that it's working now, because technology is advanced. And so you've pivoted, you've adjusted, you've created something with technology, and you've advanced with the times to create, something that's truly incredible. So I appreciate all your time on here, and everybody who's viewed. We appreciate you guys watching in. And if you have questions, you have comments, I know we have some comments, and I haven't honestly been able to pay too much attention to the comments, but I will go back and respond to every single comment on all of the lives after this. But Drew, thank you so much. It's been truly an honor and a privilege to have you on. So with that, we're going to go ahead and unplug for the night. But if anyone has questions, reach out to us, info@unpluggedunfiltered.com. Check out ctd.ai.